Today, we journey into the tragic tale of one of Dark Souls' most beloved and heartbreaking figures, Artorias, the Abyss Walker. Over the next couple hours, we'll uncover the rise and fall of this legendary knight, explore his unbreakable bond with his wolf companion Sif, and examine how his noble quest to save Ulasil became one of gaming's most devastating tragedies. So settle in, get comfortable, and let's begin this epic adventure together into the depths of the abyss itself. The Knight of Gwyn. According to the game's lore, Knight Artorias was one of the 4 Knights of Gwyn, serving as among the most elite and trusted warriors of Lord Gwyn's army. The Wolf Ring tells us that Artorias had an unbendable will of steel and was unmatched with a great sword. This wasn't merely poetic description. Artorias truly was considered peerless in his mastery of the greatsword, a weapon that would become synonymous with his legend. The 4 Knights of Gwyn represented the absolute pinnacle of martial prowess in the Age of Fire. According to the lore, these knights were Dragonslayer Ornstein, believed to be their captain, Hawkeye Goth, the giant archer who led the Great Archers in the war against the dragons, Lord's Blade Kieran, the assassin whose dagger laid waste to Gwyn's enemies, and of course Artorias, the Abyss Walker. Each knight was granted a special ring by Lord Gwyn himself, imbued with unique powers that reflected their individual strengths and roles. According to the established lore, Lord Gwyn bequeathed him with a custom-made ring, the Wolf Ring, to assist in his already unmatched ability to wield a great sword. This detail reveals something profound about their relationship. Gwyn ensured Artorias received a ring specifically designed to enhance abilities that were already legendary. We might theorize that Gwyn recognized something special in Artorias from early on, perhaps seeing in him not just a skilled warrior, but someone with the specific qualities needed to face the growing threat of the Abyss. The Abyss and the Dark Wraiths. To understand Artorias' legend, we must first understand what the Abyss represents in Dark Souls lore. According to the game's established canon, the Abyss is an endless expanse of darkness that seeks to corrupt all living things. The Greatsword of Artorias tells us that Sir Artorias hunted the Dark Wraiths, and his sword strikes harder against dark servants. This establishes that Artorias had extensive experience fighting the forces of darkness long before his fateful journey to Ulasil. The Dark Wraiths were servants of Darkstalker Koth, one of the primordial serpents whose goal was to usher in the Age of Dark by allowing the first flame to die out. According to the lore, these corrupted beings served the 4 kings who had fallen to the darkness in New Lundo. It's through his battles against these forces that Artorias earned his most remarkable ability, the power to traverse the abyss itself without being immediately consumed by its corruption. This ability to abyss walk was what truly set Artorias apart from other knights. While the exact mechanics of how he gained this power remain unclear in the canonical sources, what we know for certain is that it allowed him to enter realms of pure darkness that would instantly corrupt or destroy most other beings. It's possible to speculate that this involved some form of covenant or arrangement that allowed him this unique ability, though the specific details remain mysterious. The silver pendant, according to its item description, was one of the ancient treasures of Anor Londo that was presented to Artorias for facing the abyss. This pendant effectively deflects the dark of the abyss, especially in its magic forms. This tells us that Artorias' expeditions into the abyss were not only known to the higher powers of Anor Londo, but were significant enough to warrant gifting him one of their most precious artifacts, the Companion Wolf. Central to any discussion of Artorias is his faithful companion, the Great Grey Wolf Sif. According to the game's lore, Sif was far more than just a pet or mount. This was a true partnership forged in battle and bound by unbreakable loyalty. The Great Sword of Artorias describes Sif as guardian of the grave of the Abyss Walker Knight Artorias. But this barely captures the depth of their relationship. We know from the DLC content that Sif accompanied Artorias on his mission to Ulasil. This wasn't merely a case of a knight bringing his faithful hound along. This was a combat partnership where both participants were fully aware of the deadly nature of their mission. It's possible to speculate that Sif may have possessed some natural resistance to the corrupting influence of the Abyss, or perhaps Artorias had found ways to extend his abyss-walking abilities to protect his companion. The bond between Artorias and Sif represents one of the most pure relationships in all of Dark Souls lore. Unlike the complex political machinations of gods and lords, unlike the bitter rivalries between kingdoms and the betrayals that define so much of the series' narrative, the relationship between knight and wolf was built on simple, uncomplicated loyalty and mutual respect. This purity makes their eventual fate all the more tragic. The land of Ulasil. According to the DLC's established timeline, the events of Artorias of the Abyss take place in the past before the main events of Dark Souls, though sources vary on the exact time frame. Some indicate approximately 100 years, while others suggest 200 to 300 years before the main game. What's clear is that Ulasil was described as a land of sorcerers and scholars, a place where magic was studied and refined. Princess Dusk of Ulasil, whom we can encounter in the base game, serves as one of our primary sources of information about this lost kingdom. The game tells us that Ulasil's downfall began when its sorcerers were manipulated by a primordial serpent, likely Darkstalker Koth, into excavating something that should have been left undisturbed. According to various item descriptions and NPC dialogue, they unearthed and awakened a primeval human known as Manus, who would become known as the Father of the Abyss. Manus, according to his soul's description, was clearly once human, but became the Father of the Abyss after his humanity went wild, eternally seeking his precious broken pendant. The details of his transformation remain somewhat mysterious, but what's clear is that when Ulasil's mages disturbed his rest and began experimenting on him, his anguish and rage caused his humanity to spiral out of control, creating a spreading corruption that threatened to consume not just Ulasil, but potentially the entire world. The abyss that Manus created was unlike anything seen before. According to Elizabeth, the Mushroom Woman, who serves as one of our sources in the DLC, an abyss was begat of the ancient beast, and threatens to swallow the whole of Ulasil. This wasn't simply a matter of military conquest or political upheaval. This was an existential threat to the very nature of reality in that region. The mission to Ulasil. When reports of Ulasil's crisis reached Anor Londo, Lord Gwyn made the decision to send his most capable knight to deal with the threat. According to the established lore, Artorias was the natural choice for this mission. His experience hunting dark wraiths, his proven ability to traverse the abyss, and his possession of artifacts like the Silver Pendant made him uniquely qualified to face this new manifestation of the dark. The game tells us that Artorias traveled to Ulasil with the express purpose of rescuing Princess Dusk and putting an end to Manus's rampage. This mission represented everything that Artorias stood for: protecting the innocent, confronting the forces of darkness, and upholding the order that Lord Gwyn had established. According to his established character, Artorias would have approached this mission with his characteristic determination and unwavering resolve. However, we might speculate that there were aspects of this mission that troubled the knight. Unlike his previous encounters with dark wraiths, who were clearly corrupted beings serving malevolent purposes, the situation in Ulasil was more complex. The people of Ulasil weren't inherently evil. They had been manipulated and were now suffering the consequences of their manipulators' schemes. This might have weighed on Artorias' mind as he prepared for what he knew would be an extremely dangerous mission. Sif's presence on this mission tells us something important about how Artorias viewed the threat. He brought his most trusted companion, suggesting either that he believed he would need all possible help, or that he couldn't bear to leave Sif behind, knowing he might not return. Given what we know about their relationship, it's possible that both motivations played a role in his decision. The descent into darkness. What happened when Artorias and Sif reached Ulasil can be pieced together from various sources throughout the game. According to the established lore, they found a land already deep in the throes of corruption. The abyss had spread throughout the region, transforming the inhabitants into twisted creatures and warping the very landscape itself. The game tells us that Artorias made his way deep into the heart of the corruption, eventually confronting Manus himself in what became known as the Chasm of the Abyss. This represented the culmination of Artorias' career as a knight, a direct confrontation with perhaps the most dangerous manifestation of the dark that the world had ever seen. However, according to the soul of Artorias, the legend that Artorias repelled the abyss only told half the story. What really happened in that chasm was far different from the tales that would later be told. The truth, as revealed through the DLC, was that Artorias was ultimately overwhelmed by the forces he was trying to combat. The Cleansing Great Shield tells us that Artorias, deeply scarred by the abyss, used this to form a barrier to protect his compatriot Sif. This item description reveals the exact moment when Artorias realized that his mission had failed. With his left arm crippled and the corruption of the abyss closing in around him, Artorias made the choice that would define his legacy. He sacrificed his ability to defend himself to save his companion. Using his great shield, Artorias created a magical barrier around Sif, protecting the wolf from the humanity sprites and the corrupting influence of the abyss. This act required him to give up his primary means of defense, leaving him vulnerable to the very forces he had come to combat. We might theorize that in this moment, Artorias knew he was sealing his own fate, but chose to save his friend rather than preserve himself. The corruption of a legend. What followed Artorias' sacrifice was a tragedy that would echo through the ages. According to the lore established in the DLC, the corruption of the abyss gradually overtook the knight, transforming him from the noble protector he had always been into a frenzied, bestial creature. The Helm of Artorias tells us that the death of the helm's owner can be surmised from the corrosive dark of the abyss. This transformation was not instantaneous, and we might speculate that Artorias retained some level of awareness as the corruption took hold. The horror of this situation cannot be overstated. A knight who had dedicated his entire existence to fighting the dark was slowly becoming one of its servants. Everything Artorias had stood for, everything he had fought to protect, was being turned against itself. By the time the chosen undead encounters Artorias in the DLC, the corruption is complete. The knight's armor is tattered and oozing with dark energy. His left arm hangs useless at his side, and his movements have become wild and animalistic. The proud, disciplined warrior has been reduced to a howling beast, attacking anyone who approaches without regard for friend or foe. Yet even in his corrupted state, certain aspects of Artorias' original nature shine through. He still wields a great sword with devastating skill. His movements still carry echoes of the supreme swordsmanship that once made him legendary. It's as if muscle memory and ingrained training persist, even when the mind has been lost to darkness. The predestination paradox. One of the most fascinating aspects of Artorias' story is revealed through the DLC's time travel narrative. According to the game's plot, the chosen undead is pulled back in time by Manus and becomes the true hero who saves Ulasil and rescues Princess Dusk. However, Dusk herself, when encountered in the base game, believes it was Artorias who saved her. This creates what the lore community has identified as a predestination paradox. The legend of Artorias' victory over the abyss inspires the chosen undead to travel back in time, where they accomplish the very deeds that create the legend in the first place. Artorias' reputation remains intact, not because he succeeded, but because an unknown hero completed his mission and then faded from history. We might theorize that this arrangement serves multiple narrative purposes. It preserves Artorias' honor and legacy while acknowledging the reality of his failure. It also suggests that perhaps the most heroic act isn't always the one that gets remembered. Sometimes true heroism lies in anonymous service, in doing what's right, regardless of whether anyone will ever know or acknowledge it. The anonymity of the chosen undead's role in these events adds another layer of tragedy to the story. While Artorias is remembered as a legend, the person who actually saved Ulasil disappears from history entirely. This might reflect the game's broader themes about the cyclical nature of heroism and sacrifice, where each generation must face the darkness anew, often without recognition or lasting remembrance. The weight of failure. One aspect of Artorias' story that deserves particular attention is how it explores the concept of noble failure. According to the established lore, Artorias approached his mission with all the skill, determination, and moral conviction that had made him legendary. He was uniquely qualified for the task. He had the support of the highest powers in the land, and he possessed artifacts specifically designed to help him succeed. Despite all of these advantages, he failed. The game tells us that this failure wasn't due to cowardice, lack of preparation, or moral weakness. Artorias failed because the task he had been given was simply beyond the capabilities of any single individual, no matter how skilled or determined they might be. This type of failure, where someone does everything right and still loses, is perhaps more tragic than failure due to personal shortcomings. It suggests that some problems are larger than individual heroism can solve, that there are forces in the world that cannot be overcome through martial skill and noble intentions alone. We might speculate that this aspect of Artorias' story reflects the broader themes of Dark Souls, where even the mightiest heroes eventually face challenges that exceed their capabilities. The game seems to suggest that the real measure of heroism isn't whether you succeed, but whether you continue fighting even when success seems impossible. Sif's Vigil. The fate of Sif after Artorias' fall represents one of the most heartbreaking elements of the entire Dark Souls narrative. According to the game's lore, after being saved by Artorias' sacrifice, Sif somehow made it out of Ulasil and eventually took up residence in what would become the Darkroot Garden, guarding Artorias' grave. The Great Grey Wolf, Sif that players encounter in the base game, has been maintaining this vigil for centuries. According to the established timeline, Sif has spent hundreds of years alone, protecting the resting place of a master who will never return. The wolf wields Artorias' own great sword, having somehow learned to use the massive weapon despite its size and weight. This situation raises profound questions about Sif's motivations and understanding. We might theorize that Sif comprehends, on some level, what happened to Artorias, and has chosen to spend eternity ensuring that others don't suffer the same fate. The Covenant of Artorias, which Sif guards so fiercely, is the very item that allows its wearer to traverse the abyss safely, the same power that Artorias possessed, but that ultimately proved insufficient to save him. When players encounter Sif in the base game, they are forced into a fight that neither participant truly wants. The player needs the Covenant of Artorias to progress in their quest, but Sif is duty-bound to prevent anyone from claiming it. This creates a tragic situation where two beings who have no genuine quarrel with each other must fight to the death. The emotional impact of this fight is intensified if players have completed the DLC first and saved young Sif from the chasm of the abyss. In this case, Sif recognizes the player character and shows clear reluctance to fight, but still picks up the sword and assumes a combat stance. This suggests that Sif's loyalty to Artorias' memory outweighs even gratitude towards someone who once saved their life. The living legend. What makes Artorias' story particularly compelling is how it examines the difference between legend and reality. According to the lore, in the world of Dark Souls, Artorias is remembered as the knight who saved Ulasil and defeated the Abyss. Statues are erected in his honor, his equipment becomes legendary artifacts, and his name is spoken with reverence throughout the land. The reality, as revealed through the DLC, is that Artorias was corrupted and defeated, and the true hero of Ulasil was an unnamed figure who faded from history. This disconnect between legend and truth raises questions about the nature of heroism and how stories change in the telling. We might speculate that there's something intentional about this arrangement. Perhaps it's more important for people to believe in the idea of a knight who can stand against the darkness than it is for them to know the complex truth about what actually happened. Legends can inspire hope and courage in ways that complicated truths cannot. At the same time, the game seems to suggest that there's value in knowing the real story, even if that knowledge comes with pain. Understanding what really happened to Artorias doesn't diminish his courage or his sacrifice. If anything, it makes his final act of saving Sif even more meaningful. He may have failed in his primary mission, but he succeeded in the most important moment, choosing love over self-preservation. The nature of corruption. Artorias' fall to the abyss serves as one of Dark Souls' most powerful examinations of corruption and how it spreads. According to the established lore, the abyss doesn't simply destroy, it transforms, taking the virtues and strengths of its victims and turning them into weapons for its own purposes. In Artorias' case, his unmatched skill with a greatsword became a tool of mindless destruction. His unwavering determination became an inability to distinguish between friend and foe. His protective instincts became predatory aggression. The corruption didn't erase what made Artorias who he was. It perverted those qualities into their opposite. This type of corruption is perhaps more insidious than simple destruction, because it maintains the form while completely changing the substance. When players encounter corrupted Artorias, they're not fighting a random monster. They're fighting the twisted remnant of one of history's greatest heroes. Every skill he displays, every technique he employs, is a reminder of what he once was and what has been lost. We might theorize that this reflects the game's broader themes about the cyclical nature of good and evil, and how the things we create to protect us can potentially become the very threats we need protection from. The knight who was trained to fight the darkness becomes an agent of that darkness. The power that was meant to preserve order becomes a force for chaos, the sword and the shield. The symbolic significance of Artorias' equipment cannot be overlooked in understanding his story. According to the game's lore, he wielded both a legendary greatsword and an equally legendary great shield. These weapons represented the dual nature of his role as both protector and warrior. The greatsword embodied Artorias' offensive capabilities, his ability to strike down the enemies of order and justice. The greatsword of Artorias tells us that it strikes harder against dark servants, suggesting that it was specifically designed or enchanted to be effective against the forces Artorias was meant to combat. The great shield, meanwhile, represented his defensive role as a protector. The cleansing great shield's description reveals that Artorias used it to create the magical barrier that saved Sif, suggesting that this wasn't merely a piece of equipment, but a tool specifically designed for protective magic. When Artorias sacrificed his ability to use the shield to save Sif, he was symbolically giving up his role as protector to preserve the one thing he could still protect. This act transforms him from a balanced warrior who could both attack and defend into a purely offensive force. Without his shield, Artorias becomes more dangerous, but also more vulnerable, a fitting metaphor for how the corruption of the abyss would eventually transform him. We might speculate that the loss of his shield arm represents more than just a physical disability. In giving up his primary means of defense, Artorias also gave up his ability to make measured, strategic decisions. He became a creature of pure aggression, which made him easier for the abyss to corrupt and control. The four knights divided. Artorias' fate had profound implications for the other knights of Gwyn. though these connections are largely left to speculation based on the available lore. According to what we can piece together from various sources, the loss of Artorias represented a devastating blow to the cohesion and morale of Gwyn's most elite warriors. Ornstein, as the apparent captain of the Four Knights, would have felt the responsibility for Artorias' loss most keenly. We might theorize that this contributed to his eventual decision to leave Anor Londo in search of the Nameless King, abandoning his post in the cathedral where players encounter what may be an illusion of him in the base game. Lord's Blade. Kieran's reaction to Artorias' fate is documented more clearly in the DLC. When players encounter her after defeating corrupted Artorias, she asks for his soul so that she can pay proper respect to him. Her dialogue and behavior suggest deep personal feelings for Artorias that went beyond professional camaraderie, though the exact nature of these feelings is open to interpretation. This adds another layer of tragedy to his story, as it's possible to speculate that she harbored romantic feelings that were never fully expressed or reciprocated. Hawkeye Goff, meanwhile, provides some of the most insightful commentary on what happened to Artorias. According to his dialogue in the DLC, Goff understood that Artorias was doomed from the beginning because he has nary a murmur of dark within him. This suggests that Goff recognized the fundamental problem with sending a being of pure light into a realm of pure darkness. The dissolution of the Four Knights can be seen as a direct consequence of Artorias' fate. Without their most famous member, without the knight who symbolized their highest ideals, the remaining knights seem to have lost their sense of purpose and unity. This mirrors the broader decline of Gwyn's kingdom and the eventual fading of the Age of Fire itself. The Weapon Master's art. One aspect of Artorias that deserves particular attention is his unparalleled skill with the Great Sword. According to the Wolfring's description, he was unmatched with a great sword. And this reputation was clearly well-deserved based on the evidence we see throughout the game. Even in his corrupted state, Artorias displays swordsmanship that surpasses almost every other combatant in Dark Souls. His moveset includes techniques that no other character in the game can perform, suggesting that his mastery of the weapon was truly unique. The fluidity and power of his attacks, even when he can only use one arm, demonstrate just how skilled he must have been at the height of his abilities. This mastery wasn't simply a matter of physical training, though that was certainly part of it. We might speculate that Artorias approached swordsmanship as an art form, developing techniques and strategies that went far beyond basic combat effectiveness. His style seems to emphasize momentum and flow, with attacks that chain together in devastating combinations. The fact that Gwyn personally crafted a ring to enhance Artorias' already legendary abilities suggests that even among the Knights of Gwyn, Artorias' swordsmanship stood apart. This wasn't just a matter of being the best fighter among elite warriors. This was transcendent skill that required special recognition and support. When players face Artorias in the DLC, they're not just fighting a boss. They're experiencing what it would be like to face perhaps the greatest swordmaster in the game's world. Every attack pattern, every combination, every technique represents years of dedicated training and natural talent honed to a razor's edge. The philosophy of protection. Throughout the established lore, Artorias is consistently portrayed as someone whose primary motivation was protection rather than conquest or personal glory. According to various item descriptions and NPC dialogue, he saw his role as a knight not as an opportunity for personal advancement, but as a sacred duty to defend those who couldn't defend themselves. This protective instinct extended beyond simple battlefield tactics. The silver pendant was given to him specifically for facing the abyss, suggesting that his expeditions into dangerous realms were undertaken not for personal gain, but to eliminate threats before they could harm others. His hunting of dark wraiths served a similar purpose, removing dangerous predators who threatened innocent people. The ultimate expression of this protective philosophy came in his final act of shielding Sif from the corruption of the Abyss. In that moment, faced with the failure of his mission and his own impending doom, Artorias chose to save the one life he could still protect. This decision embodies everything his character represented: the willingness to sacrifice personal safety for the welfare of others. We might speculate that this protective instinct was both Artorias' greatest strength and, ultimately, a contributing factor to his downfall. His refusal to retreat or abandon his mission, even when the situation became hopeless, stemmed from the same source as his willingness to shield Sif. A more self-interested warrior might have withdrawn when the odds became impossible, but Artorias' character wouldn't allow such a choice. This philosophy also explains why his legend persisted even after the truth of his fate became known to certain individuals. People need to believe that there are those who will stand between them and the darkness, regardless of the personal cost. Artorias embodied that belief so completely that the reality of his failure couldn't diminish the power of what he represented. The Abyss, as metaphor. While the Abyss in Dark Souls is presented as a literal force of corruption and darkness, Artorias' story allows us to examine it as a metaphor for various forms of existential threat. The way the Abyss operates, slowly corrupting its victims while leaving their external forms largely intact, mirrors many real-world processes of degradation and loss. According to the established lore, the Abyss doesn't simply destroy what it touches. Instead, it transforms virtues into vices, strengths into weaknesses, and noble purposes into destructive obsessions. This transformation is gradual and insidious, making it difficult for victims to recognize what's happening until it's too late. In Artorias' case, we might speculate that the corruption began subtly. Perhaps his determination became stubbornness, his protective instincts became possessive aggression, his confidence became reckless pride. Each of these changes might have seemed like natural extensions of his existing personality rather than fundamental alterations. The fact that Artorias retained his combat skills even after his corruption suggests that the Abyss doesn't eliminate competence. It redirects it toward destructive ends. This makes corrupted individuals particularly dangerous because they retain their capabilities while losing their moral compass. This aspect of the Abyss makes it a particularly effective metaphor for various forms of institutional or personal corruption. Like the Abyss, these forces often work by gradually shifting priorities and values, rather than by directly attacking them. The end result is individuals who maintain their external competence while losing the ethical framework that once guided their actions. The bonds of loyalty. The relationship between Artorias and Sif represents one of the purest forms of loyalty depicted in the entire Dark Souls series. According to the established lore, this wasn't a relationship based on hierarchy or mutual benefit, but on genuine affection and respect between two beings who chose to face danger together. Unlike many relationships in Dark Souls, which are complicated by political considerations, divine machinations, or competing interests, the bond between Artorias and Sif appears to have been straightforward and uncomplicated. They were partners who trusted each other completely and were willing to sacrifice everything for each other's welfare. This loyalty persisted even beyond death. Sif's centuries-long vigil over Artorias' grave demonstrates a fidelity that transcends normal understanding. The wolf maintained this watch not because of any external compulsion or reward, but because of love and respect for a fallen friend. The tragic irony of their relationship is that Artorias' final act of protection ultimately condemned Sif to a form of living death. By saving the wolf from the corruption of the Abyss, Artorias ensured that Sif would survive to experience the loss of their companion. The protection that was meant as a gift became a burden that Sif would carry for centuries. We might speculate that Sif understood this trade-off and accepted it willingly. The wolf's behavior in the base game suggests not resentment toward Artorias for the burden of survival, but gratitude for the opportunity to honor their friend's memory. This transforms Sif's vigil from a tragic burden into a chosen act of devotion. The price of legend, one of the most complex aspects of Artorias' story, is how it examines the relationship between truth and inspiration. According to the game's lore, the legend of Artorias that inspires people throughout the world is based on events that didn't actually happen, at least not in the way they're remembered. This raises philosophical questions about the value of myths and legends. Is it more important for people to know the literal truth about what happened, or is it more valuable for them to believe in an inspiring story that gives them hope and courage? The game seems to suggest that both perspectives have merit, and that the answer isn't simple. The legend of Artorias serves important social and psychological functions. It provides people with a symbol of heroism and noble sacrifice that they can draw strength from in their own struggles. It represents the belief that individuals can make a difference against overwhelming odds, that good can triumph over evil through courage and determination. At the same time, the reality of what happened to Artorias provides different but equally valuable lessons. It shows that even the greatest heroes can fail, that good intentions and noble purposes don't guarantee success, and that sometimes the most heroic act is recognizing when to let others carry on the fight. We might theorize that the game's presentation of both the legend and the reality reflects a mature understanding of how heroism actually works. Heroes aren't invincible beings who always succeed. They're fallible individuals who choose to act courageously despite the possibility of failure. Artorias' true heroism lies not in his legendary victory over the Abyss, but in his decision to protect Sif, even when he knew it would cost him everything. The corruption's progression. The process by which Artorias fell to the Abyss provides insight into how corruption operates in the Dark Souls universe. According to the available lore, this wasn't an instantaneous transformation, but a gradual process that occurred over time as the knight was exposed to the Abyss's influence. Based on the evidence we can gather from various sources, it seems that Artorias initially maintained some level of resistance to the corruption. His ability to create the barrier that protected Sif suggests that he retained enough of his original nature to perform protective magic, even while under attack from the forces of darkness. However, once he had sacrificed his shield arm and lost his primary means of defense, the corruption appears to have accelerated. Without the ability to properly protect himself, Artorias became increasingly vulnerable to the Abyss's influence. His exposure to the humanity sprites and other corrupting forces in the chasm would have gradually worn down his remaining resistance. We might speculate that the corruption process involved both external and internal elements. Externally, the various creatures and energies of the Abyss would have directly attacked Artorias' body and mind. Internally, his own despair and frustration at his failure to complete his mission might have made him more susceptible to the corruption's influence. The final stage of corruption seems to have involved the complete loss of Artorias' rational mind while preserving his combat instincts and muscle memory. This created the twisted creature that players encounter in the DLC, a being that retains all of Artorias' fighting skills, but none of his noble purpose or moral judgment. The wisdom of Goff. Among the four knights of Gwyn, Hawkeye Goff appears to have been the one who best understood the fundamental problem with Artorias' mission to Ulasil. According to his dialogue in the DLC, Goff recognized that Artorias was doomed from the beginning because he lacked the darkness necessary to resist the Abyss's corruption. The game tells us through Goff's words that Knight Artorias came to stop this, but such a hero has nary a murmur of dark. Without doubt, he will be swallowed by the Abyss, overcome by its utter blackness. This observation reveals a deep understanding of the metaphysical principles that govern the conflict between light and dark in the Dark Souls universe. Goff's insight suggests that the very qualities that made Artorias an ideal knight of Gwyn, his purity of purpose, his unwavering dedication to the light, his complete rejection of darkness, were also the qualities that made him vulnerable to the abyss. It's possible to speculate that a knight who possessed some measure of darkness within himself might have been better equipped to resist the corruption. This creates a fascinating paradox within the lore. The knights who were most suited to serve Gwyn's order were least suited to combat the greatest threats to that order. It raises questions about whether Gwyn's system of governance and military organization was fundamentally flawed in its approach to dealing with the forces of darkness. We might theorize that Goth's blindness, whether literal or metaphorical, allowed him to see truths that others missed. His physical separation from the immediate events gave him a perspective that the other knights lacked. He could observe the situation objectively, rather than being caught up in the emotional and political pressures that drove the decision to send Artorias on his doomed mission. The chosen undead's role. The time travel narrative of the Artorias of the Abyss. DLC creates a complex relationship between the chosen undead and the legendary knight. According to the game's plot, the chosen undead is pulled back in time by Manus and becomes the true hero who completes Artorias' mission. This arrangement raises profound questions about identity, heroism, and the nature of legend itself. The chosen undead's success, where Artorias failed, isn't necessarily a matter of superior skill or courage. According to the established lore, the key difference is that the chosen undead possesses humanity, the very quality that Goth identified as necessary for surviving exposure to the abyss. This humanity provides a natural resistance to corruption that pure beings of light like Artorias simply don't have. This creates an interesting commentary on the nature of heroism in the Dark Souls universe. The game seems to suggest that the greatest heroes aren't necessarily the purest or most noble individuals, but rather those who possess the right combination of qualities for the specific challenges they face. The chosen undead's hybrid nature, neither fully light nor fully dark, makes them uniquely suited to navigate the complex moral landscape of their world. The anonymity of the chosen undead's heroics in Ulasil also speaks to different concepts of heroism. While Artorias sought glory and recognition for his deeds, the chosen undead accomplishes their mission and then fades from history without seeking credit or acknowledgement. This suggests that true heroism might involve doing what's necessary, regardless of whether anyone will remember or appreciate it. We might speculate that the game's structure deliberately contrasts these two approaches to heroism. Artorias represents the classical hero, noble, skilled, and driven by high ideals. The chosen undead represents a more pragmatic hero, someone who does what needs to be done without being overly concerned about how it reflects on their character or reputation. The psychology of corruption. The way Artorias succumbs to the abyss provides insight into the psychological mechanisms of corruption in the Dark Souls universe. According to the available evidence, the process wasn't simply a matter of external force overwhelming internal resistance. Instead, it appears to have involved the corruption exploiting and perverting Artorias' own nature. Based on what we can observe of corrupted Artorias' behavior, the Abyss seems to have taken his protective instincts and transformed them into aggressive territorialism. His dedication to his mission became obsessive compulsion. His martial skills became tools of mindless destruction rather than purposeful combat. This type of corruption is particularly insidious because it doesn't require the victim to abandon their core values. It simply redirects those values toward destructive ends. Artorias might have genuinely believed, even in his corrupted state, that he was still protecting people and serving justice. The corruption would have made him unable to recognize that his actions were causing the very harm he sought to prevent. We might theorize that this explains why Artorias retained his combat abilities even after losing his sanity. The corruption didn't eliminate his skills because those skills were useful to its purposes. Instead, It eliminated his judgment about when and how to use those skills, turning a protector into a predator while maintaining the surface appearance of heroic behavior. This aspect of the corruption makes it a particularly effective metaphor for various forms of moral and psychological decay. Like the Abyss's influence on Artorias, real-world corruption often works by gradually shifting our understanding of our own motivations and purposes until we become convinced that harmful actions are actually beneficial ones. The symbolism of the wolf. Sif's role in Artorias' story operates on multiple symbolic levels that enrich our understanding of both characters. According to the established lore, wolves in the Dark Souls universe are associated with loyalty, wildness, and a connection to primordial forces that predate the current age. The choice to make Artorias' companion a wolf, rather than another human, or a more conventional mount, speaks to the knight's character in subtle ways. Wolves are pack animals that form strong social bonds, but they're also predators, with a fierce independence that can't be fully domesticated. This duality mirrors something in Artorias himself, his deep loyalty to his comrades and his causes, combined with a willingness to venture alone into dangerous territory. Sif's survival of Artorias' corruption and subsequent centuries-long vigil transforms the wolf into a symbol of enduring memory and faithful devotion. The image of this great beast maintaining watch over a grave, wielding a sword too large for any normal creature, creates a powerful visual representation of how love and loyalty can transcend death and time. The tragic irony of Sif's situation, being saved by Artorias only to spend eternity guarding against others suffering his fate, adds layers of meaning to their relationship. We might speculate that Sif's decision to prevent others from claiming the covenant of Artorias represents not just obedience to duty, but a form of protective love. The wolf understands, perhaps better than anyone, the true cost of venturing into the abyss. When players are forced to fight Sif in the base game, they're not just overcoming an obstacle to their progress, they're participating in the final tragedy of Artorias' story. The knight's last act was to save his companion, but the ultimate result is that players must destroy that same companion to continue their own heroic journey. The architecture of tragedy. The structure of Artorias' story follows classical tragic patterns while subverting them in interesting ways. According to traditional tragic narratives, heroes fall due to hubris or character flaws that lead them to make fatal mistakes. Artorias' tragedy operates differently. He falls not because of personal failings, but because he attempted something that was simply impossible, given his nature and circumstances. This creates a different kind of tragic impact. Rather than feeling that Artorias brought his fate upon himself through poor choices or moral failures, we're left with the sense that he was doomed by the very qualities that made him admirable. His loyalty, courage, and dedication to protecting others were exactly the traits that made him vulnerable to the Abyss's corruption. The game's presentation of this tragedy also subverts traditional narrative expectations about heroism and victory. In most stories, when a hero falls, either they're eventually redeemed through their own efforts, or their sacrifice directly enables someone else's victory. Artorias' story follows neither pattern. He falls completely, and his mission is completed by someone else entirely, through separate actions. Yet the story doesn't present this as a simple failure. Artorias' final act of protecting Sif transforms his defeat into a different kind of victory. Not the victory he sought, but a victory that was more personally meaningful. He couldn't save Ulasil or defeat Manus, but he could save the being he cared about most. We might theorize that this structure reflects the game's broader themes about the complexity of heroism and the different ways that victory and defeat can be defined. Sometimes the most important battles aren't the ones that determine the fate of kingdoms, but the ones that determine what kind of person you choose to be in your final moments. The legacy of equipment. The legendary status of Artorias' equipment in the Dark Souls world provides another lens through which to examine his story and impact. According to the game's lore, his sword, shield, and armor all became artifacts of immense power and significance, sought after by warriors throughout the land. The Great Sword of Artorias, crafted from Sif's soul, represents a fascinating fusion of the knight's legacy with his companion's essence. This weapon embodies both Artorias' legendary swordsmanship and Sif's unwavering loyalty, creating an artifact that is more than the sum of its parts. The fact that it requires high stats in multiple attributes to wield effectively suggests that it demands the same kind of exceptional dedication that Artorias himself possessed. The Wolf Ring, with its boost to poise, represents Artorias' unshakable determination and unbendable will of steel. That this ring can be found in the Darkroot Garden, near where Sif maintains his vigil, suggests that it was lost or abandoned during Artorias' final mission. Its presence there serves as a tangible reminder of the knight's sacrifice and the price of confronting the darkness. The silver pendant, meanwhile, represents the institutional support that Artorias received for his dangerous missions. This ancient treasure of Anor Londo was specifically given to him to help in facing the Abyss. Its continued existence and utility in the DLC suggests that the knowledge and artifacts needed to combat darkness persist even after individual heroes fall. We might speculate that the legendary status of Artorias' equipment serves multiple purposes within the game's world. For ordinary warriors, these artifacts represent tangible connections to heroic ideals and the possibility of achieving greatness. For those who know the true story of Artorias' fate, they serve as reminders of both the potential and the limitations of individual heroism. The ripple effects. Artorias' story doesn't exist in isolation. According to the established lore, his fate had far-reaching consequences that affected numerous other characters and storylines throughout the Dark Souls universe. The dissolution of the Four Knights, the corruption of New Londo, and the eventual decline of Gwyn's kingdom can all be traced, in part, to the loss of this crucial figure. The other Knights of Gwyn each responded to Artorias' fate in different ways that reveal aspects of their own characters. Ornstein's eventual abandonment of his post to search for the Nameless King might represent his own disillusionment with Gwyn's leadership after witnessing what happened to his fellow knight. Kieran's obvious grief and her request for Artorias' soul suggest deep personal feelings that add another dimension to the tragedy. Lord Gwyn himself may have been profoundly affected by Artorias' fall, though the game provides limited direct evidence of this. We might speculate that losing his most trusted knight to the very forces he had been sent to combat contributed to Gwyn's growing desperation and his eventual decision to link the First Flame himself rather than risk another failure. The people of Ulasil, despite being saved by the chosen undead's intervention, still suffered catastrophic losses. According to the game's timeline, Ulasil as a civilization essentially ceased to exist, with only fragments like Dusk surviving into the present day. This suggests that even successful heroic intervention sometimes comes too late to prevent tragedy entirely. The broader implications of Artorias' story extend to the game's themes about the cyclical nature of history and heroism. His fall and the anonymous hero's success in completing his mission establish a pattern that resonates throughout the series. The idea that each generation must face the darkness anew, often without knowing or understanding the sacrifices made by previous heroes. The question of inevitability. One of the most haunting aspects of Artorias' story is the question of whether his fate was inevitable given his nature and circumstances. According to the established lore, Goff seemed to believe that Artorias was doomed from the moment he accepted the mission to Ulasil. This raises profound questions about free will, destiny, and the relationship between character and fate. If we accept Goff's analysis that Artorias lacked the darkness necessary to resist the Abyss, then his corruption becomes not a failure of will or preparation, but a natural consequence of his fundamental nature. This suggests that some individuals may be constitutionally unsuited for certain types of challenges, regardless of their skill or determination. At the same time, the game presents Artorias' mission as a choice he made freely, driven by his sense of duty and his desire to protect others. This implies that he could have refused the mission or approached it differently, potentially avoiding his tragic fate. The tension between these perspectives reflects broader philosophical questions about the relationship between character and destiny. We might theorize that the game's presentation of this dilemma is intentionally ambiguous, reflecting the complexity of real-world questions about personal responsibility and situational constraints. Like many aspects of Dark Souls lore, it invites contemplation rather than providing simple answers. The question of inevitability also extends to the broader pattern of heroic cycles in the game's world. If each age requires heroes to confront the darkness, and if those heroes are frequently consumed by the very forces they're meant to combat, then perhaps the real tragedy isn't individual failure, but the systematic nature of the pattern itself. The Abyss Watcher's legacy. Though they appear in Dark Souls III rather than the original game, the Abyss Watchers provide important context for understanding Artorias' legacy and influence. According to the lore of the third game, these warriors formed a covenant dedicated to preventing the spread of the Abyss, directly inspired by Artorias' example and his techniques. The Abyss Watchers adopted Artorias' fighting style, wielding greatswords with similar techniques, and even developing their own version of his signature moves. They also acquired some form of the blood of the wolf, which may have been connected to Sif's essence or a ritual derived from the bond between Artorias and his companion. However, the ultimate fate of the Abyss Watchers mirrors that of their inspiration. They too became corrupted by the very darkness they sought to combat. According to Dark Souls III's lore, the Abyss Watchers were forced to fight among themselves as corruption spread through their ranks, echoing the tragedy that befell their legendary predecessor. This pattern suggests that Artorias' story represents more than just individual tragedy. It reveals something fundamental about the relationship between light and darkness in the Dark Souls universe. The very act of opposing the Abyss seems to create vulnerability to its influence, making those who fight it most susceptible to becoming its servants. We might speculate that this cyclical pattern reflects the game's broader themes about the inevitability of change and the ultimate futility of trying to preserve any particular state of being permanently. Just as the Age of Fire must eventually give way to the Age of Dark, so too must even the most dedicated guardians eventually fall to the forces they oppose. The philosophical implications. Artorias' story operates on multiple philosophical levels that extend beyond its immediate narrative context. The relationship between purity and vulnerability, the nature of heroic sacrifice, and the complex dynamics of legend versus reality all contribute to a rich tapestry of meaning that rewards deep contemplation. The idea that Artorias' very purity made him vulnerable to corruption challenges conventional notions about the relationship between virtue and strength. In most heroic narratives, moral goodness serves as a form of protection against evil influences. Artorias' story suggests that sometimes moral goodness can actually increase vulnerability by creating blind spots or limiting tactical options. This doesn't necessarily diminish the value of virtue, but it does complicate our understanding of how virtue operates in a complex moral landscape. The game seems to suggest that effective opposition to evil sometimes requires understanding and even incorporating aspects of what you're fighting against. A perspective that Artorias' pure nature wouldn't allow him to adopt. The question of whether ignorance or knowledge of the truth serves people better is another philosophical thread running through Artorias' story. The legend that inspires people is false, but it provides hope, and courage. The truth is tragic, but it offers more nuanced lessons about the nature of heroism and sacrifice. We might theorize that the game's presentation of this dilemma reflects a mature understanding of how meaning and truth interact in human experience. Sometimes the stories we tell ourselves are more important than literal accuracy, but sometimes facing hard truths is necessary for genuine growth and understanding. The bonds beyond death. The relationship between Artorias and Sif demonstrates how love and loyalty can transcend not only death, but also the corruption of everything that once gave those bonds meaning. According to the established lore, Sif's vigil over Artorias' grave represents more than simple obedience or duty. It represents a choice to honor the memory of a relationship that was fundamentally good, regardless of how it ended. This aspect of their story provides one of the few purely positive elements in an otherwise tragic narrative. While Artorias was corrupted and lost to darkness, while his mission failed and his legend became a beautiful lie, the love between knight and wolf remained uncorrupted. Sif's faithfulness represents something that the Abyss couldn't touch or transform. The tragedy of their final separation in the base game doesn't diminish this triumph. If anything, it emphasizes the precious nature of what they shared. The player's need for the covenant of Artorias creates a situation where Sif must choose between honoring Artorias' memory through protecting his grave and helping another hero who might succeed where Artorias failed. Different players might interpret Sif's choice differently. Some might see it as stubborn loyalty that ultimately serves no useful purpose. Others might view it as a noble commitment to principle that demonstrates the wolf's understanding of what truly matters. The game's presentation allows for both interpretations while suggesting that both contain elements of truth. We might speculate that Sif's vigil serves purposes beyond simple memorial. By guarding the covenant of Artorias, the wolf ensures that anyone who claims it must prove their worthiness through combat. This creates a test that separates those who are truly prepared for the challenges of the Abyss from those who merely think they are. The cycle of heroes. Artorias' story fits into a broader pattern of heroic cycles that defines much of the Dark Souls narrative. According to the established lore, each age seems to produce heroes who rise to confront existential threats, achieve varying degrees of success, and eventually fall or fade away, leaving the stage clear for the next generation of heroes. This cyclical pattern suggests that heroism in the Dark Souls universe isn't about achieving permanent victory over evil, but about maintaining the ongoing struggle between light and darkness. Each hero contributes to this struggle in their own way, but none can resolve it definitively. Artorias' contribution was to demonstrate both the potential and the limitations of individual heroism. The anonymous nature of the chosen undead's role in completing Artorias' mission reinforces this cyclical theme. The hero who actually saves Ulasil disappears from history, allowing the legend of Artorias to persist while making room for future heroes to emerge when they're needed. This suggests that the most important aspect of heroism might not be personal glory or recognition, but the willingness to do what's necessary when the moment demands it. The fact that Artorias' techniques and ideals influenced later heroes like the Abyss Watchers suggests that even failed heroism can have lasting positive impact. While Artorias couldn't complete his own mission, his example inspired others to take up the fight against darkness. This creates a form of immortality that transcends individual success or failure. We might theorize that this cyclical understanding of heroism reflects a more mature and realistic approach to social change and moral progress. Rather than expecting individual heroes to solve all problems permanently, it suggests that each generation must take responsibility for confronting the challenges of their time, building on the efforts of those who came before while preparing the way for those who will come after. The cost of glory. Throughout his story, Artorias embodies both the appeal and the dangers of pursuing glory through heroic action. According to the established lore, He was widely celebrated for his previous successes against the Dark Wraiths and his ability to traverse the abyss. This reputation both qualified him for the mission to Ulasil and may have contributed to his downfall. The very qualities that made Artorias famous, his unwavering dedication to fighting evil, his willingness to venture into dangerous territory, his refusal to retreat from seemingly impossible challenges, were also the qualities that made him vulnerable to the specific threat posed by Manus and the spreading abyss. This creates a complex relationship between heroic virtue and practical effectiveness. The game suggests that the traits we most admire in heroes aren't necessarily the traits that make them most likely to succeed in specific situations. Sometimes heroism requires flexibility, compromise, or strategic retreat, options that Artorias' character and reputation wouldn't allow him to consider. The legend that grew up around Artorias after his death represents both a vindication of his heroic ideals and a denial of the reality of his experience. People needed to believe in the possibility of pure heroic triumph, so they created a story that satisfied that need regardless of what actually happened. We might speculate that this reflects a broader tension between the human need for inspiring examples and the complex reality of how change actually occurs in the world. Heroes serve important psychological and social functions that go beyond their literal accomplishments, but this can create pressure on actual individuals to live up to impossible standards. The geography of memory. The physical spaces associated with Artorias' story, Darkroot Garden, the Chasm of the Abyss, Ulasil Township, function as repositories of memory that preserve different aspects of his legacy. According to the established lore, these locations continue to bear the marks of the events that transpired there, creating a kind of geographical narrative that parallels the emotional and spiritual dimensions of the story. Darkroot Garden, where Sif maintains his vigil, represents the peaceful memorial aspect of Artorias' legacy. This serene graveyard, with its ancient trees and quiet atmosphere, provides a space for reflection and remembrance. The presence of Sif and the sword marking Artorias' grave creates a shrine-like quality that invites contemplation of heroic sacrifice and enduring loyalty. The Chasm of the Abyss, by contrast, preserves the site of Artorias' failure and corruption. This dark, twisted space filled with humanity, sprites, and corruption represents the costs of heroic ambition and the dangers of confronting forces beyond one's understanding. The very air of the place seems to retain the memory of anguish and defeat. Ulasil Township and its surrounding areas show the broader consequences of the events that consumed Artorias. The twisted architecture, the corrupted inhabitants, and the general atmosphere of decay and madness all serve as reminders of how individual tragedy can have far-reaching social and cultural consequences. These geographical markers ensure that Artorias' story remains visible in the world even after the immediate participants have died or moved on. They create physical spaces where future generations can encounter the legacy of past events and draw their own lessons from what transpired. We might speculate that the persistence of these memorial spaces reflects the game's broader themes about how the past continues to shape the present. Just as the Age of Fire is built on the foundation of previous ages, so too are individual heroes shaped by the examples and failures of those who came before them. The language of loss. The way Artorias' story is told through item descriptions, environmental details, and fragmented dialogue reflects Dark Souls' distinctive approach to narrative exposition. Rather than providing complete explanations or definitive accounts, the game presents pieces of information that must be assembled by attentive players into a coherent understanding of what happened. This narrative technique is particularly effective for Artorias' story because it mirrors the way memory and legend actually work. Important events are rarely preserved in complete objective accounts. Instead, they survive as fragments, impressions, and stories that may contain distortions or gaps. The player's work in piecing together Artorias' tale becomes a metaphor for how we understand and interpret historical events in general. The gaps and ambiguities in the narrative also allow for multiple interpretations and personal responses to the story. Different players might emphasize different aspects of Artorias' character or draw different lessons from his fate, depending on their own perspectives and experiences. This creates a more personal and emotionally resonant engagement with the material than a straightforward narrative might achieve. The fact that key elements of the story are revealed through optional content, hidden areas, and subtle environmental details ensures that the full scope of Artorias' tragedy is only available to players who actively seek it out. This creates a sense of discovery and personal investment that enhances the emotional impact of the revelations. We might theorize that this approach to storytelling reflects a respect for the intelligence and interpretive capabilities of the audience. Rather than assuming that players need every detail explained explicitly, the game trusts them to engage actively with the material and draw their own conclusions about its meaning and significance. The ethics of memory. Artorias' story raises complex questions about how societies should remember their heroes, and whether there are circumstances where noble lies serve better purposes than tragic truths. According to the established lore, the false legend of Artorias' victory provides inspiration and hope to people throughout the Dark Souls world, while the true story of his failure and corruption would likely have a more demoralizing effect. This creates an ethical dilemma about the responsibilities of those who know the truth. Should they preserve the inspiring legend for the benefit of society, or should they reveal the reality regardless of its potential negative impact? The game doesn't provide a clear answer to this question, instead presenting both sides of the dilemma and allowing players to draw their own conclusions. The anonymous nature of the chosen undead's role in the story adds another layer to this ethical complexity. The true hero of Ulasil chooses not to claim credit for their actions, allowing Artorias' legend to persist unchallenged. This could be seen as either a noble act of self-sacrifice that preserves something valuable for society, or as a missed opportunity to provide people with a more accurate understanding of how heroism actually works. The fact that certain individuals, like Goff and possibly others among the Four Knights, seem to know at least part of the truth suggests that complete suppression of accurate information isn't always possible or desirable. The existence of multiple levels of understanding allows different audiences to engage with the story at whatever level is most appropriate for their needs and capabilities. We might speculate that the game's presentation of this dilemma reflects real-world challenges about how societies deal with uncomfortable truths about their heroes and founding myths. The tension between inspiring ideals and complex realities is a persistent feature of human culture, and Artorias' story provides a framework for thinking about how to navigate these challenges. Conclusion: The Eternal Night. And so concludes our deep dive into the tragic legend of Artorias the Abyss Walker. We've discovered a story that operates on multiple levels, as a tale of heroic sacrifice, as an examination of the relationship between legend and reality, and as a meditation on the nature of corruption, loyalty, and the price of confronting darkness. From his origins as one of Gwyn's most trusted knights, to his final transformation into a creature of the very abyss he sought to combat, Artorias' journey reminds us that even the greatest heroes are fallible beings whose noble intentions don't guarantee success. His failure to save Ulasil doesn't diminish his courage or his commitment to protecting others. If anything, it makes his final act of saving Sif even more meaningful. The bond between Artorias and Sif represents something pure and uncorrupted in a world full of moral ambiguity and cosmic horror. Their loyalty to each other transcends death, corruption, and the passage of centuries, providing one of the few unambiguously positive elements in an otherwise tragic narrative. Perhaps most importantly, Artorias' story teaches us that heroism isn't always about victory or recognition. Sometimes the most heroic act is recognizing when to let others carry on the fight, or choosing to protect what you can when you can't protect everything. The knight who became a legend not for his success but for his sacrifice continues to inspire both characters within the game world and players who encounter his story. The legacy of Artorias continues to echo through the Dark Souls series, influencing characters like the Abyss Watchers and providing a template for understanding how heroism functions in a world where victory is always temporary and every age must produce new champions to face eternal challenges. Welcome back to Lore 2 RPG, where we dive deep into gaming's greatest stories. Today, we journey into the twisted realm of Dark Souls 2 to explore one of the most fascinating and tragic figures in the entire Dark Souls universe, Aldia, scholar of the First Sin. Over the next couple hours, we'll uncover the rise and fall of King Vendrick's elder brother, his horrifying experiments in pursuit of truth, and the terrible price he paid for trying to break free from the cycle of light and dark. So settle in, get comfortable, and let's begin this epic adventure into madness and revelation. When we speak of Dark Souls 2, we often focus on the familiar themes of linking the fire or letting it fade. But Aldia represents something far more complex and disturbing, a brilliant mind that saw through the lies of the world itself and paid the ultimate price for that knowledge. He is, quite literally, the scholar of the First Sin, named after the very act that condemned humanity to an endless cycle of suffering. To understand Aldia, we must first understand what that first sin truly was. The nature of the first sin. Long before the kingdom of Drangleic ever existed, in the primordial age, when the first flame brought disparity to the world, 4 great souls were found in the flame. The lords, Gwyn, the witch of Izalith, Nito, and the furtive pygmy, claimed these souls and used them to wage war against the immortal stone dragons. But as the flame began to fade, as all fires must, Gwyn committed an act that would echo through countless ages. Rather than allow the natural cycle to complete itself and usher in the Age of Dark, Gwyn chose to link his soul to the first flame, becoming the first Lord of Cinder. This act, this desperate clinging to power and light, was the first sin. It wasn't simply a mistake or miscalculation. It was a fundamental violation of the natural order, a rejection of humanity's true nature, and the onset of an artificial cycle that would trap souls in an endless loop of linking and fading. Aldia understood this truth in ways that few others ever could. Through his dialogue, we learn that he saw how Gwyn, the Lord of Light, banished dark and all that stemmed from humanity. When the flame was linked, humans were given what Aldia calls fleeting form, a cursed existence where they would hollow when they died, losing their humanity piece by piece unless they could gather more souls to sustain themselves. This wasn't a blessing or protection. It was a trap designed to ensure that humanity would always serve the flame, either by feeding its souls or by eventually being driven to link it themselves. The curse of undeath, the dark sign that marks every undead, the endless cycle of kingdoms rising and falling. All of this stems from that first sin, and Aldia, more than perhaps any other character in the series, devoted his entire existence to understanding and ultimately trying to break free from this cycle. The brother who helped build a kingdom. But Aldia's story doesn't begin with cosmic truths and eldritch transformations. It begins much more humbly, with 2 brothers who dreamed of building something lasting in a world defined by decay. Aldia was the elder brother of Vendrick, and together they founded the kingdom of Drangleic from the ruins of countless kingdoms that had come before. This partnership speaks to Aldia's character in ways that are often overlooked. He could have claimed the throne himself as the elder sibling. He could have seized power and ruled directly. Instead, he chose to support his younger brother, working from the shadows to ensure Drangleic's success. This wasn't born from weakness or lack of ambition. It was a conscious choice made by someone who valued knowledge and understanding over political power. The relationship between the brothers was, by all accounts, close in those early days. They shared the same goal: to break the curse of undeath that plagued their subjects and find a way to free humanity from the endless cycle of fire and dark. Where they would eventually differ was in their methods and how far they were willing to go in pursuit of that goal. Vendrick approached the problem like a king, seeking solutions through conquest, diplomacy, and the accumulation of power. He crossed the sea to wage war against the giants, partly at the manipulation of Nashandra, but also in pursuit of their secrets. He sought the ancient dragon and the crown of the Ivory King, gathering artifacts and souls that might hold the key to understanding the curse. Aldia, meanwhile, approached the problem like a scholar. He believed the answer lay in understanding the fundamental nature of souls, life, and death itself. This drove him to gather some of the greatest minds of the age at his manor, creating a research facility unlike anything the world had seen. These weren't just sorcerers or clerics. They were true scholars of the arcane. People who understood that magic wasn't simply about throwing fireballs or healing wounds, but about comprehending the very fabric of reality. The Warlock Mask tells us that these scholars gave rise to wicked things and even forbidden rituals upon themselves. The question it poses is haunting. No one knows if they were born mad or if their own misdeeds drove them over the edge. This isn't a casual observation. It's a fundamental question about the nature of knowledge itself. Does seeking certain truths inevitably lead to madness? Or do only the mad dare to seek such truths in the first place? The pursuit of forbidden knowledge. Aldia's Keep stands as a monument to ambition unchecked by moral restraint. Walking through its halls, you encounter the remnants of experiments that would make even the most hardened scholar recoil in horror. The very atmosphere of the place speaks to years of progressively darker research, each discovery pushing the boundaries of what was considered acceptable further and further. The northern and southern ritual bands, powerful rings that could enhance magical capabilities, came from Aldia's research. But their item descriptions tell us exactly what price was paid for their creation. To imagine what unspeakable deeds were performed to create such rings, one need only recall the cruel fate of the residents of Aldia. This isn't hyperbole or exaggeration. The people who came to Aldia's Keep, researchers, scholars, even ordinary citizens, became test subjects in experiments that defy comprehension. The homunculus mace and wooden shield provide glimpses into the nature of these experiments. They're adorned with strange spherical lumps that contain what appears to be humanity itself, artificial life created through the manipulation of dark souls. This wasn't theoretical research. Aldia was literally attempting to create life, to understand the process by which souls generated consciousness and identity. The dragon acolytes throughout the keep tell another part of the story. These weren't willing converts to some dragon-worshipping cult. They were researchers who had been transformed through Aldia's attempts to recreate dragons. The very fact that a giant dragon skeleton lunges at you when you enter the keep suggests that these experiments weren't entirely successful, but they were certainly comprehensive. Perhaps most disturbing of all are the enhanced undead, hollows that have been modified and enhanced through Aldia's research. Their presence at Sinner's Rise, the same location where we find the lost sinner who possessed the soul of the Witch of Izalith, suggests that Aldia's research connected him to the original chaos of the Bed of Chaos. This isn't coincidental. Aldia's transformed appearance, with its branch-like appendages and fiery aura, bears a striking resemblance to the Bed of Chaos itself. This connection raises profound questions about the nature of Aldia's research and ultimate transformation. Did he deliberately seek to recreate the Witch of Izalith's attempt to create a new flame? Was his transformation the result of trying to master the same chaotic forces that consumed Izalith? Or was this similarity simply the inevitable result of any attempt to fundamentally alter the nature of life and death? The rift between brothers. As Aldea's research grew more extreme, the relationship between the brothers began to fracture. The Aldea key tells us the tragic truth. King Vendrick condemned his own elder brother to the mansion. They both sought the truth, but through different means, and their fervour meant the eventual withering of their familial ties. This wasn't a sudden break or a moment of explosive anger. It was a gradual erosion of trust and understanding between two people who had once shared everything. Vendrick, for all his flaws, remained fundamentally human in his approach to problems. He understood that there were lines that shouldn't be crossed, boundaries that needed to be respected, even in the pursuit of the greater good. Aldea saw these moral constraints as obstacles to understanding. From his perspective, the curse of undeath was causing infinite suffering across countless generations. If a few hundred or even a few thousand test subjects had to suffer and die to break that curse, wasn't that a fair trade? This utilitarian calculus, the willingness to sacrifice the few for the many, is what ultimately drove the wedge between the brothers. But there was another factor at play here, one that speaks to Aldea's growing isolation from humanity itself. The Dragon Acolyte armor tells us that several of the greatest minds converged in Aldea to weave strange new rituals, but rumors suggest that during the course of their work, their thoughts were not their own. This suggests that Aldea and his researchers weren't simply driven mad by their discoveries. They may have been influenced or manipulated by forces beyond their understanding. When you're dealing with the fundamental forces of souls, life, and death, you're inevitably touching powers that exist beyond human comprehension. The Sunset Staff, forged in Aldea, is particularly powerful for casting hexes, dark magic that draws its power from humanity itself. The more Aldea delved into these mysteries, the more he may have opened himself to influences that human minds weren't meant to handle. Vendrick's decision to lock Aldea away wasn't just about stopping the experiments. It was about protecting what remained of his brother's humanity, and perhaps protecting the kingdom from whatever Aldea might become if his research continued unchecked. In the end, this protection came too late. The terrible transformation. What happened to Aldea after Vendrick sealed him away is one of the most tragic transformations in the entire Dark Souls universe. Through his experiments, particularly his attempts to understand and shed what he called the yoke of fate, Aldea pushed his research to its ultimate conclusion, experimenting upon himself. The result was the creature we encounter in Scholar of the First Sin, a massive, grotesque entity that appears to be composed of fire, branches, and raw magical energy, with a single red orb that might be an eye. This isn't death in any conventional sense. Aldea has become something beyond human understanding, bound to the bonfires themselves, the very symbols of the cycle he sought to break. What makes Aldea's transformation particularly fascinating is that it appears to have achieved a form of immortality, but at the cost of everything that made him human. When we defeat him in the Throne of Want, he doesn't die like other bosses. He dissipates into smoke and continues speaking to us, having transcended conventional existence. He drops no souls, gives no tangible reward, because he has moved beyond the normal rules that govern souls and mortality. This transformation has a deeper symbolic meaning that connects to the themes of Dark Souls 2. Aldea sought to break free from the cycle of fire and dark, but in doing so, he became trapped in an even more fundamental way. He gained the knowledge he sought, understanding the true nature of the first sin and the cycle that binds humanity, but lost the ability to act on that knowledge in any meaningful way. His form, resembling the bed of chaos with its branch-like protrusions and fiery appearance, suggests that his research into the nature of life and chaos ultimately consumed him, just as it had consumed the Witch of Izalith. But where the witch's transformation was accidental, the result of a desperate attempt to recreate the first flame, Aldia's transformation appears to have been deliberate, the final step in a research project that had already cost him everything else. The scholar's understanding. What sets Aldia apart from other tragic figures in Dark Souls is the depth of his understanding. While characters like Vendrick eventually grasped the futility of the cycle, they did so too late to act on that knowledge. Aldia, by contrast, understood the nature of the first sin and its consequences, while he still had the power to research a solution. His dialogue throughout Scholar of the First Sin reveals someone who has seen through all the comfortable lies that allow people to function in their cursed world. He understands that the choice between linking the fire and letting it fade is no choice at all. Both paths simply perpetuate the cycle in different ways. He knows that the undead curse isn't a disease to be cured, but a fundamental aspect of reality as Gwyn reshaped it. When Aldia speaks of peace, he's referring to the illusion that allows humans to believe their lives have meaning within the current system. Peace grants men the illusion of life, he tells us. Shackled by falsehoods, they yearn for love, unaware of its grand illusion. This isn't cynicism speaking, it's the voice of someone who has looked behind the curtain and seen the machinery that keeps the world functioning. The tragedy of Aldia is that his understanding is essentially correct. The cycle of fire and dark is a trap. The undead curse is an artificial construct designed to serve the needs of the flame rather than humanity. The choices presented to every chosen undead throughout history are false choices that ultimately change nothing. But having this knowledge doesn't automatically provide a solution. Aldia's research was an attempt to find what he calls a third path, something beyond the simple binary of light and dark. His experiments with dragons, his attempts to understand the nature of souls, his horrifying studies of life and death, all of this was aimed at finding a way to break free from the cycle entirely. And in a sense, he succeeded. He found a way to exist outside the normal rules, to transcend the limitations that bind other souls. But this transcendence came at a price that ultimately makes it meaningless. What good is freedom from the cycle if you can no longer act within the world? What value is immortality if you've lost everything that made life worth living? Aldia's transformation is a cautionary tale about the dangers of pursuing knowledge without wisdom, understanding without compassion, the ancient dragon connection and theoretical recreations. One of the most intriguing aspects of Aldia's research is his apparent attempt to recreate dragons. The guardian dragon that serves as a boss in his keep isn't a natural dragon, it's an artificial creation, and examining its soul raises disturbing questions about Aldia's methods and motivations. The ancient dragon at the Dragon Shrine presents an even more complex mystery. While never explicitly confirmed, substantial evidence suggests this being may also be one of Aldia's creations rather than a true ancient dragon. When killed, it drops a giant soul rather than an ancient dragon soul. The real ancient dragon soul can only be found in the memory of a dragon accessed through Freya's arena. Nashandra dismisses it as a false deity and prop, while Sweet Shalquar cryptically refers to something playing the part of a great creature. This theory suggests that Aldia discovered something crucial about giant souls, that they possessed properties that could sustain artificial dragon forms. Giants in Dark Souls 2 appear to exist outside the normal rules that govern human souls, resistant to the undead curse and possessing remarkably stable souls. If Aldia could harness this stability to power artificial dragons, he might have believed he was creating beings that could exist outside the cycle of fire and dark. Dragons in Dark Souls represent something primal and eternal. The ancient dragons existed before the first flame brought disparity to the world. They were immortal not through any special power or magical protection, but because they existed in a state of perfect stasis, a world without life or death, without light or dark, without change or growth. Yet even if these theories about Aldia's dragon recreations are correct, they represent a fundamental failure to understand the true nature of the problem he sought to solve. His artificial dragons, whether the guardian dragon or the theorized ancient dragon, weren't true solutions. They were still artificial creations, bound to serve rather than truly free. The attempt to recreate the dragon's immortal stasis only resulted in another form of servitude. This failure speaks to a fundamental limitation in Aldia's approach. He sought to solve the problem of human nature by changing human nature itself, rather than accepting it and working within its constraints. His research was aimed at making humans into something other than human. Dragons, artificial beings, transcendent entities that existed beyond the normal rules of life and death. The price of knowledge. The most chilling aspect of Aldia's story is how it demonstrates the price of forbidden knowledge. Throughout his keep, we see evidence of the gradual corruption of everyone involved in his research. The Warlock mask raises the question of whether the researchers were born mad or driven mad by their work, but the evidence suggests the latter. The northern and southern ritual bands speak of unspeakable deeds performed to create them. The homunculus mace and other artifacts show clear evidence of experiments on living subjects. The enhanced undead demonstrate that Aldia was willing to transform people into monsters for the sake of his research. Each discovery seemed to require greater and greater moral compromises. This escalation is typical of how corruption works in Dark Souls. It rarely announces itself with dramatic fanfare. Instead, it creeps in gradually, each small compromise making the next one easier to justify. First, you're just studying souls in the abstract. Then you need test subjects to understand how souls function in living beings. Then you need to experiment on those subjects to see how souls can be modified or enhanced. Before you know it, you're creating artificial life from the suffering of hundreds of victims. The Dragon Acolyte armor tells us that rumors suggested the researchers' thoughts were not their own. This hints at another layer of corruption, the possibility that the pursuit of certain knowledge inevitably opens the mind to influences that human consciousness isn't equipped to handle. When you're studying the fundamental forces that govern reality, you're touching powers that exist beyond human understanding. Aldia's transformation can be seen as the ultimate endpoint of this corruption. He didn't become a monster through accident or external influence. He became a monster through the logical progression of his research. Each experiment pushed him further from humanity. Each discovery made him more willing to sacrifice human values for abstract understanding. In the end, he achieved his goal of transcending human limitations. But the person who achieved that goal was no longer recognizably the person who had started the journey. The Scholar and the Cycle. What makes Aldia's story particularly tragic is how it reflects the very cycle he sought to break. Just as the cycle of fire and dark traps souls in an endless loop of false choices, Aldia's pursuit of knowledge trapped him in a different kind of cycle. One where each answer only revealed new questions. Each solution only created new problems. His research into the nature of souls led him to experiment on living subjects. His experiments led him to understand the artificial nature of the undead curse. Understanding the curse led him to seek ways to break it. Seeking to break it led him to study dragons and giants. Studying these beings led him to attempt recreating their immortal nature. Each step was logical. Each decision was rational within its own context. But the overall progression led him inexorably toward monstrosity. This mirrors the way the cycle of fire and dark operates. Each chosen undead makes what seems like a reasonable choice. Link the fire to preserve the world, or let it fade to end the suffering. But both choices ultimately perpetuate the same system that created the problem in the first place. The cycle continues not because anyone wants it to, but because the choices available within the system are designed to preserve the system itself. Aldia recognized this pattern in the broader world. but he couldn't see how it applied to his own research. He understood that the choices between fire and dark were false choices, but he couldn't see that his own choice between accepting humanity's limitations and transcending them was equally false. In trying to break free from one cycle, he created another. The scholar of the first sin represents the ultimate tragedy of the Dark Souls universe, the tragedy of understanding without wisdom, knowledge without compassion, truth without hope. He achieved everything he set out to achieve. He understood the nature of the first sin. He transcended human limitations. He found a way to exist beyond the cycle of fire and dark. But in doing so, he lost everything that might have made those achievements meaningful. The artificial dragon and ancient memories. Aldia's attempts to recreate dragons connect to some of the deepest mysteries in Dark Souls 2. The ancient dragon that we can encounter at the Dragon Shrine appears to be another of his creations, though one far more sophisticated than the guardian dragon at his keep. This being can grant us the Ashen Mist Heart, allowing us to travel into the memories of the dead, a power that suggests capabilities far beyond what any artificial creation should possess. If the ancient dragon is indeed Aldia's creation, as suggested by the giant soul it drops when killed, then it represents perhaps the closest he came to achieving his goals. Here is an artificial being that possesses powers rivaling those of true ancient dragons, capable of existing across time and memory in ways that transcend normal limitations. But even this apparent success carries dark implications. The very fact that this ancient dragon is artificial speaks to the fundamental deception at the heart of Aldia's work. He wasn't restoring the world to some previous state of perfection. He was creating elaborate fabrications designed to replicate power he couldn't truly understand. The memories we access through the Ashen Mist Heart show us events from the war between Drangleic and the Giants, but they also reveal deeper truths about the nature of time and causality in the Dark Souls universe. These aren't simple recordings of past events. They're living fragments of history that we can enter and influence. The power to create and manipulate such memories represents godlike abilities, the kind of fundamental control over reality that would be necessary to truly break the cycle. Yet even here, Aldia's limitations become apparent. The memories show us what happened, but they don't provide solutions. We can witness Vendrick's war against the Giants, but we can't prevent it. We can see the events that led to Drangleic's downfall, but we can't change them. The power to access these memories is remarkable, but it's ultimately just another form of observation, more sophisticated than his other research, but still fundamentally passive. This connects to a broader theme in Aldia's story: the difference between understanding and action. He gained incredible knowledge about the nature of the world, developed powerful magical techniques, and achieved forms of existence beyond normal human comprehension. But all of this knowledge and power couldn't help him achieve his fundamental goal of breaking the cycle and freeing humanity from its curse. The true nature of the Giants. Aldia's research into giants reveals another layer of his understanding about the nature of souls and existence. Giants in Dark Souls 2 are presented as fundamentally different from humans. They appear to lack faces in the conventional sense. Their souls are described as being particularly pure and powerful, and they seem to exist according to different rules than human souls. The war between Drangleic and the Giants, orchestrated by Nashandra's manipulation of Vendrick, brought giant souls into the kingdom where Aldia could study them. What he discovered about these beings may have shaped his understanding of what it might mean to exist outside the cycle of fire and dark. Giants appear to be resistant to or immune from the undead curse. We never see hollow giants in the way we see hollow humans. Their souls don't fragment and degrade the way human souls do. They seem to exist in a state that's more stable and permanent than human existence, though they're clearly not immortal in the way that the ancient dragons were. The fact that giant souls can power artificial dragons suggests a deep connection between these two forms of existence. Both giants and dragons represent ways of being that exist outside or alongside the cycle that traps humanity. Giants maintain their coherent existence without needing to constantly gather souls or risk hollowing. Dragons existed in perfect stasis before the flame brought change and disparity to the world. Aldia's research into giants and his attempts to recreate dragons were likely part of the same fundamental project, finding a way for humans to exist according to different rules than those imposed by Gwyn's first sin. If humans could somehow adopt the stable existence of giants or the immortal stasis of dragons, they might be able to escape the cycle entirely. But this research also reveals the limitations of Aldia's approach. He was trying to solve the problem of human nature by making humans into something other than human. Rather than finding a way for humans to thrive within their own nature while escaping the artificial constraints imposed by the cycle, he sought to change human nature itself. The Emerald Herald, and Aldia's possible greatest creation. One of Aldia's most significant potential achievements, though one that remains speculative, is his possible creation of the Emerald Herald. While this connection isn't explicitly confirmed in the game, there are compelling hints that this mysterious figure who guides the bearer of the curse may be another of Aldia's artificial beings, perhaps his most sophisticated creation. The Emerald Herald's ability to strengthen souls, her knowledge of the curse and its nature, her otherworldly appearance and manner of speaking, all of these suggest she's not a natural human being. Her own words hint at artificial origins. I was born of dragons, contrived by men. The theory that she was created by Aldia, and possibly Vendrick, gained support from her role in guiding the bearer of the curse toward the four old ones, and eventually to the throne of want, serving Aldia's ultimate purposes even while appearing to serve traditional goals. If the Emerald Herald is indeed Aldia's creation, and this remains theoretical rather than confirmed, she represents a different approach to his research than the horrifying experiments at his keep. Rather than trying to transform existing beings into something else, he created an entirely artificial being designed to serve a specific purpose. This being possesses impressive powers. The ability to strengthen souls is extraordinary in the context of the Dark Souls universe, but she exists within the world rather than trying to transcend it. The Herald's guidance of the bearer of the curse serves multiple purposes that align with Aldia's goals. By strengthening the bearer and directing them toward the old ones, she ensures that someone powerful enough to potentially break the cycle will eventually reach the throne of want. Her presence throughout the journey provides opportunities for the bearer to grow in understanding, preparing them for the choice that Aldia will eventually offer. But the Herald's ultimate role is perhaps more subtle. She represents proof that artificial life can be created with purpose and intelligence, without the horrific corruption that characterized most of Aldia's other experiments. If he could create a being like the Emerald Herald, it suggests that his research wasn't entirely futile, that it was possible to use knowledge of souls and existence to create something positive rather than simply monstrous. Yet even this achievement is tinged with tragedy. The Emerald Herald, for all her power and knowledge, is still bound to serve the system that Aldia sought to overthrow. She guides the bearer of the curse toward the throne of want, toward the same false choice between fire and dark that has trapped every chosen undead throughout history. Only Aldia's direct intervention at the end offers a third option, the philosophy of the scholar. Throughout his dialogue in Scholar of the First Sin, Aldia reveals a philosophical perspective that's both profound and deeply troubling. He understands that the world as it exists is built on fundamental deceptions, but his response to this understanding is complex and morally ambiguous. When he speaks of the illusion of life that peace provides, he's not simply being nihilistic. He recognizes that most people need these illusions to function, that the truth about the cycle and the curse would be psychologically devastating to anyone who fully understood it. He sees the world as a construction, a facade, and yet a world full of warmth and resplendence. This suggests a kind of tragic empathy in Aldia's character. He understands that the false world is still a world where people can experience love, joy, hope, and meaning, even if those experiences are ultimately illusory. His question to the bearer of the curse, "Young Hollow, are you intent on shattering the yoke, spoiling this wonderful falsehood?" isn't rhetorical. He genuinely wants to know if the truth is worth the destruction of everything that makes life bearable. But Aldia's empathy is coupled with a fundamental detachment from humanity that makes his philosophy dangerous. He can appreciate the beauty of the false world intellectually, but he's no longer emotionally invested in it. His transformation has placed him beyond human concerns, allowing him to contemplate the destruction of everything people hold dear with academic detachment. This detachment is perhaps the most tragic aspect of Aldia's transformation. In seeking to understand and transcend human limitations, he lost the very qualities that might have guided him toward wisdom rather than mere knowledge. Compassion, love, hope. These weren't obstacles to understanding that needed to be overcome. They were essential aspects of humanity that needed to be preserved and honored even in the pursuit of truth. Aldia's offer of a third path reflects this philosophical confusion. He recognizes that the cycle of fire and dark is a trap, and he wants to offer an alternative. But his alternative is essentially nihilistic, walking away from all choices, rejecting both the false and the real, seeking something beyond the scope of light and the reach of dark, without any clear idea of what that something might be. The bonds of family. The relationship between Aldia and Vendrick serves as one of the most poignant elements of the entire Dark Souls 2 narrative. These two brothers, who began with shared goals and mutual affection, ultimately became separated by their different approaches to the same fundamental problem. Vendrick's approach to the undead curse was practical and political. He sought solutions through conquest and accumulation of power, believing that with enough strength and the right artifacts, he could force a solution to the problem. This led him to wage war against the giants, to seek out the ancient dragon, and to gather the crowns of fallen kings, all in service of finding a way to break the curse without having to make the traditional choice between fire and dark. Aldia's approach was intellectual and scientific. He believed that understanding the true nature of the curse would reveal a solution, that knowledge itself could provide the key to freedom. This led him to gather scholars and researchers, to conduct increasingly extreme experiments, and ultimately to sacrifice his own humanity in pursuit of truth. The tragedy is that both brothers were essentially correct in their approaches. Vendrick's gathering of power and artifacts did reveal important truths about the nature of the curse and the cycle. The crowns he collected could indeed provide protection from the effects of the curse, offering a form of limited freedom from its constraints. Aldia's research did uncover the fundamental truths about the first sin and the artificial nature of the cycle, providing the understanding necessary to recognize that the traditional choices were false. But neither brother could achieve their goals alone. Vendrick's practical approach needed the understanding that Aldia's research provided. Aldia's theoretical knowledge needed the power and resources that Vendrick's kingdom could offer. Their separation didn't just doom their individual efforts, it doomed the very possibility of finding a real solution to the problem they both sought to solve. The fact that Vendrick ultimately locks Aldia away speaks to the fundamentally different values that came to separate them. Vendrick retained his humanity and his moral constraints, even when those constraints made his quest more difficult. He couldn't accept the price that Aldia was willing to pay for knowledge, couldn't allow the experiments to continue, even if they might eventually produce a solution. Aldia, by contrast, came to see moral constraints as obstacles to understanding. From his perspective, the suffering of a few test subjects was insignificant compared to the suffering caused by the cycle itself. His willingness to sacrifice others, and ultimately himself, in pursuit of truth reflected a utilitarian calculus that Vendrick couldn't accept. The locking away of Aldia represents one of the great what-if moments in Dark Souls lore. What if Vendrick had found a way to channel his brother's research toward less horrifying ends? What if Aldia had retained enough humanity to accept moral constraints on his work? What if the two brothers had found a way to combine Vendrick's practical approach with Aldia's theoretical understanding? The weight of immortality. Aldia's transformation granted him a form of immortality, but it's an immortality that serves as a punishment rather than a reward. Unlike the natural immortality of the ancient dragons, which existed in perfect unchanging stasis, Aldia's immortality is active and conscious. He's aware of his condition, aware of what he's lost, and aware of the limitations that his transformation has imposed upon him. When he tells us that he lost everything, but remained here patiently, there's a profound sadness in those words. He achieved his goal of transcending human limitations and escaping the normal rules of mortality, but in doing so, he lost everything that might have made such transcendence meaningful. He can no longer act in the world in any meaningful way. He can no longer form human relationships or experience human emotions. He exists as a consciousness bound to the bonfires, capable of observing and understanding but incapable of truly living. This form of existence reflects a deeper truth about the nature of consciousness and identity in the Dark Souls universe. Souls aren't just sources of power or markers of identity. They're the foundation of everything that makes existence meaningful. When Aldia transformed himself beyond the normal rules that govern souls, he didn't just change his physical form. He changed the fundamental nature of his existence in ways that made it impossible for him to participate in the world he sought to save. The immortality that Aldia achieved is, in many ways, a form of hollowing more complete than anything that afflicts normal undead. Hollow undead lose their memories, their personalities, their ability to form new experiences, but they can still be restored if they gather enough souls and humanity. Aldia's transformation appears to be irreversible. He's gained perfect knowledge and understanding, but lost the capacity to grow, change, or form new experiences. This connects to broader themes about the relationship between knowledge and wisdom in the Dark Souls universe. Characters who gain too much knowledge too quickly, like Seath the Scaleless in the first game, or the scholars of the Grand Archives in the third, often lose their sanity or their humanity in the process. Aldia represents the ultimate endpoint of this progression. Perfect knowledge coupled with the complete inability to use that knowledge for any constructive purpose, the final test and the third path. When we finally encounter Aldia as a boss in the Throne of Want, the fight itself is less important than what it represents. This isn't a battle between good and evil, or even between opposing philosophies. It's a test. Aldia's final attempt to determine whether the bearer of the curse is truly capable of walking a different path than all who came before. The mechanics of the fight reflect this purpose. Aldia doesn't attack with the desperate fury of a creature fighting for its life, nor with the mechanical precision of a guardian defending something precious. His attacks are measured, deliberate, almost educational. He demonstrates his power, tests our resolve, and observes our responses. The fact that he continues speaking after his defeat makes it clear that destruction was never his goal. What Aldia is really testing is whether the bearer of the curse has developed beyond the simple binary thinking that has trapped every previous chosen undead. Throughout history, heroes have arrived at moments of crisis with the power to link the fire or let it fade. But they've never questioned whether those were the only options available. They've accepted the choice presented to them without considering that the choice itself might be designed to perpetuate the very system they're trying to change. The bearer of the curse guided by the Emerald Herald and strengthened by encounters with the Old Ones, represents something new in this cycle. For the first time, someone arrives at the throne of want with not just the power to make the traditional choice, but with the understanding to question whether that choice should be made at all. Aldia's dialogue before and during the fight reveals his ultimate purpose. He doesn't want to stop the bearer of the curse from reaching the throne. He wants to ensure that when they get there, they're capable of seeing beyond the false choices that have trapped everyone else. His test is designed to awaken the kind of thinking that might actually lead to something different. The third path that Aldia offers isn't a solution in any conventional sense. It's not a way to break the curse or end the cycle or restore the world to some previous state of perfection. It's simply the recognition that false choices don't have to be accepted, that it's possible to walk away from systems designed to perpetuate themselves, even when walking away means entering unknown territory. This path requires a kind of courage that's different from the heroic bravery typically celebrated in the Dark Souls universe. It's not the courage to face overwhelming odds or to sacrifice oneself for the greater good. It's the courage to reject certainty, to choose uncertainty over false security, to enter the unknown rather than accepting familiar forms of bondage. The legacy of the scholar. Aldia's influence extends far beyond his physical presence in Dark Souls 2. His research, his understanding, and his ultimate transformation represent a fundamental shift in how the Dark Souls universe approaches questions of fate, choice, and human nature. The connection between Aldia and the scholars of Dark Souls 3 is explicitly acknowledged in the Soulstream sorcery, which refers to him as the first of the scholars. This suggests that his approach to understanding the nature of souls and existence influenced generations of researchers who came after him. The Grand Archives in Lothric, with their focus on scholarly research and their tragic corruption of the researchers, can be seen as inheriting Aldia's legacy. But Aldia's influence goes deeper than simply inspiring future scholars. His recognition that the cycle of fire and dark was artificial and self-perpetuating introduced a new level of meta-awareness into the Dark Souls universe. Characters in later games show signs of understanding that their choices might be manipulated, that the crises they face might be manufactured rather than natural. The Prince Lothric of Dark Souls 3, for example, refuses to link the fire not out of despair or inability, but out of a conscious rejection of his role in the cycle. This kind of informed refusal reflects the influence of Aldia's thinking, the idea that understanding the nature of a system gives one the power to refuse participation in it. Similarly, the various endings available in Dark Souls 3 represent a broader range of choices than were available in earlier games. The option to usurp the fire rather than simply linking it or letting it fade suggests that future generations learned from Aldia's recognition that the traditional binary was insufficient. Even the physical structure of Lothric, with its focus on scholarly research and its attempts to transcend traditional limitations, reflects Aldia's influence. The scholars of the Grand Archives pursued forbidden knowledge in much the same way that Aldia did, though they appear to have been more interested in personal power than in understanding fundamental truths about the nature of existence. The tragedy is that while Aldia's intellectual legacy influenced later scholars and thinkers his moral legacy, the recognition that the pursuit of knowledge must be balanced with wisdom and compassion seems to have been largely ignored. The scholars of Lothric fell into the same traps that consumed Aldia: the willingness to sacrifice others for understanding, the belief that moral constraints were obstacles to truth, the gradual corruption that comes from touching powers beyond human comprehension, the nature of truth and deception. One of the most profound aspects of Aldia's character is his complex relationship with truth and deception. He understands that the world is built on fundamental lies: the lie that the cycle of fire and dark is natural, the lie that the undead curse is an unavoidable affliction, the lie that the choices presented to heroes are meaningful. But his response to these lies is itself a form of deception. When Aldia speaks of the wonderful falsehood of a normal life, he's acknowledging that truth isn't always preferable to comfortable illusion. Most people can live meaningful, fulfilling lives without understanding the cosmic forces that shape their existence. The knowledge that Aldia possesses doesn't make people happier or more fulfilled. It often makes them more isolated and desperate. This creates a moral dilemma that Aldia never fully resolves. If truth leads to despair and deception enables happiness, which should be chosen? If understanding the nature of the cycle doesn't provide practical solutions, what's the value of that understanding? If breaking free from false choices requires abandoning everything that gives life meaning, is that freedom worth pursuing? Aldia's own transformation can be seen as an attempt to resolve this dilemma by transcending it entirely. By becoming something beyond human concerns, he placed himself in a position where he could pursue truth without being paralyzed by its implications. But this solution created new problems. Without human emotions and motivations, his pursuit of truth became abstract and ultimately purposeless. The deception that Aldia practices is more subtle than the lies he exposes. He doesn't lie about the nature of the cycle or the artificial character of the undead curse. Instead, he deceives himself and others about the possibility of meaningful alternatives. His third path is presented as a solution, but it's really just another form of escapism, running away from false choices rather than finding ways to create true ones. This connects to broader themes about the relationship between knowledge and action in the Dark Souls universe. Characters who gain complete understanding of their situation often become paralyzed by that understanding. They see the futility of all available choices and respond by withdrawing from choice entirely. But withdrawal isn't the same as transcendence, and refusing to choose isn't the same as creating new options. Aldia's tragedy is that his vast understanding never translated into practical wisdom. He could see through the lies that shaped his world, but he couldn't envision truths that might replace them. He could recognize false choices, but he couldn't create true ones. His knowledge made him powerful, but not effective, informed, but not wise. The horror of good intentions. Perhaps the most disturbing aspect of Aldia's character is how his transformation into a monster grew out of genuinely good intentions. He didn't set out to become a horrifying entity that bound people to bonfires and spoke in riddles about cosmic truths. He began as a scholar who wanted to help his brother free their subjects from a terrible curse. The experiments at Aldia's Keep, for all their horror, were conducted in service of a goal that most people would consider noble. The undead curse causes immense suffering across countless generations. If a relatively small number of test subjects had to suffer and die to break that curse forever, wouldn't that be a worthwhile trade? This utilitarian logic is morally questionable, but it's not obviously wrong in the way that pursuing power for its own sake would be. Aldia's willingness to experiment on himself demonstrates that he wasn't simply a callous researcher who valued others' lives lightly. He was willing to pay the same price he demanded from his test subjects. His transformation wasn't the result of cowardice or selfishness. It was the result of a completely sincere commitment to his research goals. This makes Aldia more terrifying than villains who are motivated by obvious evil. He represents the danger of good intentions unchecked by moral wisdom, of compassion divorced from humanity, of the pursuit of noble goals through increasingly corrupt means. His story demonstrates how the road to monstrous behavior can be paved with genuine desire to help others. The corruption of Aldia's research follows a pattern that's recognizable in real-world contexts. Each step in his descent was justified by reference to previous steps and future goals. Once he had begun experimenting on living subjects, it became easier to justify more extreme experiments. Once he had accepted that some suffering was necessary for the greater good, it became easier to accept that greater suffering might be necessary for even greater good. The gradual nature of this corruption makes it particularly insidious. Aldia didn't wake up one day and decide to become a monster. He made a series of small compromises, each of which seemed reasonable within its own context. By the time he reached the point where he was willing to experiment on himself, the transformation of his values was already complete. This pattern reflects broader themes about the nature of evil in the Dark Souls universe. Most of the truly horrifying figures in these games, Seath, the Witch of Izalith, even Gwyn himself, began with understandable motivations and reasonable goals. They became monsters, not through sudden moral collapse, but through gradual corruption, each step justified by reference to noble purposes that had become twisted beyond recognition. The question of redemption. One of the most complex questions raised by Aldia's story is whether redemption is possible for someone who has fallen so far from their original humanity. His transformation is so complete, his crimes so extensive, and his current existence so alien that traditional concepts of forgiveness and redemption seem inadequate. Yet Aldia's final act, offering the bearer of the curse a choice beyond the traditional binary, suggests that some trace of his original motivation remains. He still wants to help others escape the cycle that trapped him. He still seeks solutions to the problems that originally drove his research. His methods have become incomprehensible, and his existence has become monstrous, but his fundamental goal remains recognizably altruistic. This raises profound questions about the nature of identity and moral responsibility. Is the entity we encounter in Scholar of the First Sin still Aldia in any meaningful sense? Or is it something else wearing his memories and knowledge? Can someone who has transformed so completely still be held accountable for their original intentions? Or do they become something entirely new? The fact that Aldia doesn't drop souls when defeated, doesn't die in the conventional sense, and continues speaking after his apparent destruction suggests that normal rules of judgment don't apply to him. He exists in a state that's beyond traditional concepts of life and death, punishment and reward, redemption and damnation. Perhaps the most meaningful form of redemption for Aldia lies not in personal forgiveness, but in the potential for his knowledge to help others avoid his mistakes, his understanding of the cycle's artificial nature, his recognition of the false choices that trap heroes, and his awareness of the need for genuine alternatives. All of this could be valuable to future generations if they can learn from his experience without repeating his errors. The bearer of the curse's ability to walk away from the throne of want represents a kind of vindication for Aldia's research. Not because his methods were justified, they clearly weren't, but because his fundamental insight about the nature of choice and freedom proved correct. The possibility of refusing false choices, of seeking alternatives to predetermined paths, of choosing uncertainty over false security. These insights came at a terrible price, but they did provide genuine value. The metaphysics of transformation. Aldia's transformation raises fascinating questions about the nature of souls, consciousness, and identity in the Dark Souls universe. What exactly happened when he experimented on himself? How did he become bound to the bonfires? What does his current existence actually consist of? The fact that Aldia appears to be composed of fire, branches, and raw magical energy suggests that his transformation involved fundamental changes to the nature of his soul. Souls in Dark Souls aren't just sources of power, they're the foundation of identity, memory, and consciousness. When Aldia altered his soul sufficiently to achieve his current state, he may have changed the very basis of his existence. His connection to the bonfires is particularly significant. Bonfires in the Dark Souls universe are focal points for the power of the First Flame, places where the artificial cycle of fire and dark is maintained and reinforced. By binding himself to these locations, Aldia may have become part of the very system he sought to escape. This binding could be interpreted as the ultimate irony of his research. In trying to transcend the cycle of fire and dark, he became more deeply embedded in it than any normal undead. Where other souls are simply trapped by the cycle, Aldia's soul may have become part of the machinery that maintains it. Alternatively, his binding to the bonfires might represent a different kind of transcendence. Perhaps by becoming part of the system, he gained the ability to understand and potentially influence it in ways that would be impossible for someone existing outside it. His appearances to the bearer of the curse might represent interventions in the cycle designed to introduce new possibilities into what had previously been a closed system. The ambiguity surrounding Aldia's current state reflects broader uncertainty about the nature of consciousness and identity in the Dark Souls universe. Are souls the same as consciousness? Can identity persist through radical transformation? Is continuity of memory sufficient to establish personal identity across dramatic changes in the nature of existence? These questions don't have clear answers within the game's lore, but they're essential to understanding what Aldia has become and what his transformation means for the broader themes of the series. The scholar's final wisdom. In his final dialogue, after his defeat and the bearer of the curse's choice about the throne, Aldia reveals perhaps the most important insight of his entire existence. When he speaks of there being no path beyond the scope of light or the reach of dark, he's not describing a limitation but a truth about the nature of choice itself. The third path that Aldia offers isn't actually a path in the conventional sense. It's not a route to a destination or a method for achieving specific goals. It's the recognition that meaningful choice requires accepting uncertainty, that true freedom comes from refusing to be limited by the options that others provide, even when that refusal means entering unknown territory. This insight represents a form of wisdom that Aldia achieved despite, or perhaps because of, everything he lost in his transformation. The understanding that freedom means accepting uncertainty, that truth means abandoning comfortable illusions, that meaningful choice requires courage to face the unknown. These insights couldn't have been gained through conventional research or normal experience. Aldia's offer to accompany the bearer of the curse on this pathless journey represents the final expression of his original motivation. Despite everything he's become, despite all the horror and corruption of his research, he still wants to help others escape the traps that bind them. His methods have become alien, and his existence has become monstrous, but his fundamental desire to serve others' freedom remains intact. The bearer of the curse's choice to walk away from the throne of want, if they make it, represents the fulfillment of everything Aldia worked toward. Not because it solves the problems of the cycle or breaks the undead curse. It doesn't accomplish either of those things, but because it demonstrates that genuine choice is possible, that individuals can refuse to be limited by the options provided by systems designed to perpetuate themselves. This choice validates Aldia's core insight while rejecting his methods. It proves that his understanding of the cycle's artificial nature was correct, without endorsing the horrific experiments that led to that understanding. It demonstrates that the pursuit of truth and freedom is worthwhile, without accepting that any price is justified in that pursuit. The scholar's place in the larger cosmos. Aldia's story gains additional resonance when considered in the context of the broader Dark Souls universe. His recognition that the cycle of fire and dark was artificial, and his search for alternatives to predetermined choices connect him to larger themes that span the entire series. The relationship between order and chaos, light and dark, stagnation and change. These fundamental tensions shape every aspect of the Dark Souls world. Aldia's contribution to this cosmic narrative is his recognition that these apparent opposites might actually be false choices, designed to perpetuate a system that serves neither human flourishing nor cosmic truth. His research into dragons and giants, his attempts to understand the nature of souls and existence, his ultimate transformation into something beyond normal categories, all of this can be seen as an attempt to find or create a synthesis that transcends the binary thinking that traps most characters in the series. The fact that Aldir is referred to as the first of the scholars in Dark Souls 3 suggests that his influence extends far beyond his direct appearances. The scholars of Lothric, the researchers of the Grand Archives, the various NPCs who pursue forbidden knowledge throughout the series, all of them can be seen as inheriting aspects of Aldir's approach and methodology. But Aldir's story also serves as a warning about the dangers of pursuing knowledge without wisdom, understanding without compassion, truth without consideration for its human cost. The scholars who came after him often repeated his mistakes. The willingness to sacrifice others for understanding, the belief that moral constraints were obstacles to truth, the gradual corruption that comes from touching powers beyond human comprehension. In this sense, Aldir's legacy is deeply ambivalent. His insights about the nature of choice and freedom were valuable and important. His methods for pursuing those insights were horrifying and destructive. His influence on later generations led to both genuine understanding and terrible corruption. The horror and beauty of knowledge. Horror and perhaps the most complex aspect of Aldir's character is how he embodies both the horror and beauty of the pursuit of knowledge. His research revealed truths that were genuinely important and valuable. The artificial nature of the undead curse, the false character of the traditional choices between fire and dark, the possibility of alternatives to predetermined paths. But the methods he used to uncover these truths were genuinely horrifying. The experiments at his keep, the transformation of researchers into monsters, the creation of artificial life through the suffering of countless victims. These aren't abstract crimes that can be dismissed because they served a greater purpose. They represent real suffering inflicted on real people for the sake of abstract understanding. This tension between the value of knowledge and the cost of acquiring it runs throughout the Dark Souls series, but it's nowhere more explicitly explored than in Aldir's story. He achieved genuine understanding about fundamental aspects of reality, but that understanding came at a price that included not just his own humanity, but the humanity of everyone who helped him in his research. The question his story poses is whether this trade was worthwhile. Can knowledge be valuable enough to justify the suffering required to obtain it? Can understanding be important enough to excuse the methods used to achieve it? Can truth be worth the price paid for it? These aren't questions with easy answers, and the game doesn't provide definitive guidance about how they should be resolved. Different players will likely come to different conclusions based on their own values and philosophical commitments. What the game does provide is a clear example of how the pursuit of knowledge, divorced from moral wisdom and human compassion, can lead to outcomes that undermine the very values that originally motivated the pursuit. Aldir began wanting to help people and ended up causing immense suffering. He began seeking to preserve humanity and ended up transcending it entirely. The scholar as tragic hero. In many ways, Aldir fits the classical definition of a tragic hero. He was a figure of high status and noble intentions, whose own character flaws led to his downfall. His story evokes pity and fear. Pity for what he lost and became. Fear that the same fate might await anyone who pursues knowledge too intensely or with too little wisdom. But Aldir's tragedy is more complex than traditional tragic heroes, because his downfall came through the pursuit of genuinely noble goals, rather than through obvious character flaws like pride or ambition. His tragic flaw, if it can be called that, was his inability to balance his desire for understanding with respect for human limitations and moral constraints. This makes his story particularly relevant to contemporary concerns about the relationship between scientific research and ethical responsibility. In our own world, we face similar questions about how far researchers should be allowed to go in pursuit of knowledge, what ethical constraints should apply to scientific investigation, and how to balance the potential benefits of research against its potential costs. Aldir's story suggests that these questions can't be answered through simple utilitarian calculus. The potential benefits of knowledge, no matter how great, don't automatically justify any particular methods for obtaining that knowledge. The pursuit of truth, no matter how noble, doesn't excuse the abandonment of moral responsibility. At the same time, Aldia's story doesn't support anti-intellectual positions that would reject the pursuit of knowledge entirely. His insights about the nature of choice and freedom were genuinely valuable. His understanding of the artificial character of the cycle led to possibilities for transcendence that wouldn't have existed otherwise. The tragedy of Aldia is not that he pursued knowledge, but that he pursued it without wisdom. The lesson of his story is not that truth should be avoided, but that it should be sought with appropriate respect for its human cost and with proper consideration for the moral implications of different methods of investigation. Conclusion: the scholar's eternal question. As we reach the end of our journey through Aldia's story, we're left with the same question that he poses to the bearer of the curse. What do we seek? Light, dark, or something beyond them both? Aldia's transformation from noble scholar to cosmic horror serves as both warning and inspiration. It warns us about the dangers of pursuing knowledge without wisdom, of seeking truth without compassion, of trying to transcend human limitations without respecting human values. But it also inspires us to question false choices, to seek alternatives to predetermined paths, to refuse to be limited by options provided by systems designed to perpetuate themselves. The scholar of the first sin achieved something unprecedented in the Dark Souls universe. He found a way to offer genuine choice to someone trapped by the cycle of fire and dark. The price he paid for this achievement was terrible. His methods were horrifying, and his transformation was complete. But his core insight, that meaningful freedom, requires the courage to reject false choices and enter unknown territory, remains valuable despite everything else. Perhaps the most fitting memorial to Aldia would be for future generations to learn from both his achievements and his failures, to seek truth, but with wisdom, to pursue knowledge, but with compassion, to question established systems, but not to abandon human values in the process, to offer genuine choices to others, but not to pay any price for the ability to do so. The scholar of the first sin stands as one of the most complex and fascinating characters in the entire Dark Souls universe. His story encompasses themes of family loyalty and betrayal, noble intentions and horrifying methods, cosmic understanding and human tragedy. He achieved transcendence at the cost of everything that made transcendence worthwhile, found truth at the price of losing the capacity to act on that truth. In the end, Aldia's greatest achievement may be that he made it possible for others to choose differently than he did. The bearer of the curse can walk away from the throne of want precisely because Aldia showed them that such choices were possible. Future generations can learn from his mistakes precisely because he paid the price for making them. The scholar's question remains: what do you seek? Light, dark, or something beyond them both? The question itself is his legacy. Not the answer he found, but the recognition that the question needed to be asked. Not the path he walked, but the understanding that other paths were possible. And so concludes our deep dive into the scholar of the first sin. We've discovered the tragic transformation of a brilliant mind, the terrible price of forbidden knowledge, and the complex legacy of someone who transcended humanity in pursuit of truth. The legacy of Aldia continues to influence the world of Dark Souls, reminding us that the pursuit of knowledge must be balanced with wisdom, that the desire for freedom must be tempered with compassion, and that the most important choice is often the courage to question whether the choices we're given are the only ones available. Next time on Lore 2 RPG, we'll explore another tragic figure from the world of Dark Souls, diving deep into the story of Seath the Scaleless and his obsession with immortality. Until then, keep exploring those epic tales, fellow adventurers, and remember that sometimes the most profound truth is recognizing that there are always more questions to ask. Thanks for joining me on this journey through one of gaming's most complex and fascinating character studies. If you enjoyed this deep dive into Aldea's lore, please consider liking this video and subscribing for more extensive explorations of gaming's greatest stories. Your support helps me continue creating these detailed examinations of the rich narratives that make gaming such a powerful storytelling medium.
In the mournful groves of Darkroot Garden, where ancient trees whisper secrets of a forgotten age, there stands a sentinel, a guardian whose loyalty transcends death itself. This is the story of Sif, the Great Grey Wolf, a tale that weaves through time itself, connecting the present moment to a past filled with heroism, tragedy, and the unbreakable bonds between knight and companion. As we walk through the misty forests of Lordran, our footsteps echo against weathered stone and moss-covered paths. Here, behind doors sealed by ancient magic, lies one of Dark Souls' most emotionally devastating encounters. Yet to truly understand the weight of this meeting, we must first journey back through the ages, to when legends were born and heroes walked among mortals. Let us begin with the knight whose story is forever intertwined with our silver-furred guardian. Knight Artorias, one of the 4 legendary knights who served under Lord Gwyn himself. These 4 comprise the most elite warriors in all of Lordran. Dragonslayer Ornstein, whose lightning spear could split boulders; Hawkeye Goff, the giant archer whose arrows could pierce the heavens; Lord's Blade Kieran, the mysterious assassin who moved like shadow-made flesh; and Artorias, the Abyss Walker, whose unbendable will of steel made him peerless with a great sword. Artorias was one of the 4 knights of Gwyn, the commanding knights of Lord Gwyn's army. Artorias had an unbendable will of steel, which both helped and fed his hatred for servants of the dark, particularly the dark wraiths of Koth. Lord Gwyn had recognized something special in this knight, bestowing upon him a custom ring, the Wolf Ring, to enhance his already unmatched prowess with his great sword. This ring would prove to be more than mere equipment. It would become a symbol of the bond between man and beast that defined Artorias' greatest strength. In those days, when the Age of Fire still blazed brightly, darkness was not yet the overwhelming force it would become. The Abyss existed as a contained threat, dwelling primarily beneath the ruins of New Londo. Here, the 4 kings had fallen to corruption, becoming servants of the primordial serpent, Darkstalker, Koth. From this dark realm emerged the Dark Wraiths, former knights of Lordran turned into wraiths that fed on humanity itself. When in New Londo, Artorias discovered the ability of abyss walking, earning him his title, Artorias the Abyss Walker. This allowed him to enter the Abyss, the home of the Dark Wraiths and the 4 kings themselves. Few beings could traverse the Abyss and return unchanged. But Artorias possessed something that made such journeys possible, a covenant with the very beasts of the Abyss itself. This covenant manifested as a ring, the Covenant of Artorias, which would later become crucial to understanding his relationship with his faithful companion. But Artorias did not walk these dark paths alone. By his side padded a wolf, silver-furred and steadfast. In those early days, Sif was not the massive creature we encounter in the present age of Dark Souls. In the Artorias of the Abyss DLC, during which the player character is taken back in time hundreds of years earlier. Sif is shown to have been slightly larger than a normal wolf during its time as the companion of Knight Artorias. This young wolf would accompany the legendary knight on his most perilous missions, a bond forged not merely in companionship, but in shared purpose against the encroaching darkness. The name Sif itself carries deep meaning, rooted in Norse mythology. In Norse mythology, Sif is the golden-haired wife of the god Thor. The goddess Sif's name in Old Norse is pronounced Sif, Sif, though it is often anglicized to Sif, Sif. The name Sif is believed to be a singular form derived from Old Norse Sifjar, connection by marriage. The choice of this name suggests the deep connection, the spiritual marriage, if you will, between knight and wolf. Some have speculated that the Arabic word sayf, meaning sword, might also have influenced this naming, given how Sif would one day wield Artorias' own blade. The partnership between Artorias and Sif was not merely one of convenience. In the world of Dark Souls, where trust is a rare commodity and betrayal lurks around every corner, their bond represented something pure. Based on what we observe in the DLC content, the wolf had chosen to follow this knight not for reward or compulsion, but out of genuine loyalty and perhaps recognition of Artorias' noble purpose. Together, they hunted the servants of darkness, keeping the spreading influence of the abyss in check. For years, this partnership flourished. Artorias' reputation grew with each victory, and Sif grew alongside his master, not just in size, but in wisdom and combat prowess. From what we can observe in the DLC, the wolf learned to fight alongside the knight, moving in perfect synchronization, each understanding the other's intentions without need for words. In a world where communication between species was rare, their bond transcended such barriers through pure trust and shared experience. Yet their greatest test was yet to come, in the form of a tragedy that would reshape both their destinies forever. The fall of Ulasil. Far to the north of the main kingdom of Lordran lay the land of Ulasil, a peaceful realm known for its sorcerers and their pursuit of magical knowledge. Dusk of Ulasil states that the land was reduced to ashes long ago. The people of Ulasil were human, like so many others in this world, but they had developed a particular affinity for sorcery and magical research. Their princess, Dusk of Ulasil, was known for her wisdom and her mastery of light-based sorceries. The land of Ulasil might have continued in peace, its scholars pursuing their arcane studies while their princess ruled with gentle wisdom. But peace in the world of Dark Souls is always a fragile thing. The serpents that whisper in the darkness have their own plans, and they are patient beyond mortal comprehension. Believe it or not, Ulasil has brought the abyss upon itself. Fooled by that toothy serpent, they upturned the grave of primeval man and incited his ornery wrath. These would be the words of the mysterious, marvelous Chester, a man who seemed to know far more about the tragedy than he initially let on. The toothy serpent he referred to, whether Darkstalker Koth or even Kingseeker Frampt remains a subject of debate, had convinced the people of Ulasil to dig deep beneath their lands, to unearth something that had been buried for good reason. What they found was a grave, not just any grave, but the resting place of what the inhabitants of Ulasil would come to know as the primeval man. According to both Marvelous Chester and Hawkeye Goff, an unidentified primordial serpent urged the citizens of Ulasil to go delving in the dark beneath their lands, where they awoke this primordial man. This being had slumbered for ages untold, and perhaps should have remained so forever. But the sorcerers of Ulasil, driven by their thirst for knowledge and power, did more than simply disturb the grave. They began to experiment on the creature they found within, seeking to unlock the secrets of what they believed to be an ancient form of humanity. Their torture was methodical, calculated, and ultimately catastrophic. For the being they had unearthed was none other than Manus, who would become known to history as the Father of the Abyss. Manus was in fact once human. He became the Father of the Abyss when his humanity went wild, but it is not known what caused this. The torture inflicted by the people of Ulasil, combined with the theft of his most precious possession, a broken pendant, drove this primeval human beyond the boundaries of sanity and into something far worse. His humanity, the very essence that defined his being, spiraled out of control and gave birth to a new kind of darkness. The transformation was not merely physical, though Manus did become a creature of terrifying aspect. Manus appears to be a massive beast-like humanoid with a long spiked tail and multiple chaotic horns sprouting from his head and neck, covered with red glowing eyes. He wields a staff in his right hand to attack and to cast dark sorceries, while his larger, furry left arm, capable of extending to reach enemies, is complete with a hand laden with teeth inside the palm. More significantly, his anguish and rage created the abyss itself, a spreading darkness that began to consume everything it touched. The abyss was unlike any threat Lordran had faced before. Where fire brought light and order, the abyss brought consuming darkness and chaos. It transformed whatever it touched, corrupting both the land and its inhabitants. The people of Ulasil found themselves changed into grotesque forms, bloated heads with multiple eyes, shambling creatures that barely resembled their former selves. The very geography of their homeland twisted and warped under the influence of this spreading darkness. Princess Dusk, perhaps because of her pure heart or her mastery of light sorceries, remained uncorrupted longer than most, but even she could not stand against the power of Manus forever. As Elizabeth would later tell the chosen undead, she was snatched away by that horrifying primeval human. The Father of the Abyss took her, and while his exact motivations remain unclear, what we know suggests an obsession with reclaiming something precious that had been taken from him. Word of Ulasil's plight reached Lord Gwyn, and the Lord of Sunlight knew that this was a threat that could not be ignored. If the abyss were allowed to spread unchecked, it could consume not just Ulasil, but all of Lordran, perhaps even the entire world. The decision was made to send the 4 knights, Gwyn's most trusted warriors, to contain this spreading darkness. But this would not be a simple military campaign. The abyss was not an enemy that could be defeated through conventional warfare. It required warriors who could traverse its dark depths, who could resist its corrupting influence long enough to strike at its source. And among the 4 knights, Only one had the experience and the covenant necessary for such a task. Artorias the Abyss Walker would lead this mission, accompanied by his faithful wolf companion. But first, he needed additional protection for what lay ahead. He was awarded the silver pendant for facing the abyss, an ancient treasure of Anor Londo that deflects the dark of the abyss, especially in its magic forms. This pendant, one of the most valuable treasures in all of Anor Londo, was Lord Gwyn's recognition of the extreme danger Artorias would face. The other knights had their own roles to play in this desperate mission. Hawkeye Goth, the giant archer, positioned himself to deal with external threats, including the black dragon Calamite that had been drawn to the chaos. Lord's Blade Kieran, the assassin, worked to eliminate corrupted inhabitants and gather intelligence, and Dragonslayer Ornstein remained in Anor Londo, guarding the palace alongside Executioner Smove, though whether this was by choice or command, we can only speculate. So it was that Artorias and Sif set out for Ulasil, not knowing that they were walking toward a fate that would transform them both forever. The knight carried his greatsword and his great shield, protected by his silver pendant and his covenant of Artorias. The wolf padded beside him, loyal as always, ready to follow his master into the very depths of the abyss if necessary. They had no way of knowing that this mission would be their last together. They could not foresee that their greatest victory would also become their most tragic defeat. For sometimes, in the world of Dark Souls, even the purest intentions and the strongest bonds cannot overcome the weight of destiny. Into the abyss. The journey to Ulasil must have been a somber one. Based on what we know of the corruption's spread, as Artorias and Sif traveled north from the familiar lands of Lordran, they would have witnessed the signs of the spreading corruption long before reaching their destination. The very air would have grown thicker, tinged with an unnatural darkness that seemed to sap the warmth from the world around them. Upon their arrival in Ulasil, the true scope of the disaster became clear. This was not merely a village under siege or a kingdom fallen to conventional warfare. The abyss had fundamentally altered the nature of reality itself in this region. Buildings stood at impossible angles, their architecture warped by forces beyond normal comprehension. The inhabitants, those who had not fled or perished, had been transformed into creatures that inspired both pity and revulsion. Yet even in this twisted landscape, there were signs of resistance. The other Knights of Gwyn were already at work. In a tower overlooking the royal wood, Hawkeye Goth had established his position, his massive great bow ready to strike down the black dragon Calamite should it interfere with their mission. The giant's presence was a comfort, his deep voice still carrying the wisdom and determination that had made him one of Lord Gwyn's most trusted warriors. Lord's Blade. Kieran moved through the shadows of the corrupted township, her twin blades dancing as she cut down the grotesque inhabitants that had once been peaceful citizens of Ulasil. Her porcelain mask hid whatever emotions she might have felt at this necessary slaughter, but those who knew her well could sense the weight this mission placed upon her usually composed demeanor. Sensing the presence of her compatriot's soul, she requests the chosen undead to give it to her, so she may pay proper respect to Artorias. Even then, before the tragedy had fully unfolded, This could imply that Kieran may have sensed what was coming. Some scholars speculate that she harbored feelings for Artorias that went beyond mere comradeship, feelings that would make the outcome of this mission all the more painful for her to bear. But Artorias could not afford to dwell on such concerns. His mission was clear: penetrate to the heart of the abyss, confront Manus directly, and rescue Princess Dusk. When Ulasil was attacked by the abyss, Artorias traveled to Ulasil to rescue Princess Dusk of Ulasil. It was the kind of heroic quest that belonged in the songs of bards, a noble knight venturing into darkness to save a princess from a monster. With Sif at his side, Artorias descended into the deepest parts of the corrupted Ulasil. The further they went, the stronger the influence of the abyss became. Humanity sprites, twisted fragments of dark souls, fluttered through the air like malevolent fireflies. The ground itself seemed to pulse with a dark energy that sought to corrupt everything it touched. Lesser warriors would have been overwhelmed within moments, but Artorias possessed the covenant of Artorias, the ring that allowed him to walk in the abyss without immediate corruption. Yet even with his protections, the journey took its toll. The silver pendant could deflect the direct assaults of dark magic, but it could not completely shield against the ambient corruption that filled the air. The covenant of Artorias allowed him to survive in the abyss, but survival and immunity are not the same thing. With each step deeper into the darkness, both knight and wolf were exposed to influences that slowly began to work their way into their very souls. The path led them through caverns that seemed to stretch into infinity, past pools of dark water that reflected no light, around pillars of twisted stone that whispered secrets in languages that predated human speech. Strange creatures lurked in the shadows, not the transformed citizens of Ulasil, but beings that seemed to be made from the abyss itself. These were the servants of Manus, constructs of pure darkness that existed only to serve their master's will. Through it all, Sif remained steadfast. The wolf had been Artorias' companion through many dangers, but this was unlike anything they had faced before. The corruption of the abyss worked differently on beasts than on humans, but it worked nonetheless. Yet Sif's loyalty to his master proved stronger than the whispers of darkness. Where the wolf went, he went because Artorias was there. Nothing else mattered. Finally, they reached the deepest chambers of the chasm of the abyss, where Manus himself dwelt. The father of the abyss was a sight that defied description, a creature of such corruption and power that merely looking upon him was enough to drive lesser minds to madness. His lair was filled with giant humanity spirits that drifted through the air like dark stars, and the very ground seemed to writhe with malevolent life. Manus can actually be infinitely stun-locked by firing arrows directly at his head, though of course Artorias and Sif could not have known such tactical knowledge. They faced this creature in direct combat, knight and wolf fighting side by side as they had so many times before. The battle was fierce beyond imagining. Manus wielded dark sorceries that could tear reality itself, his massive catalyst raining down destruction, while his grotesque left hand reached out to crush or devour his enemies. His larger, furry left arm was capable of extending to reach enemies, and was complete with a hand laden with teeth inside the palm. This was not merely a physical confrontation, but a battle for the very souls of those involved, and slowly, Inexorably, the tide began to turn against them. Artorias fought with all the skill and determination that had made him a legend, but Manus was no ordinary foe. The Father of the Abyss possessed power drawn from the very essence of humanity itself, power that had been corrupted and concentrated into something monstrous. Each blow Artorias struck seemed to be absorbed and reflected back with dark interest. Each spell Manus cast grew stronger, fed by the spreading influence of the Abyss. Sif, meanwhile, darted between the combatants, striking where he could, trying to distract Manus long enough for his master to land decisive blows. But the wolf, too, was beginning to feel the effects of prolonged exposure to the Abyss. The darkness was seeping into his very being, clouding his thoughts and weakening his resolve. The moment of crisis came when Manus unleashed one of his most devastating attacks. Dark magic poured forth like a tide of liquid night, threatening to engulf both knight and wolf in corruption so pure that it would have transformed them instantly into servants of the Abyss. Artorias saw what was coming and made a choice that would define the rest of both their existences. Defeated by Manus and the Abyss, Artorias sacrificed his great shield to protect his loyal companion, a young Sif, from the myriad humanity sprites that littered the deepest reaches of Ulasul. In that moment of supreme peril, when it seemed certain that both would be consumed by the darkness, Artorias did not think of his own survival. Instead, he thought of his faithful companion, the wolf, who had followed him through countless dangers without question or hesitation. The knight raised his cleansing great shield, channeling all his remaining power through it to create a barrier of pure protection around Sif. When Artorias is overwhelmed by the power of Manus, his shield arm broken and useless, he uses his cleansing great shield to form a magical barrier around the wolf and save it. The shield, imbued with the power of light and order, created a sanctuary of purity in the heart of the Abyss itself. But such protection came at a terrible cost. The effort of creating and maintaining this barrier required not just Artorias' strength, but his very life force. His left arm, already strained from the battle, shattered under the spiritual pressure of channeling such power. Even with the severe corruption of his soul, Artorias' determination shines through, still dedicating himself to the destruction of Abyss with his kill. The barrier held, protecting Sif from corruption, but Artorias himself had no such protection. The darkness of Manus flowed over the knight like a tide, seeping into his armor, his flesh, his very soul. The covenant of Artorias that had protected him from the ambient corruption of the Abyss could not shield him from this direct assault. The silver pendant, meant to deflect dark magic, was overwhelmed by the sheer volume of corruption being directed against him. As the darkness took hold, Artorias felt his consciousness beginning to slip away. The last thing he saw with his own eyes, unclouded by corruption, was Sif safe within the protective barrier he had created. The wolf was calling out to him, trying to break through the magical shield to reach his master, but the barrier held firm. It would protect Sif from the corruption, but it would also prevent the wolf from sharing whatever fate awaited the knight. With his final act of free will, Artorias had ensured that his most faithful companion would survive. The shield barrier would maintain itself, powered by the knight's sacrifice, keeping Sif safe
until someone could come to rescue him. Though Artorias could not have known it then, that rescue would come, though not in the way anyone might have expected. The corruption completed its work. The legendary knight who had once been the pride of Lord Gwyn's forces, who had walked the abyss and hunted the dark wraiths with impunity, became something else entirely. His mind was consumed by the influence of Manus, his noble purpose forgotten, replaced by an animal fury directed at anything that moved within his sight. By the time that the chosen undead arrives, it is too late. Artorias is by then completely overtaken by the corruption of the abyss and attacks the player. The Abyss Walker had become a creature of the abyss itself, forever separated from the wolf he had died to protect. And so the legend was born, not of victory, but of sacrifice, not of a knight who conquered the darkness, but of one who gave everything to save what mattered most to him. In the years that followed, few would know the true story of what happened in that dark chamber. The official history would speak of Artorias' heroic defeat of the Father of the Abyss, of his rescue of Princess Dusk, of his triumph over the spreading corruption. But Sif would know the truth. Trapped within the protective barrier, the wolf witnessed his master's final moments of clarity before the corruption took hold. He saw the knight he had loved and served become something monstrous and alien. And when the barrier finally faded, when Sif was free to move through the abyss once more, he found himself alone in a way that few creatures have ever experienced. The companion of legend had become its guardian, protector of a secret too terrible to be widely known. For if the world learned that even Artorias the Abyss Walker could fall to corruption, what hope was there for anyone else? The long vigil. Time flows strangely in the realm of dark souls. And nowhere is this more true than in the aftermath of great tragedies. For Sif, the period following Artorias' transformation must have been a nightmare beyond comprehension. The wolf, who had once fought alongside the greatest knight in Lordran, now found himself alone in the deepest reaches of the abyss, surrounded by the very corruption his master had fought against. But Sif was no ordinary wolf. The years of companionship with Artorias had changed him in ways that went beyond mere size or intelligence. The wolf had been touched by the same forces that had made his master a legend, exposed to the power of the covenant of Artorias, trained in combat against supernatural foes, and most importantly, bound by a loyalty that transcended death itself. In the ensuing years, it continued to survive and grow to tremendous size to protect Artorias' grave. Within the protective barrier that Artorias had created, Sif began to change. Whether this was due to prolonged exposure to the knight's protective magic, the ambient energies of the abyss itself, or simply the natural progression of a creature touched by legend, the wolf began to grow, not just in size, but in understanding and purpose. The barrier that had protected Sif from corruption also served as a prison of sorts. The wolf could see out into the twisted realm of the abyss, could witness the corrupted form of his former master stalking through the darkness, but could not reach him. This must have been a torture beyond imagining, to see the knight he had served and loved transformed into something monstrous, yet be powerless to help or even approach. Yet even in this darkest of times, Sif maintained his loyalty. The wolf understood, perhaps better than any human could, that the creature prowling the abyss was no longer truly Artorias. The knight's body remained, his fighting skills were still formidable,
But the mind and heart that had made him a hero were gone, consumed by the corruption he had fought against for so long. During this period of imprisonment, Sif would have had ample time to contemplate the fate that had befallen them both. The wolf had been witness to the greatest sacrifice in the history of Lordran, a sacrifice made not for kingdom or cause, but for the simple love between knight and companion. This knowledge would become both burden and purpose for the years that followed. Eventually, somehow, Sif escaped from the chasm of the abyss. The details of this escape are lost to history, though we might speculate that the protective barrier gradually weakened over time, or that some outside intervention allowed the wolf's freedom. What is certain is that when Sif finally emerged from the depths, the wolf was no longer the same creature that had descended with Artorias. The Sif that emerged from the abyss was massive, easily several times the size of any natural wolf. A wolf that has grown to a massive size. It protects the grave of its deceased master, Knight Artorias the Abyss Walker. More than size, though, the wolf had gained something that few creatures in the world of Dark Souls possessed: a clear and unwavering purpose. Sif knew that the true story of what had happened in the abyss must not be widely known. The people of Lordran needed their heroes to remain heroic, their legends to remain untainted. If word spread that even Artorias the Abyss Walker could fall to corruption, the despair might do more damage than the abyss itself. But the wolf also knew that some record must remain. Some guardian must keep watch over the truth. The solution was elegant in its simplicity. Sif would become the guardian of Artorias' memory, protecting not just the knight's grave, but the ring that had allowed him to walk in the abyss, the covenant of Artorias. Now, Sif guards her fallen comrade's grave and ring to ensure that what happened to Artorias doesn't happen to anyone else. The location Sif chose for this eternal vigil was significant. Darkroot Garden, with its ancient trees and mournful atmosphere, had connections to the lost kingdom of Ulasil. The locations of both the Enchanted Ember and Dusk of Ulasil in Darkroot Garden and Darkroot Basin, respectively, as well as the grave of Artorias located in Sif's boss area, strongly suggest that Ulasil was once located nearby. Here, in a serene clearing surrounded by weathered stone monuments, Sif established Artorias' final resting place. But this was not merely a grave in the conventional sense. Sif fights by grabbing Artorias' sword from in front of the grave and holding it in its mouth. The sword, whether the original blade wielded by the knight or a replica forged in his memory, stood as both monument and warning. Only those who proved themselves worthy by defeating Sif would be allowed to claim the covenant of Artorias, and only then if they truly needed it to complete their own mission into the abyss. The wolf's reasoning was sound, if heartbreaking. The covenant of Artorias was one of the most powerful artifacts in existence, capable of allowing its wearer to survive in the abyss itself. But it was also dangerous, a temptation that might lead other heroes down the same path that had claimed Artorias. By serving as its guardian, Sif could ensure that only those with the strength and determination to face the abyss would be allowed access to this power. Over the years, many would-be heroes came to challenge the Great Grey Wolf. Some came seeking the ring for noble purposes, hoping to follow in Artorias' footsteps and cleanse the world of corruption. Others came for less pure reasons, treasure hunters and glory seekers who had heard legends of the knight's power and wanted to claim it for themselves. To all of them, Sif showed the same response. The wolf would not simply hand over the ring to anyone who asked. The covenant of Artorias had to be earned, and the only way to earn it was to prove oneself capable of defeating its guardian. This was not cruelty on Sif's part, but wisdom born of painful experience. The wolf had seen what the abyss could do to even the greatest of heroes. He would not allow another to walk that path without first proving they possess the strength to survive it. Yet each battle must have been a torment for Sif. The wolf was not protecting the ring out of greed or malice, but out of love for his fallen master and genuine concern for those who sought to follow in Artorias' footsteps. Every challenger who fell to his sword was a potential hero lost. Every victory, a reminder of the isolation that defined his existence. The years passed, and Sif's vigil continued. The wolf aged, but did not weaken. If anything, the constant battles against worthy opponents kept him sharp, his skills honed to perfection. The massive sword that he wielded with such grace became as much a part of him as his own limbs, an extension of his will and his purpose. But through it all, Sif remained alone. The Forest Hunter Covenant, led by Alvina of the Darkroot Wood, recognized the wolf's role as guardian and generally left him undisturbed. She asks if the chosen undead has come to plunder the grave of Sir Artorias, though in many more words, and writes off the legend of Artorias and the abyss as nothing more than a fabrication, and to leave it all alone. Even the enigmatic cat seemed to understand that some secrets were best left undisturbed. Occasionally, travelers would glimpse the great wolf through the mists of Darkroot Garden, and stories would spread of the massive creature that guarded ancient secrets. But few understood the true nature of Sif's vigil, the weight of responsibility that rested upon his broad shoulders. To most, he was simply another monster to be feared or overcome, another obstacle in the path of those seeking power or glory. And so Sif waited, through seasons and years that blurred together in an endless cycle of solitude and purpose. The wolf, who had once run alongside the greatest knight in Lordran, now stood as the sole guardian of his master's legacy, protecting both the truth of Artorias' sacrifice and the ring that represented the knight's greatest achievement. It was a burden that would have broken lesser beings, but Sif endured, sustained by love, loyalty, and an unwavering sense of duty. But every vigil, no matter how faithfully maintained, must eventually come to an end. And when that end finally came, it would arrive in a form that even Sif's wisdom could not have fully anticipated. The chosen undead. The age of heroes was drawing to a close, though few realized it at the time. Lord Gwyn, the great king who had brought the Age of Fire into being, had made his own terrible sacrifice to prevent the fading of the first flame. In doing so, he had become something both more and less than what he once was. The soul of Cinder, an eternal guardian whose very existence was bound to the flame he had died to preserve. Without their lord, the kingdom of Lordran had begun to decay. The undead curse spread throughout the land, transforming humans into hollow shells of their former selves. Some, driven by desperation or madness, sought to claim the power that Lord Gwyn had left behind. Among these were the 4 kings of New Londo, former allies who had fallen to the corruption of the abyss, and other great beings who had been driven to desperate measures by the fading of the light. It was into this world of decline and desperation that the chosen undead emerged. This figure, whose identity varied depending on the telling of the tale, was marked by the dark sign, the brand of the undead curse. Yet unlike so many others afflicted with this curse, the chosen undead retained their sanity and their will. More importantly, they possessed something that had become increasingly rare in these dark times: the determination to see their quest through to its end, no matter what obstacles stood in their path. The chosen undead's mission was clear, if monumentally difficult. They must claim the Lord's souls, the powerful artifacts left behind by the great beings who had shaped the Age of Fire. Only by gathering these souls and placing them within the Lord vessel could they gain access to the kiln of the first flame, where they could choose the fate of the world itself, either linking the fire as Lord Gwyn had done, or allowing it to fade and ushering in the Age of Dark. One of the most crucial elements of this quest was the need to face the Four Kings in the ruins of New Londo. But the Four Kings dwelt in the deepest part of the abyss, a realm that was instantly fatal to any who entered it without proper protection. The only artifact that could provide such protection was the Covenant of Artorias, the very ring that Sif had spent years guarding in Darkroot Garden. And so it was that the chosen undead's path inevitably led to that misty grove where the great grey wolf maintained his eternal vigil. The chosen undead would have heard tales of Sif, perhaps from the enigmatic Alvina or from other travelers who had glimpsed the massive wolf through the ancient trees. They would know that claiming the Covenant of Artorias would require them to defeat its guardian in combat. What they could not know was the weight of history and tragedy that surrounded this encounter. To the chosen undead, this was simply another boss battle, another obstacle to overcome in their quest to save or damn the world. They could not see the loneliness in the wolf's eyes, could not understand the burden of knowledge that had shaped every day of Sif's existence since Artorias' fall. When the chosen undead first approached the great doors that led to Sif's grove, they would have felt the weight of ancient magic upon them. These doors, sealed by power that dated back to the time of the Four Knights themselves, could only be opened by the crest of Artorias, an artifact that served as both key and warning. Many adventurers have left for the grave, but none have returned, for they make easy prey for local bandits. With such dangers, the crest can do more harm than good in the hands of the uninitiated. The crest itself told a story for those who knew how to read it. Its very existence suggested that Artorias himself had wanted his final resting place to be protected, accessible only to those who had proven themselves worthy through trials and perseverance. The chosen undead would have had to gather significant resources: 20,000 souls to purchase the crest from blacksmith Andre, or the knowledge and skill to acquire it through other means. Beyond the sealed doors lay Darkroot Garden proper, a realm that seemed caught between the natural world and something far more ancient. The trees here were older than memory, their branches twisted into shapes that suggested consciousness and malevolent intent. Stone giants, ancient automatons from an earlier age, stood motionless until disturbed, then moved with purpose that belied their apparent lifelessness. But the most immediate danger came from the Forest Hunter Covenant and their guardians. Alvina's followers patrolled these woods, striking down any they deemed to be intruders or grave robbers. These were not mindless monsters, but skilled warriors who had dedicated themselves to protecting the sanctity of this place. Each one the chosen undead faced was a guardian who had chosen duty over personal safety, much like Sif himself. The parallels would have been clear to any who took the time to consider them. Here was a place where loyalty transcended death, where beings of various forms and origins had united around a common purpose. The forest hunters fought to protect the grove because they believed in something greater than themselves. Alvina, the ancient cat who led them, spoke of the desecration that would occur if grave robbers were allowed to claim Artorias' legacy without earning it. Through trials and battles, the chosen undead would eventually reach the heart of the grove, where Sif maintained his vigil. The approach to this final encounter would have been sobering for any with the sensitivity to appreciate it. Here, ancient monuments stood as silent testimony to forgotten heroes, their inscriptions worn by time, but their presence still commanding respect. The very air seemed heavy with memory and loss. And there, in the center of this sacred space, stood the great grey wolf. Sif can be found in Darkroot Garden behind large glowing doors, guarding the grave of Artorias, the Abyss Walker, one of Gwyn's 4 knights. The wolf was massive, easily the size of a horse, his silver fur gleaming in the dappled light that filtered through the ancient canopy. At his feet lay a gravestone, simple, unadorned, but somehow more significant than the most elaborate monument. Embedded in the ground before the grave was a sword. Not just any sword, but a great sword of legendary proportions, its blade bearing the weight of history and sacrifice. This was the weapon that the wolf would claim for their battle, lifting it in his jaws with a grace that spoke of long practice and grim determination. The chosen undead would have had a moment to take in this scene, to appreciate the majesty and tragedy of what lay before them. Here was a creature that had chosen to spend eternity guarding the memory of his fallen master, armed with nothing but loyalty and the weapon of the knight he had served. It should have been a moment of recognition, of understanding that what was about to unfold was not merely a battle, but a test of worthiness. Yet the nature of the chosen undead's quest allowed for no alternatives. They needed the covenant of Artorias to proceed, and Sif would not simply surrender it to anyone who asked. The wolf's position was as unyielding as it was understandable. He had seen what the abyss could do to even the greatest of heroes, and would not allow another to walk that path without first proving they possessed the strength to survive it. And so the battle was joined, knight against wolf, with the fate of both the world and Artorias' legacy hanging in the balance. The Battle of Hearts. The fight between the chosen undead and Sif is unlike any other encounter in the world of Dark Souls, not because of its mechanical complexity, but because of the emotional weight that underlies every exchange of blows. This is not a battle between hero and villain, not a clash between order and chaos, but a tragic necessity born from love, duty, and the cruel demands of fate. When Sif first takes up Artorias' greatsword in his jaws, there is a moment of profound ceremony to the act. The wolf does not grab the weapon in haste or anger, but lifts it with the reverence due to a sacred relic. This sword, whether the original blade wielded by Artorias or a replica forged in his memory, represents everything that the knight stood for: courage, sacrifice, and the will to stand against the darkness, no matter the personal cost. For the chosen undead, seeing this massive wolf wielding a greatsword with such obvious skill and determination must have been both awe-inspiring and deeply unsettling. This was clearly no ordinary beast, but a creature touched by legend and shaped by loss. The way Sif moved, the precision of his attacks, the obvious intelligence behind his tactics, all of these spoke to the years of training and battle alongside one of the greatest knights in history. The battle itself unfolds like a dance of death, each participant bringing their own unique strengths to the encounter. Sif possesses size, reach, and the kind of raw power that can only come from years of constant vigilance and the desperate need to prove oneself worthy of guarding such sacred ground. The great sword in his jaws becomes an extension of his will, sweeping in great arcs that can cleave through stone and steel alike. The chosen undead, meanwhile, must rely on speed, cunning, and the hard-won experience of countless battles against impossible odds. They have faced dragons and demons, navigated traps that would destroy lesser beings, and overcome challenges that have claimed the lives of heroes and legends. Yet even with all this experience, Sif represents something different. Not just a powerful opponent, but a guardian whose every attack carries the weight of absolute conviction. As the battle progresses, certain patterns become clear. Sif fights with a style that clearly reflects his training alongside Artorias. The wolf's movements echo the techniques of a knight trained in formal combat, adapted for his unique physiology, but retaining the fundamental principles of spacing, timing, and strategic thinking that made his former master so formidable. For melee fighters, getting underneath Sif is generally the best strategy, as it makes most attacks miss the player character completely. This tactical reality creates a poignant irony. The very technique that proves most effective against Sif mirrors the way the wolf himself might once have fought alongside Artorias, darting beneath larger enemies to strike at their vulnerable points while his master engaged them from the front. Yet even as the chosen undead exploits this tactical advantage, there is something deeply uncomfortable about the encounter. Sif is not fighting out of malice or greed, but from a sense of duty that parallels the chosen undead's own quest. Both combatants are seeking to protect something precious, the chosen undead fighting to claim the power needed to save the world, and Sif fighting to prevent another hero from suffering the same fate that befell Artorias. The tragedy of the battle becomes most apparent as Sif's health begins to dwindle. Once players get his health to a critical point, the wolf will begin to limp and whimper in pain as it struggles to continue the fight. This is perhaps the most heartbreaking moment in all of Dark Souls, as the massive creature that had seemed so formidable begins to stumble and falter, yet continues to fight with desperate determination. The wolf's whimpers are not merely sounds of pain, but expressions of genuine anguish. Sif understands what his defeat will mean, not just his own death, but the release of the covenant of Artorias to another potential victim of the abyss. Every labored breath, every struggling step, carries the weight of centuries of guardianship, and the knowledge that his vigil is finally coming to an end. Yet even in his weakened state, Sif does not surrender. The wolf continues to lift Artorias' greatsword, though the weapon now seems impossibly heavy in his jaws. His attacks become slower, less coordinated, but they carry a desperate intensity that speaks to his unwillingness to abandon his post. This is a creature fighting not for victory, but for the honor of his fallen master and the slim hope that he might yet prevent another tragedy. For the chosen undead, these final moments of the battle must represent a supreme test of will. It would be easy to hesitate, to hold back in the face of such obvious suffering. Yet, the necessities of their quest allow for no mercy. The four kings wait in the abyss, and without the covenant of Artorias, the chosen undead cannot hope to face them and survive. The world itself hangs in the balance, and personal feelings must be set aside in favor of the greater good. When the final blow is struck, when Sif finally falls beside the grave he has guarded for so long, the silence that follows is profound. The great grey wolf, guardian of Artorias' legacy and keeper of one of the most important secrets in Lordran's history, breathes his last in the same grove where he had maintained his vigil for untold years. The chosen undead receive several rewards for their victory: the soul of Sif, which can be used to forge powerful weapons or consumed for souls, and most importantly, the covenant of Artorias. This ring, which had cost Artorias his life to obtain and had been guarded by Sif for centuries, now passes to a new bearer who will carry it into the abyss to face the four kings. There is also the Hornet Ring, hidden behind Artorias' gravestone, which had once belonged to Lord's Blade Kieran. Its presence here suggests that she had visited this place at some point, perhaps to pay her respects to the knight she had served alongside, and had left this token of remembrance. But perhaps the most significant reward is the knowledge gained through this encounter, though it is knowledge that comes at a terrible emotional cost. The chosen undead has learned something about sacrifice, about loyalty, and about the price that must sometimes be paid to protect what is precious. They have seen what true devotion looks like, embodied in a creature who chose to spend eternity guarding the memory of his fallen friend. Yet there is another version of this encounter, one that reveals even deeper layers of tragedy and connection. If the chosen undead has experienced certain events in their journey through time, the battle with Sif takes on an entirely different emotional resonance. The recognition. Not all encounters with Sif unfold in the same manner. For those chosen undead who have journeyed through time itself to the lost land of Ulasil, who have walked the same paths that Artorias once traveled, and faced the same darkness that claimed the legendary knight, the meeting with the great grey wolf becomes something far more complex than a simple boss battle. If the chosen undead saves Sif in the chasm of the abyss before killing Sif in Darkroot Garden, a different cutscene will play before the fight. This alternate introduction represents one of the most emotionally devastating moments in gaming, as it transforms what would otherwise be a straightforward encounter into a recognition scene of profound tragedy. To understand the full impact of this alternate cutscene, we must first examine what transpires in the Artorias of the Abyss DLC. This content takes the chosen undead back through time, some 200 to 300 years into the past, to witness firsthand the events that gave birth to the legends they have heard in their own era. It is a journey that reveals the gap between legend and reality, between the stories told of heroes and the truth of their struggles. In the chasm of the abyss, the deepest and most dangerous part of the corrupted Ulasil, the chosen undead can discover something that changes everything. A young Sif, trapped within the magical barrier that Artorias created with his final act of free will. Sif is found protected by a magical barrier, which was created by Artorias using his great shield in order to shield the wolf from the corruption of the abyss. The discovery of young Sif requires both courage and compassion on the part of the chosen undead. The wolf is surrounded by humanity phantoms, twisted fragments of corrupted souls that attack anything living that enters their domain. These creatures represent the very corruption that Artorias died to protect Sif from, and defeating them becomes both a practical necessity and a symbolic act of completing the knight's final mission. Upon reaching Sif, after defeating the humanity phantoms, Sif will vanish and leave behind Artorias' shield. The wolf, recognizing that his rescuer is not his beloved master, but someone else entirely, flees into the darkness of the abyss. Yet this act of rescue creates a bond that transcends time itself, a connection that will persist even centuries later when the chosen undead encounters the grown Sif in their own era. If the chosen undead takes the time to rescue Sif in the past, they gain the ability to summon the wolf as an ally in their battle against Manus, father of the abyss. Sif can be summoned during the battle against Manus, father of the abyss, after being rescued by the player. This summon represents a chance for the wolf to participate in avenging his master, to strike back against the creature that was responsible for Artorias' corruption and fall. The battle against Manus, with Sif as an ally, is deeply symbolic. Here is the faithful companion finally getting the chance to fight alongside a hero once more, to stand against the darkness that claimed his master. The wolf's presence in this battle is not merely tactical but emotional, a small measure of justice for the loyalty he had shown and the sacrifice he had witnessed. Yet even this moment of triumph is tinged with tragedy, for the chosen undead and Sif both know that this partnership is temporary. When the battle ends, when Manus is defeated and the immediate threat is contained, the chosen undead will return to their own time, leaving Sif alone once more in a world that is slowly dying around him. But the impact of this encounter extends far beyond the battle itself. Having rescued Sif in the past, having fought alongside him against the very force that corrupted Artorias, the chosen undead has created a connection that will persist across the centuries. It has a strong memory, as it remembers the player if they saved it during the DLC beforehand, but still engages the player in battle. When the chosen undead finally approaches Sif's grove in Darkroot Garden, having completed their journey through time and returned to their own era, the wolf recognizes them, not as a stranger seeking to plunder his master's grave, but as the hero who once saved him from a fate worse than death. In the cutscene, Sif will recognize the player as they approach and let out a whimper. This recognition transforms the entire encounter. Instead of immediately taking up his weapon to defend the grave, Sif hesitates. The wolf approaches the chosen undead, his massive head lowering as if in greeting or perhaps gratitude. The protagonist reaches out to pet the wolf, but Sif pulls away and howls mournfully before sadly picking up Artorias' greatsword. That howl contains multitudes of emotion. It is a sound of recognition, of gratitude, of profound sadness, and of desperate reluctance. Sif remembers the chosen undead, remembers being rescued from the abyss, remembers fighting alongside them against Manus. Yet he also understands the cruel irony of their current situation, that the very person who once saved him must now fight him to the death. The wolf's reluctance to engage in battle is palpable. When he finally takes up Artorias' greatsword, it is with obvious sorrow rather than determination. This is a creature caught between loyalty to his fallen master and gratitude to his rescuer, forced to choose between two conflicting duties. He must protect the covenant of Artorias, must ensure that only the worthy can claim it, yet he is facing someone he knows to be worthy, someone who has already proven their heroism through action. For the chosen undead, this recognition must be equally devastating. They have come to claim the ring they need to complete their mission, but they now face a creature they have personally saved, a being with whom they have shared both danger and victory. The knowledge that this battle is necessary but cruel adds a layer of emotional complexity that few other encounters in Dark Souls can match. The fight that follows is mechanically identical to the standard encounter with Sif, yet it carries an entirely different emotional weight. Every blow struck feels like a betrayal of the bond forged in the abyss. Every whimper from the wounded wolf resonates with the memory of their partnership against Manus. When Sif begins to limp and struggle in his final moments, the chosen undead knows that they are not just defeating a guardian, but destroying a friend. This alternate version of the encounter serves as a perfect encapsulation of Dark Souls' approach to storytelling. The game does not simply present moral choices with clear right and wrong answers, but instead creates situations where doing the right thing requires terrible sacrifices. The chosen undead must claim the covenant of Artorias to save the world, but doing so requires them to kill a creature they have befriended, a being whose only crime is loyalty to his fallen master. The tragedy is compounded by the knowledge that there is no alternative. Sif cannot be reasoned with or persuaded to step aside, not because he is unintelligent or stubborn, but because his sense of duty is absolute. He has witnessed firsthand what the abyss can do to heroes, has seen his beloved master transformed into a creature of corruption and madness. The thought of allowing another to walk that same path, even someone he recognizes as a friend, is unbearable to him. When the battle finally ends, when Sif falls for the final time beside his master's grave, the silence that follows carries the weight of broken bonds and necessary cruelties. The chosen undead has gained the power they need to face the four kings, but they have lost something irreplaceable in the process: the respect and friendship of one of the most loyal creatures in all of Lordran. Legacy of the Wolf Knight. With Sif's death, an era comes to an end. The last living connection to Knight Artorias, the final guardian of the true story of what happened in Ulasil, has passed into history. Yet death, in the world of Dark Souls, is rarely the end of a story, but rather its transformation into something new. The soul of Sif, obtained upon the wolf's defeat, carries within it echoes of both the guardian and the master he served. Soul of Sif, the great grey wolf, who inherited the divine nightsword, who guards the grave of Artorias the Abyss Walker. This soul can be used by a skilled blacksmith to forge weapons that channel the essence of the legendary partnership between knight and wolf, ensuring that their bond continues to have meaning even after both have passed beyond the physical world. The weapons that can be created from Sif's soul are particularly significant, as they represent different aspects of the Artorias legend. The Great Sword of Artorias, forged from Sif's soul combined with a straight sword, embodies the knight's noble purpose and his dedication to hunting the servants of darkness. Sword born from the soul of the great grey wolf, Sif, guardian of the grave of the Abyss Walker knight Artorias. Sir Artorias hunted the dark wraiths, and his sword strikes harder against dark servants. There is also the cursed great sword of Artorias, which requires a different base weapon to forge, but carries additional properties that speak to the knight's tragic end. This version of the sword can strike ghosts and other incorporeal beings, a reflection of Artorias' covenant with the creatures of the abyss and his ability to traverse realms that would destroy ordinary mortals. The great shield of Artorias, meanwhile, can be forged from Sif's soul using a shield as the base material. This creates a defensive item that embodies the protective aspect of the knight's legend, his willingness to shield others from harm, even at the cost of his own safety. It serves as a tangible reminder of Artorias' final act, when he used his own great shield to protect Sif from the corruption of the abyss. But perhaps the most important legacy of Sif's sacrifice is not found in weapons or armor, but in the covenant of Artorias itself. This ring, passed from the fallen knight to his faithful guardian, and finally to the chosen undead, represents a lineage of heroes who have been willing to face the abyss for the sake of others. Each bearer of the ring has carried forward not just its protective power, but the responsibility that comes with it. When the chosen undead finally descends into the abyss to face the four kings, they carry with them more than just magical protection. They bear the accumulated weight of everyone who has made this journey before them. Artorias, who first forged the covenant and paid the price for his willingness to walk in darkness. Sif, who guarded the ring for centuries to ensure it would only pass to worthy hands. And now themselves, the latest link in a chain of heroism that stretches back through the ages. The battle against the four kings, made possible by the protection of Artorias' ring, becomes a form of completion for the stories that began in Ulasil centuries before. Here, in the deepest part of the abyss that claimed the legendary knight, the chosen undead faces the very corruption that Artorias had fought against throughout his career. It is, in a very real sense, the battle that Artorias might have fought if he had not fallen to Manus' power. Yet even victory against the four kings cannot undo the tragedies that made it possible. Artorias remains corrupted, trapped in the past in his maddened state. Sif is dead, his vigil finally ended. The price of progress in Dark Souls is always measured in loss, and the chosen undead's success comes at the cost of destroying bonds that had endured for centuries.
The influence of Artorias and Sif extends beyond their own immediate story, reaching into the legends and practices of future generations. In Dark Souls 3, set long after the events of the original game, we encounter the Abyss Watchers, a group of warriors who have dedicated themselves to continuing Artorias' mission of fighting against the forces of darkness. The soldiers of Faerun formed a legion to carry on Artorias and Sif's heritage of battling the Abyss. They worship a being known as the Old Wolf and use its blood to gain power. This wolf may be Sif himself, supposing he was not killed in DS1, or more likely, one of his descendants. The Abyss Watchers have organized themselves around the memory of the Wolf Knight, as Artorias came to be known in later ages, and they seek to emulate both his dedication to fighting the Abyss and his partnership with his wolf companion. The fact that these future warriors remember Artorias specifically as the Wolf Knight speaks to the enduring impact of his partnership with Sif. In the collective memory of Lordran, the knight and his companion have become inseparable, their bond serving as a model for the kind of loyalty and dedication that heroes should aspire to. The Abyss Watcher's reverence for the Old Wolf suggests that even in death, Sif's legacy continues to inspire those who fight against the darkness. This continuation of their story across multiple games demonstrates the power of the bond between Artorias and Sif to transcend individual mortality and become something larger, a symbol of hope in a world that often seems devoid of it. Their partnership has become a legend that inspires others to similar acts of heroism and sacrifice, ensuring that their influence extends far beyond their own lives. Yet there is something bittersweet about this legacy. The Abyss Watchers, for all their good intentions, ultimately fall to the very corruption they sought to fight against. Like their inspiration, they become consumed by the darkness they opposed, requiring the intervention of another hero, the Ashen One, to put them to rest. The cycle continues, with each generation of heroes ultimately requiring salvation by the next, a reminder that even the greatest victories in Dark Souls are temporary. The deeper meanings. The story of Sif, the Great Grey Wolf, operates on multiple levels of meaning that extend far beyond the immediate narrative of knight and companion. At its surface, it is a tale of loyalty and sacrifice, but beneath that lies a meditation on the nature of duty, the cost of heroism, and the question of whether some prices are too high to pay. One of the most profound aspects of Sif's story is what it reveals about the nature of loyalty in a world where traditional bonds have largely broken down. The realm of Lordran is filled with characters who have abandoned their original purposes, who have been corrupted by power or driven mad by despair. Kings have become tyrants, knights have become hollow shells of their former selves, and even gods have descended into madness or retreated from the world entirely. Against this backdrop of universal decay, Sif stands as something remarkable, a being whose loyalty has not only survived intact, but has actually grown stronger over time. The wolf's devotion to Artorias does not diminish with the knight's transformation into a creature of the abyss. Instead, it transforms into something more complex. A commitment to preserving the memory of who Artorias was at his best, while also protecting others from suffering the same fate. This evolution of loyalty from simple devotion to complex guardianship represents one of the most sophisticated character developments in the Dark Souls series. Sif does not merely continue to follow his master's commands after Artorias' fall. He makes an independent moral choice about how best to honor his master's memory. The decision to guard the covenant of Artorias, to ensure that only the worthy can claim it, reflects a level of moral reasoning that transcends simple animal instinct. The tragic irony of this choice is that it puts Sif in direct conflict with the very people who most deserve his help. The heroes who seek the covenant of Artorias are, by definition, individuals who are willing to risk everything to save others. They are the spiritual successors to Artorias himself, yet Sif must fight them to ensure they are truly ready for the trials ahead. This creates a situation where doing the right thing requires causing harm to good people, a moral complexity that is characteristic of the Dark Souls universe. The battle between Sif and the chosen undead also serves as a metaphor for the conflict between past and future, between preservation and progress. Sif represents the past, memory, tradition, the weight of history, and loss. The chosen undead represents the future, change, possibility, the willingness to risk everything for the chance of something better. Neither position is inherently wrong, yet they are incompatible. This conflict reflects real-world tensions between conservation and progress, between honoring the past and moving forward into an uncertain future. Sif's position is understandable and even admirable. He has seen what happens when heroes venture unprepared into the darkness, and he refuses to be complicit in another tragedy. Yet the chosen undead's position is equally valid. The world is dying, and only by taking risks and making sacrifices can there be any hope of salvation. The emotional impact of this conflict is amplified by the recognition that both parties are acting from noble motives. This is not a battle between good and evil, but between two different interpretations of what good means. Sif believes that preventing tragedy is more important than enabling potential heroism. The chosen undead believes that the chance of success, however small, is worth the risk of failure. Both are right, and both are wrong. And the tragedy lies in the fact that there is no resolution that does not require the destruction of something precious. Another layer of meaning in Sif's story relates to the nature of memory and how we choose to honor those we have lost. The wolf's decision to guard Artorias' grave rather than simply mourn his passing represents an active choice about how to process grief and loss. Rather than being paralyzed by sorrow or consumed by a desire for revenge, Sif transforms his pain into purpose. This transformation is not without its costs. Sif's centuries-long vigil has isolated him from the world of the living, trapping him in a cycle of solitary duty that offers little in the way of comfort or companionship. Yet this isolation is also a form of devotion, a willingness to sacrifice his own happiness for the sake of preserving something he considers more important than his personal well-being. The question of whether this sacrifice is worthwhile is one that the story deliberately leaves unanswered. From one perspective, Sif's vigil serves an important purpose, ensuring that the covenant of Artorias only reaches those capable of using it responsibly. From another perspective,
His isolation serves primarily to compound the tragedy of Artorias' fall, adding his own suffering to the sum total of loss that resulted from the knight's corruption. The ambiguity of this question reflects the broader themes of Dark Souls, where heroic actions often have unintended consequences, and where the line between meaningful sacrifice and pointless suffering is often unclear. Sif's story asks us to consider what we owe to the memory of those we have lost, and whether there comes a point where devotion to the dead prevents us from serving the living. The story also explores the relationship between knowledge and responsibility. Sif is one of the few beings in Lordran who knows the true story of what happened to Artorias, not the legend of heroic triumph that has been passed down through the ages, but the reality of corruption and fall. This knowledge becomes both a burden and a source of purpose. The wolf's decision to keep this knowledge secret, to allow the legend of Artorias' victory to persist even though he knows it to be false, represents a choice about the relationship between truth and hope. Sif understands that the people of Lordran need their heroes to remain heroic, that knowledge of Artorias' fall might do more harm than good. Yet he also knows that some record of the truth must be preserved, that the reality of what the abyss can do to heroes must not be forgotten entirely. This tension between public myth and private truth runs throughout Dark Souls, where many of the legends that characters reference turn out to be incomplete or entirely false. Sif's role as keeper of hidden knowledge makes him complicit in this myth-making, yet also positions him as a guardian of authentic memory. He preserves the truth not by proclaiming it, but by ensuring that those who seek to follow in Artorias' footsteps understand the real stakes involved. The emotional core of Sif's story lies in its exploration of what it means to love someone so deeply that you are willing to spend eternity protecting their memory, even when that protection requires you to fight against people who share your values. The wolf's love for Artorias is not possessive or selfish, but transformative. It becomes a force that shapes not only his own existence, but the lives of everyone who encounters him. This kind of love, devoted, selfless, and enduring beyond death itself, serves as a counterpoint to the corruption and decay that characterizes so much of the Dark Souls universe. While kingdoms fall and heroes succumb to madness, while gods abandon their responsibilities and mortals lose themselves to despair, Sif's love remains constant. It becomes a fixed point in a world of constant change, an anchor of meaning in a realm where meaning itself often seems absent. Yet even this pure love is not without its costs and complications. Sif's devotion to Artorias requires him to become something he was never meant to be, a solitary guardian rather than a companion, a judge of worthiness rather than a friend to heroes. The very depth of his love transforms him into something isolated and dangerous, capable of great violence in service of what he sees as a greater good. This transformation speaks to one of Dark Souls' central themes, the way that even our noblest impulses can become corrupted when taken to extremes. Sif's love for Artorias is pure and admirable, yet it also traps him in a cycle of violence and loneliness that ultimately serves no one well. The wolf becomes so focused on protecting others from Artorias' fate that he loses sight of other ways his devotion might be expressed. The story also functions as a meditation on the nature of time and how it changes the meaning of our actions. When Artorias first made his sacrifice to protect Sif, it was an act of immediate heroism, a knight saving his companion from certain death. Over the centuries that followed, that same sacrifice took on different meanings, becoming both a source of purpose for Sif and a burden that shaped every day of his existence. The passage of time does not diminish the significance of Artorias' sacrifice, but it does reveal the full complexity of its consequences. What began as a moment of pure heroism becomes the foundation for centuries of tragedy, isolation, and necessary violence. This evolution illustrates how even our most heroic actions can have unintended consequences that extend far beyond our original intentions. For the chosen undead, encountering Sif represents a confrontation with the weight of history itself. They are not simply fighting a guardian or claiming a treasure, but engaging with the accumulated grief and devotion of centuries. The battle forces them to become complicit in the very cycles of tragedy they are seeking to end, to add their own actions to the sum total of loss that began with Artorias' fall. This complicity is what gives the encounter its emotional power. The chosen undead cannot claim moral superiority over Sif, cannot dismiss him as simply an obstacle to be overcome. They must acknowledge that they are participating in a tragedy, that their heroic quest requires them to destroy something precious and irreplaceable. The recognition scene, available to those who have rescued young Sif in the past, intensifies this moral complexity by making the relationship personal. When the wolf recognizes the chosen undead as someone who once saved him, the battle becomes not just tragic, but heartbreaking. It forces both participants to confront the cruel irony that their friendship, forged in the crucible of the abyss, has led them to this moment of necessary conflict. The geography of memory. The setting of Sif's encounter is as carefully constructed as the emotional narrative that unfolds within it. Darkroot Garden is not simply a location, but a carefully crafted environment that reinforces the themes of memory, loss, and the weight of the past that define the Great Grey Wolf's story. The garden itself exists in a state of beautiful decay, when nature has begun to reclaim the works of civilization without entirely erasing them. Ancient stone monuments stand throughout the grove, their inscriptions weathered by time, but their presence still commanding respect. These monuments serve as silent testimony to forgotten heroes and lost causes, creating an atmosphere where the past feels more real and immediate than the present. The trees of Darkroot Garden are particularly significant, as they seem to possess a consciousness that transcends normal plant life. These ancient oaks and elms have witnessed centuries of history, and their twisted branches appear to reach toward visitors with an almost deliberate intent. They create a sense of being watched, of walking through a space where memory itself has taken physical form. The path to Sif's grove is deliberately circuitous, forcing visitors to navigate through increasingly sacred ground before reaching their destination. This journey serves as both a practical challenge and a spiritual preparation, giving those who seek the covenant of Artorias time to consider the weight of what they are attempting to do. The Forest Hunter Covenant and their guardians serve as the first line of protection for this sacred space, but they also function symbolically as representatives of different approaches to dealing with loss and memory. Some of the forest hunters are human, warriors who have chosen to dedicate their lives to protecting the grave of a hero they never knew personally. Others are more ancient beings, creatures who may have actual memories of the age when Artorias walked among the living. Each of these guardians represents a different relationship to the past. The human forest hunters embody the power of inherited purpose, the way that stories and legends can inspire people to sacrifice their own interests for the sake of preserving something they consider sacred. The more ancient guardians represent direct memory, the weight of personal experience and loss that cannot be fully communicated to others. Alvina of the Darkroot Wood, the enigmatic cat who leads the forest hunters, occupies a particularly complex position in this landscape of memory. Her attitude toward Artorias' legend is notably cynical. She dismisses the story of the knight's triumph over the abyss as fabrication and expresses doubt about whether the truth is worth preserving. Yet despite this cynicism, Alvina continues to protect the grove where Artorias is buried, suggesting that her motivations go deeper than simple reverence for legends. Perhaps she, like Sif, understands the difference between public myths and private truths, and recognizes that both serve important functions in helping people make sense of their world. The sealed door that guards the entrance to the deeper parts of Darkroot Garden serves multiple symbolic functions. On a practical level, it ensures that only those with sufficient resources and determination can access Sif's grove. The 20,000 souls required to purchase the crest of Artorias from blacksmith Andre represent a significant investment that weeds out casual treasure hunters. More symbolically, the sealed door represents the barrier between legend and truth, between the comfortable distance of stories and the immediate weight of reality. Those who pass through it are making a conscious choice to engage with history rather than simply hearing about it, to become participants in ongoing narratives rather than passive observers of completed tales. The architecture within the grove itself tells a story of its own. The stone monuments are clearly ancient, predating the current age of fire and possibly reaching back to the time of the ancient dragons. Yet they have been carefully maintained, suggesting ongoing reverence for whatever they commemorate. This combination of age and preservation creates a sense of continuity that spans geological ages. Artorias' grave, by contrast, is remarkably simple, a single stone marker with minimal ornamentation. This simplicity is striking in a world where power and importance are typically displayed through elaborate monuments and grand architecture. The grave's modest appearance suggests either humility on the part of those who built it, or perhaps a recognition that some forms of greatness transcend physical display. The sword embedded in the ground before the grave serves multiple functions within this carefully constructed environment. As a weapon, it represents the readiness to defend this sacred space against any who would desecrate it. As a symbol, it embodies the ideals that Artorias lived and died for, the willingness to stand against darkness regardless of personal cost. When Sif takes up this sword to fight the chosen undead, the act transforms the weapon from a monument into a living extension of the knight's legacy. The blade that once symbolized Artorias' ideals becomes an active force in the world once more, wielded not by the knight himself, but by the companion who understood those ideals better than anyone. The grove's position within the larger geography of Lordran is also significant. Darkroot Garden sits between the familiar civilization of the undead parish and the more dangerous territories that lie beyond it. This placement makes it a threshold space, a point of transition between the known and the unknown, the safe and the perilous. For the chosen undead, reaching Sif's Grove represents a crucial step in their journey from relative novice to true hero. The challenges they face in Darkroot Garden, the forest hunters, the stone giants, the various traps and hazards, serve as a test of their readiness for the greater trials ahead. Only by proving themselves capable of reaching Sif can they demonstrate that they might be worthy of wielding the Covenant of Artorias. This function of the Grove as a testing ground adds another layer to Sif's role as guardian. The wolf is not just protecting the ring from the unworthy, but serving as the final examination for those who seek to follow in his master's footsteps. The battle between Sif and the chosen undead becomes a test of everything they have learned up to that point. Their combat skills, their determination, and perhaps most importantly, their willingness to do what is necessary even when it causes them pain. The weather and lighting within the grove contribute to its emotional impact. Darkroot Garden exists in a state of perpetual twilight, with sunlight filtering through the ancient canopy in ways that create dramatic pools of light and shadow. This lighting gives the entire area a dreamlike quality, as if it exists slightly apart from the normal flow of time. When mist rolls through the trees, as it often does, the grove takes on an even more ethereal appearance. Shapes become indistinct, distances become difficult to judge, and the boundary between the physical and spiritual worlds seems to blur. This atmospheric effect reinforces the sense that this is a place where normal rules do not fully apply, where the past and present coexist in ways that would be impossible elsewhere. The sounds of the grove are equally important to its emotional impact. The rustle of leaves in the ancient trees, the distant howl of wolves, the scrape of stone against stone as the monuments slowly shift and settle. All of these contribute to a soundscape that feels both natural and supernatural, familiar and alien. When Sif finally appears, his presence transforms the entire environment. The massive wolf seems to command the very air around him, his silver fur catching what light penetrates the canopy and reflecting it in ways that make him appear almost luminous. The sound of his breathing, deep and measured, becomes the dominant audio element in the grove, a reminder of the life force that has maintained this vigil for so many years. The moment when Sif takes up Artorias' sword creates a shift in the entire atmosphere of the grove. What had been a place of solemn remembrance becomes a battlefield, yet it retains its sacred character even as violence unfolds within it. This transformation speaks to one of the central paradoxes of Dark Souls, the way that combat can become a form of communion, a means of understanding and honoring opponents, even as we fight to defeat them. The philosophical foundations. Beneath the surface narrative of knight, wolf, and sacrifice lies a complex philosophical framework that gives Sif's story its enduring power and relevance. The tale operates as an exploration of several fundamental questions about duty, love, memory, and the price of heroism. Questions that extend far beyond the boundaries of any single game or story. One of the central philosophical tensions in Sif's story revolves around the relationship between individual agency and inherited obligation. The wolf was not born into his role as guardian of Artorias' legacy. He chose it, transforming his grief and loyalty into a sense of purpose that would define the rest of his existence. Yet once that choice was made, it became a prison as much as a purpose, limiting his options and requiring him to act in ways that caused both himself and others significant pain. This tension reflects real-world questions about the nature of commitment and the ways that our deepest values can sometimes conflict with our immediate desires or even our rational understanding of what might produce the best outcomes. Sif knows that fighting the chosen undead will likely result in his own death and the release of the covenant of Artorias to someone who may or may not be capable of using it wisely. Yet his commitment to his role as guardian compels him to fight anyway, regardless of the probable consequences. The philosophical framework here draws on concepts from duty-based ethics, particularly the idea that certain actions are inherently right or wrong, regardless of their consequences. From this perspective, Sif's behavior is admirable precisely because it is not calculated to produce optimal outcomes, but rather reflects his unwavering commitment to principles he has chosen to uphold. Yet the story also invites us to question whether such rigid adherence to principle is ultimately virtuous or destructive. Sif's commitment to his role as guardian prevents him from forming new relationships, from finding happiness, from contributing to the world in ways that might ultimately be more valuable than his solitary vigil. The philosophical question becomes whether there is a point at which devotion to duty becomes its own form of corruption. Another philosophical dimension of the story concerns the nature of love and its relationship to freedom. Sif's love for Artorias is profound and genuine, yet it also becomes a source of bondage that shapes every aspect of his existence for centuries. This raises questions about whether true love should liberate or constrain, whether the deepest forms of affection are compatible with individual autonomy. The wolf situation can be read as an extreme example of the ways that love can become possessive or controlling, even when the person or being feeling that love has the best of intentions. Sif's determination to protect others from Artorias' fate stems from genuine care, yet it also represents a form of paternalism that denies others the right to make their own choices about risk and sacrifice. From this perspective, Sif's story becomes a cautionary tale about the dangers of allowing love to override respect for others' agency. The wolf's certainty that he knows what is best for the heroes who seek the covenant of Artorias reflects a kind of arrogance that is all the more problematic because it is motivated by genuine care rather than malice. Yet the story also supports a more sympathetic reading of Sif's motivations. The wolf has unique knowledge about the dangers of the abyss, having witnessed firsthand what it did to one of the greatest heroes in history. His reluctance to allow others to face those same dangers without proving their worthiness first can be seen as a form of tragic wisdom rather than mere possessiveness. This interpretation draws on philosophical traditions that emphasize the importance of earned wisdom and the responsibility that comes with special knowledge. From this perspective, Sif's role as gatekeeper is not just legitimate but necessary. He serves as a filter that ensures the covenant of Artorias reaches only those capable of using it responsibly. The temporal structure of Sif's story also raises fascinating philosophical questions about the nature of identity and continuity across time. The young wolf that Artorias died to protect, and the massive guardian that the chosen undead eventually faces, are separated by centuries of experience, growth, and change. In what sense are they the same being? This question becomes particularly acute when considering the recognition scene available to those who rescue young Sif in the past. The adult Sif remembers being saved by the chosen undead, yet he has also been fundamentally transformed by the intervening centuries. His personality, his understanding of the world, even his physical form have all changed dramatically. The continuity lies not in static identity, but in the persistence of certain core commitments and emotional attachments. This exploration of identity across time reflects broader philosophical questions about what makes us who we are. Are we defined by our memories, our values, our relationships, or some combination of all these factors? Sif's story suggests that identity may be less about maintaining consistency than about the ways we integrate our experiences into coherent narratives that give meaning to our lives. The wolf's transformation from companion to guardian represents a fundamental shift in his relationship to the world. Yet it is presented as a natural evolution of his original loyalty to Artorias, rather than a betrayal of it. This suggests that growth and change, even dramatic change, can be compatible with continuity of identity when they flow from our deepest commitments. Another philosophical dimension concerns the relationship between public narratives and private truths. Sif is one of the few beings who knows that the legend of Artorias' triumph over the abyss is false, yet he participates in maintaining that legend by keeping the truth secret. This raises questions about the ethics of myth-making and the circumstances under which it might be justifiable to allow false but inspiring stories to persist. The philosophical tradition offers various perspectives on this dilemma. A utilitarian analysis might support Sif's choice to preserve the legend if doing so produces better overall consequences than revealing the truth would. The inspirational power of heroic stories can motivate people to acts of courage and self-sacrifice that benefit society, even if the specific details of those stories are inaccurate. From a deontological perspective, however, there might be an inherent duty to truth-telling that makes Sif's participation in myth-making problematic, regardless of its consequences. This view would emphasize the intrinsic value of honesty and the ways that allowing false narratives to persist, even for good reasons, undermines the foundations of trust and communication that society depends upon. Sif's story does not resolve this tension, but rather explores its complexities. The wolf's choice to preserve the legend while also serving as guardian of the truth represents an attempt to honor both the value of inspiring narratives and the importance of authentic memory. Whether this compromise is ultimately successful or simply postpones the need for a more definitive resolution is left for individual interpreters to decide. The story also engages with questions about the nature of heroism itself. Both Artorias and Sif can be seen as heroic figures, yet their heroism manifests in very different ways. The knight's heroism is active and dramatic. He ventures into the abyss to fight monsters and rescue princesses. The wolf's heroism is patient and enduring. He maintains a centuries-long vigil to protect others from making the same mistakes. These different forms of heroism reflect broader philosophical debates about the relative value of action and contemplation, of dramatic intervention and steady maintenance. Artorias represents the heroism of the moment, the willingness to risk everything for the chance of achieving something great. Sif represents the heroism of duration, the willingness to sacrifice personal happiness for the sake of long-term responsibility. The story suggests that both forms of heroism are valuable and necessary, yet it also shows how they can come into conflict. The chosen undead embodies Artorias-style heroism, seeking to change the world through bold action and personal sacrifice. Sif embodies a more conservative form of heroism, seeking to protect the world by preventing potentially catastrophic mistakes. The battle between them becomes a conflict between these different philosophical approaches to heroism. Neither is clearly superior to the other, yet they are incompatible in this specific situation. The tragedy lies not in the failure of either approach, but in the way that both, pursued to their logical conclusions, make conflict inevitable. The cultural resonance. The story of Sif, the Great Grey Wolf, has achieved a level of cultural impact that extends far beyond the boundaries of Dark Souls itself, becoming a touchstone for discussions about loyalty, loss, and the emotional power of interactive storytelling. This broader resonance speaks to the way that the wolf's tale taps into fundamental human experiences and concerns that transcend the specific context of any single game or narrative. One of the most significant aspects of Sif's cultural impact lies in the way the character has become an emblem for the emotional sophistication that video games can achieve when they move beyond simple power fantasies or mechanical challenges. The encounter with Sif is frequently cited as evidence that games can create emotional experiences as complex and meaningful as those found in any other artistic medium. This recognition has been particularly important in ongoing debates about the artistic legitimacy of video games. Critics who dismiss games as mere entertainment or technical exhibitions often struggle to account for experiences like the Sif encounter, where mechanical gameplay and narrative meaning are so thoroughly integrated that they become inseparable. The emotional impact of fighting the Great Grey Wolf depends entirely on the interactive nature of the medium. It could not be replicated in film, literature, or any other art form. The character has also become a focal point for discussions about the ethics of game design and the responsibilities that developers have toward their players' emotional well-being. The Sif encounter is deliberately designed to cause emotional distress, forcing players to participate in an action they know to be tragic and wrong. This has led to debates about whether such manipulation is justifiable in service of artistic expression or whether it crosses ethical lines by causing unnecessary pain. Some critics argue that the mandatory nature of the Sif fight, the fact that players cannot progress through the game without killing the wolf, represents a form of emotional coercion that is problematic, regardless of its artistic merits. They contend that forcing players to act against their moral instincts without providing alternatives undermines player agency in ways that other media cannot. Defenders of the design choice argue that this forced participation is precisely what gives the encounter its power. By making players complicit in the tragedy, the game creates a level of emotional investment and moral reflection that would be impossible if the violence were merely observed rather than enacted. The discomfort that players feel is not a flaw in the design, but rather its intended effect. A way of making abstract philosophical questions about duty and sacrifice immediate and personal. The character of Sif has also become significant in discussions about representation and diversity in video games, though in ways that might not be immediately obvious. The wolf represents a form of non-human intelligence and agency that is rarely seen in games, where most characters are either human or humanoid. Sif's story demonstrates that compelling characterization does not require human-like psychology or motivations. This aspect of the character has been particularly important for players who feel marginalized by the predominantly human-centric focus of most game narratives. Sif offers an example of how games can create meaningful connections between players and characters whose ways of being in the world are fundamentally different from human experience. The wolf's lack of dialogue is particularly significant in this context. Unlike most major characters in video games, Sif never speaks, yet his emotional states and motivations are clearly communicated through animation, sound design, and environmental storytelling. This demonstrates the power of non-verbal communication in interactive media and suggests possibilities for representing perspectives that cannot be easily translated into human language. The character has also had a significant impact on discussions about masculinity and emotional expression in gaming culture. The story of Artorias and Sif presents a model of masculine heroism that is based on emotional connection and mutual care, rather than domination or competition. The knight's greatest act of heroism is not defeating an enemy, but protecting his friend. And the wolf's heroism is defined by his emotional faithfulness rather than his combat prowess. This representation has been particularly meaningful for players who feel alienated by the aggressive, hyper-masculine tone that characterizes much of gaming culture. Sif's story suggests that strength can be compatible with gentleness, that power can be used for protection rather than conquest, and that the most meaningful victories are often those that involve preserving relationships rather than destroying enemies. The cultural impact of Sif extends into creative communities as well, where the character has inspired countless works of fan art, fan fiction, and musical tribute. These creative responses often focus on expanding the emotional dimensions of Sif's story, exploring the psychological impact of his centuries-long vigil, or imagining alternative scenarios where the tragic confrontation with the chosen undead might be avoided. The prevalence of these creative responses speaks to the way that Sif's story leaves space for reader interpretation and emotional investment. The game provides the basic narrative framework, but much of the emotional meaning emerges from players' own imaginative engagement with the character and his situation. This collaborative aspect of meaning-making is characteristic of the most culturally significant forms of interactive entertainment. Academic analysis has also begun to engage seriously with Sif as a character worthy of sustained critical attention. Scholars in game studies, narrative theory, and digital humanities have used the wolf story as a case study for examining various aspects of interactive storytelling, from the role of environmental narrative to the ways that player agency can be structured to create specific emotional effects. This academic attention has helped to establish Sif as more than just a popular character, but as a legitimate object of scholarly inquiry. The complexity of the moral and philosophical questions raised by his story makes him a valuable subject for academic analysis, while his cultural impact demonstrates the broader significance of video games as a medium for serious artistic expression. The character has also become important in discussions about mental health and emotional well-being within gaming communities. Many players report that the Sif encounter helped them process their own experiences of loss, loyalty, and difficult moral choices. The game's willingness to engage seriously with themes of grief and sacrifice has provided a framework for players to explore their own emotional lives in ways that feel safe and meaningful. This therapeutic dimension of Sif's story speaks to the potential for video games to serve functions beyond entertainment or artistic expression. By creating spaces where players can engage with difficult emotions in structured and meaningful ways, games can serve as tools for personal growth and emotional development. The ongoing cultural significance of Sif also reflects the way that certain characters can transcend their original context to become part of broader cultural conversations. References to the Great Grey Wolf appear in contexts far removed from Dark Souls, used as shorthand for concepts like unwavering loyalty, tragic duty, or the emotional power of interactive media. This level of cultural penetration suggests that Sif has achieved something approaching archetypal status. He has become a recognizable symbol for certain universal human experiences and concerns. Like the great literary or mythological figures who continue to resonate across cultures and centuries, Sif represents ideas and emotions that transcend the specific story in which he first appeared. The technical mastery. The emotional and philosophical power of Sif's story would mean nothing without the technical mastery that brings the character to life on screen. Every aspect of the wolf's presentation, from his animation and sound design to the environmental storytelling that surrounds his encounter, represents a carefully orchestrated effort to create maximum emotional impact through the specific capabilities of the video game medium. The animation of Sif is particularly remarkable for the way it communicates complex emotional states through purely physical expression. The wolf never speaks, yet his mental state is always clear to observant players through subtle details in his movement and posture. The designers understood that creating an emotional connection with a non-human character would require exceptional attention to body language and behavioral detail. When Sif first appears in his grove, his movements are fluid and confident, befitting a creature who has spent centuries perfecting his role as guardian. The wolf carries himself with dignity and purpose, his massive frame moving with surprising grace as he approaches Artorias' grave. Every step communicates both power and solemnity, establishing immediately that this is no ordinary beast, but a being of significance and intelligence. The moment when Sif takes up Artorias' greatsword is choreographed with particular care. The wolf does not simply grab the weapon, but approaches it with obvious reverence, lowering his head in what appears to be a gesture of respect before gently taking the hilt in his jaws. The animation suggests both reluctance and determination. He knows what he must do, but he takes no pleasure in it. During the battle itself, Sif's animations continue to tell a story beyond the immediate mechanics of combat. His attacks are powerful, but measured, reflecting years of training and discipline rather than wild animal fury. The wolf fights with the precision of a trained warrior, his movements echoing the techniques that Artorias himself might have used when wielding the same weapon. As Sif's health diminishes, the animation becomes increasingly heartbreaking. The wolf's movements become labored and unsteady, his breathing grows heavier, and his attacks lose their precision and power. Yet even in his weakened state, he continues to fight, driven by a sense of duty that transcends physical limitations. The final phase of the battle, where Sif begins to limp and struggle to lift the greatsword, represents some of the most emotionally effective animation in video game history. The wolf's obvious pain and exhaustion, combined with his continued determination to fulfill his role as guardian, creates a perfect storm of sympathy and admiration that few players can resist. The sound design accompanying Sif's encounter is equally masterful, using audio cues to reinforce the emotional themes of the battle, while also providing practical information about the wolf's condition and intentions. Sif's breathing, heavy and measured, becomes a constant presence throughout the encounter, reminding players that they are fighting a living being rather than a mere obstacle. The wolf's vocalizations are particularly effective at communicating emotional states. His initial growl upon seeing the chosen undead carries a note of warning rather than aggression. He is announcing his intention to defend the grave rather than expressing hatred toward his opponent. When Sif recognizes the chosen undead in the alternate cutscene, his whimper of recognition and subsequent mournful howl communicate complex emotions that would be difficult to convey through dialogue. During the battle, Sif's sounds of exertion and pain serve both mechanical and emotional functions. They provide audio cues about his attacks and condition, but they also humanize the wolf in ways that make each blow struck against him feel significant. The designers understood that making players feel the impact of their actions would be crucial to the encounter's emotional effectiveness. The environmental storytelling surrounding Sif's encounter represents another level of technical mastery, using visual design and spatial arrangement to communicate narrative information without relying on explicit exposition. The grove itself tells a story about memory, reverence, and the passage of time through carefully placed details and atmospheric effects. The ancient monuments scattered throughout the area suggest a long history of heroism and sacrifice, positioning Artorias and Sif within a broader tradition of noble deeds and tragic ends. The weathered inscriptions and moss-covered stone communicate the passage of centuries, while also suggesting that some forms of meaning persist despite the ravages of time. Artorias's grave, simple and unadorned, stands in stark contrast to the elaborate monuments that surround it. This simplicity communicates something important about the knight's character, that his greatness lay not in his desire for recognition, but in his willingness to sacrifice everything for the sake of others. The sword, embedded in the ground before the grave, serves as both weapon and monument, ready to be claimed by one worthy of its power. The lighting throughout the grove is carefully designed to create dramatic visual effects that reinforce the emotional themes of the encounter. Shafts of sunlight filtering through the ancient canopy create pools of illumination that highlight important details while leaving other areas in shadow. This interplay of light and dark serves as a visual metaphor for the themes of the story, the way that heroic acts can emerge from dark circumstances, and the way that tragedy can coexist with beauty. The technical implementation of the recognition scene available to players who rescue young Sif represents a particularly sophisticated example of how games can use player actions to modify narrative meaning. The game tracks whether the player has completed certain actions in the DLC content and uses that information to trigger an alternate cutscene that completely changes the emotional context of the encounter. This technical feature serves important narrative functions by making the player's previous actions feel consequential and meaningful. The recognition scene would have no emotional impact if it were available to all players, regardless of their choices. Its power comes from the fact that it represents a unique reward for players who took the time and effort to rescue Sif in the past. The programming required to implement this feature is relatively straightforward, but its narrative impact is profound. It demonstrates how technical systems can be used to create emotional experiences that are uniquely available through interactive media. The relationship between the chosen undead and Sif becomes personal in a way that would be impossible in non-interactive narratives. The boss fight mechanics themselves are designed to reinforce the emotional themes of the encounter while still providing an engaging gameplay challenge. Sif's attacks are powerful but well telegraphed, giving players time to react while also creating dramatic visual moments. The wolf's size and reach create natural spacing that encourages players to think tactically about positioning and timing. The decision to make Sif's attacks slower and more predictable as his health decreases serves both mechanical and emotional functions. From a gameplay perspective, it ensures that the encounter becomes easier as it progresses, preventing players from becoming stuck at the most emotionally difficult part of the fight. From a narrative perspective, it reinforces the tragedy of the situation by showing the wolf's obvious decline in real time. The integration of all these technical elements, animation, sound design, environmental storytelling, and mechanical design, creates an encounter that feels cohesive and emotionally coherent. Every aspect of the presentation works together to support the central narrative themes, creating a unified experience that demonstrates the unique storytelling capabilities of interactive media. The lasting impact. As we reach the conclusion of Sif's tale, we find ourselves confronting not just the end of one story, but the beginning of its transformation into something larger. A legend that continues to resonate with new audiences and inspire fresh interpretations years after its original telling. The Great Grey Wolf has become more than a character in a video game. He has become a symbol of the emotional depths that interactive storytelling can achieve when it combines technical mastery with genuine artistic vision. The story of Sif operates on multiple temporal levels that reflect the complex relationship between past, present, and future that defines the Dark Souls universe. In the immediate present of the game's narrative, the wolf serves as guardian of Artorias' legacy, protecting both the truth of the knight's sacrifice and the ring that represents his greatest achievement. In the deeper past revealed through the DLC, Sif appears as companion and witness, the surviving observer of heroism and tragedy on an unprecedented scale. Yet the story also extends into our own present and future, as players continue to discover new meanings and applications for the themes that Sif embodies. The Wolf's Tale has become a touchstone for discussions about loyalty, duty, sacrifice, and the price of heroism. Conversations that extend far beyond the boundaries of gaming into broader cultural dialogues about how we should live and what we owe to one another. This multi-temporal quality gives Sif's story a mythic resonance that few video game narratives achieve. Like the great legends and folktales that have shaped human culture across millennia, the tale of the Great Grey Wolf addresses fundamental questions about the nature of love, loss, and moral responsibility that remain as relevant today as they were in any previous era. The technical achievement represented by Sif's character design and implementation has also had lasting impact on the development of video games as an artistic medium. The encounter demonstrated that games could create emotional experiences as complex and meaningful as those found in any other art form, helping to establish interactive entertainment as a legitimate subject for serious critical analysis and artistic appreciation. The influence can be seen in subsequent games that have attempted to recreate the emotional impact of the Sif encounter, though few have achieved the same perfect integration of mechanical design, visual presentation, and narrative meaning. The wolf story has become a benchmark for emotional storytelling in games, a standard against which other attempts at interactive pathos are measured. More broadly, Sif's character has contributed to evolving conversations about representation and diversity in gaming, demonstrating that meaningful characters do not need to conform to human norms of psychology or behavior. The wolf's non-verbal communication and animal perspective offer insights into alternative ways of being that expand our understanding of what kinds of stories games can tell and what kinds of experiences they can facilitate. The philosophical dimensions of Sif's story continue to generate new interpretations and applications as scholars and critics engage with the character from different theoretical perspectives. The wolf's situation raises questions about duty and agency, about the relationship between individual choice and inherited obligation, about the nature of love and its potential to become destructive when taken to extremes. These philosophical questions have proven remarkably durable, continuing to generate new insights and applications as they are examined through different critical lenses. Feminist critics have explored the ways that Sif's story challenges traditional narratives about heroism and masculinity. Environmental philosophers have found in the wolf's connection to the natural world a model for sustainable relationships between humans and their surroundings. Scholars of disability studies have examined the ways that Sif's physical transformation reflects broader questions about identity, capability, and the social construction of normalcy. The story's engagement with themes of memory and historical truth has also proven particularly relevant in an era of increasing concern about the reliability of public narratives and the manipulation of collective memory. Sif's role as keeper of both public legend and private truth offers a framework for thinking about the responsibilities that come with possessing knowledge that contradicts widely accepted stories. The wolf's choice to preserve Artorius's heroic reputation while also serving as guardian of the more complex reality speaks to contemporary debates about the relationship between inspirational narratives and factual accuracy. In an age when the line between myth and history has become increasingly blurred, Sif's story provides a nuanced exploration of how societies negotiate between the need for hope and the demand for truth. The character's influence extends into creative communities as well, where Sif continues to inspire new works of art, music, literature, and game design. Fan creators have expanded on the wolf story in countless ways, exploring the psychological dimensions of his centuries-long vigil, imagining alternative scenarios where the tragic confrontation with the chosen undead might be avoided, or creating entirely new narratives that build on the emotional and thematic foundations that his story established. This ongoing creative engagement demonstrates the generative power of well-crafted, interactive narratives. Unlike more passive forms of storytelling, games like Dark Souls create spaces for audience participation that extend far beyond the original experience. Players become collaborators in the creation of meaning, using the tools and frameworks provided by the game to explore their own questions and concerns. The therapeutic dimensions of Sif's story have also proven to have lasting significance. Mental health professionals have noted the ways that the wolf's encounter can serve as a catalyst for processing experiences of loss, loyalty, and difficult moral choices. The game's willingness to engage seriously with themes of grief and sacrifice provides a framework for emotional exploration that many players find valuable and meaningful. This therapeutic potential speaks to broader questions about the role that entertainment media can play in supporting individual and collective well-being. By creating safe spaces for encountering difficult emotions and moral dilemmas, games like Dark Souls can serve functions that extend beyond entertainment into the realm of personal growth and emotional development. The educational applications of Sif's story have also begun to be explored by teachers and curriculum developers who recognize the potential for using interactive narratives to engage students with complex philosophical and ethical questions. The wolf situation provides a concrete context for exploring abstract concepts about duty, sacrifice, and moral reasoning that might otherwise remain purely theoretical. As we look toward the future of interactive storytelling, Sif's legacy serves as both inspiration and challenge for developers who seek to create emotionally meaningful experiences through games. The wolf story demonstrates that the most powerful interactive narratives are those that integrate mechanical gameplay with thematic meaning in ways that create unique experiences unavailable through any other medium. Yet replicating the success of Sif's encounter requires more than simply copying its surface elements. The emotional power of the wolf story emerges from the careful integration of technical mastery, artistic vision, and genuine insight into fundamental human experiences. Future creators who wish to achieve similar impact must be willing to engage seriously with the philosophical and emotional dimensions of their work, while also mastering the technical tools needed to bring their visions to life. The ongoing relevance of Sif's story also speaks to the enduring power of certain narrative archetypes and emotional patterns. The loyal companion, the guardian of sacred knowledge, the tragic necessity of conflict between good people. These elements resonate across cultures and historical periods because they address fundamental aspects of human experience that transcend specific contexts. Yet the wolf story also demonstrates how these universal themes can be given fresh expression through the unique capabilities of interactive media, the player's forced participation in the tragedy, the way that mechanical gameplay reinforces emotional themes, the integration of environmental storytelling with character development. All of these represent innovations that are specifically enabled by the interactive nature of games. The eternal vigil ends. As the great grey wolf breathes his last beside the grave he has guarded for so long, we witness not just the death of a character, but the completion of a cycle that began centuries earlier in the depths of the chasm of the abyss. Sif's final moments represent the fulfillment of purposes both chosen and imposed, the resolution of tensions between loyalty and necessity that have defined his entire existence since Artorias' fall. The silence that follows Sif's death is profound and multifaceted. It is the silence of a vigil finally ended, of a duty completed at tremendous personal cost. It is the silence of recognition, as the chosen undead confronts the full weight of what their victory has required. Most significantly, it is the silence of transition, as the responsibility for protecting the world from the abyss passes from one guardian to another. The Covenant of Artorias, now freed from its centuries-long protection, carries with it not just the practical power to traverse the abyss, but the accumulated weight of everyone who has possessed it before. When the chosen undead places the ring upon their finger, they become the latest link in a chain of heroism that stretches back through Sif to Artorias himself, and perhaps even further into the forgotten reaches of Lordran's history. This transfer of responsibility represents one of Dark Souls' most sophisticated explorations of how heroic legacies persist across time. The power that the chosen undead gains is not simply magical, but moral. They inherit not just Artorias' ability to walk in darkness, but his commitment to standing against it. Not just Sif's strength, but his understanding of the price that such strength requires. Yet even as one story ends, others continue. The influence of Artorias and Sif extends far beyond their immediate narrative, reaching into future ages where their example continues to inspire new generations of heroes. The Abyss. Watchers of Dark Souls the 3, the legends and artifacts that bear their names, the very concept of the Wolf Knight that persists in collective memory. All of these represent the ongoing life of stories that might otherwise be considered complete. This persistence across multiple games and centuries of fictional time demonstrates something crucial about the nature of meaningful narratives. The most powerful stories are not self-contained, but generative, creating frameworks and inspirations that continue to produce new meanings and applications long after their original telling. Sif and Artorias have become mythic figures whose influence transcends their specific historical moment. The wolf's death also represents a moment of profound transformation for the chosen undead, though this transformation may not be immediately apparent. By forcing players to participate in Sif's destruction, the game creates a form of moral complicity that changes the player's relationship to heroism itself. The comfortable distance between player and character is collapsed, making it impossible to maintain illusions about the clean, uncomplicated nature of heroic action. This collapsing of distance represents one of interactive storytelling's unique capabilities. Unlike readers of novels or viewers of films, game players cannot remain passive observers of tragedy, but must become active participants in its unfolding. This participation creates forms of knowledge and understanding that are available only through interactive media, forms of moral education that emerge from direct involvement rather than abstract contemplation. The educational dimension of this participation should not be underestimated. By requiring players to act against their moral instincts while simultaneously maintaining their commitment to saving the world, the game creates a visceral understanding of the kinds of moral dilemmas that define real-world heroism. The lesson is not that heroic action is impossible or meaningless, but that it always comes at a cost that must be honestly acknowledged and carefully weighed. The grove where Sif maintained his vigil will now stand empty, its guardian gone, and its sacred purpose fulfilled. Yet the space itself retains the accumulated meaning of centuries of devotion and sacrifice. The ancient trees continue to whisper their secrets. The weathered monuments continue to testify to forgotten heroism. And Artorias's simple grave continues to mark the resting place of one who gave everything for the sake of others. This persistence of sacred space, even after its guardian has departed, speaks to something fundamental about how meaning accumulates and persists in physical environments. Places can become repositories of significance that transcends the presence of any individual being, holding memory and meaning in their very stones and shadows. For players who discovered the recognition scene through rescuing young Sif in the past, the wolf's death carries additional layers of tragedy and meaning. The knowledge that this creature once trusted them enough to fight alongside them against Manus makes his death feel not just necessary, but deeply personal. They have not simply defeated a guardian, but destroyed a friendship, not simply claimed a treasure, but broken a bond forged in the crucible of shared danger. This personal dimension transforms the entire encounter from tragedy into something approaching sacrilege. The player becomes complicit, not just in necessary violence, but in the betrayal of trust and friendship. Yet even this betrayal serves the greater good, preventing the spread of corruption and enabling the salvation of the world itself. The moral complexity of this situation reflects the sophisticated ethical framework that underlies much of Dark Souls storytelling. The game consistently refuses to offer easy answers or comfortable moral positions, instead creating scenarios where doing the right thing requires accepting terrible costs, and where heroic action becomes indistinguishable from tragic necessity. As the chosen undead leaves Darkroot Garden behind, carrying the covenant of Artorias toward their confrontation with the Four Kings, they bear with them more than just magical protection. They carry the weight of sacrifice, the knowledge of what their quest has already cost and will continue to demand. They carry the memory of a wolf whose loyalty transcended death itself, and whose final gift was to ensure that only the worthy could follow in his master's footsteps. Most importantly, they carry forward the story itself, not just the public legend of Artorias' triumph, but the private truth of his sacrifice, not just the myth of heroic victory, but the reality of heroic cost. In becoming the bearer of these stories, the chosen undead becomes responsible for their preservation and continuation, ensuring that the lessons embedded within them will not be lost to time. This responsibility extends beyond the fictional boundaries of the game world into our own reality, where players carry forward the insights and understandings they have gained through their engagement with Sif's story. The emotional and philosophical complexity of the wolf's tale does not remain confined to the virtual realm, but spills over into real-world conversations about loyalty, duty, sacrifice, and the nature of heroic action. The Great Grey Wolf's vigil may have ended, but his story continues to live in the memories of all who encountered him, continuing to generate new meanings and applications as each new player discovers the grove in Darkroot Garden and confronts the tragic necessity of claiming Artorias' ring. In this sense, Sif has achieved a form of immortality that transcends physical death, becoming part of the collective cultural memory that shapes how we understand ourselves and our responsibilities to one another. The legacy of the Wolf Knight and his faithful guardian endures not as a completed narrative, but as an ongoing conversation about what it means to love deeply enough to sacrifice everything, to remain loyal despite centuries of solitude, and to find meaning in duties that bring no reward beyond the knowledge of having served something greater than oneself. In the end, perhaps this is the most fitting tribute we can offer to Sif, the Great Grey Wolf, to carry his story forward, to find in his example inspiration for our own commitments and sacrifices, and to remember that the greatest acts of heroism are often the quiet ones, performed without recognition or reward by those who understand that some things are worth protecting regardless of the personal cost. The mists of Darkroot Garden may have closed over the empty grove where Sif once maintained his eternal vigil, but the wolf's influence continues to ripple outward through time and space, touching the lives of everyone who has ever struggled with questions of duty and devotion, loyalty and loss, love and sacrifice. His story remains unfinished not because it lacks conclusion, but because its themes are eternal, as relevant today as they were in the fictional past, where knight and wolf first walked together into the darkness of the abyss. And so, we leave the Great Grey Wolf not with a sense of ending, but of beginning. The beginning of our own engagement with the questions his story raises. The beginning of our own attempts to live with the kind of loyalty and dedication he embodied. The beginning of our own understanding that the most meaningful victories are often those that cost us everything we thought we valued, yet somehow leave us richer for the sacrifice. In the world of Dark Souls, as in our own, the greatest heroes are often those who guard what is precious not for glory or recognition, but simply because someone must, and they have chosen to be that someone. Sif, the Great Grey Wolf, stands as eternal testament to the power of such choices, and to the enduring significance of love that transcends even death itself. Thank you for joining me on this journey through one of gaming's most emotionally powerful stories. The tale of Sif reminds us that even in the darkest of worlds, loyalty endures, love persists, and sacrifice retains its meaning. Like and subscribe for more deep dives into the rich lore and unforgettable characters that make these virtual worlds feel so profoundly real and emotionally resonant. Until next time, may your own vigils be purposeful, your loyalties well chosen, and your sacrifices meaningful.
Welcome back to Lore 2 RPG, where we dive deep into gaming's greatest stories. Today, we journey into the dark and dying world of Dark Souls 3 to explore the complete tale of the Ashen One, the Lords of Cinder, and the final flickering moments of the Age of Fire. Over the next few hours, we'll uncover the rich tapestry of lore that makes this concluding chapter so compelling, from the ancient cycles that led to this moment to the choices that will determine the world's ultimate fate. So settle in, get comfortable, and let's begin this epic adventure through one of gaming's most haunting narratives, the Age of Fire's Twilight. To understand the story of Dark Souls 3, we must first comprehend the cosmic cycle that has shaped this world for millennia. Long before our tale begins, in what was called the Age of Ancients, the world existed in a state of grey monotony. Everlasting dragons ruled over a realm of archtrees and fog, where neither life nor death held meaning. But then came the first flame, bringing with it disparity, heat and cold, life and death, light and dark. From the darkness emerged beings who would find the Lord's souls within the flame's depths. Gwyn, who would become the Lord of Sunlight, wielded lightning to strip the immortal scales from the dragons. The Witch of Izalith commanded fire and chaos. Nito, the first of the dead, brought forth death itself. And in the shadows the furtive pygmy found the dark soul, which would become the foundation of humanity itself. These lords waged war against the dragons, ushering in the Age of Fire. Gwyn established his kingdom of Anor Londo, ruling over gods and men alike. But as all fires must, the first flame began to fade. Rather than allow the natural progression to an age of dark, Gwyn made a fateful choice. He gathered his remaining power and cast himself into the flame, becoming the first Lord of Cinder and prolonging the Age of Fire. This act established a cycle that would repeat throughout history. When the flame grew weak, a champion would emerge to relink it, sacrificing themselves to maintain the Age of Light. Each linking created a new Lord of Cinder, a being whose essence had become one with the flame itself. The chosen undead of the first Dark Souls was one such champion, as was the bearer of the curse from Dark Souls 2. But cycles, even cosmic ones, cannot continue forever. By the time of Dark Souls 3, the flame has been linked so many times that it has grown desperately weak. The world itself shows signs of this decay. Kingdoms and landscapes from different eras have begun converging in space and time, drawn together as reality itself starts to unravel. Ancient ruins rest alongside more recent constructions, and the very fabric of existence seems to be folding in on itself. It is in this dying world that our story begins, in the kingdom of Lothric, where the bells have tolled to awaken the Lords of Cinder from their eternal rest. But something has gone wrong. The Lords have abandoned their thrones, refusing to perform their duty of linking the flame once more. In desperation, the flame has reached out to awaken the unkindled, beings who once attempted to link the fire but failed, reduced to ash instead of becoming proper cinder. The unkindled's awakening. Our protagonist, known as the Ashen One, awakens in a graveyard called the Cemetery of Ash. Unlike the previous heroes of the Dark Souls series, the unkindled are not cursed with undeath in the traditional sense. They are something different, the remnants of those who once sought to link the flame but were found wanting. Rather than becoming Lords of Cinder, they were reduced to ash, deemed unfit even to be Cinder, as the opening narration tells us. The Firekeeper, a mysterious woman who tends to the bonfire at Firelink's shrine, explains the unkindled's purpose. They are vessels for souls, capable of absorbing power from defeated enemies in ways that even typical undead cannot. This unique nature makes them particularly suited for the monumental task ahead, hunting down the wayward Lords of Cinder and returning them to their thrones. Firelink Shrine serves as the hub of our journey, a nexus point where the Ashen One can rest, upgrade equipment, and prepare for the trials ahead. The shrine exists in a state of temporal ambiguity, connected to various points in time and space throughout the world. Here, the Ashen One encounters Ludleth of Corland, the only Lord of Cinder who willingly remains at his throne. Ludleth is a fascinating figure, a small, somewhat shriveled man who speaks of transposition, the art of reshaping souls into new forms. He alone among the lords of Cinder accepts his duty without question. Perhaps because he understands better than the others what will happen if the flame is allowed to die completely. Through his dialogue, we learn that the choice to link the fire is not always made willingly or for noble reasons. Sometimes it is simply the least terrible option available. The Firekeeper provides additional context for the Ashen One's mission. She explains that without the Lords of Cinder, the flame cannot be properly linked. Each lord contains a fragment of the original fire, and these must be gathered together to have any hope of rekindling the dying flame. But retrieving these fragments will not be simple. Each lord has their own reasons for abandoning their duty, and most have grown corrupt or maddened in the intervening time. The hunt for the Lords of Cinder. The Ashen One's quest takes them across a world in decay, hunting the 4 wayward Lords of Cinder. Each represents a different aspect of power and corruption, and their stories illuminate the various ways that even the greatest heroes can fall from grace. Aldrich, Saint of the Deep. Our first major target is Aldrich, once known as the Saint of the Deep. But Aldrich's path to becoming a Lord of Cinder was far from righteous. Originally a cleric of considerable power, Aldrich developed an increasingly disturbing habit. He began devouring human flesh. This cannibalistic appetite was not born of madness or curse, but rather a deliberate choice driven by a twisted philosophy. Aldrich came to believe that the current age was coming to an end, and in his meditations on the fading of the first flame, he experienced visions of a coming age of deep water. In these visions, he saw a world submerged beneath dark oceans, where only the faithful would survive in the depths. This revelation led him to establish the Cathedral of the Deep, a religious movement that venerated the concept of decay and consumption as natural parts of existence. The irony of Aldrich's story is that he became a Lord of Cinder not because of his virtue, but because of his might. As Hawkwood the Deserter explains, Aldrich ate so many that he bloated like a drowned pig, then softened into sludge. So they stuck him in the Cathedral of the Deep, and they made him a Lord of Cinder, not for virtue, but for might. When the bells tolled to awaken the Lords of Cinder, Aldrich emerged from his slumber with his visions of the Deep Sea Age intensified. Rather than return to his throne, he travelled to Aenor Londo, the ancient city of the gods. His goal was to devour Gwyndolin, the last remaining deity accessible to him. This plan appears to have been facilitated by Pontiff Sulivan, who had already taken control of Aenor Londo. While the exact nature of their agreement is not explicitly stated in the lore, Sulivan clearly allowed Aldrich access to the imprisoned Gwyndolin, suggesting some form of alliance between the two powers. When the Ashen One finally confronts Aldrich in the great cathedral of Aenor Londo, they find a being that has transcended normal categories of existence. Aldrich has become a writhing mass of dark sludge, slowly consuming the helpless form of Gwyndolin. The Dark Moon God's lower body has already been devoured, leaving only his torso and head visible, as Aldrich uses his form as a vessel for casting miracles and sorceries. The battle against Aldrich is both tragic and revolting. Here is a being that was once human, who made choices that led to this monstrous transformation. He wields Gwyndolin's power with casual cruelty, firing volleys of Dark Moon arrows and conjuring spectral weapons. In his second phase, he demonstrates the full extent of his corruption, summoning magical recreations of legendary weapons like Nito's sword and Priscilla's Life Hunt scythe, powers gained through his consumption of divine flesh. Yet even in defeating Aldrich, questions remain about his true nature and motivations. His vision of the age of deep water was clearly more than mere delusion. There are hints throughout the game that some form of aquatic age may indeed be inevitable. The deep itself appears to represent stagnation and decay, but also a form of preservation. Whether Aldrich was truly evil, or simply serving what he believed was the natural order remains a matter of interpretation. The Abyss Watchers of Farron. The second lord on our journey takes us to Farron Keep, a fetid swampland that was once the proud domain of the Undead Legion. These warriors, known as the Abyss Watchers, represent one of the most tragic tales in Dark Souls 3, the story of heroes whose very nature doomed them to eventual madness. The Abyss Watchers were inspired by Artorias, the legendary knight who fell to the abyss in the original Dark Souls. Like their idol, they dedicated themselves to hunting creatures of the abyss wherever they might appear. But the Watchers went further than mere emulation. They partook of wolf blood, a mystical substance that linked their souls together in an unbreakable bond. This connection was both their greatest strength and their ultimate weakness. The wolf blood allowed them to fight as one entity, sharing skill, knowledge and purpose across their entire legion. When one Watcher learned a new technique or gained insight into abyss corruption, all Watchers immediately possessed that knowledge. They could coordinate perfectly in battle, anticipating each other's moves with supernatural precision. The Legion's hierarchy was carefully structured to contain the dangers of their mission. The elite Abyss Watchers formed the core of the force, while acolytes provided support through sorcery and miracles. Most importantly, there were the followers, warriors whose grim duty was to kill any Abyss Watcher who showed signs of corruption by the very darkness they fought. This system worked for generations. The Legion successfully contained numerous Abyss outbreaks, going so far as to destroy entire kingdoms at the first sign of corruption. Their methods were ruthless but effective. Better to sacrifice a city than risk the abyss spreading to consume the world. But when the time came for the flame to be linked, everything changed. The Abyss Watchers became Lords of Cinder, their collective soul binding them to the first flame. This should have been a moment of triumph, proof that their sacrifice had meaning on a cosmic scale. Instead, it marked the beginning of their downfall. With the elite Watchers departed to fulfill their duty as Lords of Cinder, the Legion's structure began to collapse. The wolf blood that had once united them started to dry up. Without proper leadership and the mystical bond that held them together, the remaining Watchers began to succumb to the very corruption they had fought against. When the bells tolled to awaken the Lords of Cinder, the Abyss Watchers returned to find their home transformed into a rotting swampland. Farron Keep had become infected with the very abyss they had sworn to contain. Worse still, many of their former comrades had been corrupted, becoming the very enemies they once hunted. The scene that greets the Ashen One in the Abyss Watchers' throne room is one of infinite tragedy. The Watchers fight endlessly among themselves, some still pure and trying to contain the corruption, others already fallen to the abyss. They kill each other repeatedly, only to rise again and continue their eternal battle. Their shared soul means that even in death, they cannot find peace. They are bound together in this cycle of violence and betrayal. The battle against the Abyss Watchers forces the player to participate in this tragedy. Initially, you fight alongside the uncorrupted Watchers against their fallen comrades. But as the battle progresses, it becomes clear that there is no salvation for any of them. The corruption runs too deep, and the only way to end their suffering is to destroy them entirely. In the final phase of the battle, all the fallen Watchers contribute their power to one final champion, creating a being of pure flame and determination. This last Watcher fights with desperate fury, wielding fire as much as steel. Even in their madness, they remember their original purpose, to contain the abyss at any cost. Their final act is to burn themselves and everything around them, hoping to cleanse the corruption through immolation. The victory over the Abyss Watchers is hollow. These were heroes in the truest sense, warriors who sacrificed everything to protect others from a cosmic horror. Their fall illustrates one of Dark Souls 3's central themes, that even the noblest intentions can lead to corruption when dealing with forces beyond mortal comprehension. Yharnam the Giant. The third lord leads us to the profaned capital, a city of strange architecture built for beings much larger than humans. Here rules Yharnam the Giant, perhaps the most genuinely tragic of all the lords of Cinder. Unlike Aldrich's willing corruption or the Abyss Watcher's doomed heroism, Yharnam's story is one of a good ruler, destroyed by circumstances beyond his control. Yharnam was not originally from the profaned capital. According to his soul's description, he was the descendant of an ancient conqueror, but was asked by the very people once subjugated to lead them. Rather than ruling through fear and intimidation, Yharnam proved to be a just and caring leader who worked to build a prosperous society. The giants had long been viewed with suspicion by humans, but Yharnam defied these prejudices through his actions. He was brave in battle, wise in judgment, and genuinely concerned for his people's welfare. In recognition of their growing trust in him, Yharnam made an unprecedented gesture. He presented his people with Storm Ruler, a massive sword specifically designed to slay giants like himself. This wasn't just a weapon, but a covenant showing that if he ever became a threat, they would have the means to stop him. One copy was given to his friend Sigward of Katarina. The profaned capital prospered under Yharnam's rule, but this peace was shattered by the profaned flame. The origins of this flame are contested in the lore. Some sources suggest Yharnam's linking of the fire created it, while others indicate it existed before, and that Yharnam became a Lord of Cinder specifically to put the profaned flame to rest. What is certain is that this terrible fire consumed the capital, killing virtually every living being except Yharnam himself. In his desperation and grief, Yharnam had linked the first flame, believing it might give him the power to protect his people. But this sacrifice failed to bring him the peace or power he sought. When he awakened as a Lord of Cinder, he found his city was still in ruins, his people were still dead, and he had been unable to prevent the tragedy. Broken by this revelation, Yharnam retreated to his throne room and sank into despair. He had no desire to link the flame again. What was the point of preserving an age that had failed him so completely? Instead, he sat among the ruins of his city, a giant figure consumed by grief and regret. When the Ashen One finally confronts Yharnam, they find a being who has lost all will to fight for the current order. The battle takes place in the very throne room where Yharnam once ruled justly, now surrounded by the bones of his subjects. Initially, Yharnam seems almost invulnerable to normal attacks. His massive size and thick hide turn aside most weapons. But then Sigward of Katarina arrives, carrying the Storm Ruler that Yharnam had given to his people so long ago. The reunion between the two old friends is heartbreaking. Sigward understands what must be done, even as he clearly grieves for what his friend has become. Yharnam, seeing the weapon he himself provided, accepts his fate with a mixture of relief and sorrow. The battle that follows is less a fight than a mercy killing. Using Storm Ruler, the Ashen One and Sigward work together to bring down the Giant Lord. Yharnam fights back, but without real conviction. He seems almost grateful that his suffering will finally end. His attacks are powerful but predictable, lacking the desperate fury of someone truly fighting for survival. In his final moments, Yharnam lets out a roar that echoes through the empty capital. Whether it is rage, grief, or relief is impossible to say. His death brings peace not just to him, but to the entire profaned capital. The oppressive atmosphere that hung over the ruins finally lifts, as if the city itself can finally rest now that its king's vigil has ended. Yharnam's story serves as a reminder that good intentions and noble actions are no guarantee against tragedy. Sometimes, despite our best efforts, we cannot protect those we care about. Sometimes, the greatest act of love is knowing when to let go. The twin princes of Lothric, The final lord resides in Lothric Castle itself, at the very heart of the kingdom where our journey began. But unlike the other lords of Cinder we have faced, Prince Lothric has never actually linked the flame at all. He was born and raised for this sole purpose, groomed from birth to become the perfect lord of Cinder, yet when the moment came, he refused his destiny entirely. To understand Lothric's rebellion, we must first examine his family and the circumstances of his birth. Lothric was born into the royal family of the kingdom that bears his name, the product of generations of careful breeding designed to produce an ideal candidate for linking the fire. His very conception was planned with this ultimate goal in mind. But something went wrong in Lothric's creation. The exact cause is unclear, but Lothric was born frail and sickly, his body unable to sustain the enormous physical and spiritual demands of linking the first flame. To compensate for these limitations, the royal family bound his soul to that of his older brother Lorien through a mystical curse. Lorien, in contrast to his younger brother, was everything a warrior prince should be: tall, strong, and incredibly skilled in combat. He served as the kingdom's champion and protector. His greatest triumph came when he defeated the demon prince in single combat, though this victory came at a terrible cost. The demonic flames permanently scorched his sword and began slowly burning his body, eventually leaving him crippled and unable to walk. The curse that bound the brothers' souls together meant that neither could die while the other lived, but it also meant that both shared each other's weaknesses. Lorien willingly accepted his brother's frailty, while Lothric gained access to some of Lorien's strength. This soul binding was described in the lore as one of the repulsive acts the royal bloodline resorted to in their obsession with creating a worthy heir. As Lothric grew older and the time for linking the flame approached, he began to question the wisdom of this ancient cycle. According to lore, he was influenced by a skeptical tutor who doubted the linking of the fire. The identity of this tutor is not confirmed, though some speculate it may have been Aldia, scholar of the first sin from Dark Souls 2, who opposed the linking of the flame in that game. What Lothric discovered through his studies appears to have filled him with doubt about the entire system. The lore suggests he came to believe that each linking of the fire made the world weaker rather than stronger, and that the repeated cycles were preventing the world's natural evolution into something new. By refusing to link the flame, he wasn't destroying the world. He believed he was allowing it to transform into whatever it was meant to become next. This philosophical rebellion appears to have been encouraged by his tutor, whose teachings led Lothric to develop a sophisticated understanding that convinced him the Age of Fire had run its course. When the time came for Lothric to fulfill his destiny, he simply refused and retreated to his chambers with Lorien to await the world's end. The kingdom of Lothric suffered greatly from their prince's refusal. Without clear purpose or strong leadership, the realm began to decay. The Grand Archives became a place of dangerous experimentation as scholars sought alternative solutions to the crisis. Many of the kingdom's knights continued to guard the castle, though their purpose became unclear. When the Ashen One finally reaches the Twin Princes' chamber, they find a scene of resigned determination. Lothric has grown even more frail over the years of waiting, his body barely able to support itself. But his resolve has only strengthened. He speaks eloquently about his reasons for refusing the fire, explaining his belief that the current age has reached its natural end. Lorien, meanwhile, has been completely consumed by the demonic flames from his victory over the demon prince. He can no longer speak or walk properly, his body racked with constant pain. Yet he remains absolutely loyal to his younger brother, ready to fight and die to protect Lothric's right to refuse his destiny. The battle against the Twin Princes is perhaps the most emotionally complex in the game. These are not villains in any traditional sense. Their motivations are understandable, even admirable in some ways. Lothric genuinely believes he is doing what is best for the world, and Lorien's loyalty to his brother is touching in its absolute devotion. The first phase of the battle pits the Ashen One against Lorien alone. The Elder Prince fights with the desperation of someone protecting something precious, wielding his flame-wreathed sword with expert skill despite his obvious physical deterioration. His attacks are powerful and sweeping, designed to keep enemies at bay rather than pursue aggressive offense. When Lorien falls, Lothric's true power is revealed. The younger prince uses his sorcery to revive his brother, and the two fight together in the battle's second phase. Now Lothric can be targeted directly, but he uses his magic to constantly heal and support Lorien while raining spells down on the Ashen One. The brothers' coordination is perfect, each covering for the other's weaknesses. Even in defeat, the twin princes maintain their dignity. Lothric's final words express no regret for his choice, only sadness that it has come to this. He and Lorien die together, their intertwined souls finally separating as their shared burden comes to an end. The tragedy of the twin princes lies not in their corruption or madness, but in the fundamental conflict between duty and conscience. Lothric made what he believed was the moral choice, yet the consequences of that choice plunged the world into crisis. There are no easy answers here, only the recognition that sometimes even the most thoughtful decisions can have terrible consequences. The Firelink Shrine and its mysteries. Throughout the Ashen One's journey, Firelink Shrine serves as more than just a safe haven. It appears to be a nexus that exists in a state of temporal ambiguity, connected to various points in history through mechanisms that are never fully explained. This interpretation is suggested by the presence of familiar locations from previous Dark Souls games scattered throughout the world. The game's lore indicates that the repeated linking of the First Flame has created distortions in spacetime. According to various item descriptions and environmental storytelling, kingdoms and locations from different eras have begun converging, drawn together as the boundaries between past, present, and future break down. This convergence might explain why the Ashen One can encounter ruins from the original Dark Souls in what should be a completely different historical period. The Firekeeper provides some insight into this phenomenon, though her explanations are characteristically cryptic. She speaks of how the flame draws all things to itself as it weakens, though the exact mechanisms behind this temporal convergence remain largely mysterious. The various NPCs present in the shrine also reflect this temporal complexity. Some, like the Shrine Handmaid, appear to exist outside normal time entirely, while others clearly belong to the current era, but carry knowledge suggesting connections to earlier ages. The Firekeeper's dialogue suggests she has witnessed this cycle multiple times, though whether this represents supernatural longevity or inherited knowledge remains unclear. The Firekeeper's eyes present another layer of mystery. Initially blind, she can be given eyes that allow her to see, but what she perceives when she gains sight appears disturbing. She speaks of seeing tiny flames dancing in the darkness, though the meaning of these visions is left to interpretation. As the Ashen One brings more Lords of Cinder to their thrones, changes begin to manifest in Firelink Shrine itself. The environment becomes brighter and more vibrant as the flame grows stronger, but there are also subtle signs of instability. Some NPCs comment on feeling unsettled or sensing that something fundamental is changing in the world's structure. The shrine's connection to other locations also becomes more apparent as the quest progresses. Doorways that were previously sealed begin to open, revealing passages to areas that seem to exist in different temporal states. The most dramatic example is the appearance of the pathway to the Kiln of the First Flame, once all the lords have been returned to their thrones. This pathway represents the culmination of the Ashen One's journey, but it also raises questions about the nature of choice and predestination in this world. The Firekeeper seems to know that this moment will come, yet she also speaks as if the Ashen One's ultimate decision remains uncertain. This suggests that while the structure of the quest is predetermined, its outcome is not. The various items and equipment found throughout Firelink's shrine also tell stories about previous ages and champions. Ancient weapons and armor sets scattered around the area suggest that many heroes have passed through this place over the centuries, each leaving behind traces of their presence. Some of these items are clearly from the original Dark Souls, while others seem to represent heroes whose stories were never fully told. The shrine's architecture itself reflects this layered history. Different sections show varying styles and degrees of decay, as if the building has been expanded and modified over generations. Some areas appear ancient beyond measure, while others seem relatively recent. This architectural palimpsest mirrors the game's overall theme of cycles and repetition, where new events are built upon the foundations of old ones. As the Ashen One prepares for their final confrontation with the soul of Cinder, Firelink's shrine begins to show signs of the strain placed upon it by the cosmic forces at work. The very fabric of reality seems to be stretching thin, and the Firekeeper expresses uncertainty about what will happen once the final choice is made. The soul of Cinder and the first flame. The climax of the Ashen One's journey takes place in the kiln of the first flame, the cosmic heart, where the very first fire still burns. This is not just a location, it is the conceptual center of existence itself, the point around which all of reality revolves. Here waits the soul of Cinder, the final guardian of the flame, and perhaps the most profound opponent in all of Dark Souls. The soul of Cinder is not a single being in any conventional sense. Instead, it represents the collective will and power of every hero who has ever linked the first flame. When Gwyn first cast himself into the fire to become the original Lord of Cinder, he established a precedent that would be followed by countless others. Each subsequent linking added another soul to the flame, creating a gestalt entity that embodies the accumulated sacrifice of all who came before. This entity manifests as a humanoid figure wreathed in flame, but its form is constantly shifting and changing. During the battle, the soul of Cinder cycles through different fighting styles, each representing a different type of hero who linked the flame in ages past. It wields straight swords like a knight, curved blades like a warrior from Karthus, a staff like a sorcerer, and various other weapons that represent the full spectrum of champions throughout history. These transformations are not random. Each fighting style the soul of Cinder adopts represents a genuine hero from the game's extended lore. When it fights with lance and miracles, it channels the memory of ancient paladins who served the Way of White. When it uses pyromancy and curved swords, it draws upon the legacy of warriors from the Desert Kingdoms. Most poignantly, when it adopts the fighting style and movements of Gwyn himself, it directly connects to the original Lord of Cinder who started this entire cycle. The battle against the soul of Cinder is mechanically challenging, but its true power lies in its thematic significance. This is not just a fight against a powerful enemy. It is a confrontation with the entire concept of the cycle itself. Every blow struck against the soul of Cinder is a blow against the accumulated will of every hero who believed that linking the flame was the right choice. The arena where this battle takes place is equally significant. The kiln of the first flame appears as a vast, ashen wasteland dotted with the sword-shaped monuments of past Lords of Cinder. These are not mere decorations. Each represents a hero who made the ultimate sacrifice to maintain the Age of Fire. The sheer number of these monuments speaks to the scope of this cosmic cycle and the countless lives that have been spent to maintain it. As the battle progresses, the environment itself seems to respond to the conflict. The ash swirls more violently, the flames burn brighter, and the very air seems to thicken with the weight of accumulated history. This is not just a physical space, but a conceptual one, where the abstract forces that govern reality become tangible and immediate. The soul of Cinder's attacks are devastating, not just because of their physical power, but because of what they represent. Each strike carries the weight of absolute conviction, the certainty of countless heroes that linking the flame was the only correct choice. When it channels Gwyn's power in its final phase, complete with the haunting piano melody that accompanied the original Lord of Cinder's boss fight, it becomes clear that this is more than just combat. This is a test of the Ashen One's resolve and a final argument for maintaining the status quo. Yet there is also something tragic about the soul of Cinder. For all its power and conviction, it is essentially a conservative force, dedicated to maintaining a system that may have outlived its usefulness. The very fact that it exists suggests that the cycle has become self-perpetuating, continuing not because it serves any purpose, but because it has momentum enough to preserve itself. The soul of Cinder's dialogue, when it speaks at all, reflects this tragic nature. It does not argue for the righteousness of its cause, or explain why the flame must be preserved. Instead, it simply exists as pure will, the distilled essence of duty and sacrifice, divorced from any larger purpose or meaning. When the soul of Cinder finally falls, the victory feels hollow rather than triumphant. This was not an evil that needed to be vanquished, but rather a guardian doing its duty to the very end. The soul of Cinder's death represents the end of an era, the final dissolution of the collective will that has maintained the Age of Fire for millennia. In its dying moments, the soul of Cinder does not rage or curse its fate. Instead, it simply fades away, its accumulated power dispersing like smoke in the wind. The countless heroes whose souls comprised its being are finally allowed to rest, their eternal vigil brought to an end. The silence that follows its death is profound. For the first time in ages beyond counting, the first flame burns without a guardian. The choice of ages. With the soul of Cinder defeated, the Ashen One stands before the first flame itself, faced with a choice that will determine the fate of the entire world. This moment represents the culmination of everything that has come before. All the sacrifices, all the suffering, all the hope and despair that has shaped this dying age. The Firekeeper appears beside the Ashen One, her presence both comforting and ominous. She has guided the champion to this moment, but now she can only observe as they make the decision that will shape the future. Her words reflect the gravity of the situation. This is not merely about personal choice, but about the fundamental nature of existence itself. The Link the Fire ending. The first and most traditional choice is to link the fire, following in the footsteps of Gwyn and countless other heroes. To choose this path is to accept that the current order, flawed as it may be, is preferable to the unknown alternatives. The Ashen One approaches the flame and allows it to consume them, becoming the newest Lord of Cinder and ensuring that the Age of Fire will continue for at least a little while longer. This ending initially appears heroic and selfless. The Ashen One sacrifices themselves to save the world, just as heroes have done throughout history. The flame burns brighter, the darkness is held at bay, and presumably, life continues much as it has before. For those who believe in the value of stability and tradition, this is clearly the correct choice. However, the game's presentation of this ending is deliberately ambiguous. The flame that the Ashen One feeds seems smaller and weaker than it should be, given the magnitude of the sacrifice. There are hints that this linking may be less effective than previous ones, that the cycle is finally running out of steam. The world is shown in a state of continued decay, suggesting that even this ultimate sacrifice may only delay the inevitable, rather than truly solving anything. The Link the Fire ending also raises uncomfortable questions about the nature of heroism and sacrifice. Is it truly noble to perpetuate a system that clearly causes suffering, simply because it is familiar. The game has shown us the cost of maintaining the Age of Fire, the corruption of the Lords of Cinder, the endless cycle of death and resurrection, the gradual breakdown of reality itself. By choosing to link the fire, the Ashen One ensures that these problems will continue for future generations. Yet there is also a case to be made for this choice. The Age of Fire, for all its flaws, has allowed civilization to flourish. Art, culture, religion, and learning have all developed under its aegis. The alternative, an Age of Dark, remains unknown and potentially catastrophic. Sometimes the argument goes, it is better to preserve an imperfect system than to risk complete destruction in pursuit of something better. The End of Fire ending. The second major ending requires the Ashen One to make a different choice, to reject the cycle entirely and allow the Age of Fire to come to its natural end. This option only becomes available if the player has followed a specific quest line involving the Firekeeper and her stolen eyes. To achieve this ending, the Ashen One must first give the Firekeeper a pair of eyes taken from the corpse of a long-dead Firekeeper in the untended graves. These eyes grant her the ability to see beyond the immediate present, revealing glimpses of possible futures. What she sees in these visions troubles her greatly. She speaks of tiny flames dancing in the darkness, of embers that refuse to die even when the greater fire has been extinguished. When the moment of choice arrives, the Firekeeper can perform a ritual that draws the fire from its eternal hearth, extinguishing it entirely. This is not a violent destruction, but rather a gentle ending, like allowing a dying person to finally find peace. The flame comes willingly to her hands, as if it too is tired of the endless cycle and ready for rest. The immediate aftermath of this choice is darkness, not the malevolent darkness of the abyss, but a natural darkness like nightfall. For a few moments it seems as though the world has simply ended, that all light and life have been extinguished forever. But then, in the distance, tiny flames begin to appear. These are the embers that the Firekeeper saw in her visions, remnants of the original fire that refused to be completely extinguished. This ending suggests that the cycle is not truly broken, but rather transformed. The Age of Fire comes to an end, but it is replaced not by eternal darkness, but by something new, an age where light and dark exist in balance, where neither dominates completely. The tiny flames in the darkness represent hope and possibility, suggesting that life will find a way to continue even without the dominating presence of the first flame. The End of Fire ending can be interpreted as either optimistic or pessimistic, depending on one's perspective. For those who believe that the cycle of linking the fire has become corrupt and harmful, this represents liberation. The world is finally free to evolve into something new and potentially better. The natural order can reassert itself, and the artificial prolonging of a dying age can finally come to an end. However, this ending also carries significant risks. There is no guarantee that whatever comes after the Age of Fire will be better than what came before. The darkness could prove to be as oppressive as the light, or the world could simply collapse into chaos and suffering. The tiny flames that appear at the end might represent hope, but they could just as easily represent the seeds of a new cycle that will eventually lead to the same problems all over again. The Usurpation of Fire ending, the third major ending, is perhaps the most complex and morally ambiguous of all. This path requires the Ashen One to work with Uria of Londor and the Sable Church, following a quest line that involves marriage, murder, and the fundamental transformation of the Ashen One's nature. Uria represents a faction that has developed a radical solution to the cycle of fire and dark. Rather than simply linking the fire or letting it die, she proposes that the Ashen One should take control of the flame itself, becoming not just a lord of Cinder, but the Lord of Hollows, a being that rules over both light and dark simultaneously. This path requires the Ashen One to embrace their hollow nature rather than fighting against it. Through a series of ritual actions, including a symbolic marriage to Henri of Astora, who serves as a vessel for the Dark Soul, the Ashen One accumulates enough dark power to challenge the flame itself. When they reach the kiln, instead of being consumed by the fire or allowing it to die, they assert dominance over it. The usurpation ending shows the Ashen One seated on a throne within the kiln, the first flame burning beneath their feet like a tamed animal. They have become something unprecedented, a being that combines the power of both fire and dark, light and shadow. The age that follows is neither the age of fire nor the age of dark, but something entirely new, an age of hollows, where the undead finally achieve the power and recognition they have long been denied. This ending can be seen as a triumph of will over fate. Rather than accepting the limited choices offered by tradition, the Ashen One creates a third option through sheer determination and clever manipulation of the cosmic forces at work. They refuse to be a victim of the cycle and instead become its master, reshaping the fundamental rules that govern existence. However, the usurpation ending also has dark implications. The process of achieving this power requires the Ashen One to perform several morally questionable acts, including the murder of innocent NPCs and the manipulation of allies. The ending strongly suggests that power corrupts, and that the Ashen One's victory may simply replace one form of tyranny with another. Moreover, the sight of the Ashen One seated on their throne, with the flame burning beneath them, is visually reminiscent of various depictions of evil rulers throughout literature and mythology. The suggestion is that by seizing ultimate power, the Ashen One may have become the very thing they sought to overthrow, a despot who maintains order through force rather than consent. The Painted World of Ariandel. The first DLC expansion, Ashes of Ariandel, introduces players to an entirely different realm that exists parallel to the main world. The Painted World of Ariandel is accessed through a scrap of painting brought by slave knight Gale, a mysterious figure who serves as both guide and catalyst for the events that follow. The concept of painted worlds is not new to the Dark Souls series. The original game featured the painted world of Ariamis, a realm created through art and inhabited by outcasts and exiles. The painted world of Ariandel serves a similar function, but with crucial differences that reflect the themes of Dark Souls 3. Ariandel exists as a refuge for the forlorn, those who have been rejected by the main world and seek a place where they can find peace. The realm is currently ruled by Father Ariandel, a massive entity who has taken on the role of protector and guardian. However, the painted world is suffering from a form of rot that threatens to destroy it entirely. This rot is not natural decay, but rather a spiritual corruption that stems from the world's refusal to accept its own mortality. Painted worlds, like all things, are meant to follow cycles of death and rebirth. When a painted world grows old and begins to decay, it should be burned away so that a new one can be painted in its place. However, Sister Frida, a mysterious woman who has taken residence in the world, has been preventing this natural cycle from occurring. Sister Frida's motivations are complex and ultimately tragic. She is revealed to be one of the Sable Church of Lundor, the same organization that offers the usurpation ending in the main game. Frida has come to the painted world, seeking refuge from the conflicts and cycles of the outside world. She genuinely wishes to protect the inhabitants of Ariandel, but her methods are fundamentally flawed. By preventing the painting's natural destruction and renewal, Frida has trapped its inhabitants in a state of perpetual decay. The rot that spreads throughout the world is the result of this unnatural preservation. The painted world is dying, but cannot be reborn. the very act of trying to save it has doomed it to a slower, more agonizing death. Father Ariandel himself embodies this tragedy. He has willingly chained himself in place and subjected himself to constant self-flagellation, believing that his suffering can somehow prevent the world's destruction. His massive size and obviously immense power suggest that he could easily break free if he chose to, but he remains bound by his misguided sense of duty. The inhabitants of the painted world reflect its corrupted state. The Corvians, once presumably normal beings, have been transformed into twisted bird-like creatures that shamble through the snowy landscape. Some retain enough intelligence to speak, expressing their confusion and despair at their current condition. They remember being something else, but cannot recall exactly what. The forlorn human refugees who sought sanctuary in the painted world have been reduced to desperate scavengers fighting over scraps. They attack anyone they encounter, not out of malice, but out of the desperate hunger that comes from existing in a dying world that cannot provide proper sustenance. When the Ashen One arrives in this realm, they are tasked with showing the painted world flame, specifically the flame that will burn it away and allow for renewal. This mission puts them in direct conflict with Sister Frida, who will do anything to prevent the destruction she sees as catastrophic. The boss battle against Sister Frida is one of the most challenging and emotionally complex encounters in the entire Dark Souls series. The fight has 3 distinct phases, each representing a different aspect of the tragedy unfolding in the painted world. In the first phase, the Ashen One faces Sister Frida alone. She fights with elegant, dance-like movements, wielding a scythe with supernatural grace. Her attacks are precise and deadly, but there is something almost reluctant about her aggression. She is fighting to protect what she loves, even though her protection is ultimately harmful. When Frida falls, Father Ariandel's grief and rage cause him to break free from his self-imposed restraints. The second phase pits the Ashen One against the massive Father, while Frida lies apparently dead nearby. Ariandel fights with desperate fury, his attacks setting the entire arena ablaze. This is the flame that the painted world needs, the fire of destruction that will allow for renewal. But Frida cannot bear to let the world burn. In the battle's third phase, she resurrects herself through sheer force of will, becoming Black Flame Frida. Now she wields dark fire, the very antithesis of the cleansing flame that Ariandel represents. Her attacks become more aggressive and desperate as she makes one final attempt to preserve the world she has tried so hard to protect. The victory over Sister Frida and Father Ariandel is bittersweet. Their deaths allow the painted world to begin its natural process of decay and renewal. But this comes at the cost of destroying everything and everyone currently living within it. The inhabitants we have met, the structures we have explored, the entire civilization, all of it will be consumed by the flames so that something new can be born. Yet this destruction is presented as necessary and even merciful. The rot that had infected the painted world was causing far more suffering than the quick death of flame would bring. By allowing the cycle to continue, the Ashen One ensures that future painted worlds will be healthy and vibrant, rather than trapped in perpetual decay. The true conclusion of the Ashes of Ariandel's storyline comes in the form of a young girl known simply as the Painting Woman. She appears after the battle, revealed to be an artist who has been working on a new painted world to replace Ariandel. However, she lacks the proper pigment to complete her work. She needs the dark soul of man, the primordial essence from which humanity was born. This revelation sets up the events of the second DLC, as Slave Knight Gale embarks on a quest to gather this dark soul for the Painting Woman. His mission will take him to the very ends of the earth and the end of time itself, seeking the power needed to create a new refuge for the forlorn. The Ringed City and the End of All Things. The second and final DLC, The Ringed City, takes players to the literal end of the world, both spatially and temporally. This expansion serves as the ultimate conclusion to the entire Dark Souls series, revealing long-hidden secrets about the nature of reality, while providing a final, definitive ending to the cosmic story that began with the first game. The DLC begins in the Dreg Heap, a surreal landscape where fragments of different ages and locations have been mashed together into a chaotic amalgamation. Here, the player can see pieces of Lothric Castle, the Earthen Peak from Dark Souls 2, and other familiar locations all jumbled together in impossible configurations. This serves as a visual representation of the world's final collapse. As the Age of Fire finally expires, time and space themselves are breaking down. The Dreg Heap is populated by various creatures from different eras, all displaced from their original contexts and forced to coexist in this dying realm. Angels hover overhead, raining down destructive light that forces the player to take cover and move carefully through the environment. These angels represent a divine judgment of sorts, the final attempt by cosmic forces to impose order on a reality that has become fundamentally chaotic. From the Dreg Heap, the player eventually reaches the Ringed City itself, a mysterious urban area that has been hidden from the main world since the very beginning of the Age of Fire. This city represents one of Gwyn's greatest and most shameful secrets. It is where he imprisoned the descendants of the furtive pygmy, the original bearer of the Dark Soul. The Ringed City's architecture reflects its dual nature as both prison and sanctuary. The city is beautiful and well constructed, with impressive buildings and comfortable living spaces. However, it is also surrounded by a massive wall and watched over by powerful guardians. The inhabitants, known as pygmies, have been living here for millennia, cut off from the rest of the world and slowly losing their connection to their original nature. Gwyn's decision to create the Ringed City reveals the fundamental hypocrisy at the heart of the Age of Fire. While publicly proclaiming the righteousness of light over dark, Gwyn secretly feared the power of humanity and the Dark Soul. Rather than destroy the pygmies entirely, which might have been beyond his power, he chose to contain them, keeping them isolated where they could not threaten his new order. To maintain this imprisonment, Gwyn sent his youngest daughter, Filianor, to live among the pygmies as the eternal guardian. She sits in the city's heart, holding a cracked shell that serves as some form of temporal anchor. As long as she maintains her vigil, the Ringed City remains stable and separate from the main world. The city's current state reflects centuries of this containment. Many of the pygmies have forgotten their original purpose and power, living as mere shadows of their ancestors. Some have been transformed into strange creatures, while others cling to half-remembered rituals and beliefs. The city itself shows signs of decay and neglect, as if the very act of being cut off from the natural flow of time has caused it to stagnate. However, not all of the city's inhabitants have accepted their fate passively. Some pygmies have maintained their connection to the Dark Soul and work actively to undermine Gwyn's ancient imprisonment. These rebels represent the last remnant of humanity's original power, and their presence suggests that the Dark Soul can never be completely suppressed. The player's arrival in the Ringed City triggers a series of events that will ultimately lead to the revelation of the Dark Soul's true nature. By touching Filianor's shell, the Ashen One breaks the temporal anchor that has kept the city stable for so long. This action catapults them forward in time to the very end of the world, where the final confrontation with Slave Knight Gale awaits. Slave Knight Gale and the Dark Soul of Man. The ultimate boss of the entire Dark Souls series is not a god or a cosmic force, but a simple knight who has been driven to madness by his dedication to duty. Slave Knight Gale has spent countless years gathering fragments of the Dark Soul from the descendants of the pygmies, consuming their essence in an attempt to reconstitute the original Dark Soul of Man. Gale's story is one of the most tragic in the entire series. Originally a slave knight, the lowest rank in any military hierarchy, he was approached by the painting woman and asked to help her create a new painted world. This task required the dark soul of man as pigment, and Gale willingly accepted the mission despite its obvious dangers. Over the course of centuries, Gale travelled the world seeking out any remaining bearers of the dark soul. He consumed the blood of countless pygmies, slowly absorbing their power into himself. However, the dark soul is not meant to be contained within a single being. It was originally split apart by the furtive pygmy and distributed among all of humanity for good reason. As Gale accumulated more and more of the dark soul, it began to corrupt and transform him. His body grew larger and more monstrous. His mind became clouded with rage and hunger, and his original noble purpose was gradually forgotten. By the time the Ashen One encounters him at the end of the world, Gale has become a savage beast driven only by an insatiable desire to consume more dark soul fragments. The arena where this final battle takes place is perhaps the most desolate and haunting in the entire series. It is the end of the world in the most literal sense, a vast desert of ash and bone where nothing living remains except for Gale himself. The sun hangs dark and bloated in the sky, and the only structures visible are the scattered remains of what might once have been cities or monuments. Gale fights with the desperate fury of someone who has forgotten everything except the need to complete his mission. He wields his massive sword with surprising grace for such a large creature, and his attacks are enhanced by the power of the dark soul itself. Dark magic erupts from his wounds, and his very presence seems to warp reality around him. The battle is mechanically challenging, but also deeply emotional. This is not a villain who chose evil for its own sake, but rather a hero who was corrupted by the very quest he undertook to help others. Gale's attacks are powerful and relentless, but there are moments during the fight where his original personality seems to shine through. Brief instances where he appears to remember what he was fighting for and why. When Gale finally falls, he does so with a mixture of relief and satisfaction. His final moments suggest that somewhere in his maddened mind, he understands that his death serves the greater purpose he originally set out to achieve. By consuming so much of the dark soul and then being defeated by the Ashen One, he has effectively gathered it all together in one place where it can be claimed and used. The dark soul itself, when finally obtained, appears as a crystallized essence of profound power. It represents not just the primordial force from which humanity was born, but also the accumulated experiences, memories, and emotions of every human who has ever lived. In consuming the pygmies, Gale has unwittingly preserved the entire history of humanity within this single artifact. The final painted world. With the dark soul finally in hand, the Ashen One can return to the painting woman and provide her with the pigment she needs to complete her new painted world. This represents the true ending of the Dark Souls series, not another linking of the fire or usurpation of power, but the creation of something genuinely new. The painting woman asks the Ashen One what the new world should be called, offering them the opportunity to name humanity's new home. This moment represents a profound shift in the series' narrative structure. For the first time, the player is given the power to create rather than simply choose between existing options. The new painted world that the painting woman creates will serve as a refuge for all those who have been cast out or forgotten by the main world. It will be a place where the forlorn can find peace, where the cycle of fire and dark holds no power, and where new forms of existence can develop without being constrained by ancient obligations and inherited guilt. This ending suggests that the true solution to the problems explored throughout the Dark Souls series is not to fix the existing system, but to create an alternative to it entirely. Rather than endlessly repeating the cycle of fire and dark, humanity can step outside that cycle entirely and build something that serves its own needs and desires. The painted world also represents the power of art and imagination to transcend reality's limitations. Just as the Dark Souls series itself exists as an artistic creation that allows players to explore themes and ideas that would be impossible in the real world, the new painted world offers its inhabitants the freedom to become something beyond what the natural order would normally allow. Themes and deeper meanings. Dark Souls 3 explores several profound themes that resonate beyond its fantasy setting. At its core, the game examines cycles, how they begin, how they perpetuate themselves, and whether they can truly be broken. These themes can be interpreted as metaphors for various real-world phenomena, from political systems to personal habits. The cycle of fire and dark appears to represent the tension between tradition and change. The game asks whether it is better to maintain a flawed but familiar system, or to risk everything in pursuit of something better. Each Lord of Cinder represents a different response to this dilemma, though their ultimate fates suggest that there are no easy answers. The theme of decay and renewal runs throughout the game's narrative and visual design. Every location shows signs of decline, yet there are also hints of new life emerging from the ruins. This may reflect natural cycles of death and rebirth, suggesting that ending and beginning are often the same process viewed from different perspectives. The game's treatment of heroism is particularly complex. Traditional heroes like Artorias and Gwyn are revealed to have failed in fundamental ways, their legends obscuring tragic realities. The Ashen One themselves is described as someone who was unfit even to be Cinder, a failed hero given a second chance. This suggests that heroism may not be about achieving perfect victory, but about making meaningful choices in impossible circumstances. The relationship between light and dark is presented as more nuanced than simple good versus evil, with the most positive endings potentially involving balance rather than the dominance of either extreme. The legacy of Dark Souls 3. As the concluding chapter of the Dark Souls Trilogy, Dark Souls 3 serves as both an ending and a beginning. It brings closure to storylines that began in the original game while opening up new possibilities for the future. The game's multiple endings ensure that different players can find different meanings in the story, while the DLC content provides additional layers of interpretation and understanding. The Painted World ending, in particular, offers hope for genuine renewal rather than mere repetition, by suggesting that the answer lies not in fixing the existing world, but in creating a new one entirely. The game provides a vision of transformation that transcends the limitations of cyclical thinking. Dark Souls 3's influence on gaming and storytelling extends far beyond its immediate narrative. Its approach to environmental storytelling, where the history and themes of the world are communicated through visual design and spatial relationships, has inspired countless other developers. The game demonstrates how interactive media can explore complex philosophical themes while still providing engaging gameplay experiences. The series' treatment of failure and perseverance has also had a significant cultural impact. The difficulty of Dark Souls games is not arbitrary punishment, but rather a reflection of the themes being explored. Just as the characters in the story must persevere through seemingly impossible challenges, players must demonstrate similar dedication to reach the story's conclusion. The community that has grown around Dark Souls also reflects the game's themes of cooperation and shared struggle. Players help each other not just through the game's built-in multiplayer systems, but through extensive sharing of lore theories, gameplay strategies, and artistic interpretations. This collaborative approach to understanding and experiencing the game mirrors the way the characters within the story, must work together to achieve their goals. Conclusion. The complete story of Dark Souls 3 is ultimately about choice and consequence, about the weight of history and the possibility of change. It presents a world that has become trapped in destructive cycles and asks what it would take to break free from those patterns. The answer it offers is neither simple nor easy. Change requires sacrifice, courage, and the willingness to embrace uncertainty. The Ashen One's journey from forgotten failure to cosmic decision-maker reflects the potential for redemption and growth that exists within all of us. Their story suggests that even those who have failed before can find new purpose and meaning if they are willing to continue trying. The various endings of the game reflect different philosophies about how change should occur. Some prioritize stability and gradual improvement, others embrace radical transformation, and still others seek to transcend the existing framework entirely. The game does not definitively argue for any single approach, but rather presents them all as valid responses to impossible circumstances. In the end, Dark Souls 3 succeeds because it treats its players with respect. It assumes that we are capable of grappling with complex themes and making difficult choices. It does not provide easy answers or simple moral categories, but instead asks us to think carefully about the implications of our actions and the kind of world we want to help create. The story of the Ashen One, the Lords of Cinder, and the Dying Age of Fire explores fundamental questions about duty, sacrifice, tradition, and change that remain relevant regardless of the fantasy setting. It reminds us that every ending is also a beginning, and that even in the darkest circumstances, the possibility for something new and better always exists. As we reach the end of our deep dive into this remarkable story, we're reminded that the true power of Dark Souls 3 lies not just in its individual elements, but in how they work together to create a narrative experience that continues to inspire discussion and interpretation years after its release. From the atmospheric opening in the Cemetery of Ash to the final choice before the first flame, every moment contributes to a story that lingers long after the credits roll. And so concludes our exploration of Dark Souls 3's complete story. We've discovered the tragic heroism of the Lords of Cinder, the cosmic significance of the Ashen One's quest, and the profound choices that determine the world's ultimate fate. The legacy of this dying age continues to inspire new tales of perseverance and transformation. If you enjoyed this deep dive into one of gaming's most compelling narratives, please consider liking this video and subscribing to Lore 2 RPG for more comprehensive explorations of gaming's greatest stories. Until next time, keep exploring those epic tales, fellow adventurers. In the ancient halls of crumbling Farum Azula, where the storm beyond time rages eternal, two figures stand sentinel, wrapped in garments crafted from divine skin, wielding weapons forged for god-slaying. The Godskin duo represents one of the most unsettling and fascinating encounters in Elden Ring. But these beings are far more than just another boss fight. They are the remnants of an ancient order that once threatened the very foundations of divinity itself. The story of the Godskin duo begins not in the crumbling ruins where we encounter them, but in an age long past, when death itself could claim even gods. This is the story of the Gloam-eyed Queen, her apostles, and the black flames that once burned with the power to end immortal lives. It's a tale of divine rebellion, of sacred duty corrupted, and of two beings caught between their ancient purpose and a world that has moved beyond their understanding. The Godskin apostle and Godskin noble we face together in the Dragon Temple are not merely boss enemies. They are living relics of a time when the concept of destined death still held sway over the lands between. Their very existence speaks to a fundamental tension in Elden Ring's world, between the Golden Order's promise of eternal life and the natural cycle of death and rebirth that preceded it. To understand the Godskin duo, we must first understand what they represent. They are not simply cultists or fanatics. They are the last inheritors of a divine mandate that predates Queen Marika's ascension to godhood. They serve a power that was once considered legitimate, a force that the Two Fingers themselves once endorsed. Their tragic nature lies not in their evil, but in their obsolescence. They are God's assassins in a world where gods have made themselves unassailable. The origins of Black Flame. The foundation of Godskin power lies in the mysterious Black Flame, a force that differs fundamentally from ordinary fire. While most flames in Elden Ring represent destruction, purification, or the passion of life itself, Black Flame embodies something far more primal: the concept of endings. This is not simply fire that burns. This is fire that concludes, that brings closure to things that were never meant to end. The Black Flame's origin is intrinsically tied to destined death, also known as the Rune of Death. Before Queen Marika's ascension and the establishment of the Golden Order, death was not merely an ending, but a fundamental force of nature. It was the mechanism by which the world renewed itself, ensuring that nothing, not even gods, could claim eternal dominion. The Black Flame channeled this principle, transforming it from abstract concept into tangible weapon. The Black Flame incantation description reveals its true nature. Black Flame is weighty. After dealing damage, it continues to sap foes' HP for a very short time. This weight is not merely physical, but conceptual. Black Flame carries the burden of finality, the understanding that all things must eventually end. When it strikes, it doesn't simply burn flesh, it burns the very concept of continuance. The mechanics of Black Flame reflect this philosophical foundation. Unlike other fire magic that deals consistent damage, Black Flame inflicts a percentage-based effect on its targets. This means it scales with the target's maximum health, making it particularly effective against beings with vast reserves of life force. This isn't coincidental. Black Flame was designed specifically to challenge immortal beings, to prove that no amount of divine power could truly escape the principle of endings. Before Malekith sealed away destined death, Black Flame incantations were true expressions of this fundamental force. They didn't merely threaten physical destruction, but existential cessation. As the game tells us repeatedly, the Black Flame could once slay gods. But when Malekith sealed destined death, the true power of the Black Flame was lost. This loss represents more than a reduction in damage output. It represents the severing of Black Flame from its metaphysical source. The implications of this change are profound. The Godskin apostles and nobles we encounter are not merely weakened versions of their former selves. They are fundamentally changed beings, cut off from the very principle that gave their existence meaning. They continue to wield Black Flame, not because it retains its original power, but because they have nothing else. They are practitioners of a dying art, keepers of a flame that has been reduced to mere shadow. This transformation explains much about the Godskin duo's behavior and placement within Elden Ring's narrative. They appear throughout the lands between, not as conquerors, but as seekers. They search for ways to restore their lost purpose, to reconnect with the power that once made them relevant. Their presence in various locations suggests a desperate quest for meaning in a world that has moved beyond their understanding. The relationship between Black Flame and other fire types in Elden Ring further illuminates its nature. The flame of frenzy seeks to burn everything back to the primordial One Great. Giant's Flame represents raw destruction and the power of ancient conflicts. Blood Flame embodies the vitality and corruption of life itself. But Black Flame stands apart from all of these. It represents not destruction,
but completion, not change, but conclusion. This distinction becomes crucial when we consider the Godskin duo's role in the broader narrative. They are not agents of chaos or destruction in the traditional sense. They are agents of natural order, representatives of a principle that the current world order has rejected. Their tragedy lies in their fidelity to a truth that has been officially declared false. The Gloam-eyed Queen and her empire of endings. Central to understanding the Godskin duo is comprehending their former mistress, the enigmatic Gloam-eyed Queen. She was described as an Empyrean chosen by the Two Fingers, wielding the god-slaying power of destined death through her greatsword. This detail is crucial because it establishes her legitimacy within the cosmic order that preceded Marika's Golden Order. The Gloam-eyed Queen was not a usurper or rebel in the traditional sense. She was a legitimate candidate for godhood, chosen by the same cosmic forces that would later select Marika. Her mission was fundamentally different from Marika's, however, where Marika sought to establish eternal order through the removal of death. The Gloam-eyed Queen embraced death as a necessary component of cosmic balance. The Godskin noble description tells us that she embraced the ancient Godskin nobles and cradled newborn apostles in a swaddling cloth sewn from patches of supple skin. This maternal imagery is significant. It suggests that the Gloam-eyed Queen didn't merely command the Godskin apostles and nobles, but nurtured them. She was not a distant ruler, but an intimate guide, shaping them from their earliest moments. The nature of this nurturing is deeply unsettling from our perspective, but it reflects a fundamentally different understanding of life and death. In the Gloam-eyed Queen's worldview, the skin of gods was not merely material for garments, but a sacred substance imbued with divine essence. By wrapping her followers in this material, she was not merely protecting them, but transforming them into something between mortal and divine. The lore reveals that these apostles assimilated inhuman physiology, not unlike the crucible, the Urge Tree in its primordial form. This comparison to the crucible is particularly meaningful. The crucible represents the primordial state of life, where all forms were blended together, where boundaries between species and types were fluid. By connecting the Godskin transformation to the crucible, the game suggests that the Gloam-eyed Queen's followers were undergoing a return to this more primal state. The Gloam-eyed Queen's empire was not built on conquest in the traditional sense, but on a fundamental reimagining of what divinity meant. Where other Empyreans might seek to establish new orders through force or persuasion, she sought to remind the world of principles it was attempting to forget. Her followers' practice of wearing divine skin was not mere trophy-taking, but a form of communion with the concept of ending. This philosophical framework explains the particular horror that the Godskin aesthetic evokes. The faces visible in their garments are not random decorations, but reminders of individual endings. Each face represents a moment when the eternal was proven temporal, when the immortal was revealed as mortal. The Godskin apostles and nobles wear these reminders not out of cruelty, but out of devotion to a principle larger than themselves. The Gloam-eyed Queen's defeat at the hands of Malekith represents more than the victory of one faction over another. As the Godslayer's greatsword tells us, she was defeated at the hands of Malekith, representing a fundamental shift in the cosmic order, from a system where death remained possible to one where death became controlled and limited. The aftermath of this defeat scattered the Godskin apostles and nobles across the lands between. Without their queen's guidance, and with their source of power sealed away, they became wanderers, searching for meaning. Some, like the Godskin noble in Volcano Manor, aligned themselves with other powers that opposed the Golden Order. Others, like the Godskin Apostle in Windmill Village, established their own cults and followings. But the Godskin duo we encounter in crumbling Farum Azula represents something different. They are not scattered remnants seeking new purposes, but guardians maintaining an ancient watch. Their presence in the Dragon Temple suggests they understand something about Farum Azula that others miss. They recognize it as a place where the old order still maintains some vestige of power, where the storm beyond time preserves fragments of what came before. The gloam-eyed queen's ultimate fate remains mysterious. While her sword was locked away at the bottom of the divine tower of Caelid, her own fate remains unknown. This ambiguity is significant because it leaves open the possibility that some aspect of her influence persists in the world. The Godskin duo's continued existence and their apparent coordination suggests that something of their former mistress's will continues to guide them. The Godskin Apostle, herald of sacred endings. The Godskin Apostle represents the more active and aggressive aspect of the Godskin Order. Described as lanky humanoids clad in robes sewn together from patches of smooth skin, they are powerful and agile humanoids who clothe themselves in the skin of gods and wield unique twin blades and black flame incantations. This description immediately establishes their dual nature as both elegant and horrifying, refined and primitive. The Apostle's signature weapon, the Godskin Peeler, embodies the philosophical complexity of their mission. This unique twin blade wielded by Godskin Apostles is characterized by its disturbing design. One end features a sickle for slicing attacks, while the other boasts a winding spike for boring into flesh. The asymmetric design is not merely aesthetic, but functional, representing the dual nature of the Apostles' work. The sickle end speaks to the harvest aspect of the Apostles' mission. Like farmers gathering grain, they harvest the lives of those whose time has come. But this is not random violence. The sickle is a tool of timing, used when the moment is right, when the cycle demands completion. The Apostles understand themselves as agents of natural law rather than arbitrary killers. The winding spike, however, represents something more intimate and precise. Its purpose is boring into flesh, suggesting surgical precision rather than broad destruction. This tool is for specific work, for reaching the essential core of a target. It implies that the Apostles understand anatomy, not just physical, but metaphysical, knowing exactly where to strike to achieve the ending they seek. The weapon's description notes that much skill is required to wield this weapon due to its asymmetric nature. This requirement for skill suggests that becoming a Godskin Apostle involves more than simply adopting their aesthetic or philosophy. It demands genuine mastery, years of training to understand not just how to kill, but how to end properly. The Apostles' attire reflects this same attention to detail and meaning. The Godskin Apostle set is described as providing minimal physical and magic damage negation, but being lightweight. This suggests that the Apostles rely not on heavy armor, but on agility and skill. They are not warriors in the traditional sense, but artisans of ending, requiring mobility to perform their precise work. The hood of the Apostle set is particularly significant. Player discussions note the unsettling nature of the faces visible in the fabric, but these are not random decorations. Each face likely represents a specific ending, a particular moment when the Apostle fulfilled their sacred duty. The hood becomes a record of service, a testament to their dedication to their principle. The Apostles' mastery of black flame incantations further demonstrates their sophisticated understanding of their craft. Unlike simple pyromancy, their flame magic requires deep comprehension of metaphysical principles. They don't simply cast fire spells, but channel the concept of ending itself into manipulable form. This requires not just faith, but philosophical understanding. The various encounters with Godskin apostles throughout the game reveal different aspects of their nature and current circumstances. The apostle in the Divine Tower of Caelid guards the Godslayer's greatsword, suggesting a continued connection to their former mistress's legacy. This positioning implies that they maintain some hope of restoring their lost power, that they haven't completely accepted their reduced circumstances. The apostle in Windmill Village presents a different aspect of their adaptability. Here, we find an apostle who has established themselves as the leader of a cult focused on skinning rituals. The village's inhabitants appear to be imitating godskin practices, suggesting that the apostle has found a way to continue their work, even without their original divine mandate. They have become a teacher, passing on what knowledge they can to those willing to learn. This adaptability speaks to the intelligence and dedication of the apostles. They are not mindless servants bound to a single function, but thinking beings capable of finding new expressions for their fundamental purpose. Even stripped of their original power, they continue to seek ways to serve the principle of ending that defines their existence. The apostle in the Godskin duo encounter represents perhaps the most faithful expression of their original nature. Positioned in crumbling Farum Azula, they have found a place where time itself flows differently, where ancient powers still hold some sway. Their partnership with the Godskin noble creates a synergy that briefly restores something approaching their original potency. The resurrection mechanic that defines the Godskin duo fight is particularly meaningful from a lore perspective. The way the apostle and noble restore each other to life when one falls suggests a deep spiritual connection that transcends individual mortality. They have become, in a sense, a single entity expressed through two forms, embodying the principle that true endings require complete resolution rather than partial victory. The Godskin noble, guardian of ancient rites. Where the Godskin apostle represents the active missionary aspect of their order, the Godskin noble embodies tradition and preservation. Described as stout humanoids who wear robes sewn together from patches of soft skin, featuring seven-faced aprons. They are the most ancient of the apostles who once served the Glomide Queen. This greater age suggests that nobles hold a more senior position within the Godskin hierarchy. The nobles' distinctive appearance immediately communicates their different role. Their robes are described as being made from patches of smooth skin with subcutaneous fat that makes them plump and soft. This description might seem merely grotesque, but it reflects a deeper understanding of their function. The noble's bulk is not simply obesity, but a form of living armor, protection created through the integration of divine essence into their physical form. The seven-faced aprons worn by nobles are particularly significant. These faces likely represent the 7 different types of endings, or the 7 aspects of death that the Godskin order recognized. Each face serves as both protection and reminder, ensuring that the noble never forgets the variety and complexity of their sacred duty. The noble's weapon choice further distinguishes them from their apostle counterparts. Instead of the asymmetric Godskin peeler, nobles wield elegant thrusting swords. These weapons demonstrate skill with the sword unmatched by any lowborn, and despite their size, successive attacks from this weapon are swifter than the eye can follow. This mastery suggests that nobles have had centuries to perfect their technique, developing skills that transcend normal human limitations. The thrusting sword's design philosophy differs significantly from the apostles' harvesting tools, where the peeler emphasizes the dual nature of ending through its asymmetric design. The noble's sword focuses on precision and speed. This weapon is designed for formal duels rather than harvest work, suggesting that nobles served as champions and guardians rather than field agents. The lore tells us that nobles have assimilated inhuman physiology, not unlike the crucible the Erdtree in its primordial form. This connection to the Crucible is crucial for understanding their current state. The Crucible represents a time when life forms were more fluid, when transformation and change were natural rather than aberrant. By connecting themselves to this principle, the nobles have made themselves adaptable in ways that pure humans cannot match. The nobles' signature combat technique, their ability to inflate and roll at tremendous speed, demonstrates this inhuman physiology in action. This attack is not merely a combat technique, but an expression of their transformed nature. They have transcended normal human limitations of form and movement, becoming something that can reshape itself as needed. The noble we encounter guarding the divine tower of Liurnia presents an interesting case study in their current activities. This positioning suggests they maintain some understanding of the cosmic forces at play in the current era. The divine tower houses Ronnie's corpse, which bears a curse mark related to the rune of death. The noble's presence there implies they can sense this connection to their former source of power. This sensitivity to death-related magic suggests that while the nobles have lost their ability to channel destined death directly, they retain some ability to detect its influence. They serve as living sensors for the very force they once wielded, drawn to places and people where death magic concentrates. The noble in Volcano Manor represents a different adaptation strategy. Here we find a noble who has allied themselves with Ryakard's rebellion against the Golden Order. This alliance makes perfect sense from a philosophical perspective. Both the noble and Rykard oppose the current cosmic order, though for different reasons. The noble seeks to restore death to its rightful place, while Rykard seeks to devour the gods entirely. This alliance also demonstrates the pragmatic side of the noble's nature. Rather than maintain futile isolation, they have chosen to work with others who share their opposition to the Golden Order. This suggests a level of strategic thinking that goes beyond simple fanaticism or nostalgia. The noble's armor provides gameplay benefits that reflect their lore role. The Godskin, Noble Robe, strengthens the Noble Presence incantation, suggesting that nobles possess unique magical abilities related to their commanding presence. This mechanical benefit translates their social position within the Godskin hierarchy into practical power. The Noble Presence incantation itself reflects the noble's role as a leader and inspiration for others. Unlike the Apostle's more direct combat magic, this spell focuses on area control and command presence. It demonstrates that nobles were not merely individual combatants, but figures capable of coordinating larger forces. In the context of the Godskin duo fight, the noble serves as both tank and coordinator. Their greater bulk and defensive capabilities allow them to absorb punishment, while the Apostle maneuvers for precise strikes. But more importantly, they seem to take the lead in the resurrection mechanics that define the encounter. When one falls, it's typically the noble who initiates the restoration process, suggesting they retain some vestige of their leadership role, even in their diminished state. The noble's presence in crumbling Farum Azula specifically suggests they understand the significance of this location in ways that others might miss. Farum Azula exists outside normal time, a place where ancient powers persist even after being superseded elsewhere. For a noble who has lived through cosmic transitions and maintains memories of earlier eras, this location represents a bastion of the old ways, the symbiosis of apostle and noble. The pairing of apostle and noble in the Dragon Temple represents more than mere tactical cooperation. Their partnership embodies the fundamental duality that defined the Godskin Order's approach to their sacred mission. Together, they create a complete expression of their philosophy. combining active intervention with protective preservation, precision with power, innovation with tradition. The resurrection mechanic that defines their encounter is perhaps the most significant aspect of their symbiosis. When either god's skin falls, the other will use a special move to resurrect it shortly afterwards, or one of them will resurrect on its own shortly afterwards. This ability transcends normal concepts of life and death, suggesting that their bond operates on a level deeper than individual existence. This resurrection ability reflects their deep understanding of death as a process rather than an event. Having served destined death itself, they comprehend that ending is not simply cessation, but transformation. Their ability to restore each other suggests they can manipulate this process, temporarily reversing endings until their shared purpose is completely fulfilled or their collective essence is exhausted. The shared health bar that governs their encounter reinforces this interpretation. The god-skin duo share one health bar that must be fully depleted to win the fight. This mechanical detail translates their spiritual unity into gameplay terms. They are not simply two individuals fighting together, but aspects of a single greater entity. This unity allows them to complement each other's strengths and compensate for weaknesses. The Apostle's agility and precise strikes work in conjunction with the Noble's bulk and area control. The Apostle can exploit openings created by the Noble's presence, while the Noble can protect the Apostle during vulnerable moments. Their combat becomes a dance of mutual support that reflects their deeper spiritual connection. The location of their encounter adds another layer of meaning to their partnership. Crumbling Farum Azula exists in a state of temporal suspension, slowly deteriorating but never quite falling apart entirely. This mirrors the state of the Godskin Order itself. Like the ancient city, they persist despite their power source being cut off, maintaining their essential nature even as their influence wanes. The Dragon Temple where we encounter them is particularly significant. Temples represent places where the divine touches the mortal world, locations where higher powers manifest in accessible form. By positioning themselves in such a space, the Godskin duo assert their continued divine relevance. They transform the temple into a statement about their persistent legitimacy. The architecture of the Dragon Temple also provides tactical advantages that the duo exploits effectively. The pillars and elevated areas allow for complex three-dimensional combat that showcases both their individual abilities and their cooperative tactics. The space becomes an extension of their fighting style, demonstrating their ability to adapt ancient techniques to current circumstances. The presence of NPCs like Recusant Bernal as a potential ally in this fight adds another dimension to the encounter's meaning. Bernal's summon sign appears near either entrance to the boss arena, and he can be found just north of the boss arena's fog gate. His willingness to aid against the Godskin duo suggests that even other rebels and outcasts recognize them as opponents worth taking seriously. Bernal's own lore, as a former tarnished who has taken up arms against the Greater Will, creates an interesting parallel with the Godskin duo. All three represent different forms of rebellion against the current cosmic order. However, where Bernal's rebellion is personal and political, the Godskin duo's opposition is theological and metaphysical. They fight not for personal grievances, but for cosmic principles. The various strategies players have developed for defeating the Godskin duo reflect the unique challenges they present. Techniques like using sleep pots to incapacitate both enemies simultaneously, or focusing on the noble first, as it seems like he can be stance broken more easily for crits, demonstrate the need for tactics specifically designed for their unique partnership. The effectiveness of sleep against both Godskins is particularly interesting from a lore perspective. Sleep represents a state between life and death, a temporary cessation that mirrors their own understanding of endings as processes rather than events. Their vulnerability to sleep suggests they remain connected to natural cycles even in their transformed state. The rewards for defeating the Godskin duo reflect their significance within the game's progression. Players receive 17,000 runes, Smithing Stone Miners Bell-Bearing 4, and Ash of War Black Flame Tornado. The Black Flame Tornado Ash of War is particularly meaningful as it represents the player inheriting some vestige of Godskin power, transforming their own weapons into channels for the principle of ending. Black Flame Tornado, the inheritance of endings. The Black Flame Tornado. Ash of War represents the most direct way players can engage with Godskin philosophy and power. This skill allows the user to spin armament overhead and then plunge it into the ground to summon a raging vortex of black flames. The technique embodies the dual nature of Godskin methodology, controlled precision leading to widespread effect. The spinning motion that begins the technique reflects the cyclical nature of endings. Just as the wheel of time brings all things to their appointed conclusions, the spinning weapon creates a vortex that draws in surrounding enemies. This is not random destruction but organized conclusion, endings delivered with ceremony and purpose. The flame tornado persists after the initial impact, creating a raging vortex of black flames that continues to affect the battlefield. This lingering effect demonstrates the enduring nature of true endings. When the Godskin Order delivered death to their targets, it was not merely a momentary cessation, but a transformation that echoed through time. The Ash of War's scaling properties reflect its connection to Godskin philosophy. It scales with faith even if it's not set to flame art, suggesting that its power derives not from technical skill, but from belief in its underlying principles. Users must have faith in the concept of endings to properly channel this technique. The weapon requirements for Black Flame Tornado further emphasize its specialized nature. It can only be applied to pole arms and twin blades, weapons that emphasize reach and precision over brute force. This limitation ensures that only those who approach combat with the proper mindset can access its power. The fact that the Godskin Peeler comes with this technique as its default skill creates a direct connection between the player and the Apostle's methods. Players who obtain the Godskin Peeler gain immediate access to Black Flame Tornado without needing to defeat the duo first. This allows for earlier engagement with Godskin philosophy and provides insight into their approach to combat. The technique's effectiveness against various enemies reflects the universal nature of the ending principle. Players report that it trivializes the Elden Beast boss fight and proves effective against numerous challenging opponents throughout the game. This versatility demonstrates that the Godskin understanding of endings applies regardless of the target's nature or power level. The visual spectacle of Black Flame Tornado serves purposes beyond mere aesthetics. The dark flames and whirling vortex create a momentary manifestation of Godskin philosophy, transforming the battlefield into a temporary expression of their worldview. For a brief moment, the player becomes an agent of ending, channeling forces that predate the current cosmic order. The technique's impact on player versus player combat adds another layer to its significance. Players note it as both an anti-gank tool and effective for area control in duels. This reflects the original purpose of Godskin techniques, dealing with multiple opponents and controlling battlefield space to deliver precise endings when the moment is right. The charging mechanic of Black Flame Tornado mirrors the patient approach that defined Godskin methodology. Holding the input button creates an initial flame tornado while spinning the armament,
allowing for extended effect at the cost of vulnerability. This risk-reward balance reflects the Godskin understanding that proper endings require both precision and commitment. The integration of Black Flame Tornado with various player builds demonstrates the adaptability that allowed the Godskin order to persist across cosmic transitions. Players have successfully incorporated it into strength, dexterity, and faith-based approaches, proving that the technique can adapt to different combat philosophies while maintaining its essential nature. The acquisition of this technique through defeating the Godskin duo creates a narrative connection between the player and these ancient servants. By inheriting their signature technique, the player becomes, in some sense, a continuation of their legacy. This mechanical inheritance translates into thematic resonance, suggesting that the principle of endings cannot be completely suppressed even when its original champions are defeated. The Dragon Temple, Sanctuary of Lost Purposes. The Dragon Temple in Crumbling Farum. Azula, where we encounter the Godskin duo, is more than simply a boss arena. It represents a convergence of ancient powers and forgotten purposes, a place where the old order's remnants gather to make their final stand. Understanding this location is crucial to comprehending why the Apostle and Noble have chosen to make their stand here. Crumbling Farum Azula is described as a giant temple in the sky, located above the sea to the east of the lands between, that once was a royal city of the ancient dragons and the seat of the dragon lord Placidu Sax. This connection to the ancient dragons is significant because it establishes Farum Azula as a place where pre-Golden Order powers still hold some sway. The ancient dragons ruled during an era when death was still a natural force, before Marika's removal of the Rune of Death from the Elden Ring. The city has been crumbling since time immemorial, but continues to exist in the storm beyond time. This temporal suspension creates a unique environment where ancient principles can persist even after being superseded elsewhere. The Dragon Temple itself represents the intersection of draconic authority and religious practice. Temples serve as bridges between the mortal and divine realms, places where higher powers can manifest in forms accessible to lesser beings. By positioning themselves within such a space, the Godskin duo assert their continued relevance to divine matters. The temple's architecture provides tactical advantages that the duo exploits effectively, but these advantages are not merely practical. The pillars and elevated platforms create a three-dimensional battlefield that mirrors the complexity of their original divine mandate. They transform the space into a demonstration of their evolved techniques, showing how they have adapted ancient methods to current circumstances. The presence of other significant figures in Farum Azula reinforces its status as a gathering place for remnants of older orders. Maliketh, the Black Blade, guards the Rune of Death in this location, creating a direct connection between the temple and the force that once empowered the Godskin Order. The proximity is not coincidental, but represents the duo's attempt to remain as close as possible to their lost source of power. Dragon Lord Placidusax waits in his own storm-wrapped sanctuary within Farum Azula, awaiting the return of his god. This parallel between the Dragon Lord's vigil and the Godskin duo's persistence creates thematic resonance. Both represent loyalty to divine principles that the current world order has abandoned or forgotten. The storm beyond time that rages at Farum Azula's heart creates a unique temporal environment where past, present, and future blur together. For the Godskin duo, this environment offers a brief respite from linear time's progression toward their obsolescence. In the storm's embrace, they can exist as they were meant to be rather than as relics of a bygone era. The temple's position within this larger complex suggests that the Godskin duo understand their role as guardians of transition.
They do not simply wait passively for defeat, but actively defend the pathways between different aspects of ancient power. Players must overcome them to progress toward either Malekith or Placidusax, making them literal gatekeepers of the Old Order's deepest secrets. The architectural details of the Dragon Temple reflect both draconic aesthetics and religious symbolism. The spaces are designed for grand ceremonies and significant encounters, not mere utilitarian functions. This grandeur serves the Godskin duo's purposes perfectly, providing them with a stage worthy of their final performance of ancient rites. The various treasures and items found throughout the temple complex reinforce its significance as a repository of lost knowledge and power. Ancient smithing stones, rare incantations, and forgotten prayers all suggest that this location serves as a library of obsolete techniques and abandoned principles. The Godskin duo's choice to make their stand here rather than in some other location demonstrates their sophisticated understanding of symbolic significance. They have not simply found a defensible position, but have claimed a space that validates their continued existence. The Dragon Temple becomes their statement about the enduring relevance of pre-Golden Order principles. The mechanical aspects of their encounter within this space create a unique gameplay experience that mirrors the thematic complexity of their situation. Players must navigate not only the duo's coordinated attacks, but also the environmental challenges posed by the temple's architecture. The fight becomes a dialogue between different eras of power, mediated through combat within a space that belongs to neither fully. The philosophical dimension of god slaying. To truly understand the Godskin duo, we must grapple with the philosophical implications of their original mission. They were not mere assassins, but theologians of ending, philosophers who understood death not as tragedy, but as necessity. Their approach to god-slaying reflected a sophisticated understanding of divinity's proper relationship to mortality. In the world of Elden Ring, godhood typically implies immunity to normal death. Gods shape reality according to their will, and persist beyond the limitations that bind lesser beings. The Golden Order's promise of eternal life for the faithful represents the logical extension of this principle. Yet the Godskin Order maintained that even gods must eventually face endings appropriate to their nature. This position was not born from resentment or rebellion, but from cosmic understanding. The Godskin apostles and nobles believed that immortal stagnation threatened the natural order more than any mortal conflict. Their mission to slay gods served the greater principle of renewal, ensuring that even divine power could not escape the cycle of ending and beginning that sustained all existence. The black flame they wielded embodied this philosophy in practical form. Unlike other forms of destruction that simply remove things from existence, black flame represented conscious conclusion. It brought endings that honored what was being ended, while simultaneously making space for what would come after. The aesthetic choices of the Godskin Order reflect this philosophical sophistication. Their garments made from divine skin were not trophies, but sacraments. Each piece represented a successful conclusion of something that had outlived its proper time. The faces visible in their robes served as reminders of individual endings, ensuring that the abstract principle of death remained connected to personal reality. The transformation that apostles and nobles underwent when joining the order was not mere physical change, but philosophical alignment. They abandoned normal human perspectives on life and death, adopting a cosmic viewpoint that could encompass the necessity of divine endings. This transformation required not just courage, but wisdom, the ability to see beyond immediate consequences to ultimate purposes. The cooperation between different types of god-skin operatives reflected their understanding that ending was a complex process requiring various approaches. Apostles provided precision and mobility, able to identify the exact moment when an ending became necessary and deliver it with surgical accuracy. Nobles offered stability and coordination, ensuring that larger patterns remained coherent while individual endings unfolded. Their weapons and techniques were designed not for maximum destruction, but for appropriate conclusion. The asymmetric design of the Godskin Peeler reflects the understanding that different types of endings require different approaches. The sickle harvests what is ready, while the boring spike reaches the essential core of more complex targets. The incantations they mastered went beyond simple fire magic to channel metaphysical principles. Black flame spells required understanding of the relationship between being and non-being, existence and conclusion. Practitioners had to comprehend not just how to create fire, but how to imbue it with the concept of appropriate ending. The Godskin understanding of death as natural law rather than evil force separated them from mere death cults or destructive fanatics. They did not celebrate ending for its own sake, but recognized it as necessary maintenance of cosmic order. Their approach was closer to gardening than warfare, pruning overgrowth to maintain the health of the whole. This philosophical foundation explains why the Godskin Order attracted followers from various backgrounds and maintained coherent purpose across generations. Their mission offered meaning that transcended personal ambition or temporary grievances. They served principles that would remain relevant regardless of political changes or cultural shifts. The defeat of the Gloam-eyed Queen and the sealing of destined death did not destroy these philosophical principles, but merely cut the order off from their practical application. The apostles and nobles we encounter throughout Elden Ring continue to believe in their mission, even though they can no longer fulfill it completely. This creates the tragic dimension of their current existence. They retain all their understanding of why endings are necessary, but lack the power to deliver them properly. They become philosophers without laboratories, teachers without students who can learn their most important lessons. The Godskin duo's persistence in crumbling Farum Azula represents their refusal to accept this diminished existence passively. By maintaining their partnership and continuing to practice their techniques, they preserve the possibility that their philosophy might once again become relevant. They serve as living libraries of knowledge that the current world order has declared obsolete. The mechanics of divine death. The specific methods by which the Godskin Order once slew gods reveal sophisticated understanding of divine nature and the requirements for true endings. Their techniques went far beyond simple violence to address the metaphysical structures that sustained immortal existence. Gods in Elden Ring derive their power from fundamental forces and cosmic principles, rather than merely personal strength or political authority. To truly end such beings required understanding of these underlying sources and methods for severing the connections that sustain divine existence. The Black Flame's percentage-based damage effect reflects this understanding. Rather than attacking a god's physical form directly, it targeted the concept of their continued existence. The flame calculated its effect based on the target's total life force, ensuring that greater divine power actually made the target more vulnerable to proper ending. This approach explains why the Godskin Order succeeded where conventional armies failed. Military force typically relies on overwhelming divine defenses through superior numbers or firepower. But gods with access to cosmic forces can replenish their strength faster than normal attacks can deplete it. The Black Flame bypassed this advantage by attacking the very principle that sustained divine regeneration. The ritualistic aspects of Godskin methodology were not mere ceremony, but necessary components of their technique. The wearing of divine skin created sympathetic connections between the wielder and their intended target. These connections allowed Black Flame to reach beyond physical distance, to strike at the conceptual level where gods actually existed. The transformation that Godskin operatives underwent was partly practical preparation for this work. By assimilating inhuman physiology, they made themselves capable of interfacing with cosmic forces directly. They became beings that existed partially outside normal reality, able to work with principles that would destroy purely mortal practitioners. The weapons they used were designed as focusing tools rather than simple instruments of destruction. The Godskin Peeler's asymmetric design allowed it to channel different aspects of ending simultaneously. The sickle end harvested surface manifestations, while the boring spike reached deeper conceptual levels where divine essence resided. The coordination between apostles and nobles in divine assassination reflected the complexity of their targets. Gods typically existed on multiple levels simultaneously, manifesting physical forms while maintaining connections to abstract principles and cosmic forces. Ending such beings required coordinated attacks on all levels of their existence. The timing of Godskin operations was crucial to their success. They did not attack gods randomly, but waited for moments when divine power was committed to specific manifestations or purposes. These moments of focus created vulnerabilities that could be exploited by practitioners who understood the underlying patterns. The aftermath of successful divine assassination required careful management to prevent uncontrolled consequences. Gods typically served as keystones in larger cosmic structures, and their sudden removal could destabilize reality in unpredictable ways. The Godskin Order developed techniques for managing these transitions, ensuring that endings they delivered led to renewal rather than chaos. The sealing of destined death by Malekith disrupted all these techniques by removing their connection to the fundamental force that made divine endings possible. Without access to true destined death, Black Flame became merely powerful fire magic, rather than a tool for cosmic maintenance. This change forced surviving Godskin operatives to develop alternative approaches to their mission. Some, like the Noble in Volcano Manor, allied with other forces opposing divine authority. Others, like the Apostle in Windmill Village, focused on teaching their techniques to new generations, even though the full power was no longer available. The Godskin duo in Crumbling Farum Azula represents perhaps the most sophisticated adaptation to their changed circumstances. By positioning themselves in a location where ancient powers persist and time flows differently, they maintain access to techniques that would be impossible elsewhere. Their resurrection ability during the encounter suggests they have developed methods for manipulating death and ending on a limited scale, even without full access to destined death. This achievement demonstrates the depth of their understanding and their refusal to accept complete obsolescence. The network of Godskin influence. Throughout the lands between, scattered encounters with Godskin operatives reveal the extent of their former influence and their current attempts to maintain relevance in a changed world. Each encounter tells part of the story of how an ancient order adapts to cosmic displacement. The Godskin Apostle, in the Divine Tower of Caelid, guards the Godslayer's greatsword, the weapon that once belonged to the Gloam-eyed Queen herself. This positioning suggests that surviving operatives maintain some hope of eventually restoring their order to its former power. The tower's connection to the Rune of Death, through its association with the curse mark, makes it a logical place for such guardianship. The presence of Black Flame monks in the same location creates an interesting dynamic. These monks appear to practice corrupted or incomplete versions of Godskin techniques, suggesting that knowledge of Black Flame magic has spread beyond the original order. The Apostle's presence may serve to monitor and potentially guide these practitioners, ensuring that ancient knowledge is not completely lost or misused. The Godskin Noble on the bridge to the Divine Tower of Liurnia demonstrates the Order's sensitivity to death-related magic. The tower houses Ronnie's corpse, which bears the curse mark of death, created during the Night of Black Knives. The Noble's presence there suggests they can detect and are drawn to manifestations of death magic, even in its current restricted form. This sensitivity implies that Godskin operatives retain some connection to their former source of power, even after its sealing. They serve as living sensors for death magic, positioning themselves near locations where such forces concentrate. This ability allows them to remain relevant to cosmic events, even when they cannot directly influence their outcomes. The Godskin Apostle in Windmill Village, Dominula, represents adaptation through teaching and cultural influence. The village's inhabitants appear to be practicing skinning rituals that imitate Godskin methodology, suggesting the Apostle has established a cult following among mortals seeking power or meaning. This development demonstrates the Order's ability to find new expressions for their core principles. Even without access to true God-slaying power, they can still teach the philosophical and practical foundations of their craft. These teachings may prove valuable if circumstances ever change to allow restoration of their full capabilities. The village's festival atmosphere during these rituals suggests that the local population has integrated Godskin practices into their cultural calendar. This integration represents a form of victory for the Order, ensuring that their methods and philosophy continue to influence the world even in diminished form. The Godskin Noble in Volcano Manor creates another type of adaptation through political alliance. By joining forces with Rykard's rebellion against the Golden Order, the Noble demonstrates the Order's pragmatic approach to their changed circumstances. Rather than maintain feudal independence, they choose to work with others who share their opposition to current divine authority. This alliance makes perfect philosophical sense. Both the Noble and Rykard oppose the Golden Order's attempt to create permanent divine authority. While their ultimate goals differ, their immediate interests align sufficiently to justify cooperation. The Noble's presence in Volcano Manor also provides them with access to resources and information that would be difficult to obtain independently. The Manor's network of assassins and rebels creates opportunities for the Noble to identify potential targets and coordinate actions that serve their larger purposes. The encounters with Godskin operatives in Spirit Caller Cave present them in their most reduced form, summoned as spirits rather than appearing as living beings. Yet even in this diminished state, they retain their signature techniques and coordination abilities. Their spiritual forms suggest that something essential about their nature transcends physical existence. These spectral encounters may represent echoes of the Order's past activities in the area, or they could be manifestations of their continued spiritual presence. Either interpretation suggests that the Godskin influence extends beyond their physical manifestations to encompass locations and events connected to their historical mission. The various items and equipment associated with Godskin operatives found throughout the world create additional connections to their network of influence. The Godskin swaddling cloth, made from supple skin sewn together, serves as both practical item and symbolic reminder of their nurturing relationship with the concept of ending. The distribution of these items suggests that the Order once maintained extensive infrastructure throughout the lands between. Supply chains, safe houses, and communication networks would have been necessary to coordinate their operations across such vast distances and diverse environments. The symbolism of skin and identity. The most immediately unsettling aspect of the Godskin Order is their practice of wearing garments made from the skin of their victims. This aesthetic choice reveals profound beliefs about identity, essence, and the relationship between physical and spiritual existence. In many cultures, skin represents the boundary between self and world, the interface through which individual identity encounters external reality. By wearing divine skin, God skin operatives crossed this boundary, integrating aspects of their target's essential nature into their own existence. This practice was not mere trophy-taking, but a form of communion with the principle of ending. Each piece of divine skin retained something of its original owner's essence, creating a direct connection between the wearer and successful conclusion. The garments became libraries of completed endings, reminders of the Order's successful fulfillment of their cosmic purpose. The faces visible in godskin robes serve as individual testimonies to the reality of divine mortality. Each face represents a moment when the supposedly immortal was proven temporal, when eternal claims were revealed as temporary arrangements. Based on the nature of their mission, we can assume these reminders ensured that practitioners never forgot the practical reality behind their abstract principles. The transformation of divine skin into clothing represents a form of conservation and honor. Rather than allowing the physical remains of ended gods to decay wastefully, the Order preserved them in forms that continue to serve cosmic purposes. The skin became part of ongoing work, rather than mere historical artifact. The process of creating these garments would have required sophisticated understanding of both practical techniques and metaphysical principles. The skin would need to be prepared in ways that preserve not only its physical properties, but its spiritual connections. This suggests the work would have been both craft and ritual, combining technical skill with religious devotion. The comfort with wearing such materials reflects the Order's fundamental reorientation toward death and ending. Where normal beings would feel revulsion or fear, godskin operatives experienced connection and purpose. They had transformed their basic emotional responses to align with their cosmic mission. The variety of faces and skin types visible in different godskin garments suggests that the Order successfully targeted diverse types of divine beings. This diversity demonstrates both their operational effectiveness and their comprehensive understanding of different forms that divinity could assume. The maintenance and care of these garments would have required ongoing attention and specialized knowledge. Skin clothing needs different treatment than conventional fabrics, and the spiritual properties of divine skin would have added additional complications. The Order must have developed extensive expertise in preservation and maintenance techniques. The social implications of wearing such garments extend beyond mere shock value to represent complete separation from normal human community. Godskin operatives marked themselves as fundamentally different from ordinary beings, people who had crossed boundaries that others would not even approach. This separation was both practical and philosophical. Practical because their work required them to function outside normal social constraints. Philosophical because they served principles that transcended human concerns and perspectives. The gradual accumulation of divine skin over a practitioner's career would have created an increasingly powerful connection to the principle of ending. Senior operatives like the nobles we encounter would have worn garments incorporating skin from multiple divine sources, making them living composites of successful conclusions. The asymmetric and patchwork nature of these garments reflects the improvisational aspects of the Order's work. Each divine target would have presented unique challenges requiring specific approaches. The resulting skin would reflect these individual circumstances, creating garments that told stories of particular encounters and victories. The comfort and mobility provided by properly prepared divine skin would have given godskin operatives practical advantages in their work. The descriptions emphasize that the skin is plump and soft, with subcutaneous fat that provides protection without restricting movement. These properties made the garments functional armor as well as symbolic statements. The question of redemption and purpose. As we encounter the Godskin duo in their current state, fundamental questions arise about redemption, purpose, and the possibility of meaningful existence after cosmic displacement. Their situation forces us to consider whether beings can find new meaning when their original purpose becomes impossible to fulfill. The persistence of the Godskin apostles and nobles across the lands between suggests they have not simply accepted defeat and obsolescence. Instead, they continue to seek ways to serve their fundamental principles, even in changed circumstances. This determination raises questions about the nature of purpose and its relationship to specific methods or manifestations. Their various adaptations demonstrate different approaches to this challenge. Some focus on preservation, maintaining ancient techniques and knowledge against the possibility of future restoration. Others emphasize transmission, teaching what they can to new generations, even when the full power is unavailable. Still others pursue alliance, working with different forces that share some aspects of their opposition to current conditions. The philosophical sophistication that originally defined the order provides them with resources for addressing their current situation. Their understanding of endings as natural processes, rather than personal tragedies, allows them to view their own obsolescence as potentially temporary, rather than permanently final. The cyclical nature of cosmic change in Elden Ring's world offers hope that circumstances might eventually shift to allow restoration of their relevance. Ages transition into other ages, and powers that seem permanently established eventually face their own endings. The Godskin understanding of these patterns provides them with reasons to continue their vigil. Yet their current existence also involves genuine tragedy. They retain all their knowledge and dedication, but lack the means to apply their expertise effectively. They understand what needs to be done, but cannot do it. This situation creates a form of suffering that goes beyond physical hardship to encompass existential frustration. The Godskin duo's fight represents their attempt to transform this frustration into meaningful action. By facing the tarnished in formal combat, they create an opportunity to demonstrate their continued relevance. Victory would validate their persistence, while defeat might serve as an honorable conclusion to their vigil. Their resurrection mechanics during the encounter reflect their refusal to accept easy endings for themselves. Having dedicated their existence to delivering proper conclusions to others, they understand that their own ending must be complete and final, rather than partial or premature. They will not fall until their shared essence is fully exhausted. The rewards they provide upon defeat suggest they recognize the possibility of passing their legacy to worthy successors. The Black Flame Tornado Ash of War represents a genuine transfer of power and knowledge, rather than mere trophy. They transform their defeat into a form of teaching, ensuring their techniques survive even after their physical forms are overcome. This transformation of defeat into legacy demonstrates the depth of their philosophical understanding. They apply their expertise and endings to their own situation, ensuring that their conclusion serves larger purposes rather than mere termination. The player's role in this encounter becomes complex when viewed from this perspective. We serve simultaneously as opponents to be defeated, students to receive their final lesson, and successors to carry forward aspects of their mission. The fight becomes initiation as much as combat. The location of this encounter in crumbling Farum Azula adds poignancy to these themes. Like the ancient city itself, the Godskin duo exists in a state of slow decline that nevertheless preserves essential characteristics. Their persistence mirrors the city's refusal to completely collapse, despite being cut off from its original sources of power. The broader implications for Elden Ring's world. The story of the Godskin duo extends beyond their individual tragedy to illuminate broader themes about change, adaptation, and the persistence of meaning across cosmic transitions.
Their situation reflects challenges faced by many characters and factions throughout Elden Ring's world. The fundamental tension between old and new orders that defines their existence appears throughout the game in various forms. The conflict between ancient dragons and newer powers, the displacement of the Crucible by the Golden Order, and the struggles of various demigods all reflect similar patterns of cosmic change and adaptation. The Godskin Order's original legitimacy as servants of an Empyrean chosen by the Two Fingers demonstrates that current conditions are not the only possible arrangements. Their existence proves that alternative approaches to cosmic governance were once considered valid by the same forces that now support different systems. This historical precedent raises questions about the permanent legitimacy of current arrangements. If the Two Fingers once endorsed the Gloam-Eyed Queen's mission to slay gods, what guarantees that they will permanently support the Golden Order's opposite approach of divine immortality? The sealing of destined death that ended the Godskin Order's effectiveness created consequences that extend throughout the current era. The removal of natural death mechanisms contributed to the stagnation and conflict that characterizes the lands between during the game's events. The proliferation of those who live in death, the persistence of ancient grudges among immortal demigods, and the general atmosphere of decay and corruption all relate to the disruption of natural ending processes. The Godskin Order's forced obsolescence represents the beginning of these larger systemic problems. Their continued presence serves as a reminder that these problems have solutions, even if those solutions are currently unavailable. The techniques they preserve might prove relevant if circumstances change to allow the restoration of natural death processes to the world. The various ways different Godskin operatives have adapted to changed circumstances provide models for how other displaced powers might survive cosmic transitions. Their strategies of preservation, transmission, alliance, and transformation could apply to any group facing similar challenges. The philosophical framework that sustained the Godskin Order through their displacement offers insights into finding meaning during periods of apparent purposelessness. Their focus on serving principles larger than immediate circumstances provides them with reasons to continue, even when success seems impossible. The respect they command from other opponents of the Golden Order suggests that their approach to resistance has merit, even in changed circumstances. Figures like recusant Bernahal recognize them as worthy allies, or at least honorable opponents, rather than mere relics. Their influence on subsequent generations through teaching and cultural transmission demonstrates that ideas and techniques can outlast the specific circumstances that created them. The skinning rituals at Windmill Village and the presence of black flame monks throughout the world show that Godskin knowledge continues to spread and evolve. The legacy of ancient authority. The Godskin duo's presence in crumbling Farum Azula connects them to broader questions about the persistence of ancient authority and the relationship between past and present power structures. Their choice of this location as their final stronghold reflects sophisticated understanding of symbolic and practical considerations. Farum Azula represents one of the few places in the lands between where pre-Golden Order powers maintain some vestige of their original authority. The ancient dragons, the storm beyond time, and the presence of destined death through Malekith all create an environment where older forms of legitimacy remain partially valid. By positioning themselves within this environment, the Godskin duo assert their continued relevance to cosmic affairs. They transform their presence from mere survival into active guardianship of ancient principles. They become living bridges between past and present, ensuring that older forms of wisdom remain accessible to current generations. The Dragon Temple, where we encounter them, serves as a particularly appropriate venue for this role. Temples represent spaces where different levels of reality intersect, where abstract principles manifest in accessible forms.
The duo transforms the temple into a classroom where they teach their final lesson about the relationship between endings and beginnings. Their partnership within this space creates a complete expression of their order's original methodology. The apostle and noble working together demonstrate how individual techniques combine to serve larger purposes. Their coordination shows that the ancient ways were not simply collections of individual skills, but integrated systems of understanding. The temporal anomalies that affect Farum Azula provide them with opportunities unavailable elsewhere. In a location where time flows differently and past events maintain present relevance, they can practice their techniques more effectively than would be possible in areas fully subject to current cosmic conditions. Their resurrection abilities during the encounter may draw power from these temporal distortions. In a place where the past persists alongside the present, the distinction between life and death becomes more fluid. They exploit this fluidity to demonstrate principles that would be impossible to show under normal circumstances. The various treasures and ancient items found throughout Farum Azula suggest that the location serves as a repository for knowledge and power that have become obsolete elsewhere. The duo's presence adds to this collection, making them living artifacts that preserve essential information about pre-Golden Order approaches to cosmic governance. Their willingness to face the tarnished in combat reflects their understanding of the historical moment. They recognize that significant cosmic changes are approaching and that their encounter with the player character occurs at a crucial juncture in the transition between ages. The outcome of their fight has implications beyond their individual fate. Victory would validate the persistence of ancient approaches and suggest that current arrangements are not as stable as they appear. Defeat might represent the final closing of an older age and the complete triumph of newer approaches to cosmic order. Yet their provision of the black flame tornado ash of war suggests they understand that ideas and techniques can outlast the specific individuals who embody them. By transferring this knowledge to the player, they ensure that something of their understanding survives regardless of their personal fate. This transfer creates continuity between past and future that transcends the immediate circumstances of their encounter. The player becomes a carrier of ancient wisdom, someone who can apply older approaches to newer challenges in ways that pure traditionalists might not consider. The ultimate questions. As our exploration of the Godskin duo draws toward its conclusion, we must confront the ultimate questions their existence poses about meaning, purpose, and the nature of cosmic order itself. Their story forces us to consider fundamental assumptions about progress, change, and the relationship between old and new forms of authority. The original mission of the Godskin Order, to maintain cosmic balance through divine assassination, raises profound questions about the proper limits of immortal power. Their conviction that even gods must face appropriate endings challenges the basic premises upon which the Golden Order was constructed. If the Godskin understanding was correct, then the current problems plaguing the lands between result directly from the disruption of natural ending processes. The stagnation, corruption, and endless conflict that characterize the current era might be symptoms of cosmic systems that have been prevented from renewing themselves properly. Yet the sealing of destined death also prevented the chaos and uncertainty that would have resulted from continued divine assassinations. The Golden Order's promise of stability and eternal life offered genuine benefits, even if it also created new problems. The choice between these approaches represents a fundamental tension between security and renewal. The Godskin duo's persistent dedication to their obsolete mission demonstrates both admirable loyalty and tragic inflexibility. Their refusal to abandon their principles in the face of changed circumstances shows the strength of their convictions, but also their inability to adapt completely to new realities. Their various attempts to find new expressions for their ancient purposes show creativity and determination. Yet these adaptations also represent compromises with the very forces they originally opposed. The alliance with Ryakard and the teaching of incomplete techniques both involve accepting reduced versions of their original mission. The encounter with them in crumbling Farum Azula forces the player to engage with these questions directly. The fight becomes more than mere obstacle to overcome, but a genuine philosophical challenge about the proper relationship between past and present authority. The mechanical complexity of their encounter, particularly the resurrection system and shared health bar, reflects the difficulty of completely resolving the tensions they represent. They cannot be defeated through simple application of superior force, but require understanding of their nature and strategic approach to their integrated defense. Their final gift of the Black Flame Tornado technique suggests they recognize the player as someone capable of synthesizing old and new approaches rather than simply choosing between them. The transfer represents hope that ancient wisdom might find new applications rather than merely being preserved as historical curiosity. The location of their encounter in the storm beyond time provides an appropriate setting for grappling with these timeless questions. In a place where past, present, and future intersect, the normal constraints of linear progression give way to more complex considerations of value and meaning. Their story ultimately asks whether any cosmic order can be permanent, or whether change and renewal must eventually affect even the most established arrangements. Their persistence suggests that no system can completely suppress the principles it displaces, but must find ways to incorporate or accommodate them. Conclusion: the eternal dance of ending and beginning. As we stand in the aftermath of our encounter with the Godskin duo, their Black Flame Tornado technique now part of our arsenal, we must reflect on what their story teaches us about the nature of endings and beginnings in Elden Ring's complex cosmology. The Godskin Apostle and Noble represent more than mere opponents or obstacles in our journey toward the Elden Ring. They embody a fundamental truth about the cyclical nature of power and the impossibility of permanent arrangements in a cosmos governed by change. Their story reminds us that every order, no matter how established, was once a revolution against what came before. Their dedication to principles that transcend immediate circumstances offers a model for finding meaning even in apparently hopeless situations. Despite being cut off from their source of power and reduced to shadows of their former effectiveness, they continue to serve their understanding of cosmic necessity. They demonstrate that purpose can persist even when specific methods become impossible. The various adaptations they have made to changed circumstances show both the flexibility and the limitations of principled commitment. Their ability to find new expressions for ancient truths demonstrates admirable creativity, yet their ultimate inability to fully transform their mission reflects the challenges faced by any tradition attempting to remain relevant across cosmic transitions. Their final gift to us of the Black Flame Tornado represents hope that wisdom can transcend the specific circumstances that created it. By passing their techniques to new practitioners, they ensure that their understanding of endings as natural processes, rather than tragic failures, continues to influence the world. The philosophical framework they represent remains relevant even after their individual defeat. The questions they raised about the proper limits of divine power and the necessity of renewal continue to resonate throughout Elden Ring's narrative. Their story suggests that the current cosmic arrangement, like all previous arrangements, contains within itself the seeds of its own eventual transformation. As we continue our journey through the lands between, carrying their black flame with us, we become inheritors of their complex legacy. We bear responsibility for determining how their understanding of endings and beginnings might apply to the challenges we face and the choices we must make. Their presence in crumbling Farum Azula, that place where time itself becomes fluid, reminds us that the past is never completely past, and the future is never entirely determined. In the storm beyond time, all possibilities remain open, all questions await answers, and all endings become new beginnings. The Godskin duo's story is ultimately about the eternal dance between order and change, between preservation and transformation, between the comfort of the familiar and the necessity of the new. They remind us that in this dance, there are no permanent victors and no final defeats, only movements in the endless progression of cosmic renewal. In facing them, we encountered not mere enemies, but teachers, philosophers of ending, who helped us understand that death and conclusion are not opposites of life and beginning, but partners in the grand work of existence. Their black flame burns not with hatred or destruction, but with the sacred fire of transformation, the flame that clears away what has served its time to make space for what is yet to come. And so their legacy endures, not in monuments or histories, but in the living understanding that all things, even gods, must eventually face their appropriate endings, so that new forms of meaning and beauty can emerge. The Godskin duo taught us that in a universe governed by change, the greatest service we can offer is not to resist endings, but to help ensure they serve the larger purposes of renewal and growth. Their story reminds us that we too are part of this eternal dance, that our own actions and choices contribute to the ongoing work of cosmic transformation. Whether we preserve old wisdoms or create new possibilities, whether we defend established orders or challenge them with revolutionary alternatives, we participate in the same fundamental process that once called the Godskin apostles and nobles to their sacred and terrible work. In the end, the Godskin duo's greatest teaching may be that there are no final endings, only transitions from one form of existence to another. Their black flame burns eternal, not because it cannot be extinguished, but because the principle it represents, the necessity of change, the wisdom of appropriate endings, the hope of renewal, can never be completely suppressed by any cosmic order, no matter how powerful or well established. As we move forward in our own journey, may we carry with us both their dedication to transcendent principles and their understanding that even the most sacred truths must find new expressions in each age. May we wield their black flame not as a weapon of destruction, but as a tool of transformation, helping to clear away what no longer serves, so that what is yet to be born can find its place in the eternal dance of ending and beginning that governs all existence. Thank you for joining me on this deep exploration of the Godskin duo's complete lore. Their story reveals layers of meaning that extend far beyond their role as boss encounters, touching on fundamental questions about purpose, change, and the nature of cosmic order itself. If you enjoyed this journey into the philosophical depths of Elden Ring's world, please like this video and subscribe for more explorations of the game's rich and complex mythology. Until next time, may the black flame guide your understanding of endings and beginnings alike. In the vast, fractured landscape of the lands between, where golden grace once flowed freely and demigods walked among mortals, few figures command the same reverence and fear as Malenia, Blade of Miquella. Her very name has become synonymous with unparalleled martial prowess, tragic beauty, and the inexorable advance of scarlet decay. To speak of Malenia is to speak of contradictions, a warrior who has never known defeat, yet carries within her the seeds of her own destruction, a protector whose love manifests as an apocalyptic curse. a blade that cuts as much through the heart as through flesh and bone. Standing at the intersection of divinity and mortality, Malenia represents perhaps the most compelling character study in Elden Ring's pantheon of tragic figures. She is not merely a boss encounter to be conquered, but a living embodiment of the game's central themes: the cost of ambition, the weight of curses, and the lengths to which love will drive us. Her story stretches back to the very foundations of the Golden Order, winding through the rise and fall of empires, the machinations of outer gods, and the intimate bond between two cursed twins who dared to challenge fate itself. When players first encounter references to Malenia throughout their journey in the lands between, they hear whispers of the undefeated swordswoman, fragments of legends that speak of a warrior so skilled that she fought the mighty Starscourge Radorn to a standstill. But these whispers barely scratch the surface of a story far more complex and heartbreaking than any mere tale of martial supremacy. Malenia's legend is one of sacrifice, of a body slowly consumed by an ancient curse, of prosthetic limbs that became extensions of an indomitable will, and of a love so fierce it would see entire regions reduced to rotting wastelands. The cultural impact of Malenia extends far beyond the boundaries of the lands between. In the gaming community, she has achieved an almost mythical status, not just for her notorious difficulty as a boss encounter, but for the sheer elegance and terror she embodies. Players speak of her with a mixture of admiration and dread, sharing stories of countless attempts, hard-won victories, and the almost balletic beauty of her devastating attacks. The phrase, "I am Malenia, Blade of Miquella, and I have never known defeat," has become as iconic as any line in gaming, delivered with such quiet confidence that it sends chills down the spine of even the most seasoned Tarnished. What makes Malenia's story so compelling is how it subverts traditional narratives of heroism and villainy. She is neither pure protagonist nor simple antagonist, but something far more nuanced. A character driven by love and duty, whose greatest weapon is also her greatest curse. Her relationship with her twin brother Miquella forms the emotional core of her narrative, a bond so profound that it shapes every decision she makes, every battle she fights, and ultimately, every bloom of scarlet rot she unleashes upon the world. The visual design of Malenia herself tells a story before a single word is spoken. Her flowing red hair cascades like liquid fire, framing a face marked by the golden scars of rot. Eyes that have long since been claimed by her curse, yet somehow see more clearly than any sighted being. Her golden prosthetics gleam with an otherworldly beauty. Each piece a masterwork of craftsmanship that speaks to Miquella's genius and his desperate love for his sister. When she moves, it is with a grace that seems to defy the laws of physics, as if the rot that consumes her has also freed her from the mundane constraints that bind ordinary mortals. The scarlet rot that defines so much of Malenia's existence serves as both her greatest weakness and her most terrible strength. It eats away at her flesh, requiring the constant intervention of her brother's unalloyed gold to keep it in check. Yet it also grants her powers that border on the divine. When she blooms, transforming into a living manifestation of decay and renewal, she becomes something beyond mere demigod. She becomes a force of nature itself, beautiful and terrible in equal measure. But perhaps what makes Malenia's story most tragic is the knowledge that her curse is not merely personal, but cosmological. She is not simply afflicted with a disease, but serves as a vessel for an outer god whose very nature is antithetical to the Golden Order that shaped the world. The outer god of rot seeks to remake the world through cycles of decay and rebirth, and in Malenia, it has found the perfect champion, not because she embraces this role, but because she fights against it with every fiber of her being, making her ultimate surrender all the more catastrophic. The themes that run through Malenia's story resonate on multiple levels. On the surface, it is a tale of sibling devotion and martial excellence. Dig deeper, and it becomes an exploration of how we cope with forces beyond our control, how love can become both salvation and destruction, and how the very traits that make us heroic can also make us dangerous. Malenia's unwavering loyalty to make Ella drives her to acts of incredible heroism. Yet it is this same loyalty that leads her to unleash horrors upon the world when pushed beyond her limits. The lands between itself bears the scars of Malenia's story. Caelid stands as a testament to what happens when a force of nature is pushed beyond its breaking point. Its once verdant lands now a festering swampland, where the very air carries death. Yet even in this destruction, there is a strange beauty. The scarlet butterflies that dance through the poisoned air, the alien flowers that bloom in toxic soil, the creatures that have adapted to thrive in an environment that would kill most living things. This is the paradox of the rot. It is both ending and beginning, death and birth, despair and strange hope. As we embark on this journey through Malenia's complete story, we will explore not just the events that shaped her, but the deeper meanings behind them. We will walk with her through the golden halls of her youth, stand beside her as she learns the art of war from a legendary blind swordsman, march with her armies across the lands between, and ultimately face her in the depths of the Haligtree where she waits, dreaming of a brother who may never return. This is a story that spans ages and touches on the fundamental nature of existence itself. It is a story of gods and mortals, of curses and blessings, of love that transcends death and loyalty that survives even the end of the world. It is the story of Malenia, Blade of Miquella, and it begins, as all the greatest tragedies do, with hope. Origins and the cursed birth. To understand Malenia, one must first understand the circumstances of her birth. For she entered this world already bearing a burden that would shape every moment of her existence. Born as one half of a divine paradox, Malenia came into being during an age when the very foundations of reality were shifting, when the Golden Order sought to establish its dominion over all things, and when the ambitions of gods would curse their children before they drew their first breath. The story begins with Queen Marika, the Eternal, a figure whose very existence defies easy comprehension. As the vessel of the greater will and the living embodiment of the Elden Ring's power, Marika stood as the supreme authority in the lands between, her golden radiance touching every corner of the realm. Yet Marika was not content to rule alone, and in her divine nature lay the seeds of a mystery that would echo through the ages. For Marika possessed a secret that even the most learned scholars of the Golden Order barely grasped. She was not one being, but two. Radagon of the Golden Order, Marika's second consort and the second Elden Lord, appeared to be a separate entity, a warrior scholar whose mastery of fundamentalist magic and devotion to the principles of order made him the perfect complement to Marika's divine authority. Red-haired where she was golden, methodical where she was intuitive, Radagon seemed to embody the masculine principle that balanced Marika's feminine divinity. Yet this apparent duality was itself an illusion, for Radagon and Marika were two faces of the same divine consciousness, two aspects of a single god who had taken separate forms to better rule their domain. This fundamental truth, that Marika and Radagon were one being in two bodies, carried profound implications for their offspring. When gods reproduce with themselves, when the very nature of divinity folds back upon itself, the results are inevitably touched by forces beyond mortal comprehension. The children of this union would be Empyreans, beings with the potential to become gods themselves. yet they would also bear the weight of their paradoxical nature in ways that even their divine parent could not foresee. Melania and her twin brother, Michaela, emerged from this impossible union as living contradictions. As Empyreans, they possessed divine potential that surpassed even other demigods, marking them as candidates to succeed their mother and usher in new ages of their own design. The very fact of their birth announced them as beings of cosmic significance, their existence a statement that the current order was not eternal, that change would come, and that the future of the lands between might rest in their hands. Yet from the moment of their birth, both twins were cursed, afflicted with conditions that seemed to mock their divine heritage. Michaela, despite his godlike potential, was doomed to eternal childhood, his body forever trapped in the form of a youth, unable to grow, to age, to reach the physical maturity that might match his divine consciousness. This curse seemed almost cruel in its irony, a being destined to rule, to command, to reshape the world, yet forever appearing as a child whose authority would always be questioned, whose power would always seem incongruous with his form. Melania's curse was different, but no less terrible. While her brother was frozen in time, she was slowly consumed by it, her body becoming host to an ancient force that predated the Golden Order itself. The scarlet rot that inhabited her flesh was not merely a disease, but the divine essence of an outer god, an entity whose very nature stood opposed to everything the Golden Order represented. Where the greater will sought order, permanence, and golden perfection, the outer god of rot embodied change, decay, and the terrible beauty of cycles that consumed and renewed all things. The rot manifested in Melania from her earliest days, eating away at her flesh with an inexorable hunger that no medicine could cure, no magic could halt. It began subtly, perhaps just a discoloration of the skin, a patch that felt different to the touch, but it spread with relentless determination. Over time, it would claim her sight, leaving golden scars across her face where her eyes once were, forcing her to navigate the world through senses heightened by necessity and intuition, sharpened by suffering. More dramatically, the rot consumed entire limbs, requiring amputations that would have left any ordinary being broken and helpless. Melania lost her right arm, her left leg, portions of her right leg, pieces of herself carved away in desperate attempts to halt the rot's advance. Yet, even in this apparent defeat, her divine nature asserted itself. Where others might have despaired, Melania adapted. Where others might have retreated from the world, she stepped forward to meet it. The prosthetics that replaced her lost limbs were not crude substitutes, but works of art that transcended their mechanical function. Crafted from unalloyed gold, a material of Michaela's own devising that could resist the influence of outer gods. These artificial limbs gleamed with a beauty that rivaled anything in nature, but they were more than beautiful. They were functional extensions of Melania's will, responsive to her thoughts, as if they were flesh and bone, perhaps even superior to her original limbs in their precision and strength. The golden arm that would eventually house her legendary blade was itself a masterwork, its joints and mechanisms so perfectly calibrated that they moved with fluid grace. The prosthetic legs that supported her were marvels of engineering that allowed her not just to walk, but to dance, to leap, to perform feats of acrobatics that would challenge even those blessed with intact bodies. In losing parts of herself to the rot, Melania had gained something else, a transcendence of ordinary physical limitations that would serve her well in the battles to come. Yet the relationship between the twins went far deeper than shared misfortune. From their earliest moments, Malenia and Michaela displayed a bond that transcended normal sibling affection. They were two halves of a whole, complementary aspects of the same divine potential. Where Michaela possessed an intellect that could grasp the fundamental principles underlying reality and devise solutions to seemingly impossible problems, Malenia embodied the will and determination to see those solutions implemented, regardless of the cost. Michaela's response to their curses was characteristic of his nature. He set about studying them, understanding them, and devising countermeasures with the methodical precision of a master craftsman. He delved into the deepest mysteries of the Golden Order, seeking within its fundamental principles some key that might unlock their freedom. When the orthodox teachings proved insufficient, he began to develop new forms of magic, new approaches to the divine that would eventually culminate in his creation of unalloyed gold. This remarkable material represented Michaela's attempt to create something pure, something that could exist independent of the influence of outer gods and their contaminating touch. Unlike the regular gold that symbolized the greater will's authority, unalloyed gold was neutral, resistant to the meddling of external forces. With this material, Michaela began crafting tools that could help his sister, prosthetics that the rot could not corrupt, needles that could disrupt the outer god's influence on her flesh, armor that could contain the worst effects of her curse. The needle, in particular, represented hope in physical form. By inserting this device into Malenia's body, Michaela could temporarily halt the rot's advance, buying precious time and allowing his sister to function without the constant agony of her condition. It was not a cure. Perhaps no cure was possible, but it was relief, and relief was a form of love made manifest. For Malenia, her brother's efforts meant everything. She watched Michaela work with the dedication of someone who understood that she was not just receiving aid, but witnessing love in action. Every hour he spent in research, every experiment he conducted, every failure he endured was proof of a bond that neither curse nor God could break. In return, she dedicated herself to becoming his protector, his sword, his means of implementing his will in a world that would surely seek to destroy them both. The Golden Order's reaction to the twins was complex and revealing. On one hand, as Empyreans and children of Marika, they were due all the respect and honor that their divine blood demanded. The court paid them proper deference, acknowledged their status, and provided them with resources befitting their station. Yet there was also an undercurrent of unease, a recognition that these children represented something unprecedented and potentially dangerous. Empyreans were supposed to be pure vessels for divine will, candidates to become gods in their own right when the time came for succession. But Malenia and Michaela bore the obvious marks of corruption, their very existence challenging the Golden Order's claims to perfection and divine mandate. How could beings touched by an outer god be suitable vessels for the greater will? How could children born cursed be trusted with the future of the realm? These questions created a tension that would follow the twins throughout their youth. They were accorded the respect due to their station, but were also watched carefully, their every action scrutinized for signs of the corruption they carried. This surveillance, however subtle, could not have escaped their notice. They grew up knowing that they were simultaneously revered and feared, that their divine heritage was both blessing and burden. The broader implications of their birth extended far beyond their immediate circumstances. The existence of cursed Empyreans suggested that the Golden Order itself might be flawed, that its claims to divine perfection were perhaps less absolute than its adherents believed. If the direct children of Marika and Radagon could be touched by forces opposed to the greater will, what did that say about the Order's ultimate authority?
These philosophical challenges would eventually contribute to the tensions that led to the Shattering, the Great Civil War that tore the lands between apart. But in their youth, Malenia and Michaela were more concerned with immediate challenges, learning to live with their curses, finding ways to help each other, and beginning to understand the roles they might play in the world's future. The relationship between the twins during these formative years was marked by a complementarity that went beyond mere cooperation. Michaela's intellectual gifts were matched by Malenia's developing physical prowess, his theoretical understanding by her practical application. When he devised new treatments for her condition, she tested them with a courage that bordered on recklessness. When she struggled with the limitations her prosthetics imposed, he refined their design until they became extensions of her will. This period of their lives was also marked by the first stirrings of the ambitions that would eventually drive them to challenge the established order. Michaela began to envision a world different from the one they inhabited, a realm where those marked as impure or contaminated might find acceptance and purpose. Malenia, watching her brother's vision take shape, began to understand that she would be its primary defender, that her strength would be the force that made his dreams possible. The seeds of everything that would follow were planted in these early years. Michaela's growing disillusionment with the Golden Order's failures, Malenia's developing identity as his sword and shield, and both twins' recognition that their curses, while terrible, also gave them perspectives and powers that others lacked. They were learning to see their afflictions not just as burdens to be endured, but as sources of strength to be wielded. As they matured, the twins began to attract followers who saw in them something the Golden Order lacked: compassion for the afflicted, understanding of suffering, and the will to challenge systems that perpetuated injustice. These early allies would eventually form the core of their movement, but in their youth, they were simply kindred spirits drawn to beings who understood what it meant to be marked as different. The stage was thus set for everything that would follow. Two cursed twins, bound by love and united in purpose, would grow to challenge the very foundations of their world. But before they could reshape the lands between, they would need to master themselves, to understand their powers, and to find allies capable of standing with them against forces that had ruled since time immemorial. Malenia's journey from cursed child to legendary warrior was about to begin, and its first chapter would be written in the flowing movements of water and the wisdom of a teacher who had already faced and defeated the very force that sought to consume her: the Scarlet Rot and the Outer God. To truly comprehend the nature of Malenia's curse, one must first understand that the Scarlet Rot is far more than a mere disease or affliction. It represents the divine essence of an ancient and terrible entity known as the Outer God of Rot, a cosmic force whose very existence challenges the fundamental principles upon which the Golden Order was built. This entity embodies concepts that the greater will and its earthly representatives have always sought to suppress: decay, transformation, rebirth through destruction, and the inexorable cycles that reduce all things to their essential components before reshaping them into something new. The Outer God of Rot is one of several such entities that exist beyond the boundaries of the lands between, cosmic forces that seek to impose their will upon reality through mortal vessels and divine manifestations. Unlike the greater will, which presents itself as a force of order, permanence, and golden perfection, the Outer God of Rot embraces change in its most radical form. It sees beauty in decay, wisdom in destruction, and hope in the endless cycle of death and rebirth that governs all natural processes. This fundamental opposition between order and decay, between preservation and transformation, lies at the heart of the cosmic struggle that plays out within Malenia's very flesh. She is not simply sick, She is a battlefield upon which incompatible forces of creation wage war. The greater will, through its various manifestations and the golden order it established, seeks to maintain the status quo, to preserve the world in a state of eternal, golden stasis. The outer god of rot, operating through the curse that inhabits Melania's body, seeks to demonstrate that all such attempts at permanence are illusions, that change is the only constant, and that even the mightiest empires must eventually succumb to the forces of renewal. The origins of this cosmic entity stretch back to an age before the Golden Order, before Marika's ascension, before the Erd Tree cast its golden shadow across the lands between. In that primordial time, the outer god of rot manifested its power through different forms, taking the shape of a great scorpion that dwelt in the deepest places of the earth. This creature, simultaneously beautiful and terrible, embodied the god's essential nature. It was both destroyer and creator, bringing death to the old while nurturing new life in the fertile decay it left behind. The outer god's influence was not confined to a single manifestation, however. Its power seeped into the very foundations of reality, creating places where the normal rules of existence bent and twisted under its influence. The Lake of Rot, hidden deep beneath the lands between, stands as a testament to this ancient power, a vast underground sea of crimson liquid that pulses with alien life. Here, in the depths, far removed from the Erd Tree's golden light, the god's essence pools and concentrates, creating an environment so alien that only creatures shaped by its influence can survive. The lake is more than just a reservoir of corruption. It is a nursery where new forms of life gestate and emerge. The creatures that inhabit its shores have been transformed by prolonged exposure to the rot, becoming something that transcends the ordinary boundaries between plant and animal, between individual and collective, between life and death. They represent evolution, accelerated beyond natural limits, adaptation pushed to its logical extreme, existence freed from the constraints that govern normal biological processes. Yet despite its alien nature, the outer god of rot is not purely malevolent in its intentions. It represents a different understanding of what life should be. Not the static perfection envisioned by the Golden Order, but the dynamic, ever-changing reality of existence as it actually unfolds. In the god's perspective, the Golden Order's attempt to freeze the world in eternal stasis is the true corruption, a denial of the natural processes that drive growth, change, and renewal. This philosophical dimension adds complexity to Melania's struggle with her curse. She is not simply fighting a disease, but grappling with an entirely different vision of what existence should be. The rot that consumes her flesh whispers of transformation, of possibilities beyond the limitations imposed by her current form. It offers her power beyond imagining, the ability to transcend mortal boundaries and become something truly divine. All she need do is surrender her resistance, accept the god's vision, and allow herself to be remade according to its design. The temptation is real and constant. As the rot advances through her body, it brings with it moments of transcendence, brief glimpses of what she could become if she simply stopped fighting. In these moments, she experiences sensations beyond normal perception. She can feel the pulse of life in all its myriad forms, understand the connections that bind all living things, perceive the beautiful inevitability of cycles that transform death into birth. The rot shows her visions of a world remade, where suffering is transformed into strength, where imperfection becomes a source of beauty, where change is embraced as the highest virtue. But Melania rejects these visions, not because she cannot see their appeal, but because she has chosen a different path.
Her loyalty to Michaela and his vision of order provides an anchor that allows her to resist the god's influence. Where the outer god of rot sees transformation through surrender, Michaela sees transformation through will, through the application of intelligence and determination to reshape reality according to conscious design rather than cosmic whim. The physical manifestations of Malenia's curse tell their own story of this ongoing struggle. The rot typically begins as small patches of discoloration, areas where her skin takes on the characteristic scarlet hue that gives the curse its name. These patches feel different to the touch, warmer than normal flesh, with a texture that seems to pulse with its own rhythm. As the rot advances, these areas begin to break down, not through normal decay, but through a process that seems to dissolve the boundaries between different types of tissue. The advancement of the rot follows patterns that suggest intelligence rather than random corruption. It seems to target areas that would cause maximum disruption while avoiding vital organs until later stages. This strategic progression implies that the outer god is not merely destroying Malenia's body, but attempting to remake it according to its own design, preserving her consciousness while fundamentally altering her physical form. The loss of her limbs represents a crucial stage in this transformation. Rather than simply rotting away, the affected areas seem to disconnect, as if the rot were carefully separating portions of her body that could not be successfully converted. This process is neither quick nor merciful. It involves months or even years of gradual separation, during which Malenia must watch parts of herself slowly become foreign, alien, no longer truly part of her. Yet even in this apparent defeat, Malenia finds ways to assert her will. Working with Michaela, she transforms her losses into advantages, replacing her destroyed limbs with prosthetics that exceed their originals in both form and function. These golden substitutes become symbols of her refusal to surrender to her curse, proof that even the most terrible losses can be overcome through determination and ingenuity. The Orot's assault on her eyes carries particular symbolic weight. Vision, in the context of the Golden Order, represents clarity, understanding, the ability to perceive truth in its proper form. By claiming Malenia's sight, the rot seems to be offering her a different kind of perception, one that transcends ordinary visual input. Many who lose their sight develop heightened abilities in other senses, but Malenia's transformation goes beyond such normal adaptations. Without her eyes, Malenia learns to navigate the world through awareness that borders on the supernatural. She develops an intuitive understanding of space and movement that allows her to fight with precision that exceeds what sight alone could provide. Her other senses become so acute that she can perceive the approach of enemies, the position of objects, even the emotional states of those around her through subtle cues that would be invisible to ordinary perception. This enhanced awareness extends beyond the purely physical realm. As her struggle with the rot continues, Malenia begins to develop insights into the nature of existence itself. She can sense the life force that flows through all living things, understand the connections that bind different forms of consciousness, perceive the underlying patterns that govern growth, decay, and renewal. In some ways, the rot's invasion of her body grants her perspectives that would be impossible to achieve through normal means. The relationship between Malenia and the servants of rot who worship her reveals another dimension of her curse's complexity. Throughout the lands between, there exist communities of beings who have been touched by the rot's influence and who see in Malenia their prophesied goddess. These worshippers view her curse not as an affliction, but as a divine blessing, evidence that she has been chosen to usher in a new age of transformation and renewal. Yet Malenia consistently rejects their adoration, refusing to embrace the role they would cast her in.
She sees their worship as another form of the temptation the rot constantly offers, the promise of power and purpose in exchange for surrender to the outer god's will. Her rejection of their devotion represents one of her greatest victories over her curse, proof that she can resist not only its physical effects, but also its psychological and spiritual appeals. The development of Miquella's needle represents a crucial turning point in Malenia's struggle with her affliction. This device, crafted from unalloyed gold and imbued with principles that exist independent of any outer god's influence, provides the first real hope for controlling the rot's advance. The needle works not by fighting the curse directly, but by creating zones of neutrality within Malenia's body, areas where neither the rot nor the greater will can exert their influence. The insertion of the needle is both a medical procedure and a ritual of resistance. Each time Miquella places the device within his sister's flesh, he is making a statement about the power of conscious will to shape reality. The needle becomes a focal point for Malenia's determination to resist transformation, a physical anchor that helps her maintain her sense of self, even as the rot continues its slow advance. Yet, the needle is not a perfect solution. It requires constant maintenance and adjustment, and its effects are always temporary. The outer god's influence cannot be permanently banished, only held in check through continuous effort and vigilance. This ongoing struggle becomes a metaphor for the larger themes of Malenia's story. The recognition that some battles cannot be won permanently, that heroism sometimes consists not of achieving victory, but of refusing to surrender even in the face of certain defeat. The rot's influence extends beyond Malenia's individual experience to affect the entire world around her. Wherever she travels, traces of the curse follow, seeping into the soil, affecting local wildlife, creating pockets of transformation that persist long after her departure. This environmental impact adds another layer of tragedy to her story. She cannot simply suffer in isolation, but must watch as her very presence brings change to places and people she would prefer to protect. The creatures and plants that emerge from these contaminated areas tell their own stories of transformation. Some become monstrous, twisted into forms that serve the rot's purposes. Others achieve a strange beauty, developing characteristics that transcend normal biological limitations. All of them serve as reminders of the power that flows through Malenia's veins, the force that she struggles daily to contain and control. Perhaps most tragically, the rot's presence attracts others who have been touched by its influence, beings who seek out Malenia, hoping to find in her a source of understanding, healing, or purpose. Many of these pilgrims are themselves cursed or afflicted, drawn to her by a recognition that she alone among the world's powers understands what it means to carry corruption within oneself while refusing to be defined by it. Malenia's responses to these seekers reveal the depth of her character. Despite her own struggles, she consistently shows compassion for others who suffer, offering what aid she can while maintaining her refusal to embrace the rot's promises of power. She becomes a living example of how it is possible to acknowledge one's darkness without being consumed by it, to carry corruption without being corrupted. The theological implications of Malenia's curse extend far beyond her personal experience. Her existence challenges fundamental assumptions about the nature of divinity, the relationship between order and chaos, and the possibility of finding meaning in suffering. She represents a form of sanctity that the Golden Order cannot easily categorize, neither pure nor corrupt, neither blessed nor damned, but something more complex that transcends such simple distinctions. As Malenia's story unfolds, her curse becomes not just a source of suffering, but a catalyst for growth, understanding, and ultimately transcendence. The rot that seeks to destroy her also grants her insights and abilities that would be impossible to achieve through any other means. In learning to live with her curse, rather than simply fighting it, she discovers forms of strength and wisdom that will serve her well in the challenges to come. The stage is thus set for the next chapter of her story, her encounter with a legendary teacher who will help her transform her suffering into strength, her curse into a source of power, and her struggle into the foundation for becoming the greatest warrior the lands between has ever known, training, prosthetics, and becoming the blade. In the chronicles of legendary warriors, few stories are as remarkable as that of Malenia's transformation from a cursed, disabled child into the most feared combatant in the lands between. This metamorphosis required not only tremendous personal will, but also the guidance of a master whose own legend spoke of impossible victories against cosmic forces. The relationship between Malenia and the enigmatic figure known only as the Blind Swordsman would prove to be one of the most crucial partnerships in the history of the realm, forging both a warrior of unparalleled skill and a fighting philosophy that would influence generations to come. The Blind Swordsman emerged from the mists of legend like a figure from a half-remembered dream. Ancient texts speak of a nomadic warrior clad in sturdy leather and blue fabrics that symbolized waters as brisk and fluid as the blade in his hand. His origins lay far from the lands between, in distant realms where different philosophies of combat and existence held sway. He was a wanderer by nature, one who moved like flowing water through landscapes both physical and spiritual, seeking not conquest or glory, but understanding and balance. What made the Blind Swordsman truly legendary was not merely his lack of sight, but what he had accomplished despite, or perhaps because of, this apparent disadvantage. In the deepest places of the world, where stagnant waters grew thick with the divine essence of the outer god of rot, this sightless warrior had achieved what armies and heroes had failed to accomplish. He had confronted the god itself in its physical manifestation as a great scorpion and emerged victorious, sealing away its divine essence in the depths of what would become known as the Lake of Rot. The nature of this victory was as remarkable as its implications. The Blind Swordsman had not defeated the outer god through brute force or overwhelming power, but through an understanding of flow, timing, and the fundamental principles that govern all motion. His fighting style was based on water, not the turbulent chaos of storms and floods, but the patient, inexorable flow of rivers that could carve through mountains given sufficient time. He fought as water flows, accepting what could not be changed while finding the inevitable path through any obstacle. According to the legends, the swordsman's blade was itself a gift from a mysterious fairy, a being associated with the flowing waters of the underground rivers that ran beneath the lands between. This curved sword was patterned after rushing waters, its very form embodying the principles of flow and adaptation that defined its wielder's philosophy. The weapon was said to be perfectly balanced, responding to its user's intentions as naturally as water responds to gravity, making it an extension of will rather than merely a tool of violence. The encounter between this legendary figure and the young Malenia was arranged through circumstances that remain shrouded in mystery. Some accounts suggest that Miquella, already demonstrating the wisdom and foresight that would characterize his later years, sought out the Blind Swordsman specifically because of his victory over the outer god of Rot. Others propose that the meeting was orchestrated by forces beyond mortal understanding, a convergence of destiny that brought together the one person who had defeated Malenia's curse in its pure form, and the child who carried that same curse within her flesh. What is certain is that when the Blind Swordsman first encountered Malenia, he saw past her apparent disabilities to perceive the potential that lay beneath. Where others might have seen a crippled child ravaged by disease, he recognized a spirit that refused to yield, a will
that could transform any limitation into a source of strength. Her missing limbs were not obstacles, but opportunities to develop new forms of movement. Her blindness was not a handicap, but a chance to cultivate senses that transcended ordinary perception. The training that followed challenged every assumption about what was possible for someone in Malenia's condition. The blind swordsman did not attempt to help her compensate for her limitations, but instead taught her to transcend them entirely. His philosophy held that true mastery came not from perfecting ideal conditions, but from finding excellence within whatever circumstances one faced. A warrior who could only fight when healthy, whole, and properly equipped was not truly prepared for the realities of combat. Under his tutelage, Malenia learned to move as water moves, finding the path of least resistance while maintaining inexorable forward momentum. Her prosthetic limbs, initially sources of frustration and limitation, became integral parts of a fighting style that no one with ordinary flesh and blood could hope to match. The golden mechanisms that Miquella had crafted responded to her thoughts with precision that exceeded what muscle and bone could achieve, allowing for movements that seemed to defy the laws of physics. The development of her unique combat techniques required years of painstaking practice. The blind swordsman taught her to fight not with her eyes, but with her entire being, to sense the position and movement of opponents through subtle changes in air pressure, sound, even the electromagnetic fields generated by living bodies. She learned to read the intentions of her enemies through their breathing patterns, their heartbeats, the unconscious tension that preceded any aggressive action. More importantly, she learned to fight with acceptance rather than resistance. Where most warriors fought against their limitations, seeking to overcome them through force of will, Malenia learned to incorporate every aspect of her condition into her combat style. The rot that weakened her flesh also granted her insights into the nature of decay and renewal that informed her understanding of timing and opportunity. Her prosthetics gave her reach and leverage that flesh could never provide. Her blindness freed her from the visual distractions that could mislead other fighters. The development of what would become known as her wings of unparalleled strength represents the culmination of this training philosophy. These were not literal wings, but rather a fighting technique that transformed Malenia's movements into something that seemed to transcend gravity itself. By perfectly balancing the weight distribution of her prosthetics with the precise application of force at critical moments, she could achieve a kind of flight that allowed her to strike from impossible angles and escape from seemingly inescapable situations. The technique required not only physical perfection, but also a mental state that bordered on the mystical. Malenia had to learn to think like water, to flow around obstacles rather than crashing against them, to find the inevitable path to victory rather than forcing one through brute strength. This philosophical approach to combat would eventually become one of her greatest advantages, allowing her to defeat opponents who possessed superior strength, speed, or magical abilities. The blind swordsman's influence extended beyond mere combat techniques to encompass a complete philosophy of existence. He taught Malenia that true strength came not from denying one's wounds, but from transforming them into sources of power. The rot that sought to consume her could also be understood as a teacher, one that pushed her to develop capabilities that would otherwise remain dormant. Her missing limbs forced her to discover new forms of balance and coordination. Her blindness opened doorways to perception that sight alone could never provide. This transformation of limitation into strength became the defining characteristic of Malenia's approach to all challenges. Where others might see defeat, she learned to recognize opportunity. Where others might despair, she found reasons for hope. The blind swordsman had shown her that victory was not about avoiding suffering, but about choosing how to respond to it. Not about eliminating weakness, but about building strength through the very process of struggle. The prosthetics that Michele crafted for his sister evolved throughout this period of training, each iteration informed by the insights gained through practice and combat. What began as simple mechanical replacements for her lost limbs gradually became sophisticated extensions of her will, responsive to the subtle techniques the blind swordsman taught her. The golden metal that composed them was not merely decorative, but functional, conducting the electrical impulses of her nervous system with an efficiency that living tissue could never match. The integration of these artificial limbs into Malenia's fighting style required her to develop an entirely new relationship with her own body. She had to learn to think of herself not as a wounded person using tools, but as a hybrid being whose mechanical and organic components formed a unified whole. This psychological shift was perhaps as important as any physical training, requiring her to abandon conventional notions of what it meant to be human and embrace a new form of existence that transcended such categories. The development of her signature weapon, the blade that would eventually be known as the Hand of Malenia, represented the perfect fusion of Michele's craftsmanship and the blind swordsman's philosophy. Built directly into her prosthetic arm, this weapon was not something she wielded, but something she was. The blade could extend and retract at will, responding to her thoughts as naturally as any organic limb, becoming an integral part of the flowing water-like movements that defined her combat style. The consecration of this blade involved principles that went beyond ordinary metallurgy or enchantment. Using techniques derived from his studies of unalloyed gold, Michele created a weapon that was naturally resistant to the rot that flowed through his sister's veins. This resistance was not merely practical, but symbolic, representing Malenia's refusal to allow her curse to corrupt the tools of her profession. The blade remained pure and bright, even as the rot advanced through her body, a constant reminder that will could triumph over circumstance. As her training progressed, Malenia began to develop the techniques that would eventually make her legendary. The waterfowl dance, her most famous maneuver, epitomized everything the blind swordsman had taught her about flow, timing, and the transformation of apparent weakness into devastating strength. The technique involved a series of impossible leaps and spins that seemed to defy gravity, each movement flowing seamlessly into the next like water finding its way downhill. The psychological aspects of this technique were as important as its physical components. By moving like water, Malenia could flow around her opponent's defenses, striking from angles they couldn't anticipate or defend against. The attack was beautiful to observe, but terrifying to face, combining artistic grace with lethal precision in a way that few warriors could hope to match or counter. The development of her healing abilities represents another crucial aspect of her training. The blind swordsman taught her that true warriors did not merely endure damage, but learned to transform it into strength. By accepting her wounds rather than fighting them, by flowing around her injuries rather than being stopped by them, Malenia discovered that she could draw vitality from the very act of combat itself. Each successful strike not only damaged her opponents, but renewed her own strength, creating a feedback loop that made her more dangerous the longer a fight continued. This ability was not magical in the conventional sense, but rather represented a perfect understanding of the principles that governed life, death, and renewal. By aligning herself with these natural cycles rather than fighting against them, Malenia could tap into sources of energy that were normally unavailable to mortal beings. The technique required perfect timing and absolute commitment, but when properly executed, it allowed her to fight far beyond the normal limits of endurance. The completion of her training marked a transformation that went beyond the merely physical. Malenia had evolved from a cursed child into something new, neither fully human nor entirely other, but a being that transcended conventional categories. She had learned to see her limitations not as obstacles, but as opportunities. Her suffering not as meaningless pain, but as a source of wisdom and strength. Most importantly, she had discovered that true power came not from perfection, but from the ability to find grace within imperfection. The blind swordsman's final lesson was perhaps the most important of all. He taught Melania that mastery was not a destination, but a journey, that the true warrior never stopped learning, growing, and adapting to new challenges. The techniques he had shown her were not rigid forms to be repeated, but principles to be applied creatively to whatever situations she might face. In this way, he ensured that his student would continue to evolve long after their training together had ended. When the time came for the blind swordsman to depart, he left behind more than just a skilled warrior. He had created a living embodiment of his philosophy, a demonstration that any limitation could be transcended through sufficient understanding and will. Melania had become not just his student, but his legacy, proof that even the most terrible curses could be transformed into sources of unimaginable strength. Armed with these skills and insights, Melania was ready to take her place as Michaela's sworn blade and protector. The training was complete, but the true test of her abilities was yet to come. In the conflicts that would soon engulf the lands between, she would have the opportunity to demonstrate whether the lessons of the blind swordsman could triumph not just over individual opponents, but over the forces of chaos that threatened to tear the world apart. The Shattering War begins. The Shattering stands as the defining catastrophe of the current age. A civil war so devastating that it fractured not only the political structure of the lands between, but the very foundations of reality itself. To understand Melania's role in this cosmic conflict, one must first grasp the complex web of forces that led to its outbreak. Forces that had been building tension for generations before finally exploding into open warfare that would consume gods and mortals alike. The seeds of the Shattering were planted in the inherent contradictions of the Golden Order itself. While Queen Marika's reign had brought unprecedented prosperity and stability to the lands between, it had also created a rigid hierarchy that left little room for those who did not fit neatly into its categories. The Order's emphasis on purity and perfection inevitably created outcasts, the omens with their twisted horns, the albinorics with their artificial nature, the misbegotten with their bestial features, and countless others who were marked as impure by the very system that claimed to protect them. Marika herself had grown increasingly disillusioned with the limitations of the order she had helped establish. The death of her beloved son Godwyn the Golden, first of the demigods to die, had shattered her faith in the system she had served. Godwyn's assassination through the Rune of Death had been orchestrated by forces beyond her control, demonstrating that even gods were not immune to the machinations of those who opposed them. The fact that his death was incomplete, his soul dying, while his body lived on in a grotesque mockery of life, only added to the tragedy. The discovery of this betrayal, combined with the Golden Order's inability to provide true death for her son, drove Marika to desperate measures. In a moment of divine rage that would reshape the world, she took up her hammer and struck the Elden Ring itself, shattering the fundamental source of the Order's power. This act of destruction was simultaneously one of rebellion and despair, a rejection of the system that had failed her children, and a cry of anguish from a mother who had lost more than she could bear. The shattering of the Elden Ring created a power vacuum that reverberated across multiple planes of existence. The great runes that had held the ring together scattered like fragments of a broken crown, each carrying a portion of divine authority that could theoretically allow its bearer to claim the throne of the lands between. These artifacts were not merely symbols of power, but actual repositories of cosmic authority, granting their bearers abilities that approach the divine, while simultaneously marking them as targets for every ambitious faction in the realm. Marika's children and stepchildren, already powerful demigods in their own right, found themselves thrust into competition for these fragments of ultimate authority. The two fingers, ancient agents of the greater will, attempted to maintain order by selecting certain individuals as candidates for the throne, but their authority had been fatally undermined by Marika's rebellion. The stage was set for a conflict that would determine not just who would rule, but what form that rule would take. The political landscape that emerged from this crisis was complex beyond description. Each demigod who claimed a great rune became a shard-bearer, a potential claimant to the Elden throne who possessed the raw power to make their claim credible. But mere possession of a great rune was not sufficient to establish legitimacy. Each claimant needed to build coalitions, secure resources, and eliminate rivals in a struggle that quickly escalated beyond the bounds of conventional warfare. Malenia's position in this conflict was unique from the beginning. Unlike her half-siblings, who were motivated primarily by ambition or desire for power, her participation in the shattering was driven by loyalty to Miquella and his vision of a transformed world. She did not seek the throne for herself, but rather aimed to secure it for her brother, believing that only his wisdom and compassion could heal the wounds that had torn the realm apart. This motivation gave Malenia's military campaigns a different character from those of her rivals. Where others fought for conquest and dominion, she fought for liberation and transformation. Her armies were composed not just of traditional soldiers, but of outcasts and refugees who had found hope in Miquella's promise of a realm where all would be welcome. This diverse coalition included clean-rot knights who had pledged their lives to serve despite the inevitable decay their loyalty would bring, Albinorics who saw in the Haligtree their promised land, and countless others who had been marked as impure by the Golden Order. The clean-rot knights deserve particular attention as the core of Malenia's military strength. These elite warriors had made the ultimate sacrifice in their devotion to their commander, voluntarily accepting exposure to the Scarlet Rot in order to fight alongside her. This acceptance of gradual decay in service to a greater cause marked them as fundamentally different from other military orders, whose members typically sought to preserve their own lives while serving their lords. The transformation that the Cleanrot Knights underwent was both beautiful and terrible to behold. As the rot worked its way through their bodies, it changed them in ways that went beyond mere physical corruption. Their flesh took on the characteristic scarlet hue that gave the curse its name, but rather than weakening them, this transformation seemed to grant them new forms of strength and endurance. They became living examples of Malenia's own philosophy, proof that even the most terrible curses could be transformed into sources of power through acceptance and determination. The armor and weapons of the Cleanrot Knights reflected their unique nature. Crafted from materials that could resist the worst effects of rot while channeling its power for beneficial purposes, their equipment was both functional and symbolic. The golden gleam of their armor served as a reminder of their noble purpose, while the inevitable stains and discolorations spoke to the price they paid for their loyalty. They were walking contradictions, knights who embraced corruption in service of purity, warriors who found strength in decay. Malenia's military strategy during the early phases of the Shattering demonstrated the tactical genius that would make her legendary. Rather than attempting to match her opponents in terms of raw numbers or conventional strength, she developed an approach that maximized the unique advantages her forces possessed. The mobility granted by her cavalry units, the fanatical devotion of her clean-rot knights, and her own personal combat abilities combined to create a military machine that could strike with devastating effect before disappearing into the wilderness. Her campaigns were characterized by rapid movement and surgical precision. Malenia understood that prolonged sieges would favor opponents with superior resources, so she developed tactics that emphasized speed, surprise, and psychological impact. Her armies would appear as if from nowhere, strike at critical targets, and vanish before effective resistance could be organized. This approach not only maximized their military effectiveness but also spread their reputation far beyond the actual scope of their operations. The psychological warfare aspect of Malenia's campaigns cannot be understated. Her very presence on a battlefield changed the fundamental dynamics of any conflict. Opponents who might have fought fiercely against conventional forces often found their resolve cracking when faced with the Scarlet Rot and its supernatural effects. The sight of clean-rot knights advancing through clouds of crimson spores, apparently immune to attacks that would fell ordinary soldiers, had a devastating impact on enemy morale. Yet Malenia was not content to rely solely on fear and intimidation. Her tactical innovations included the development of new formations that took advantage of her force's unique characteristics, the creation of supply systems that could support rapid movement across hostile territory, and the establishment of intelligence networks that gave her advance warning of enemy movements. She proved herself to be not just a formidable warrior, but a military commander of the highest caliber. The early victories of her campaign demonstrated the effectiveness of this approach. Godric the Grafted, despite his reputation for absorbing the strength of defeated enemies and his control over the strategically important region of Limgrave, found himself completely outmatched when Malenia's forces arrived at his gates. The battle was less a clash of armies than a demonstration of the gulf that separated conventional military power from the transcendent force that Malenia had become. The encounter with Godric is particularly significant because it established many of the patterns that would characterize Malenia's later campaigns. Rather than simply defeating her opponent, she sought to demonstrate the futility of resistance to the new order that Miquella envisioned. Godric's humiliation, forced to grovel at her feet and beg for mercy after his initial insults, served as a powerful message to other potential opponents about the consequences of opposing her. Yet even in victory, Malenia demonstrated the restraint and honor that set her apart from other participants in the shattering. Despite having every justification for destroying Godric entirely, she chose to spare his life, content to have neutralized him as a threat while avoiding unnecessary bloodshed. This mercy was not weakness, but strength, a demonstration that she fought not from hatred or ambition, but from a genuine desire to create a better world. The success of her early campaigns brought Malenia to the attention of powers beyond the lands between. The Outer Gods, already interested in the conflict because of its potential to reshape reality itself, began to take note of this warrior who carried their rival's essence within her flesh, yet refused to succumb to its influence. The Greater Will, through its various agents and manifestations, recognized that Malenia represented a unique threat to the established order, not because she sought to destroy it, but because she offered a compelling alternative. As her reputation grew, Malenia found herself attracting followers from across the lands between. Word of her victories spread like wildfire, carrying with it stories of a warrior who had never known defeat, a commander who treated her soldiers with respect and compassion, and a champion who fought for the rights of those who had been cast aside by the existing order. These stories, some true and others embellished in the telling, helped to create a legend that would outlast the woman herself. The diversity of her growing coalition reflected the breadth of Miquella's vision and the appeal of his promised reforms. Soldiers who had grown disillusioned with the rigid hierarchies of the Golden Order found purpose in serving a cause that valued merit over birth. Scholars and craftsmen who had been marginalized because their ideas challenged orthodox thinking discovered an environment where innovation was encouraged. Even creatures and beings who had been branded as monsters by the prevailing order found acceptance within the ranks of Melania's forces. This coalition building required diplomatic skills that complemented Melania's martial abilities. She had to navigate complex negotiations between factions that had been enemies for generations, mediate disputes between groups with fundamentally different values and beliefs, and maintain unity among forces that shared little beyond their loyalty to Miquella's vision. The success of these efforts demonstrated that her intelligence and wisdom matched her prowess in combat. The logistical challenges of maintaining such a diverse army across extended campaigns would have defeated lesser commanders. The Cleanrot Knights required specialized medical support to manage the effects of their voluntary corruption. The Albinorics needed equipment and tactics adapted to their unique physiology. The various refugee populations that had joined the cause required protection and support that went far beyond mere military necessities. Melania's ability to address all these needs while maintaining offensive operations testified to her comprehensive understanding of warfare. As the shattering intensified, the stakes of each engagement grew ever higher. What had begun as a succession crisis had evolved into a fundamental struggle over the nature of reality itself. Each victory or defeat rippled across multiple planes of existence, influencing not just the political balance in the lands between, but the cosmic forces that sought to shape the world according to their designs. In this context, Melania's campaigns became something more than military operations. They were acts of creation, attempts to bring into being the world that Miquella had envisioned. The approach of her greatest test became apparent as her forces moved south from the Haligtree. Reports reached her of another shard-bearer whose power rivaled her own, a general whose mastery of gravity magic and command of stellar forces made him perhaps the only opponent capable of matching her in single combat. The stage was being set for a confrontation that would determine not just the outcome of the shattering, but the fate of Caelid itself. Starscourge Radorn, the Red Lion General, awaited her in the southern reaches of the continent, his massive form barely contained by armor that gleamed like captured starlight. The collision of these two forces of nature would create a cataclysm that would be remembered long after the names of kingdoms were forgotten. A battle that would demonstrate both the highest heights of mortal achievement and the terrible price of pursuing power without limits. The Battle of Caelid, Prelude and Context. The confrontation between Melania and Ray Dawn was not merely another engagement in the larger conflict of the Shattering, but rather the inevitable collision of two cosmic forces that had been building toward this moment since the beginning of the war. To understand the true significance of what would become known as the Battle of Ionia, one must first comprehend the nature of the combatants themselves and the circumstances that made their conflict both necessary and catastrophic. General Radorn, known throughout the lands between as the Starscourge, represented everything that was magnificent and terrible about the age of demigods. Born of the union between Radagon and Renala, Queen of the Full Moon, he inherited his father's fierce determination and his mother's mastery of celestial forces. From childhood, he had displayed an aptitude for magic and warfare that marked him as exceptional even among the remarkable children of the demigods. His red hair, inherited from Radagon, burned like flame in battle, while his massive frame could barely be contained by armor that had been forged to accommodate his superhuman proportions. What made Radorn truly legendary was not merely his size or strength, but his mastery over gravity itself. Under the tutelage of an alabaster lord in the ancient town of Celia, he had learned to manipulate gravitational forces with a precision that bordered on the divine. This ability allowed him to perform feats that seemed impossible even by the standards of the age. He could halt the movement of stars in their courses, redirect the flow of celestial bodies, and create localized fields where the normal laws of physics bent to his will. The conquest of the stars represented Radon's greatest achievement and the source of his title. In an age when stellar movements were believed to influence the fate of mortals and gods alike, his ability to halt their motion was seen as an assertion of will over destiny itself. The stars that hung motionless in the sky above Caelid served as a constant reminder of his power, their unnatural stillness a testament to magic so profound that it could overrule the fundamental forces that governed the cosmos. Yet Radon's character was defined by more than mere power. Despite his fearsome reputation and overwhelming abilities, he was known for his honor, loyalty, and genuine care for those under his protection. His Redmane soldiers served him not merely out of duty, but from genuine affection for a commander who never asked them to face dangers he would not confront himself. The festivals held in his honor were not mere displays of political theater, but authentic celebrations of a leader who had earned his followers' devotion through deed rather than birthright. The territory of Caelid itself reflected Radon's influence and character. Before the shattering, it had been a land of red stone and fierce beauty, where the study of gravity magic flourished under his patronage and protection. The town of Celia, with its scholarly traditions and arcane libraries, had become a center of learning that attracted students from across the known world. The entire region pulsed with magical energy, the very landscape shaped by the gravitational forces that Radon commanded with such mastery. The Redmane forces that served under Radon were among the finest military units in the lands between. Unlike armies that relied primarily on numbers or conventional tactics, they had been trained to fight in the unique conditions created by their commander's magic. They could operate effectively in variable gravity fields, coordinate attacks with aerial units that defied normal physics, and deploy siege engines that used gravitational manipulation to achieve impossible ranges and accuracy. The strategic importance of Caelid in the larger context of the shattering cannot be overstated. Control of this region would provide access to some of the most sophisticated magical knowledge in the realm, as well as the industrial capacity needed to produce the specialized equipment required for extended military campaigns. More importantly, Radon's mastery over stellar forces gave him a form of power that could theoretically tip the balance of the entire war. An opponent who could literally reshape the cosmos represented a threat that no other shard-bearer could safely ignore. Malenia's decision to march on Caelid was driven by strategic necessity rather than mere ambition. Intelligence reports had made it clear that Radon was consolidating his power and preparing for a major offensive that could potentially crush the coalition forces supporting Miquella's cause. The general's mastery of gravity magic gave him capabilities that conventional military wisdom could not adequately address, making him perhaps the only opponent in the lands between who posed a genuine threat to Malenia's apparently invincible forces. Yet, there were deeper currents at work in this developing confrontation, forces that went beyond mere military strategy or political calculation. The nature of their respective curses and blessings created a fundamental opposition that made conflict between them almost inevitable. Malenia's connection to the outer god of rot represented change, transformation, and the inexorable cycles of decay and renewal. Radon's mastery over gravity and stellar forces embodied stability, permanence, and the imposition of will over natural law. This philosophical opposition was reflected in their respective approaches to warfare and leadership. Malenia's forces moved like water, flowing around obstacles and adapting to changing circumstances with fluid grace. Ra Dawn's armies operated like celestial mechanics, precise and orderly, with every unit positioned according to mathematical principles that maximize their collective effectiveness. When these two military philosophies collided, the result would be a clash that transcended ordinary combat to become a contest between different visions of how reality itself should function. The march south from the Halig Tree was unlike any military movement in the history of the lands between. Melania's army moved with a purpose that seemed to bend the very landscape to its will, leaving behind traces of scarlet rot that would mark their passage for generations to come. The Clean Rot Knights advanced in formations that spoke to their acceptance of mortality, their willingness to sacrifice themselves for their commander's cause, creating an atmosphere of desperate heroism that affected everyone who witnessed their passage. Reports of their approach spread before them like wildfire, carrying with them descriptions that seemed too extraordinary to believe. Witnesses spoke of golden figures moving through clouds of crimson spores, of horses whose hooves left traces of corruption in the earth, of a commander whose very presence seemed to alter the fundamental nature of the environment around her. These accounts, filtered through fear and awe, helped to create an atmosphere of anticipation that gripped the entire region. Ra Dawn's response to the approaching threat demonstrated both his tactical acumen and his understanding of the unique challenges that Melania's forces presented. Rather than attempting to meet her in open battle immediately, he began a strategic withdrawal that drew her deeper into Caelid, while allowing his forces to prepare defenses specifically designed to counter her advantages. The gravitational fields that he created would theoretically neutralize much of the mobility advantage that her forces enjoyed, while his aerial units could strike from angles that conventional ground forces could not effectively defend against. The intelligence war that preceded the actual battle was as complex and crucial as any physical engagement. Both commanders understood that information about their opponent's capabilities, intentions, and weaknesses could prove more valuable than additional troops or superior equipment. Spies, informants, and reconnaissance units moved through the contested territory like pieces on a vast chessboard, each side seeking to gain the insights that would provide decisive advantage when the actual fighting began. The civilian population of Caelid found itself caught between these advancing forces in ways that highlighted the fundamental differences between the commanders' approaches to warfare. Ra Dawn's forces made extensive efforts to evacuate non-combatants from areas likely to see fighting, understanding that their commander's magical abilities could create environmental hazards that would affect anyone in the vicinity. Melania's approach was more complex. While she did not intentionally target civilians, the nature of her curse meant that her very presence created risks that could not be entirely mitigated. As the two armies drew closer, strange phenomena began to manifest across Caelid. The normal patterns of weather and climate became erratic as competing supernatural forces exerted their influence over the region. Areas where Melania's scouts had passed showed signs of accelerated growth and decay, with plants blooming and withering in cycles that compressed months of natural development into days or hours. Regions under Ra Dawn's influence experienced gravitational anomalies that caused objects to fall upward or sideways, creating landscapes that defied common sense. The psychological impact of these supernatural manifestations affected both armies in different ways. Ra Dawn's soldiers, accustomed to their commander's reality-altering abilities, found the gravitational distortions reassuring rather than disturbing. Proof that their general's power remained intact and ready to protect them when the fighting began. Melania's forces, already transformed by their acceptance of the rot, saw the environmental changes as confirmation that their cause was supported by forces beyond mortal understanding. The final positioning of forces before the battle revealed the strategic thinking of both commanders. Ra-Dawn chose to make his stand in an area where his gravitational control would be maximized, positioning his forces in formations that could take advantage of three-dimensional tactics while maintaining clear lines of communication and supply. Malenia's approach emphasized flexibility and adaptability, with units positioned to exploit any opportunities that might arise while maintaining the ability to rapidly redeploy as circumstances changed. The night before the battle was marked by strange portents that would be remembered and debated for generations to come. Witnesses reported seeing ghostly figures moving across the battlefield, as if the spirits of past warriors had gathered to observe the confrontation. The stars that Ra-Dawn held motionless in the sky seemed to pulse with unusual brightness, while the scarlet spores that drifted from Malenia's camp created patterns in the air that resembled arcane symbols. Both commanders spent these final hours in preparation that reflected their different natures and approaches to combat. Ra-Dawn worked with his officers to refine tactical plans and contingencies, his methodical mind considering every possible variable that might influence the battle's outcome. Malenia's preparations were more intuitive, involving meditation and communion with the forces that flowed through her, seeking the perfect balance between control and surrender that would allow her to fight at her highest potential. The dawn of the battle day rose over a landscape that had been transformed by the presence of two cosmic forces. The very air seemed to thrum with potential energy, as if reality itself was holding its breath in anticipation of what was to come. Soldiers on both sides reported feeling sensations that had no names, the approach of something vast and terrible and beautiful that would change everything it touched. As the first rays of sunlight illuminated the field where gods would soon shed each other's blood, it became clear that this would be no ordinary battle. The confrontation between Malenia and Ra-Dawn would be a clash of titans that would reshape not only the political landscape of the lands between, but the very nature of existence itself. The stage was set for a conflict that would be remembered as long as there were minds to remember and voices to tell the tale. In the distance, both armies could see their opponents beginning to move into final positions, the deadly ballet of war about to begin. Soon, the lands between would witness the true meaning of divine conflict, and Caelid would never be the same again. The Battle of Caelid, the clash and blooming. The morning of the battle dawned with an eerie stillness that seemed to mock the tremendous violence about to unfold. Across the plains of Caelid, two armies faced each other in formations that represented fundamentally different philosophies of warfare and existence. The very air between them seemed to vibrate with potential energy, as if reality itself was preparing to accommodate forces that would push the boundaries of what was physically possible. Malenia sat astride her mount at the head of her forces, her golden prosthetics gleaming in the early light like captured pieces of the sun. Despite her blindness, she perceived the battlefield with crystal clarity through senses that had been honed to superhuman acuity. She could feel the gravitational distortions that Ra-Dawn's presence created, sense the nervous energy of thousands of soldiers preparing for combat, hear the whispered prayers and final preparations that preceded every great battle. Around her, the Cleanrot Knights arranged themselves in formations that spoke to their acceptance of mortality, their willingness to sacrifice everything for their commander's cause, creating an atmosphere of desperate heroism. Across the field, General Ra-Dawn presented a sight that would have intimidated any lesser opponent. His massive frame was encased in armor that seemed to have been forged from captured starlight, each piece perfectly crafted to accommodate his superhuman proportions, while channeling the gravitational forces that defined his power. His red hair flowed like liquid fire beneath his helm, and the horse that bore him, a creature itself enhanced by magic to withstand the impossible stresses of supporting a demigod, stamped and snorted with barely contained energy. The Redmane forces behind him displayed the discipline and precision that had made them legendary, their formations perfect geometric expressions of military excellence. The initial movements of the battle unfolded with the careful choreography of a deadly dance. Both commanders understood that the opening stages would be crucial in establishing the tempo and conditions that would determine everything that followed. Radorn's forces advanced in measured formations that maximized their ability to support each other while taking advantage of their commander's gravitational manipulations. Gravity wells created zones where Malenia's mobility advantages would be neutralized, while aerial units prepared to strike from angles that ground-based forces could not effectively defend against. Malenia's response demonstrated the fluid tactics that had made her undefeated. Rather than meeting Ariadorn's advance head-on, her forces flowed around the edges of his formations like water around stones, seeking gaps and weaknesses that could be exploited. The Clean Rot Knights moved with the eerie coordination of beings who had transcended normal physical limitations, their acceptance of corruption allowing them to operate in environments that would have been fatal to ordinary soldiers. The first clashes between advanced units revealed the supernatural nature of the conflict that was unfolding. When Radorn's soldiers encountered Malenia's scouts, the resulting combat defied normal expectations of how battles should progress. Gravity fields caused weapons to strike with impossible force or miss targets that should have been easily hit. Scarlet spores drifted across the battlefield, transforming some areas into zones of accelerated decay where metal rusted in minutes and organic matter underwent rapid cycles of growth and decomposition. As the armies closed with each other, the true scope of the supernatural forces at work became apparent. Radorn's mastery over gravity allowed his forces to attack from multiple directions simultaneously, with some units advancing along the ground, while others moved through the air along trajectories that seemed to ignore the normal laws of physics. His personal presence on the battlefield created localized distortions where up and down became matters of perspective rather than physical law. Malenia's forces adapted to these impossible conditions with the fluid grace that characterized their approach to all challenges. The Clean Rot Knights had learned to fight in environments where normal tactical assumptions did not apply, and their experience with the constantly changing conditions created by their commander's curse served them well in dealing with Radorn's gravitational manipulations. They flowed around gravity wells like water around whirlpools, using the distorted physics to their advantage whenever possible. The psychological impact of the supernatural battlefield conditions affected both armies in different ways. Radorn's soldiers, accustomed to their commander's reality-altering abilities, found the gravitational anomalies reassuring evidence of his power. For Malenia's forces, already transformed by their acceptance of corruption, the bizarre battlefield conditions were simply another challenge to be overcome through adaptation and determination. As the battle intensified, both commanders began to demonstrate the full extent of their legendary abilities. Radorn's mastery over gravity reached heights that seemed to approach the divine, creating effects that violated every known law of physics. He could cause enemy charges to falter as soldiers found themselves unable to maintain their footing, redirect projectiles in mid-flight to strike targets behind cover, and create zones where the very concept of direction became meaningless. Malenia's response showcased the flowing, water-like combat style that the blind swordsman had taught her. She moved across the battlefield like liquid mercury, adapting to every obstacle and flowing around every defense. Her prosthetic limbs allowed her to perform maneuvers that would have been impossible for any ordinary warrior, while her supernatural senses gave her awareness of threats and opportunities that escaped normal perception. The first direct confrontation between the two commanders occurred when Malenia's advance brought her within range of Radorn's personal combat zone. The collision of their individual powers created effects that rippled across the entire battlefield, as the fundamental forces they represented sought to establish dominance over the local reality. Gravity distortions caused by Radorn's presence clashed with the transformative influence of Malenia's curse, creating areas where the normal rules of existence became completely unreliable. Their personal combat revealed the vast gulf that separated these demigods from ordinary mortals. Each exchange of blows carried the force of natural disasters, while their movements created shockwaves that could be felt across the entire battlefield. Radorn's massive weapons, enhanced by gravitational force, struck with power that could shatter mountains, while Malenia's flowing attacks found gaps in his defenses that should not have existed according to any conventional understanding of combat. The duel that developed between them transcended mere physical combat to become a contest between different understandings of reality itself. Radorn fought to impose order and stability, using his mastery over gravity to create zones of controlled space where his superior size and strength could dominate. Malenia flowed like water around his attacks, seeking the inevitable path to victory through patience, adaptation, and perfect timing. Hours passed as the two titans struggled against each other, their combat creating devastation that spread far beyond their immediate vicinity. The landscape around them began to show the effects of their supernatural conflict, with gravity distortions carving new valleys and ridges, while areas touched by Malenia's presence underwent rapid cycles of growth and decay that compressed geological ages into moments. The armies surrounding them found their own battles increasingly influenced by the cosmic forces unleashed by their commander's duel. Units that approached too closely to the center of combat discovered that normal tactics became useless in environments where gravity could reverse itself without warning, and where the very air carried spores that could transform flesh and metal in unpredictable ways. As the battle continued, it became apparent that neither commander could achieve decisive victory through conventional means. Radorn's gravitational mastery gave him tremendous advantages in controlling the battlefield, but Malenia's adaptive abilities allowed her to find solutions to every challenge he presented. Her flowing combat style made her nearly impossible to pin down, while her supernatural endurance allowed her to maintain her highest level of performance, even as the hours stretched on. The stalemate that developed between them was not merely a matter of evenly matched abilities, but a fundamental conflict between incompatible forces. Radorn represented stability, order, and the imposition of will over natural law. Malenia embodied change, adaptation, and the acceptance of natural cycles, even when they led through destruction toward renewal. Neither could achieve complete dominance over the other because their essential natures created a perfect opposition. As the day wore on, the strain of maintaining such intense combat began to tell on both warriors. Radorn's gravitational manipulations required tremendous concentration and energy, while the constant effort of holding the stars in their courses added another layer of exhaustion to his already superhuman exertions. Malenia's own reserves were being tested by the need to constantly adapt to new challenges while fighting an opponent whose abilities seemed to have no limits. The armies around them began to show signs of the attrition that such supernatural warfare inevitably created. Casualties mounted not just from direct combat, but from the environmental hazards created by their commander's abilities. Soldiers found themselves fighting in conditions that changed from moment to moment, where weapons that had been effective one minute became useless the next, as reality itself shifted around them. It was in this context of mutual exhaustion and escalating desperation that Malenia made the decision that would transform the battle from a military engagement into a cosmic catastrophe. Faced with an opponent whose power seemed inexhaustible and whose defenses appeared impenetrable, she chose to embrace the one force that she had spent her entire life fighting against. The needle that Miquella had crafted to suppress her curse, the device that had allowed her to maintain her humanity despite the outer god's influence, was deliberately shattered. The moment of the needle's destruction was felt across multiple planes of existence. The outer god of rot, whose influence had been held in check for so long, suddenly found itself free to express its full power through its chosen vessel. Malenia's body began to undergo a transformation that transcended anything that had been seen before, as the divine essence that had been constrained within her flesh finally found complete expression. The blooming that followed was not merely a physical transformation, but a cosmic event that announced the birth of a new form of divinity. Malenia's human form dissolved into something that existed simultaneously in multiple dimensions, her consciousness expanding to encompass perspectives that mortal minds could not contain. She became a living manifestation of the cycles of decay and renewal that governed all existence, beautiful and terrible beyond description. The scarlet Onia that emerged from this transformation was not simply a flower, but a focal point where the outer god's influence could reshape reality according to its design. Its petals, each one larger than a cathedral, pulsed with energies that operated according to principles that the Golden Order had never acknowledged. The very air around it became saturated with spores that carried the potential for transformation, change, and renewal. The effect on Dawn was immediate and catastrophic. His mastery over gravity, dependent on precise mental control and unwavering concentration, crumbled as the alien influences radiating from the Ionia invaded his consciousness. The stars that he had held motionless for so long began to resume their courses, their movement marking the end of an age and the beginning of something new and terrible. But even as his cosmic powers failed him, Radahn's essential nature asserted itself in one final act of defiance. As Malenia whispered words that seemed to come from some realm beyond mortal understanding, "Miquella awaits thee, O promised consort, the Red Lion." General gathered his remaining strength for one last assault. His charge, though doomed to failure, demonstrated the courage and determination that had made him legendary. The collision between the blooming goddess and the falling general created effects that would resonate across the lands between for generations to come. The unleashed energies transformed Caelid from a land of red stone and fierce beauty into a festering swampland where normal life could not survive. The scarlet rot that had been confined within Malenia's body spread across hundreds of square miles, creating an environment where only creatures adapted to its influence could thrive. Dawn himself, though not killed by the encounter, was transformed into something that was neither fully alive nor completely dead. His consciousness, shattered by exposure to forces beyond mortal comprehension, fragmented into something that could only be described as feral. The general who had once commanded the stars became a mindless beast, wandering the wasteland he had tried to defend, while unconsciously maintaining just enough of his gravitational powers to prevent the stars from falling and destroying what remained of the world. The aftermath of the battle revealed the true cost of divine conflict. Caelid lay in ruins, its once proud cities reduced to rotting husks where only the most desperate or corrupted dared to dwell. The armies that had fought so bravely on both sides were scattered to the winds,
their survivors bearing scars, both physical and psychological, that would never fully heal. The balance of power in the shattering had been irrevocably altered, but at a price that neither side had anticipated or desired. For Melania herself, the blooming represented both apotheosis and tragedy. She had achieved a level of power that rivaled the gods themselves, but at the cost of losing much of what had made her human. The transformation had burned away aspects of her personality and memory, leaving behind something that was simultaneously more and less than what she had been before. As the crimson petals of the Ionia began to close, and Melania's consciousness retreated from its expanded state, she found herself fundamentally changed by the experience. The curse that had been her burden for so long had become her nature. The transformation she had resisted for a lifetime finally accepted in a moment of desperate necessity. She had become the goddess her followers had always claimed her to be, but the price of that divinity was higher than anyone could have imagined. The Battle of Ionia was over, but its consequences would shape the future of the lands between in ways that none of the participants could have foreseen. In choosing to embrace her curse in order to achieve victory, Melania had opened doorways that could never be closed again, unleashing forces that would continue to transform the world long after the immediate conflict had ended. Return to the Haligtree. The aftermath of the Battle of Ionia left Melania in a state that defied easy description. The transformation she had undergone during the blooming had burned away portions of her consciousness like fire-consuming parchment, leaving gaps in her memory and understanding that would never be fully restored. She existed in a liminal space between sleep and waking, between mortal awareness and divine consciousness, her body racked by the residual energies of forces that had never been meant to inhabit human flesh for extended periods. In this vulnerable state, she was discovered by one of her most devoted followers, a cleanrot knight named Finley, whose loyalty would prove to be the stuff of legend. The battlefield around them resembled nothing so much as the aftermath of a cosmic catastrophe, with the landscape transformed beyond recognition and the very air thick with spores that made breathing a hazardous proposition for anyone not already adapted to the rot's influence. Most of Melania's army had been scattered or destroyed in the cataclysmic final moments of the battle, their devotion ultimately insufficient to protect them from forces that operated beyond mortal comprehension. Finley's decision to carry her unconscious commander to safety represented an act of heroism that transcended normal understanding of duty and devotion. The journey from the devastated plains of Caelid to the distant sanctuary of the Haligtree would cover hundreds of miles of hostile territory, through regions where the very environment had become inimical to life as a result of the supernatural conflicts that had raged across them. To attempt such a journey alone, while burdened with an unconscious companion whose very presence attracted dangers that could not be fought with conventional weapons, was a task that seemed impossible even by the standards of an age that had grown accustomed to miraculous feats. Yet Finley possessed advantages that made the journey merely incredibly difficult rather than completely hopeless. Her voluntary exposure to the Scarlet Rot had transformed her in ways that went beyond the merely physical, granting her insights into the nature of corruption and decay that allowed her to navigate environments that would have been fatal to ordinary beings. She could sense the presence of rot-infected creatures long before they became visible, understand the patterns of spore dispersal that could indicate safe passage through contaminated areas, and recognize the subtle signs that marked territories where the rot's influence had reached levels that would overwhelm even her enhanced resistances. The knight's greatest challenge was not simply traversing the hostile landscape, but protecting Melania during the vulnerable periods when her unconscious form was completely helpless. The goddess-like transformation that had occurred during the blooming had left her in a state of profound exhaustion.
her divine consciousness retreating into depths that normal awareness could not reach. In this condition, she was utterly dependent on Finley's protection, unable to defend herself against threats that her conscious mind would have easily detected and countered. The route that Finley chose for their journey reflected both strategic thinking and intimate knowledge of the landscape's hidden dangers. Rather than taking the most direct path to the Haligtree, she followed ancient roads and forgotten paths that offered some protection from the worst effects of the environmental contamination, while avoiding the major population centers where their passage would inevitably attract unwanted attention. The knight understood that their success depended not only on physical endurance, but on maintaining secrecy, avoiding encounters that might delay their progress or alert potential enemies to their vulnerability. The regions through which they traveled bore the scars of the larger conflict that had consumed the lands between. Towns and cities that had once prospered under the Golden Order's protection now stood empty or had been transformed into strongholds for various factions seeking to claim territory in the chaos that followed the shattering. The sight of a lone clean-rot knight carrying what appeared to be a wounded comrade would have been enough to attract attention from bandits, rival military units, or worse creatures that had emerged from the deepest places to exploit the breakdown of civilization. Each night brought new challenges as Finley sought shelter for her unconscious burden while remaining alert for threats that could emerge from any direction. The abandoned structures that dotted the landscape offered some protection from the elements, but also harbored dangers of their own. Desperate refugees who might view travelers as sources of supplies or information, wild beasts that had been driven from their normal territories by the environmental changes, or worse, things that had been spawned by the unnatural energies unleashed during the various supernatural conflicts. The physical demands of the journey pushed even Finley's enhanced capabilities to their limits. Carrying an unconscious person across hundreds of miles of difficult terrain would have been challenging under the best of circumstances, but doing so while maintaining constant vigilance against threats, both natural and supernatural, required reserves of strength and determination that seemed almost inhuman. The rot that flowed through her veins provided some advantages: enhanced endurance, resistance to fatigue and disease, heightened awareness of her environment, but it also exacted a price in the form of constant, gnawing discomfort and the knowledge that her own transformation was accelerating with each passing day. Midway through their journey, they found temporary refuge at the Shaded Castle, a fortress that had once served as a stronghold for House Marais, but had since become something of a neutral sanctuary for travelers seeking shelter from the chaos that gripped the land. The castle's master, Mali Marais, was himself a figure marked by affliction. Born sickly and deformed, he had developed an unusual fascination with disease and decay that made him uniquely suited to appreciate the significance of his unexpected guests. Marais's reaction to Melania's unconscious form revealed the complex ways in which the events at Ionia had already begun to reshape the political and religious landscape of the lands between. Rather than seeing her as merely another wounded warrior, he recognized her as something far more significant, a living manifestation of divine power that had chosen to embrace rather than resist the forces of transformation that so many others feared. In her, he saw confirmation of beliefs and philosophies that he had developed through years of studying the relationship between corruption and transcendence. The brief respite at the Shaded Castle allowed Finley to tend to her charge's immediate needs while gathering information about the conditions they would face during the remainder of their journey. Reports from travelers and refugees painted a picture of a world in flux, where traditional boundaries and allegiances were breaking down under the pressure of forces that conventional wisdom could not adequately address. The blooming at Ionia had created ripple effects that extended far beyond the immediate battlefield, influencing events and circumstances across the entire continent. News of the battle's outcome had spread with remarkable speed, carried by survivors, refugees,
and the various intelligence networks that served the different factions involved in the shattering. The reports, filtered through fear and awe, described events that seemed too extraordinary to believe. A warrior who had transformed into a goddess, a general who had been reduced to a mindless beast, an entire region transformed into a pestilent wasteland where normal life could not survive. These accounts, however distorted they might have been, served to enhance Malenia's already legendary reputation, while also marking her as a target for forces that viewed her transformation as either an opportunity to be exploited or a threat to be eliminated. The final stages of their journey brought them into the frozen wastes of the consecrated snowfield, a region that had always been inhospitable, but had become even more dangerous as the breakdown of normal order allowed various predators and hostile forces to operate with impunity. The extreme cold provided some protection against the worst effects of rot-induced contamination, but it also created new challenges for a knight whose enhanced physiology was adapted to operate in warmer climates. The approach to the Haligtree itself required navigation through some of the most treacherous terrain in the known world. The great tree that Miquella had nurtured with his own blood towered above the landscape like a bridge between earth and sky, its massive trunk and sprawling branches creating an ecosystem that existed according to principles that differed significantly from those that governed normal forests. The very air around the tree hummed with magical energies that could be either beneficial or harmful, depending on one's nature and intentions. Finley's arrival at the base of the Haligtree with her unconscious burden marked the end of one of the most remarkable journeys in recorded history. But it also revealed a tragedy that would transform Malenia's story from one of triumph to one of loss and waiting. The tree that had been intended to serve as Miquella's cocoon during his transformation from eternally youthful demigod to fully mature deity stood empty, its hollow interior bearing signs of forced entry and violent struggle. The evidence suggested that during Malenia's absence, enemies had penetrated the Haligtree's defenses and abducted Miquella before his metamorphosis could be completed. The identity of the kidnappers and their motives remained mysterious, but the fact of his disappearance was undeniable. The sanctuary that should have sheltered both twins during their respective transformations had been violated, its security compromised by forces that had exploited the window of vulnerability created by Malenia's departure for the battle in Caelid. The discovery of Miquella's absence transformed Malenia's unconscious state from a temporary condition requiring healing and recovery into something closer to an extended fugue. Without her brother's presence to anchor her to the world, without the shared purpose that had given meaning to all her previous struggles, she retreated into depths of consciousness that external stimuli could not reach. Her body, racked by the after-effects of her transformation and the injuries sustained during the battle, settled into a rhythm of healing that would require years to complete. The Cleanrot Knights and other followers, who had survived the various conflicts and made their way back to the Haligtree, found themselves in the position of guardians, watching over a sleeping goddess whose dreams they could not share or understand. They established defensive positions around the tree's base, creating a perimeter that would protect their commander during her vulnerable state, while attempting to gather information about what had happened to Miquella and who might have been responsible for his disappearance. The environmental effects of Malenia's presence began to manifest almost immediately. The rot that flowed through her veins, no longer constrained by conscious will or Miquella's golden needles, began to seep into the Haligtree itself. What had once been a sanctuary of golden light and pure growth slowly began to show signs of contamination as scarlet influences spread through the tree's vast network of roots, branches, and chambers. This transformation was not entirely destructive. In many ways,
It represented a new form of life that combined the tree's original nature with the change-bringing essence of the outer god of rot. The gradual corruption of the halig tree created an environment that was simultaneously beautiful and terrible to behold. Areas where the rot's influence was strongest developed an alien beauty that transcended normal aesthetic categories, with growths and formations that seemed to exist in multiple dimensions simultaneously. The boundary between plant and animal, between individual organism and collective consciousness, became blurred in ways that challenged fundamental assumptions about the nature of life itself. The surviving inhabitants of the tree, albinarics, misbegotten, and other refugees who had sought sanctuary in Miquella's promised land, found themselves facing a choice between fleeing this transformed environment or adapting to its new conditions. Many chose to remain, discovering that the rot's influence, while certainly alien, was not necessarily malevolent. They began to develop new forms of existence that incorporated the transformation as a natural part of their lives, becoming something more than they had been while retaining enough of their original nature to remember who they used to be. As years passed and Melania's slumber continued, the area around the halig tree became a place of pilgrimage for those who had been touched by rot, or who sought understanding of the forces that had reshaped the world. Some came seeking healing or transformation. Others arrived driven by prophecies and visions that promised revelation to those brave enough to approach the sleeping goddess. The majority of these pilgrims never made it past the outer defenses, but those who did often found themselves fundamentally changed by the experience. The dreams that occupied Melania's consciousness during this period remain largely mysterious, but their effects could be observed in the subtle changes that occurred in her physical form and in the environment around her. Sometimes, her sleeping form would be surrounded by manifestations of scarlet butterflies that danced in patterns too complex for mortal minds to follow. Other times, areas near her resting place would undergo rapid cycles of growth and decay that compressed months of natural development into hours or days. The vigil maintained by her followers took on aspects of both military duty and religious observance. The clean rot knights who guarded her understood that they were protecting more than just their commander. They were safeguarding a force that might eventually transform the entire world. This knowledge gave their service a weight and significance that transcended normal concepts of loyalty and duty, transforming them into something closer to warrior priests serving a divine cause. Reports and rumors of Melania's condition spread throughout the lands between, carried by the various networks of travelers, traders, and spies that operated despite the ongoing chaos of the shattering. These accounts, filtered through multiple retellings and colored by the fears and hopes of those who shared them, helped to create a legend that was even more powerful than the reality it purported to describe. She became a figure of myth and prophecy, a sleeping goddess whose eventual awakening would herald either salvation or apocalypse, depending on one's perspective and allegiances. The stage was thus set for the final act of her story, the moment when her long slumber would end and she would face the greatest challenge of her existence. Not another warrior seeking to claim her power, but a tarnished champion whose very presence would force her to confront the reality of what she had become and what she had lost in her transformation. The boss encounter, facing the legend. Deep within the heart of the corrupted halig tree, past defenses that have claimed countless lives, and through chambers where reality itself bends under the influence of divine power, lies a sight that has become the stuff of legend among the tarnished. The arena where Melania waits is both beautiful and terrible, a vast circular chamber carved from the living wood of the great tree, its walls pulsing with veins of gold and scarlet that seem to carry the very lifeblood of a dying god. Water pools on the floor, reflecting light that seems to come from no identifiable source, while overhead, the canopy stretches into darkness where strange sounds echo like the whispers of dreaming gods. At the center of this otherworldly cathedral sits a figure that embodies the tragic grandeur of the age of demigods. Malenia rests in a pose that suggests both meditation and exhaustion, her golden prosthetics gleaming against the organic curves of the great tree's root system. Her red hair flows like liquid fire, and though her eyes have long since been claimed by the rot, there is an awareness in her posture that suggests she perceives far more than sight alone could provide. She appears almost peaceful in repose, yet there is something in the set of her shoulders and the position of her artificial limbs that speaks to coiled power waiting to be unleashed. The approach to this sanctum has tested every aspect of the Tarnished's abilities. The path through Elphael, brace of the Halig tree, winds through environments that challenge not only combat skills, but sanity itself. Clean rot knights patrol corridors that shift between golden beauty and scarlet corruption, their forms showing various stages of transformation as the rot works its inexorable will upon their flesh. The very architecture seems alive, responding to the presence of intruders with subtle shifts that can turn familiar passages into deadly mazes. The clean rot knights that guard the approaches to Malenia's chamber represent the pinnacle of their order's development. These are not merely soldiers who have accepted corruption, but beings who have learned to channel it as a source of strength. Their weapons weep crimson tears that can infect wounds with transformative properties, while their movements display a fluid grace that seems to defy the decay that marks their forms. To face them is to confront the reality of what acceptance of the rot can achieve. Power beyond mortal limitations at the cost of humanity itself. The environmental storytelling throughout the Halig tree speaks to the tragedy of Miquella's vision and its corruption. Rooms that were clearly designed as sanctuaries for the outcasts and unwanted of the world now stand empty or have been transformed into something alien and hostile. The Albinorics who sought refuge here have either fled or undergone transformations that have left them barely recognizable as the beings they once were. The very air carries spores that tell stories of change and loss, of dreams deferred and innocence corrupted. Yet even in its corrupted state, the Halig tree retains traces of the beauty and purpose that Miquella intended. There are chambers where golden light still flows pure and clean, areas where the rot's influence has created new forms of life that possess their own strange beauty. The juxtaposition of corruption and purity, of decay and growth, serves as a constant reminder of the complex forces at work in this place, where gods dream and nightmares take physical form. The moment of first encounter with Malenia has become legendary among those who have survived it. As the Tarnished enters her chamber, there is often a brief period of stillness, as if the very air holds its breath in anticipation of what is to come. Then, with movements that seem to flow like water, she rises from her position of repose, her prosthetic limbs unfolding with mechanical precision, while her organic form displays the fluid grace that has made her legend throughout the lands between. I am Malenia, Blade of Miquella, she announces, her voice carrying the weight of absolute conviction despite the weariness that underlies every word. And I have never known defeat. These words, spoken with quiet confidence rather than boastful declaration, immediately establish the nature of the encounter to come. This is not merely another boss fight, but a meeting with living legend, a confrontation with a being who has transcended mortal limitations while paying prices that few could comprehend. The first phase of combat reveals why Malenia has earned her reputation as perhaps the most challenging opponent in the lands between. Her movements flow with the liquid grace of water, each attack flowing seamlessly into the next in combinations that seem to have no clear beginning or end. The blade built into her prosthetic arm extends and retracts with thought-speed precision, creating a weapon that is simultaneously part of her body and an extension of her will. Her fighting style embodies the teachings of the blind swordsman, emphasizing flow, adaptation, and the transformation of apparent disadvantage into overwhelming strength. She moves with the patience of flowing water, allowing opponents to commit to attacks before flowing around their defenses to strike from impossible angles. Her prosthetic limbs grant her reach and leverage that flesh and bone could never provide, while her supernatural senses allow her to perceive and respond to threats that would be invisible to normal perception. What makes her truly dangerous, however, is her ability to heal through combat itself. Each successful strike restores a portion of her vitality, creating a terrifying feedback loop, where her aggression is rewarded with increased survivability. This ability forces opponents to adopt strategies that emphasize perfection over persistence. A single mistake can undo minutes of careful progress as she drains life from her enemies to fuel her own continued resistance. The arena itself becomes part of the challenge, its shallow pools of water creating splashes that can obscure vision while providing audio cues about positioning and movement. The curved walls and organic architecture create sightlines that can be both advantage and disadvantage depending on positioning, while the ambient lighting casts shadows that can conceal or reveal depending on the observer's position and perspective. Her signature attack, the waterfowl dance, represents the culmination of everything she has learned about combat and transcendence. The technique begins with a leap that seems to suspend her in the air for an impossible duration, followed by a series of strikes that flow like liquid death across the battlefield. Each movement in the sequence flows naturally into the next, creating a combination that is simultaneously beautiful and terrifying to witness. The attack embodies the philosophical principles that define her approach to existence. The transformation of limitation into strength, the acceptance of flow rather than resistance to change, the discovery of grace within apparent chaos. To survive the waterfowl dance requires not just quick reflexes, but an understanding of its underlying rhythm and logic, an appreciation for the principles that govern its execution. Yet, even as she demonstrates abilities that border on the divine, there are moments when her humanity shows through the legend. Her movements, though flawless in their execution, sometimes carry a weight of exhaustion that speaks to the costs of her transformation. Her voice, when she speaks during combat, carries undertones of loss and longing that remind observers that she is not just a warrior, but a sister searching for a brother who may never return. The transition to her second phase occurs when her physical form finally succumbs to the accumulated damage of combat. But rather than representing defeat, this apparent death triggers a transformation that reveals the true extent of her power. The scarlet eye Onia that blooms from her fallen form is not merely a visual spectacle, but a cosmic event that announces the birth of a goddess. The flower that emerges defies easy description, its petals simultaneously organic and crystalline, its structure existing in dimensions that human perception can barely comprehend. The very air around it becomes saturated with spores that carry the essence of transformation, while energies pulse through its structure, according to rhythms that seem to echo the heartbeat of the universe itself. From within, this impossible blossom emerges, Millennia transformed, no longer merely a warrior, but a living manifestation of the forces that govern decay and renewal. Her new form retains the essential elements of her previous appearance, but elevated to a level that transcends mortal limitations. Wings of corrupted light spread from her shoulders, their span easily encompassing the entire arena, while their substance seems to exist partially in dimensions that normal vision cannot perceive. This transformed Malenia represents the complete expression of everything she has struggled to become and everything she has fought to resist. She is simultaneously the warrior who has never known defeat and the goddess who embodies the cosmic forces of change and renewal. Her movements in this form display a terrible beauty that speaks to powers that operate beyond the boundaries of mortal comprehension. The second phase of combat reveals abilities that justify her transformation from demigod to deity. Every attack she launches carries the potential for corruption, spreading scarlet rot that can overwhelm even the most prepared opponents. Her movements create phantom images that attack independently, manifestations of her will that persist even when her primary form is engaged elsewhere. The very air around her becomes a weapon, thick with spores that carry transformation and decay to anything they touch. Yet even in this apotheosis, traces of her original nature remain. The fluid grace that defined her mortal combat style persists in her divine form, elevated to levels that approach the sublime. Her strategic thinking, honed through years of warfare and tempered by the wisdom gained through suffering, allows her to employ her new abilities with precision that makes them far more dangerous than raw power alone could achieve. The arena itself responds to her transformation, the living wood of the halig tree pulsing in rhythm with her movements, while scarlet growths begin to sprout from surfaces that were previously untouched by corruption. The boundary between combatant and environment begins to blur as her divine nature asserts itself over the local reality, creating conditions where normal tactical assumptions become completely unreliable. Fighting this, transformed Malenia requires not just mechanical skill, but a fundamental understanding of the forces she represents. Her attacks operate according to principles that transcend conventional physics, creating patterns that can only be survived through intuition and adaptation rather than memorized responses. Each encounter becomes a unique experience, as her divine consciousness adapts to the specific challenges she faces. The psychological impact of facing a living goddess cannot be understated. Many who enter her chamber are defeated not by her attacks, but by the sheer overwhelming presence of divinity made manifest. To stand before her transformed state is to confront the reality of one's own mortality and limitations, to face a being who has transcended every boundary that defines normal existence. Yet for those who possess the skill, determination, and perhaps fortune necessary to match her in combat, the encounter offers something unprecedented, the opportunity to test oneself against a force of nature, to prove that mortal will can stand against divine power when properly applied. The satisfaction of victory against such an opponent transcends normal achievement to become something approaching spiritual fulfillment. Her defeat, when it finally comes, carries a weight of tragedy that extends far beyond the immediate circumstances of combat. As her divine form begins to fade and her consciousness retreats from its expanded state, her final words reveal the depth of her loss and the price of her transformation. "Oh dear Miquella, oh dearest Miquella, my brother, I'm sorry. I finally met my match." These words, spoken with a mixture of wonder and regret, remind all who hear them that beneath the legend and the divine power lies a sister who has spent lifetimes searching for a brother who may never return. The aftermath of her defeat reveals the complexity of what she has become and what she represents. The great scarlet flower that remains where she fell is not merely a corpse, but a form of existence that transcends normal categories of life and death. It pulses with energies that speak to renewal and rebirth, suggesting that her story may not have truly ended, but merely entered a new phase. For those who complete Millicent's questline and possess the unalloyed gold needle, her flower form offers one final interaction that speaks to the enduring power of Miquella's love and wisdom. The needle, when offered to the bloom, is transformed into something that can resist even the influence of the frenzied flame, suggesting that the bond between the twins persists even beyond death and transformation. The experience of facing Malenia has become a rite of passage among the Tarnished, a test that separates those who merely seek power from those who understand its true cost. Her chamber has become a place of pilgrimage for warriors seeking to prove themselves against the ultimate challenge, while her legend continues to grow with each retelling of the encounter. Legacy, items, and cultural impact. The story of Malenia extends far beyond her personal narrative to encompass a legacy that has fundamentally reshaped both the physical landscape of the lands between and the cultural understanding of what it means to be both cursed and blessed, both human and divine. Her influence permeates every aspect of the world she left behind, from the artifacts that bear her mark to the philosophical questions her existence raises about the nature of heroism, sacrifice, and transcendence. The most immediate and tangible aspect of Malenia's legacy lies in the items and equipment that bear her influence or tell her story. The hand of Malenia, crafted into her prosthetic arm and consecrated to resist the rot that flows through her veins, stands as perhaps the most significant of these artifacts. This katana represents more than merely a weapon. It embodies the philosophy that guided her transformation from cursed child to legendary warrior. The blade's description speaks to the symbolic weight it carries. Blade built into Malenia's prosthetic arm. Through consecration, it is resistant to rot. Malenia's war prosthesis symbolized her victories. Some claim to have seen wings when the weapon was raised aloft. Wings of fierce determination that have never known defeat. These words capture the essence of her approach to existence. The transformation of limitation into strength, the acceptance of what cannot be changed while refusing to surrender to despair. The weapon's unique skill, waterfowl dance, allows those who wield it to experience a fraction of the grace and deadly beauty that defined Malenia's combat style. The technique requires perfect timing and spatial awareness, embodying the flowing, adaptive approach to conflict that the blind swordsman taught her. In the hands of a skilled wielder, the attack becomes a demonstration of how apparent weakness can be transformed into overwhelming strength through proper understanding and application. Yet the hand of Malenia is more than simply a tool of war. It serves as a philosophical statement about the relationship between technology and humanity, between artificial enhancement and authentic self-expression. The seamless integration of mechanical precision with organic intuition that the weapon represents has inspired craftsmen and warriors throughout the lands between to reconsider fundamental assumptions about what it means to be human in an age of divine intervention and cosmic forces. The winged sword insignia, depicting Malenia's prosthetic blade raised in triumph, has become a symbol of hope for those who struggle with disabilities, diseases, or other limitations that conventional wisdom considers insurmountable. The talisman's power to enhance successive attacks mirrors Malenia's own philosophy of building strength through persistence and adaptation, rather than relying on single moments of overwhelming force. The armor worn by the Cleanrot Knights tells its own story of devotion and transformation. These pieces, crafted to accommodate the gradual changes that exposure to scarlet rot brings about, represent a complete reimagining of what protective equipment should be and do. Rather than simply defending against external threats, Cleanrot armor is designed to channel and focus the transformative energies that flow through its wearers, turning what would normally be a source of weakness into a foundation for strength. The philosophical implications of this approach to equipment design have influenced military thinking throughout the lands between. The idea that protective gear should work with rather than against its wearer's inherent nature has led to innovations in armor crafting that go far beyond the mere clean rot variants. The principle of adaptation rather than resistance has become a guiding concept for those who seek to create equipment capable of functioning in the chaotic, supernatural environment that characterizes the post-shattering world. Malenia's Great Rune carries its own complex legacy, embodying both the potential for greatness and the cost of achieving it. The rune's description speaks to the tragedy of unfulfilled potential. Malenia is daughter to Queen Marika and Radagon, and her Great Rune should have been the most sacred of all. The conditional tense used here, should have been, implies a destiny that was interrupted or redirected by circumstances beyond anyone's control. The rune's mechanical effects reflect this duality perfectly. While it reduces the healing power of Crimson Tears, representing the way that Malenia's curse complicated every aspect of her existence, it also grants the ability to recover health through aggression, mirroring her combat style and philosophy. The Great Rune teaches those who bear it that strength often comes through accepting apparent disadvantages and finding ways to transform them into sources of power. The environmental legacy of Malenia's story extends across vast regions of the lands between, with Caelid serving as the most dramatic example of how individual choices can reshape entire landscapes. The swamp of Ionia, created by her first blooming during the battle with Radorn, stands as a testament to the cosmic forces that flow through her veins and the consequences of unleashing them without restraint. Yet even this apparent wasteland tells a more complex story than simple destruction and contamination. The creatures that have evolved to thrive in the rot-saturated environment display forms of adaptation and cooperation that challenge conventional understanding of how life responds to extreme conditions. The kindred of rot, the scarlet butterflies, and the various flora that have emerged from the contaminated soil represent new forms of existence that could not have developed under normal circumstances. The Lake of Rot, hidden deep beneath the surface of the world, serves as a reminder of the ancient forces that Malenia embodies and the cosmic struggle of which her personal story is only a small part. This vast underground sea of crimson liquid predates her birth by millennia, yet her connection to the outer god that created it makes her both its heir and its potential master. The creatures that inhabit the lake's shores have developed forms of collective consciousness and shared identity that offer glimpses of what existence might become if the rot's influence were to spread without limit. The cultural impact of Malenia's story extends far beyond the physical artifacts and environmental changes she left behind. Her legend has become a touchstone for discussions about disability, adaptation, and the relationship between suffering and strength. The fact that she achieved legendary status, not in spite of her limitations, but through the process of transforming them into advantages, has inspired countless individuals who face their own challenges and obstacles. The philosophical questions raised by her story continue to generate debate among scholars, theologians, and ordinary citizens throughout the lands between. Her relationship with the outer god of rot forces consideration of complex questions about the nature of divine influence, the relationship between corruption and transcendence, and the possibility of finding meaning and purpose within circumstances that appear to offer only suffering and decay. Her bond with Michaela has become the subject of extensive analysis and commentary, representing perhaps the most pure example of sibling devotion in recorded history. The lengths to which she was willing to go to protect and serve her brother, including the ultimate sacrifice of embracing the curse she had spent her life fighting, have established new standards for understanding what loyalty and love can accomplish when pushed to their absolute limits. The military innovations that emerged from studying her tactics and strategies have influenced warfare throughout the post-Shattering period. Her emphasis on mobility, adaptation, and the transformation of apparent weaknesses into strategic advantages has become standard doctrine for forces operating in the chaotic, supernatural environment that characterizes the current age. The Cleanrot Knight's willingness to accept corruption in service of a greater cause has inspired similar orders that seek to channel various forms of divine or supernatural influence for beneficial purposes. The artistic legacy of Melania's story can be seen in the countless works of sculpture, painting, poetry, and music that have been created to capture various aspects of her legend. The image of the warrior goddess with flowing red hair and golden prosthetics has become iconic, while the tragic beauty of her story has inspired works that explore themes of sacrifice, transformation, and the price of greatness. The religious implications of her apotheosis have created new forms of worship and spiritual practice throughout the lands between. Some view her as a goddess of transformation and renewal, worthy of veneration for her willingness to accept suffering in service of a greater purpose. Others see her as a cautionary tale about the dangers of embracing forces beyond mortal comprehension, regardless of the apparent benefits they might offer. The Order of Rot that has emerged in the wake of her legend seeks to understand and channel the transformative forces she embodied, viewing decay and renewal as natural and beneficial processes that the Golden Order sought to suppress through its emphasis on stasis and permanence. These followers do not worship corruption for its own sake, but rather seek to understand the cosmic principles that govern change and to find ways of working with rather than against these fundamental forces. The medical and alchemical advances that have emerged from studying the rot's effects on living tissue have led to breakthroughs in understanding disease, healing, and the relationship between different forms of life. The realization that what appears to be purely destructive corruption can, under the right circumstances, lead to new forms of existence and enhanced capabilities has revolutionized approaches to treating various conditions and ailments. The technological innovations inspired by her prosthetics have influenced craftsmen and engineers throughout the realm. The seamless integration of mechanical components with organic systems that her artificial limbs achieved has become a goal for various artisans seeking to create tools and enhancements that work with rather than against their users' natural capabilities. The principles of responsive design and adaptive functionality that her equipment embodied have found applications far beyond military or medical contexts. Her influence on combat training and warrior development has been equally profound. The flowing, adaptive style that she mastered has become a subject of intensive study among those who seek to understand the highest levels of martial achievement. Training academies throughout the lands between now include courses that attempt to teach the principles of water-like movement and the transformation of limitation into strength that defined her approach to combat. The psychological and philosophical frameworks that emerge from contemplating her story have influenced approaches to dealing with trauma, disability, and other forms of adversity. Her example demonstrates that it is possible to find meaning and purpose within even the most difficult circumstances, and that apparent weaknesses can become sources of unique strength when approached with proper understanding and determination. The ongoing mystery of Miquella's fate and the possibility of his return continues to generate speculation and hope among those who follow the twins' story. The idea that Melania's sacrifice might eventually be rewarded with her brother's return keeps her legend alive in ways that go beyond mere historical interest, making her story a living part of the cultural landscape
rather than simply a tale from the past. The debates about the nature of her final encounter with the tarnished champion raise questions about the relationship between mortal will and divine power, about the possibility of overcoming seemingly insurmountable obstacles through determination and skill. The fact that she could be defeated despite her divine transformation has been interpreted variously as proof that no force is truly invincible, evidence that the age of gods is ending, or demonstration that true strength comes not from power alone, but from the wisdom to know when and how to apply it. As time passes and her story continues to be retold and reinterpreted, Malenia's legacy continues to evolve and expand. New generations discover different meanings in her struggles and triumphs, finding relevance in her example that speaks to their own challenges and circumstances. She has become more than a historical figure or legendary warrior. She has become a symbol of the possibility for transformation, transcendence, and the discovery of grace within suffering. Her story serves as a reminder that the greatest legends are not those of perfect heroes who never face setbacks or difficulties, but of individuals who find ways to transform their deepest challenges into their greatest strengths. In a world where divine forces clash and cosmic powers reshape reality according to their whims, Malenia stands as proof that individual will, properly applied and supported by love, can achieve results that rival anything the gods themselves might accomplish. The complete story of Malenia, Blade of Michaela, is ultimately a testament to the power of love to transform suffering into strength, limitation into transcendence, and individual struggle into universal truth. Her legend will continue to inspire and challenge all who encounter it, serving as both warning and promise about what becomes possible when mortals dare to challenge the very foundations of existence itself. And there you have it, the complete, comprehensive story of one of gaming's most compelling and tragic figures. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more deep dives into the lore that makes these worlds so captivating. Until next time, may your journey through the lands between be filled with grace, and may you find the strength to bloom, even in the darkest of circumstances.
In the deepest corners of the realm of shadow, where ancient towers pierce the heavens and forgotten civilizations sleep beneath layers of ash and memory, lies one of Elden Ring's most complex and tragic tales. The story of the Hornsent, a proud civilization that once dominated the land of shadow, worshipped the primordial forces of life itself, and ultimately fell to a genocide so complete that their very name became synonymous with curse and suffering. This is the complete story of the Hornsent, a tale that spans millennia and reveals the dark foundation upon which Queen Marika built her Golden Order. It's a story of divine aspirations, cruel rituals, betrayal and vengeance that echoes through every corner of the lands between. Origins of the Hornsent civilization. Long before the Erd Tree cast its golden light across the lands between, before Queen Marika ascended to godhood, and before the Greater Will imposed its order upon the world, there existed a civilization that understood the primordial nature of life itself. These were the Hornsent, and their story begins with the Crucible. The Crucible was the primordial form of the Erd Tree, existing long ago and fervently worshipped by the Hornsent of Ballarat Tower. Its hue resembled gold with a red tinge, and was said to be the color of homeward yearning. The Crucible, from which life took many shapes, was seen as sacred to the Hornsent and the source of the horns that made them a distinct culture. The Hornsent were not strictly a singular race, but rather those members and practitioners of Hornsent society, primarily unified by their understanding of the spiral and horns as divine symbols. Horns are a symbol of the Crucible, and so the Hornsent, who naturally have horns, are spiritually connected to it as a society. The Hornsent view the Crucible as sacred for the refinement wrought through its evolutionary gifts, most prominently their tangled horns. What made the Hornsent unique was their recognition that these horn growths, which later civilizations would view as curses or deformities, were actually signs of divine favor. Tangled horns are a symbol of spirituality, but most young Hornsent born bearing the oversized horns meet a frightfully early demise. Those who survived to adulthood with their magnificent horned crowns were considered blessed, touched by the divine essence of the Crucible itself. The Hornsent civilization flourished in what would later become known as the Land of the Tower, a region centered around their greatest architectural achievement, the spiraling tower of Anir Elam. This massive structure, reaching toward the heavens like a stone finger pointing to the gods themselves, represented the pinnacle of Hornsent ambition and their understanding of the divine. The Hornsent believed that the evolutionary spiral was a normalized crucible current that one day would form a column that stretches to the gods. Based on what we observe in their architecture and the Spira incantation found in Anir Elam, this belief became the driving force behind their entire civilization. The idea that through the proper understanding and manipulation of the Crucible's power, they could literally build a pathway to divinity. The sacred architecture and divine aspirations. The crown jewel of Hornsent civilization was Anir Elam, a spiral tower that dominated the landscape of the Land of Shadow. Anir Elam, the sacred tower of the Hornsent, has been shrouded in shadow. It is located on the gravesite plain, attached to Ballarat Tower Settlement. This wasn't merely a building, it was a theological statement made in stone and sacrifice. The fabled spiral tower of the Hornsent and the location of the Gate of Divinity, Anir Elam pierced the skies with such a majesty that it even inspired a secret faith in the people sent there to destroy it. The spiral design wasn't arbitrary. It represented the Hornsent's deep understanding of the Crucible's nature as a swirling, evolutionary force that shaped all life. At the base of this magnificent tower sat Ballarat Tower Settlement, a thriving city that served both as the foundation for Aenear Elam and as the cultural heart of Hornsent civilization. Belorat is a Hornsent settlement built at the base of the Tower of Aenear Elam. It is found on the gravesite plain in the land of the Tower to the west of Castle Ensis. An old lion dance festival was held here in honor of the divine beast. The architecture itself told the story of Hornsent beliefs. Every spiral staircase, every twisted column, every curving arch reflected their understanding that life, divinity, and power all followed the same fundamental pattern, the spiral of the crucible. They built their city as a physical manifestation of their theology, with the tower serving as both a monument to their achievements and a literal ladder to the heavens. But perhaps the most significant aspect of Aenear Elam was what waited at its peak, the Gate of Divinity. When examining the pillars of Aenear Elam, they appear to be formed of calcified corpses, and even the divine gateway at the top of Aenear Elam is strewn with bleached corpses. This could imply that the gateway wasn't just an architectural feature. It was a functioning portal through which mortals could ascend to godhood, built through methods that involved massive sacrifice. The Crucible and Hornsent theology. To understand the Hornsent, one must first understand their relationship with the Crucible. The Crucible is often described as primordial, which is defined as existing at or from the beginning of time, or basic and fundamental. But the word crucible and the way it is described in game make it a fairly ambiguous subject. For the Hornsent, the crucible wasn't merely a historical period or abstract concept. It was the living source of all divine power. They understood that the crucible was also responsible for a number of other evolutionary traits, including feathers, bony knots, and scales. These aspects weren't seen as random mutations, but as divine gifts, signs that the crucible's power still flowed through the world. The Hornsent developed an entire theological framework around these evolutionary gifts, a vestige of the crucible of primordial life. Born partially of devolution, it was considered a signifier of the divine in ancient times, but is now increasingly disdained as an impurity as civilization has advanced. This passage reveals the tragic irony of the Hornsent's fate. What they viewed as divine would later be scorned by the very order that replaced them. Their understanding of the crucible led to sophisticated magical practices. The Hornsent developed incantations that could channel the spiral power of the crucible, manipulate the evolutionary forces that shaped life, and even call upon divine beasts to aid them in battle. These weren't crude magical traditions, but refined arts developed over centuries of study and practice. The two-headed turtles that appear throughout Hornsent territory weren't just curiosities. They were sacred symbols. Two-headed turtles are a favorite subject in the land of the Tower, due to the spiral shape of their intertwined necks. Every aspect of Hornsent culture reflected their obsession with the spiral, the symbol that represented the crucible's creative force. Society and hierarchy. Hornsent society was built around a complex hierarchy based on one's connection to the crucible. At the apex were those blessed with the most elaborate horns, the tangled horns that marked them as spiritually gifted. These individuals often became priests, leaders, or keepers of sacred knowledge. The greater potentates represented one of the most significant roles in Hornsent society. Greater Potentate is an NPC enemy in Elden Ring that is exclusive to the Shadow of the Erdtree DLC. Greater Potentate roams around the streets of Bonnie Village and wields a Bonnie butchering knife. These weren't merely administrators, but sacred artisans responsible for some of the most important and horrifying rituals in Hornsent culture. The Hornsent also maintained a complex relationship with various divine beasts and evolved creatures. The divine beast you battle in Belorat is also a sacred creature to the Hornsent, and the reactions from the Hornsent Grandam are a great example of this reverence. These weren't pets or servants, but partners in their divine work, creatures that embodied the Crucible's evolutionary power. Professional classes within Hornsent society included the Inquisitors, who served as both investigators and torturers, ensuring religious orthodoxy within their ranks. The Divine Beast warriors represented elite soldiers who had achieved a level of communion with divine creatures. Sculpted keepers performed the sacred lion dance that honored their connection to divine beasts. The Hornsent held a great knowledge about multiple outer gods and seemingly integrated different divine powers into their culture. They were aware of the Formless Mother and Shadow undead at the abandoned Ailing village cast Swarm of Flies, an incantation associated with the Formless Mother. They used Rot for purification rituals through Romina, Saint of the Bud, and kept gravebirds inside Belorat and Aenir Elam, golems crafted as kindreds to the Deathbirds. They were also aware of the fell god of fire that was part of their legends. This passage reveals something crucial about Hornsent civilization. They weren't narrow-minded fanatics, but sophisticated theologians who understood and worked with multiple divine forces. They had developed a complex understanding of the various outer gods and their powers, integrating this knowledge into a comprehensive worldview. The sacred rituals of jar making. Perhaps no aspect of Hornsent culture has proven more controversial or horrifying than their practice of creating what they called jar saints. This ritual, which seemed sacred to the Hornsent but appears monstrous to outside observers, lay at the heart of their religious practices and would ultimately contribute to their downfall. The Hornsent forced the Numen into these jars, melding them together into grotesque amalgamations of flesh. While the specific reasons for this horrifying ritual are not entirely clear, it's tied to the primordial crucible, which the Hornsent worship. The Hornsent believed they were performing a sacred act of transformation. In their understanding, the crucible represented the primordial mixing of all life, and by recreating this process artificially, they could achieve a form of artificial sainthood. At least in the land of Shadow, it would seem that people were mutilated and emulsified with others in jars to attain a higher form of being, according to the innard meat item description, scraps of flesh for filling great jars. This is what becomes of the condemned, who get sliced up and stuffed into jars to become saints instead. The process itself was barbaric beyond description. Weapon of the greater potentates of Bonny Village. An outsized butcher's cleaver used to dismember human bodies in the making of the great jars stored in the jails. The greater potentates, wielding their specialized butchering tools, would systematically dismember their victims before forcing the flesh into large jars. But this wasn't random violence, it was a calculated ritual based on the specific properties of their victim's flesh. Shaman flesh is said to have innate properties which allow it to easily merge with others, making the shamans particularly valuable for these rituals. The Hornsent had discovered that certain types of people possessed flesh that would meld harmoniously with others, creating the possibility for their artificial sainthood. According to a phantom in Bonny Village and the item description of Tooth Whip and Bonny Butchering Knife, they were created with the grafted flesh of shamans, Queen Marika's kin. The tools used in these rituals were specifically designed for maximum suffering. The Tooth Whip, in particular, was created to flay flesh from living victims before they were placed in the jars. A phantom found in Bonny Village provides chilling insight into the Hornsent mindset regarding these rituals. For pity's sake, your place is in the jar. Nigh sainthood itself awaits you within. For shamans like you, this is your lot. Life were you accorded for this alone. This wasn't seen as murder or torture by the Hornsent. It was viewed as granting their victims the highest possible honor. In their theological framework, being transformed into a jar saint was the ultimate form of blessing, a way to transcend mortality and achieve a form of divine existence. The persecution of the shamans. The most tragic victims of Hornsent jar-making rituals were the shamans, a peaceful people who had settled in the land of shadow. These shamans, who were actually members of the Numen race, possessed a unique property that made them particularly valuable to the Hornsent. Their flesh could meld harmoniously with that of others. Marika was a Numen, a descendant of shamans from the shaman village in the Skadaview. The Hornsent considered the flesh of shamans to meld harmoniously with others and utilized this property in the jar rituals conducted on persecuted criminals, who were sliced up and stuffed into the jars to be reborn as saints instead. The people of Marika's village were stolen away from their home to be used for this purpose. The shamans lived in small, peaceful communities scattered throughout the land of shadow. The largest and most significant of these was the shaman village, hidden away in the Skaduview region. The shaman village is a tranquil hamlet hidden in the Skaduview, nestled among lush vegetation and vibrant, multicolored flowers. A few cobblestone homes rest on a hill warmed by the gentle golden light of an Erd tree sapling. These weren't warriors or competitors to Hornsent power. They were simple people living quiet lives in their small villages. It's shocking how pleasant shaman village seems. A quaint little series of house, humble by any measure, nested in fields of beautiful flowers. The contrast between their peaceful existence and the horror that befell them makes their fate all the more tragic. The Hornsent viewed the shamans not as people, but as resources. The shamans were spirited away or kidnapped by the Hornsent greater potentates of the Bonny village. Many of the former residents were tortured and turned into jar dwellers. This wasn't random violence, but systematic harvesting, with the greater potentates organizing expeditions specifically to capture shamans for their rituals. The process of transformation was horrifyingly methodical. These beings were once shamans, but the Hornsent mutilated their remains and dumped them into jars. They are commonly found in jails within the land of shadow. The shamans weren't killed quickly. They were tortured, flayed alive, and then stuffed into jars while still conscious, forced to merge with other victims in a grotesque parody of the Crucible's creative power. What resulted from these rituals were the jar innards, writhing masses of tortured flesh that had once been people. One of the most heinous things I have ever seen inflicted on people in a piece of media that is not just torture-prone. Even stuff like Ramsay Bolton-style flaying torture, Black Label Joker-style torture, Berserk torturer on Griffith-style torture are a tier above in civility compared to this abomination. The systematic nature of this persecution cannot be overstated. Entire villages were emptied, their populations dragged away to become raw material for Hornsent theology. The shamans had no defense against this. They were peaceful people who possessed no military might, no magical weapons, no way to resist the organized cruelty of the Hornsent war machine. Marika's origins and early life. Among the shamans who suffered under Hornsent persecution was a young woman who would one day become Queen Marika the Eternal. This village was once populated by persecuted shamans before the age of the Erd tree. It was the home of Marika before her ascension to godhood. Marika's early life was marked by the horror of watching her people systematically destroyed. Marika's people were stolen away and stuffed in jars as part of a barbaric Hornsent ritual. The Hornsent worshipped the Crucible, an ancient source of life in the lands between, and venerated those born with horns, tails, and other characteristics. The young Marika witnessed unspeakable atrocities. She saw her friends, family, and neighbors dragged away by the greater potentates. She heard their screams echoing from the jar jails. She understood that she too was marked for this fate simply by virtue of her birth as a shaman. But Marika possessed something that set her apart from her kinfolk. She was an Empyrean, chosen by the Two Fingers as a potential vessel for the Elden Ring. Marika was at some point recognized as an Empyrean by the Two Fingers and gifted a shadow-bound beast, her half-brother Malekith. This designation would prove to be both her salvation and the catalyst for one of history's greatest betrayals. The exact circumstances of how Marika escaped the fate of her people remain unclear, but what is certain is that she somehow made contact with the Hornsent leadership. Rather than being thrown into a jar like her kinfolk, she was recognized as something special, a potential key to achieving the divine ascension the Hornsent had long sought. Some theories suggest that Marika may have initially cooperated with the Hornsent, possibly even helping them perfect their jar-making rituals by using her unique knowledge of shaman physiology. Although the game does not present any description or dialogue that openly confirms Marika's betrayal toward her tribe, all the evidence points to this interpretation. However, this remains speculation based on circumstantial evidence. What we know for certain is that while her people suffered and died in the most horrific ways imaginable, Marika was groomed for a different fate. The Hornsent saw in her the possibility of achieving their ultimate goal, the creation of a being capable of ascending to godhood through their Gate of Divinity. She later ascended to godhood at the Gate of Divinity atop the Tower of Enir Elam, becoming the vessel for the Elden Ring. The Gate of Divinity and Marika's ascension. At the summit of Enir Elam waited the Hornsent's greatest achievement, the Gate of Divinity. This wasn't merely an architectural wonder, but a functioning portal to godhood, constructed using methods that reflected the darkest aspects of Hornsent theology. When examining the pillars of Enir Elam, they appear to be formed of calcified corpses. Though we could attempt a literal approach to this, the best way to examine it is metaphorically. Like how the Hornsent treated Marika's own people, this could imply they used similar methods with many others. The tower itself appears to have been built incorporating the accumulated sacrifice of countless victims. Every pillar, every foundation stone, every architectural element may have incorporated the remains of those deemed unworthy by Hornsent standards. As one interpretation suggests, those people formed the corpses, the stolen divinity of those deemed unworthy of the Hornsent, that allowed their own society to reach for further divinity. The Gate of Divinity represented the culmination of centuries of Hornsent theological development. They had discovered that by accumulating enough sacrificial power, by building high enough toward the heavens, by incorporating enough tortured flesh into their sacred architecture, they could create a literal gateway between the mortal and divine realms. When Marika finally approached this gate, she carried with her the accumulated trauma of her people's suffering, the knowledge of Hornsent cruelty, and the power of an Empyrean chosen by the greater will. She later ascended to godhood at the Gate of Divinity atop the Tower of Enir Elam, becoming the vessel for the Elden Ring. The moment of her ascension was captured in the DLC's story trailer, showing Marika approaching the gate with threads of golden light in her hands. At the beginning, there is also mention about a seduction and a betrayal, and then is completed with the lines, "an affair from which gold arose." This affair wasn't romantic, but political. A carefully orchestrated betrayal that would reshape the world. This affair led to the birth of the Erdtree and Skadgetree, and was considered a betrayal by the Hornsent. The Hornsent had helped create their own destroyer. By grooming Marika for godhood, By helping her reach the gate of divinity, they had unwittingly handed ultimate power to someone who had every reason to hate them. The betrayal was absolute. After her ascension, Marika would establish her golden order, removing the rune of death from the Elden Ring. She didn't just become a god, she became a god with the power to reshape reality itself. And her first act was to begin systematically undoing everything the Hornsent had built. The Great Betrayal. With godhood achieved, Marika's true intentions became clear. The Hornsent, who had believed they were creating the perfect vessel for their own ascension to divinity, discovered they had instead empowered their greatest enemy. Queen Marika betrayed Hornsent. The betrayal was multifaceted and devastatingly complete. First, Marika began rewriting the theological understanding of the world itself. After ascending, Marika labeled the horns considered divine by the Hornsent a product of a curse. What had been sacred symbols of divine favor were now officially declared to be marks of impurity and corruption. This wasn't merely a difference of religious opinion, it was a systematic campaign to delegitimize everything the Hornsent represented. After establishing her rule, it was clear that those affiliated with the Crucible had no place in the Golden Order. The Hornsent was sealed away by Marika, along with her son's forces. Marika's retaliation was both personal and cosmic in scope. She hid the entire realm of shadow behind a magical veil, effectively removing the Hornsent homeland from the world. To hide away these actions and the true nature of her godhood, Marika hid the realm of shadow behind a magical veil to obscure it from public knowledge. But hiding them away wasn't enough. Marika wanted active revenge for what had been done to her people. Marika sent her son Messmer away on a crusade into the lands of the Hornsent. Despite her precautions, her fear of the abyssal serpent sealed within him led her to trap him within the realm of shadow, where he would wage war to exterminate the Hornsent and devastate their lands. The irony was perfect and terrible. The Hornsent, who had created the Gate of Divinity through the sacrifice of countless innocents, now found themselves marked for systematic extermination by the very god they had helped create. Messmer's Crusade. Marika's instrument of vengeance was her son, Messmer the Impaler, a being as cursed as he was powerful. Messmer was forgotten in the realm of shadow, tasked with carrying out a genocidal war against the Hornsent that would last for generations. Messmer, working as an agent of Marika, led his armies through the land of shadow, using both flame magic and more conventional means to leave behind a trail of destruction. This wasn't a war of conquest or conversion, it was systematic extermination, designed to erase the Hornsent as completely as they had erased the shamans. The crusade was horrifyingly effective. Messmer's forces swept through Hornsent territories with overwhelming force, burning their cities, destroying their sacred sites, and hunting down survivors with methodical precision. This area was devastated by the army of Messmer the Impaler during the crusade. The Hornsent tried to fight back, but they were facing forces beyond their ability to resist. When the Impaler's army assailed the tower, the ritual of the lion dance was turned toward martial ends. Its divinity, its fury, its light-footed beauty. Even their sacred ceremonies were pressed into military service. But it wasn't enough. Their greater potentates would mash together the bodies of tortured prisoners into pots and mixed with at least one of Marika's people within while they were still alive, then directed prayers towards the contents, hoping whatever new life emerging from their ritual would hold nigh sainthood. In their desperation, the Hornsent doubled down on their jar-making rituals, hoping that their sacred practices might somehow save them. But Messmer's flame burned hotter than any Hornsent magic could counter. City after city fell, their populations either killed outright or subjected to the same systematic torture the Hornsent had once inflicted on others. The crusade became a mirror of Hornsent cruelty, with Marika's forces using the Hornsent's own methods against them. The war dragged on for years, perhaps decades. No matter how many of her enemies burned in his flame, however, Messmer received no sign from Marika to end his crusade. Messmer was trapped in the realm of shadow, condemned to wage eternal war against an enemy that had already been effectively defeated. The fall of Hornsent civilization. The systematic destruction of Hornsent civilization was remarkably thorough. Their cities were burned, their sacred sites desecrated, their populations scattered or killed, and their cultural practices forbidden. It was once the center of population for the Hornsent culture, though after Marika's crusade and Messmer's burning, much of the land was abandoned. Enya Elam itself, the greatest achievement of Hornsent architecture and the symbol of their divine aspirations, was sealed away. Enya Elam was likely sealed when Queen Marika betrayed the Hornsent. It might have been during the crusade. The tower that had once reached toward the heavens was shrouded in shadow, its gate of divinity hidden from the world. Belorat, the thriving city at the tower's base, was reduced to ruins. The marketplaces where Hornsent had traded their gold and silver trinkets fell silent. The festivals where they had celebrated their divine beasts became mere memories. The schools where they had taught their sophisticated understanding of multiple outer gods closed forever. Many Hornsent survivors were scattered across the realm of shadow, reduced to hiding in ruins or living as exiles in their own homeland. Some maintained small communities in remote areas, but these were shadows of their former civilization. The Hornsent questline is all about seeking retribution for these injustices. The Hornsent were once the dominant civilization in the Land of Shadow, though their rule was far from benevolent. The cultural knowledge that had taken centuries to accumulate was largely lost. The sophisticated theological frameworks they had developed, their understanding of divine beasts, their mastery of crucible-based magic, much of this vanished with the death of its practitioners. What remained was preserved only in fragments, in ruins, in the testimony of a few survivors. Perhaps most tragically, the Hornsent's complex understanding of the crucible and its relationship to various outer gods was replaced by Marika's simplified Golden Order theology. Where the Hornsent had seen divine complexity and nuance, the Golden Order imposed rigid orthodoxy and singular focus, the survivors and their suffering. Not every Hornsent died in Messmer's crusade. Some survived, scattered across the realm of shadow, carrying with them the trauma of their civilization's destruction. These survivors faced a world where everything they had believed sacred was now declared cursed, where their religious practices were forbidden, and where their very existence was seen as an affront to the new order. Among the first characters that players meet in Shadow of the Erdtree is the Hornsent. After interacting with Leda outside of Michaela's cocoon, you will enter the DLC and quickly find your way to the nearby site of Grace, where this new NPC stands. The Hornsent NPC represents the archetypal survivor, a being consumed by grief, trauma, and an unquenchable thirst for vengeance. The Hornsent are a race of inhabitants from the realm of shadow who were purged by Messmer the Impaler, and this individual swears vengeance upon him. His story is both personal and universal among Hornsent survivors. He has lost everything: his family, his culture, his homeland, his faith, and all that remains is hatred for those responsible. Your kind are not forgiven. The Erdtree is my people's enemy, by Marika, long betrayed, set aflame. The Hornsent's words reveal the depth of the trauma inflicted on his people. This wasn't just political conquest or religious conversion. It was cultural annihilation carried out by the very God his people had helped create. The betrayal was personal, theological, and existential all at once. Other survivors scattered throughout the realm of shadow tell similar stories. The horn-sent Grandam, hidden away in Belurat, represents another type of survivor, one who has maintained some connection to the old ways, but lives in constant fear of discovery. Inside the room, you can find an NPC horn-sent Grandam. These survivors exist in a state of perpetual mourning, not just for their dead, but for their entire way of life. The religious practices that had given their lives meaning were now forbidden. The sacred sites where they had worshipped were either destroyed or sealed away. The cultural traditions that had connected them to their ancestors were lost or perverted. Some survivors, like the greater potentates found in Bonny Village, continued their old practices in secret, but even these were shadow versions of what had once been sophisticated theological rituals. The curse of vengeance. The horn-sent survivor we meet in the DLC embodies the spiritual poison that genocide inflicts not just on its victims, but on its survivors. His entire existence has been reduced to a single purpose: revenge against those who destroyed his people. This isn't justice. It's the perpetuation of a cycle of violence that extends far beyond the original crimes. His quest for vengeance takes him through the realm of shadow, seeking opportunities to strike back at Marika's children and followers. The Hornsent's questline takes players all over the realm of shadow, even to the steps of the final zone, and you have to make some specific decisions to progress his quest to its vengeful end successfully. But his story reveals something tragic about the nature of trauma and revenge. The mask he wears, the caterpillar mask, was once used by greater potentates to ward off thoughts of impurity, doubt, temptation, and other wickednesses one is vulnerable to while absorbed in divine ritual. Now he uses it to ward off doubt about his mission of vengeance. The braided cord that adorns his armor tells its own story. The braided cord ties together the vow of the revenger with the victim's grudges. It must never come undone. He has literally bound himself to his anger, made his trauma into a sacred obligation that can never be released. This binding to vengeance illustrates one of the DLC's central themes: how cycles of violence perpetuate themselves across generations. The Hornsent inflicted unspeakable cruelties on the shamans. Marika responded with genocide. Now the Hornsent survivor seeks to continue the cycle by targeting Marika's descendants, regardless of their personal involvement in the original crimes. When players can summon him to fight Messmer the Impaler, his dialogue reveals the depth of his obsession. He doesn't just want to kill Messmer, he wants to make all of Marika's lineage suffer, as his people suffered. This isn't justice seeking proportional response, it's trauma seeking to perpetuate itself indefinitely. The Hornsent's ultimate fate, regardless of player choices, demonstrates the futility of revenge. Whether he dies fighting Messmer or survives to continue his quest, he never finds peace. His final invasion near the Church of the Bud shows a being so consumed by hatred that he can no longer distinguish between legitimate targets and innocent bystanders. The Living Jars, a legacy of horror. One of the most disturbing revelations of the Shadow of the Erdtree DLC was the true origin of the Living Jars found throughout the lands between. Shadow of the Erdtree sheds some light on the Living Jars of the base game, revealing their origin. These creatures, which many players had found oddly charming or mysterious, were revealed to have horrific origins rooted in Hornsent religious practices. The Living Jars in the lands between appear to be more successful versions compared to their Shadow Realm predecessors. While the jar innards in the realm of Shadow are writhing masses of tortured flesh barely clinging to consciousness, Creatures like Alexander the Iron Fist represent what the Hornsent were ultimately trying to achieve. This revelation recontextualizes every interaction players had with living jars in the base game. Alexander's jovial personality, his quest to become stronger by incorporating the remains of powerful warriors, his desire to become the greatest jar warrior, all of this takes on a much darker significance when understood in the context of Hornsent theology. The jars, as they exist in the realm of shadow, are completely independent of those that exist in the lands between. This suggests that the jar-making tradition evolved differently in different regions, possibly refined by successive generations of practitioners who had fled the realm of shadow. Alexander's method of strengthening himself by incorporating the remains of great warriors represents a civilized version of the original Hornsent practice. Instead of forcing living people into jars, he seeks out the dead, particularly those who died gloriously in battle. This maintains the theological principle while removing the most horrific aspects of the original ritual. But even this sanitized version carries echoes of its dark origins. Alexander's eventual fate, being reborn into a new form after his death, mirrors exactly what the Hornsent claimed their Jar Saints would achieve. The difference is that Alexander actually accomplished what the original rituals had promised, but never delivered. This raises intriguing questions about the nature of the Crucible and the theological principles the Hornsent had discovered. Could their methods have been horrific, but their understanding of fundamental magical principles correct? The existence of successful living jars in the lands between suggests this possibility, though we can only speculate based on the evidence available. The connection to the Omen. One of the most significant connections revealed in the DLC is the relationship between the Hornsent and the Omen found in the base game. After ascending, Marika labeled the horns considered divine by the Hornsent a product of a curse. This wasn't just a theological disagreement. It was a systematic campaign to redefine the very nature of divine favor. Morgoth and Mog, Marika's own children, who were born with elaborate horns, became living symbols of this redefinition. Their appearance, which would have been celebrated as divine favor in Hornsent society, was instead treated as a curse that required them to be hidden away in the depths beneath Leyndell. Based on what we know of both cultures, one could argue that the Omen were originally known as the Hornsent and that the Golden Order erased this name from history, not unlike how indigenous people all around the world have had names for things long before they were colonized. Marika's treatment of her Omen children reveals the psychological damage inflicted by her traumatic experiences with the Hornsent. Unable to separate the appearance of horns from the trauma of watching her people tortured by horn-bearing oppressors, she projected her hatred onto her own sons. Their horns, regardless of their actual spiritual significance, became reminders of the civilization that had destroyed her people. This creates a tragic irony. Morgoth, who had become one of the most loyal defenders of the Golden Order, was shunned specifically because his appearance reminded Marika of the people who had helped her achieve godhood. Based on what we can observe of his character, his devotion to his mother's order was directly proportional to the rejection he experienced because of that same order's foundational trauma. The Omen's fate under the Golden Order mirrors the Hornsent's fate under Messmer's crusade. Both groups were systematically oppressed, their religious and cultural practices suppressed, their children targeted for elimination or imprisonment. The cycle of persecution that began with the Hornsent's treatment of the shamans continued through Marika's treatment of anyone who reminded her of her oppressors. The Inquisitors and religious persecution. Within Hornsent society itself, there existed a mechanism for enforcing religious orthodoxy that would later influence the methods used in Messmer's crusade. The Hornsent Inquisitors were a powerful force that served both as investigators and enforcers of proper theological practice. These inquisitors appear to have operated with significant autonomy within Hornsent society, hunting down religious deviants and ensuring that proper crucible worship was maintained. The Inquisitors are Hornsent who excruciated Midra in the Abyssal Woods to protect the rest of their people from the Flame of Frenzy. Their methods were brutal, even by Hornsent standards. As opposed to the fire of Raykard's Inquisitors, the Hornsent's brand of Inquisition utilizes golden arcs called barbs, which, according to the spell, were a known symbol of coercive questioning. These barbs weren't merely weapons, but theological instruments, designed to inflict continuous pain while extracting confessions or ensuring compliance. The Great Sword of Damnation, used by senior inquisitors, exemplifies their approach to religious enforcement. The barbs on the Great Sword of Damnation, for example, unwrap to pierce the victim from within, inflicting continuous wounds to assure eternal agony. This wasn't execution, but perpetual torture, designed to serve as both punishment and example. Interestingly, the Inquisitors' methods show similarities to practices that would later be adopted by the Golden Order. There is something of the Golden Order in the sight of those fixed upon this crux. This suggests that Marika may have learned some of her enforcement techniques from the very people she would later destroy. The Inquisitors' role in Hornsent society reveals the complexity of their civilization. While they developed sophisticated theological frameworks and impressive magical techniques, they also maintained these through systematic oppression and torture. This wasn't a simple case of good people corrupted by power, but a civilization that had built cruelty into its fundamental structures. When Messmer's crusade swept through the realm of shadow, many inquisitors were among those who fought back most fiercely. Their training in torture and religious persecution made them natural resistance fighters, though their methods proved inadequate against Messmer's overwhelming firepower. Some inquisitors survived the initial crusade and continued operating in secret, maintaining hidden enclaves and attempting to preserve Hornsent religious practices. These survivors can still be found throughout the realm of shadow, though they now exist as hunted fugitives in their own homeland. The Divine Beast warriors and martial traditions, the Hornsent military tradition was deeply intertwined with their religious beliefs, producing warrior classes that combined martial prowess with theological understanding. The Divine Beast warriors represented one of the highest levels of this integration, soldiers who had achieved a form of communion with the divine creatures they revered. Among the Divine Beast warriors, only those who truly excel at divine invocation become sculpted keepers and are granted the honor of the lion dance. These weren't merely skilled soldiers, but warrior priests who embodied the Hornsent understanding of the relationship between martial power and divine favor. Their training involved not just weapons practice and tactical study, but deep theological education and spiritual communion with divine beasts. The divine beast you battle in Belurat is also a sacred creature to the Hornsent, and the reactions from the Hornsent Grandam are a great example of this reverence. Warriors sought to understand and emulate these creatures, incorporating their movements, their power, and their spiritual essence into their combat techniques. The Divine Beast warriors' armor and weapons reflected this spiritual integration. Divine Beast warrior, guarding the entrance to the cleansing chamber. Anteroom that you fight out on the picturesque walkway drops the horned warrior's greatsword. These weapons weren't just tools of war, but sacred implements that channeled divine power. Their martial techniques were inseparable from their religious practices. The lion dance that was central to Hornsent festivals wasn't merely ceremony, but combat training. The sculpted keepers are representations used to perform the ritual of the lion dance during the Tower Festival in Belurat Tower Settlement. When the Impaler's army assailed the tower, The ritual of the lion dance was turned toward martial ends. Its divinity, its fury, its light-footed beauty. The warriors could seamlessly transition from religious ceremony to deadly combat because the two practices were fundamentally the same. This integration of martial and spiritual power made the divine beast warriors formidable opponents during Messmer's crusade. They weren't fighting just for territory or political power, but for the preservation of their entire cosmological understanding. Every battle was simultaneously a military engagement and a theological statement. However, their spiritual approach to warfare also made them vulnerable to Messmer's more pragmatic tactics. While the divine beast warriors sought to honor their divine beasts and maintain proper spiritual protocols, Messmer's forces focused purely on maximum destruction with minimum risk to themselves. The systematic targeting of divine beasts during the crusade was particularly devastating to these warriors. By killing or driving away the creatures they had spent lifetimes learning to commune with, Messmer's forces effectively crippled the divine beast warriors' core capabilities. Theological complexity and the outer gods. One of the most sophisticated aspects of Hornsent civilization was their complex understanding of the various outer gods and their relationship to the world. Unlike later Golden Order theology, which focused primarily on the greater will, the Hornsent had developed comprehensive frameworks for understanding and working with multiple divine entities. The Hornsent held a great knowledge about multiple outer gods and seemingly integrated different divine powers into their culture. This wasn't syncretism born of theological confusion, but sophisticated religious scholarship that recognized the multifaceted nature of divine influence in the world. Their understanding of the Formless Mother, for example, went beyond simple blood magic. They were aware of the Formless Mother and shadow undead at the abandoned ailing village cast Swarm of Flies, an incantation associated with the Formless Mother. This suggests they had developed practical applications for blood-based divine power while maintaining theological understanding of its source and limitations. Similarly, their work with the Rot god showed remarkable sophistication. They used Rot for purification rituals through Romina, Saint of the Bud. Rather than seeing Rot as purely destructive, they understood its role in cycles of death and rebirth, incorporating it into purification practices that maintained cosmic balance. Their relationship with death-related entities was equally complex. They kept gravebirds inside Belorat and Anir Elam, golems crafted as kindreds to the deathbirds. These weren't attempts to control death, but partnerships with death-associated powers, recognizing the necessity of death in maintaining the cosmic order. Even their awareness of the Fel god demonstrates this theological sophistication. They were also aware of the Fel god of fire that was part of their legends. Rather than trying to suppress or control this destructive force, they incorporated knowledge of it into their overall cosmological framework. This multidimensional approach to divine power allowed the Hornsent to develop magical techniques and religious practices of remarkable complexity and effectiveness. Their spiral-based incantations, their divine beast communion, their jar-making rituals, all of these drew on sophisticated understanding of how different divine forces could be combined and directed. However, this same complexity may have contributed to their downfall. When faced with Marika's focused, single-minded devotion to the greater will and her streamlined Golden Order theology, the Hornsent's complex religious framework proved unable to mount a unified response. The spiral and sacred geometry. Central to Hornsent theology and architecture was their understanding of the spiral as a fundamental cosmic principle. This wasn't merely aesthetic preference, but sophisticated mathematical and theological insight into the nature of divine power and cosmic structure. The Hornsent believed that the evolutionary spiral was a normalized crucible current that one day would form a column that stretches to the gods. This reveals their understanding that the spiral represented more than just visual symbolism. It was a functional principle for channeling and directing divine power. Their architecture reflected this understanding. Every major Hornsent structure incorporated spiral elements, from the grand spiral of Aenir Elam itself to the smaller spiral staircases and decorative elements found throughout their settlements. These weren't arbitrary design choices, but functional magical architecture designed to channel crucible energy. The two-headed turtles that appear throughout Hornsent territory weren't just decorative elements, but sacred symbols that embodied this spiral principle. Two-headed turtles are a favorite subject in the Land of the Tower due to the spiral shape of their intertwined necks. The Hornsent saw in these creatures a natural manifestation of the cosmic spiral principle. Their magical practices incorporated this understanding of sacred geometry. The priests of the tower cast spiral incantations, and the last line of Spira tells us that the spiral is a normalized crucible current that one day will form a column that stretches to the gods. Their spells weren't just directed energy, but geometrically structured power that followed the same spiral principles that governed cosmic evolution. This geometric understanding extended to their understanding of biological processes. They recognized that the horns that defined their society weren't random growths, but manifestations of the same spiral principle that governed all evolutionary development. Their reverence for tangled horns wasn't just cultural preference, but recognition of a cosmic principle made manifest in biological form. The sophistication of their geometric understanding is evident in their construction of Aenir Elam itself. The tower isn't just tall, it's constructed as a three-dimensional spiral that concentrates and amplifies crucible energy as it rises toward the gate of divinity. Every level of the tower represents another turn in the cosmic spiral, bringing the climber closer to divine communion. The decline and final struggles. As Messmer's crusade progressed, Hornsent resistance took increasingly desperate forms. Their organized military forces had been largely destroyed, their major cities burned, and their religious leadership scattered or killed. What remained were scattered groups of survivors fighting a guerrilla war they couldn't win. The sculpted keepers, who had once performed the sacred lion dance in festivals, now turned their ritual combat skills toward desperate warfare. Their greater potentates would mash together the bodies of tortured prisoners into pots and mixed with at least one of Marika's people within while they were still alive, then directed prayers towards the contents, hoping whatever new life emerging from their ritual would hold nigh sainthood. In their desperation, some Hornsent groups intensified their jar-making rituals, hoping that creating more jar saints might somehow provide the divine intervention they needed. But these efforts were increasingly frantic and poorly executed, producing only more suffering without the theological sophistication of their earlier practices. Other resistance groups focused on preserving what they could of their culture and knowledge. The specimen storehouse within Shadowkeep, tended by loyal Hornsent scholars, represents one such effort. These folk of burned body and soul ironically incant coils of Messmer's own fire while maintaining their people's cultural heritage. Some Hornsent turned to darker powers in their desperation. The cursed blades were a scourge to the Hornsent and the invaders both, suggesting internal conflict as some groups embraced forbidden magical practices that threatened both their enemies and their own people. The psychological toll of prolonged genocide manifested in various ways among the survivors. Some groups became increasingly insular and paranoid, turning against each other in their desperation. Others developed fatalistic acceptance of their fate, continuing their religious practices more from habit than hope. The final major Hornsent stronghold was Aenir Elam itself, which they managed to seal away using shadow magic before Messmer's forces could reach it. This desperate measure preserved their greatest architectural achievement, but also trapped many Hornsent inside, with no way to escape or continue their resistance. The sealing of Anir Elam. In the final stages of Messmer's crusade, the Hornsent made one last desperate gambit to preserve their greatest achievement. Unable to defend Anir Elam against Messmer's overwhelming forces, they used shadow magic to seal the entire tower away from the world. Anir Elam was likely sealed when Queen Marika betrayed the Hornsent. It might have been during the crusade. This sealing represented both triumph and tragedy. They had saved their most sacred site from destruction, but in doing so, they had effectively cut it off from the world it was meant to serve. The sealing process itself was complex and costly. A sealing tree veils the tower, and its gate of divinity in shadow. This wasn't simple concealment, but active magical protection that required constant maintenance and significant sacrifice to maintain. Those Hornsent who remained within the sealed tower found themselves trapped in a twilight existence. They could preserve their religious practices and cultural traditions, but they were cut off from the larger world, unable to recruit new followers or spread their teachings. The sealing also created what appears to be a temporal distortion around Anir Elam. Just like in Farum Azula, time never changes in Anir Elam. Based on what we can observe in-game, this preservation of the tower in temporal stasis meant that Hornsent culture within continued unchanged. But it also meant they couldn't adapt or evolve to meet new challenges. The decision to seal Anir Elam reflected the tragic nature of the Hornsent situation. They had built their entire civilization around the goal of reaching the gods through their tower. But in the end, they could only preserve that achievement by cutting it off from the world entirely. This sealing would later prove prophetic, as Mik-Elar would eventually use the same gate of divinity that the Hornsent had built to achieve his own godhood. The tower they had sealed to protect their legacy would ultimately serve the purposes of another Empyrean entirely. Legacy and reflection. The complete story of the Hornsent serves as one of Elden Ring's most complex moral narratives. They were simultaneously victims and perpetrators, sophisticated theologians and cruel oppressors, builders of magnificent achievements and architects of horrific atrocities. Their persecution of the shamans was undeniably monstrous, involving systematic torture and murder on a massive scale. The jar-making rituals they practiced represent some of the most horrific acts described in any FromSoftware game. No theological justification can excuse the suffering they inflicted on innocent people. Yet their own destruction at the hands of Messmer's crusade was equally horrific and even more complete. The genocide that eliminated Hornsent civilization was total, wiping out not just their population but their entire way of life, their accumulated knowledge, and their cultural achievements. The cycle of violence that began with Hornsent persecution of shamans continued through Marika's genocide of the Hornsent, and extends to the present day through survivors like the Hornsent NPC, who seeks vengeance against anyone connected to the Golden Order. Each act of violence creates trauma that demands more violence in response. Perhaps most tragically, the Hornsent's sophisticated understanding of the Crucible and the Outer Gods was lost in their destruction. Their complex theological frameworks, their integration of multiple divine powers, their advanced magical techniques, all of this knowledge vanished, replaced by the simpler but more politically effective Golden Order theology. The Hornsent's greatest achievement, the Gate of Divinity, ultimately served purposes they never intended. Built to elevate their own civilization to divine status, it instead enabled first Marika and later Mik-Elar to achieve godhood and impose their own visions of order on the world. Their story demonstrates the dangers of both religious extremism and absolute power. The Hornsent's belief that their theological insights justified any level of cruelty led to systematic atrocities. Marika's position as a god allowed her to exact revenge on a scale that destroyed an entire civilization. Yet their story also shows the genuine spiritual insights that can emerge from deep engagement with cosmic forces. Their understanding of the spiral principle, their recognition of the crucible's importance, their awareness of multiple outer gods. These represented real theological and magical achievements that were lost in the violence that destroyed them. The Nameless Survivor. The Hornsent NPC, who players encounter in the DLC, serves as a living representative of his destroyed civilization. Interestingly, Hornsent is not his name, but the name of his people, who were spurned by grace and burned by Messmer. The Tarnished never learns Hornsent's real name in Shadow of the Erd Tree. This namelessness is itself significant. He has been so consumed by his role as Avenger that his individual identity has been entirely subsumed into his ethnic and cultural identity. He exists not as a person, but as a living embodiment of Hornsent trauma and rage. His quest through the realm of shadow reveals both the persistence of Hornsent culture and its fundamental transformation under the pressure of genocide. He maintains certain traditional practices, wearing the ceremonial mask, following ritual protocols, understanding the old customs, but all of these have been twisted into tools for revenge. The items he carries tell the story of his transformation. The caterpillar mask, once used by greater potentates to maintain spiritual focus during sacred rituals, now serves to ward off doubt about his mission of vengeance. The braided cord that would once have connected him to his community now binds him to his anger. His relationship with other Miquella followers reveals the impossibility of his position. He travels with people who serve the Golden Order or its derivatives, including some who might genuinely offer paths toward healing and reconciliation. But his trauma runs too deep to allow for any relationship that isn't built on shared hatred of his enemies. His ultimate fate, death in combat regardless of player choices, reflects the dead end that pure vengeance represents. Whether he dies fighting Messmer or survives only to continue his hopeless quest, he never finds peace, never rebuilds what was lost, never creates anything new to replace what was destroyed. He represents both the best and worst of Hornsent legacy. His knowledge of their culture, his dedication to their memory, his refusal to let their destruction be forgotten. These are admirable qualities that serve important functions. But his inability to transcend his trauma, his projection of collective guilt onto individuals who had no part in the original crimes, his perpetuation of cycles of violence, these show how genocide poisons not just its immediate victims, but everyone it touches across generations. Conclusion. The complete story of the Hornsent spans thousands of years and encompasses some of the darkest themes in Elden Ring's complex narrative. From their rise as a sophisticated civilization built around crucible worship, through their systematic persecution of the shamans, to their own destruction in Messmer's genocidal crusade, their story serves as a meditation on power, trauma, and the cycles of violence that define much of the game's history. The Hornsent were never simple villains or innocent victims. They were a complex civilization that achieved remarkable theological and architectural accomplishments, while simultaneously perpetrating horrific atrocities against vulnerable populations. Their sophisticated understanding of divine forces and their impressive magical techniques coexisted with brutal religious practices and systematic oppression. Their destruction by Marika and Messmer was both comprehensible as a response to their crimes and horrific in its totality. The genocide that wiped out Hornsent civilization eliminated not just the perpetrators of ancient crimes, but entire populations who had no involvement in those crimes, along with irreplaceable cultural and intellectual achievements. The legacy of their story continues to reverberate through the present day of Elden Ring's world. The Omen who suffer under the Golden Order bear the physical characteristics that the Hornsent once revered. The Living Jars, who inhabit the lands between, represent evolved versions of Hornsent theological practices. The survivors scattered through the realm of shadow carry forward both the trauma of genocide and the corrupted desire for revenge. Perhaps most significantly, their story reveals the deep structures of trauma and violence that underlie the entire world of Elden Ring. The conflicts between demigods, the shattered state of the Elden Ring, the cycles of war and destruction that define the game's present. All of these can be traced back to the fundamental trauma inflicted when the Hornsent destroyed the shamans, and when Marika responded with genocide against the Hornsent. Understanding the Hornsent's complete story doesn't excuse their crimes or justify their destruction. Instead, it reveals the complexity of moral judgment in a world where power, trauma, and divine authority intersect in tragic ways. It shows how religious conviction can justify any level of cruelty, how trauma can perpetuate itself across generations, and how the pursuit of divine power inevitably leads to human suffering. The Hornsent built a tower that reached toward the heavens, seeking to bridge the gap between mortal and divine. In the end, that tower became a monument not to their achievement, but to the impossibility of transcending the cycles of violence that define the mortal world. Their spiral path to the gods became a spiral path to destruction, and their greatest theological insights were lost in the flames of the very revenge they had helped to create. Their story stands as one of Elden Ring's most profound moral lessons, that the pursuit of divine power through the suffering of others ultimately leads to one's own destruction, and that the cycles of violence born from such pursuits can continue for millennia, poisoning every generation they touch. In the ruins of their civilization and the trauma of their survivors, we see reflected the deeper tragedy of a world where gods are made through sacrifice and power is achieved through the systematic destruction of others. The Hornsent are gone, but their story continues in every act of vengeance, every cycle of trauma, every attempt to achieve transcendence through the suffering of others. They serve as both warning and explanation for the shattered state of the world that the tarnished inherit, a world where the pursuit of divine order has left only ash, trauma, and the endless hunger for revenge that can never truly be satisfied. Welcome back to Lore 2 RPG, where we dive deep into